Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Crossing. This was a desolate wilderness, seemingly formed from countless pixels stacked together. The wilderness bore obvious signs of tearing, as if it had just been through an earthquake. Deep, bottomless, black ravines crisscrossed the ground. Luo Yang stared blankly at his left hand, which was gradually transforming into countless tiny pixel blocks. Fear began to fill his chest, and he felt a suffocating pressure, making it hard to breathe. He had only curiously tried the luck-transferring ritual that Zhou Mingrui performed before his transmigration in Lord of the Mysteries, and now he had inexplicably arrived at this strange place, as if he had truly transmigrated. Luo Yang didn't remember the process of transmigrating. He only felt a blur in his mind, and when he regained consciousness, he was already standing in this wilderness made of what looked like pixel blocks. Fear of the unknown and curiosity led Luo Yang to reach out and touch the weeds on the ground. He didn't feel the sensation of touching real grass, which made Luo Yang think he was hallucinating. He stood up and shook his hand, and some flesh-like pieces flew off Luo Yang's body. The little bit of ease Luo Yang had just felt vanished, and his heart leaped into his throat once more. He brought his left hand, which had just touched the weeds, in front of his eyes and examined it repeatedly. He discovered that his entire left hand had already turned into a pile of pixel blocks in this short amount of time. Chunks of flesh were constantly falling off his hand, and the things Luo Yang shook off just now were pieces of flesh from his hand. In just this short time, Luo Yang realized that nearly half of his left hand had disappeared. Luo Yang carefully looked at the places where the flesh had fallen off his hand. No blood flowed out. It seemed that once his hand turned into stacked pixel blocks, the blood in his hand stopped flowing. In this short while, pixelization had spread to his entire forearm. The process of pixelization didn't cause any sensation. Only when the flesh fell off did his hand feel something dropping. Other than that, all other senses had disappeared. The pixelated part of his left hand grew larger and larger. At this moment, Luo Yang's heart was filled with panic and fear. The panic made Luo Yang want to escape this place immediately, to get away from this strange wilderness, but the fear made Luo Yang's body tremble uncontrollably, preventing him from making any movements to escape or call for help. The emotions of fear and panic made Luo Yang stand blankly in place. Pixelization began to spread from his left arm towards his body. During this process, Luo Yang finally regained a trace of reason. Recalling the reason he appeared here, Luo Yang repeated the steps of the previous luck-transferring ritual. At this moment, Luo Yang was somewhat grateful that the pixelization hadn't started from his feet, otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to take the 4 steps backward. Without any sacrifices or rituals, Luo Yang directly took 4 steps backward according to the steps of the ritual, while chanting the honorific name of the fool who does not belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. After 1 repetition, there was no response. At this moment, pixelization had spread to Luo Yang's neck. Without thinking or hesitating, Luo Yang continued with the second recitation of the fool's honorific name and again took 4 steps backward. Still, there was no reaction. Luo Yang began his third attempt. This time, Luo Yang no longer chanted the fool's honorific name but instead changed his words, "The Evernight Goddess stands higher than the cosmos and more eternal than eternity. The Lady of Crimson, the Mother of Concealment, the Empress of Misfortune and Horror, Mistress of Repose and Silence." Without caring whether there was a response, Luo Yang continued chanting, "Eternal blazing sun, inextinguishable light, embodiment of order, god of contracts, guardian of businesses." The process of pixelization had already spread to his lips. Luo Yang could no longer feel the existence of his chin. The instinct to survive made Luo Yang continue chanting, "Embodiment of essence, guardian of craftsmen, brilliance of technology." Unsurprisingly, the process of pixelization didn't stop. Luo Yang felt his consciousness beginning to blur. His last survival instinct made Luo Yang directly chant the only honorific name he remembered that pointed to an outer god, the one and only Crimson Moon, the symbol of life and beauty, mother of all spiritual forces. The last part of the honorific name was silently recited by Luo Yang in his heart. At this time, pixelization had spread to Luo Yang's face, and his mouth was unable to make a sound. Luo Yang's consciousness also sank into silence after that. He didn't know how much time had passed, but a tearing pain once again entered Luo Yang's consciousness. This tearing pain also awakened Luo Yang's dormant consciousness. After his consciousness gradually cleared, the tearing pain in his head became clearer and more intense. After Luo Yang gradually adapted to this intense pain, he vaguely felt the existence of his body. At this moment, Luo Yang only had one thought in his mind, "So, I'm not dead yet." This tearing pain lasted for quite a while before it began to weaken. At this time, Luo Yang truly felt the pain coming from all parts of his body, and his head, which had been torn apart by the pain, was also beginning to heal. That's right, it was healing. Luo Yang's hands, which were holding his head, clearly felt that his head had really split open during the tearing pain just now. It seemed that something grew out from inside, but as the pain subsided, the torn wound on his head was also rapidly wriggling and healing. Hiss. Real, physical tearing pain. Luo Yang couldn't help but complain to himself. After the pain on his body subsided to a level that his body could bear, Luo Yang struggled to get up from the ground. The surrounding scene was no longer the wilderness made of countless stacked pixel blocks with many deep, bottomless ravines, but a study that looked somewhat old and of an unknown style. The entire room, apart from a door and a window, was filled with standing bookshelves. The bookshelves were filled with all kinds of books. In the middle of the room, there was a large and wide desk, with a chair on each side. It seemed that one chair was for entertaining guests, but who would entertain guests in a study? Luo Yang continued to look around the room. Between the two rows of bookshelves on the side with the door, there was a full-length mirror. Luo Yang was stunned when he saw this mirror. Reflected in the mirror was a figure that was somewhat thin, with blonde hair and blue eyes, distinct facial contours, thin lips and thick eyebrows, a straight nose, and light blue eyes that were bright and energetic, as if there were tiny specks of light flowing within them. His features were handsome but slightly immature, clearly a boy between 18 and 19 years old, between a teenager and a young man. The clothes on his body were also very strange, with an indiscernible style. The upper body was a white shirt, a dark brown jacket, and a tan long coat. The lower body was black wide leg pants paired with dark brown long boots. The overall style was somewhat like medieval European nobility, but it was closer to modern aesthetics. But why would there be a trench coat? Luo Yang couldn't figure it out. Luo Yang looked at the figure reflected in the mirror and, somewhat blankly, distorted his neck. The figure in the mirror also turned its neck. Luo Yang moved his heavy steps closer to the mirror, and the figure in the mirror made the same movement. It wasn't until Luo Yang's hand touched the surface of the mirror that he finally confirmed that the person in the mirror was what he looked like now. Did I transmigrate again? Luo Yang said, puzzled and joyful at the rebirth. Before, in that wilderness made of countless stacked pixel blocks, Luo Yang was very sure that he was still in his original form, until his body turned into countless pixel blocks and disappeared, and his consciousness fell silent. Now, waking up again in another body, as Luo Yang thought, many memories gradually appeared in his mind. A familiar tearing pain came from his head, but this time the pain wasn't as intense as before, and it was completely bearable. Chapter 2, New Life. As the memories were gradually accepted by Leyton, the throbbing pain in his head dissipated once again. It was at this moment that Leyton began to contemplate his current situation. The identity of the body he now inhabited was Leyton Soth, a Fainapotter, living in a small city called Medan located at the border of Fainapotter, Lenberg, and Seeger. Because it was situated at the intersection of 3 countries, although it still belonged to Fainapotter, there were many people from the other 2 countries as well. The mainstream faith here was the Earth Mother, but there were also some people who believed in the God of knowledge and wisdom. Leyton's father was Patch Soth, a grain merchant who believed in the Earth Mother, while his mother, Isabel, a scholar from Lenberg, believed in the God of knowledge and wisdom. Because his parents' beliefs were not aligned, they didn't interfere too much with Leyton's faith, as long as he didn't worship evil gods. However, with a mother who was a scholar, Leyton naturally had more exposure to knowledge, which also made him a superficial believer in the God of knowledge and wisdom. Recalling Fainapotter, Lenberg, and the 2 true gods, the God of knowledge and wisdom and the Earth Mother, Leyton naturally understood that he was no longer in his original world but in the world of Lord of the Mysteries. Involuntarily, scenes from Lord of the Mysteries flashed through Leyton's mind. He subconsciously clutched his head, trying to divert his attention with pain. Leyton clearly remembered the setting in Lord of the Mysteries, knowledge itself possessed power, and the more one knew, the more dangerous it became. The anticipated terror did not descend. Leyton relaxed and rubbed his head, which he had squeezed until it hurt. What an unlucky head, he muttered. Only then did Leyton carefully recall his memories, discovering that the dangerous parts had been shielded. At the same time, a lot of mystical knowledge had been added to his mind, not the generalized descriptions from the novels he had read before, but more specific and detailed mystical knowledge. There was no memory of acquiring this mystical knowledge in Leyton's memories, which made Leyton's just relaxed heart tense up again. Temporarily suppressing these doubts, Leyton continued to sort through Leyton's memories so that he could better integrate into this world. It's the end of 1348 now. There's less than a year left before Mr. Fool appears. Time is really tight. Leyton couldn't help but sigh after realizing where he was on the timeline. Leyton's parents were away from home for most of the year, one traveling around for business, and the other engrossed in academic research, constantly investigating and gathering materials. Leyton didn't know how the 2 of them became husband and wife. As far as their daily lives were concerned, it couldn't be said that they had no interaction, but rather that they each did their own thing. But as their child, Leyton Soth was completely different from his parents. Leyton liked a stable life. Although as a young man, he yearned for the outside world, compared to the exciting lives his parents described, Leyton still preferred the quiet and leisure of the small town. Leyton's personality made his mother, a scholar, always believe that Leyton had only inherited the appearance of the two of them, while his personality had mutated. If Leyton's father hadn't diverted Isabel's attention, perhaps her research goals would have included Leyton as well. No. From now on, I am Leyton. Leyton adjusted his expression while tidying up his clothes in front of the mirror, making his temperament look more like that of a somewhat inexperienced young man. Besides me, there is also a butler and 2 servants in the house, but luckily today the butler took the 2 servants out shopping, otherwise the previous commotion couldn't have been concealed. Thinking of this, Leyton breathed a slight sigh of relief. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the front door came, and Leyton's emotions tightened suddenly. Relax. Relax. The butler has the key to the house, so whoever is coming should be someone else. As long as I pay attention, I shouldn't give myself away. Leyton consoled himself in front of the mirror. After tidying up his clothes again and adjusting his expression, he left the study. After arriving in the hall, the knocking sound had stopped, as if knowing that someone in the house was coming to open the door. Leyton was a little surprised at first, but when he thought that this was a world of mystery and the supernatural, it was not strange. After all, Klein in the clown stage was able to see the appearance of the person outside the door, so it was not strange for the person outside to know that he was walking towards the door. He tried to make his expression look natural and his movements more coordinated. Thinking that this was a world with mystery and the supernatural, Leyton became more cautious. Even through the door, the person outside might know his current expression and movements. Leyton walked to the door with a practiced posture. He originally wanted to say, "Who is it?" but then he restrained himself from this completely out-of-character thought, and then, according to Leyton's consistent style in his memory, he opened the door directly and quickly pulled it open. Standing at the door were 2 people Leyton didn't recognize, a middle-aged gentleman in his 30s or 40s, with dark brown hair neatly combed, some wrinkles on his forehead, a meticulously groomed mustache, light blue and deep eyes, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, standing tall and straight, estimated to be around 1.85 meters tall, wearing a brown long trench coat, inside was an off-white patterned shirt, and the lower half of his body was brown trousers and black leather shoes. The clothes on his body were also meticulously taken care of, and coupled with his angular features, the direct feeling he gave was that of a stubborn and serious university professor. Behind this gentleman, offset by half a step, was a young man in his 20s, with light golden hair that was naturally curly and didn't seem to have been carefully styled, appearing somewhat messy, with soft and lively features, a faint smile always on the corner of his mouth, appearing humble and polite, like a young man just entering society. He was slim, about 1.8 meters tall, wearing the same style brown long trench coat as the older gentleman next to him. Underneath was a simple patterned white shirt, with a decorative pocket on the left chest of the shirt, with a pair of round gold-rimmed glasses hanging on it. The simple clothing without deliberate matching and grooming, but appeared more natural, coupled with his gentle and handsome features, easily left a good impression at first glance. Sure enough, gold-rimmed glasses are standard equipment for every Lemberger. As long as you wear glasses, you are a scholar, right? Leyton couldn't help but complain inwardly while subtly looking at the 2 people standing in front of the door. Hello. May I ask if you are Mr. Leyton Soth? The middle-aged gentleman, who had meticulously groomed himself, spoke first. Looking for me? Leyton was surprised in his heart. Originally, looking at the attire of these 2 people, Leyton thought they were friends or colleagues of his mother in Lemberg. Only slightly surprised, Leyton immediately suppressed the doubts in his heart, while trying to make himself act like the original Leyton. Medan was adjacent to Lemberg, and Leyton had no doubt that these 2 people were believers of the God of knowledge and wisdom. If the 2 people in front of him were Beyonders, then they would most likely be Beyonders of the Reader pathway. The Reader pathway was definitely a pathway good at observation and reasoning. Even if Beyonders were ultimately only a minority group, Leyton did not dare to gamble that neither of the 2 people opposite him were Beyonders. After all, the people of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom's church basically only had this pathway. Perhaps the church also had the potion formulas of other pathways, at least the All-Seer family definitely knew a lot, but the church only chose the Reader pathway, which belonged to the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Perhaps it was a group of scholars despising the barbarians of other pathways. After all, other pathways related to knowledge had corresponding high-ranking beings, even the Mystery Prior pathway, which didn't have a true god, had an evil god, the Hidden Sage, existing, and they were not adjacent pathways either. Now Leyton could only try to act as much like the original Leyton as possible. After all, he had no way of knowing how familiar the 2 people in front of him were with the original Leyton. But just now, this middle-aged gentleman directly said Leyton's name, so at least he knew some information about Leyton. Chapter 3, The Lucky Man Who Swallowed the Potion. It's me. May I ask what brings you 2 here? I don't recall knowing two such distinctive gentlemen, Leyton responded with a slight nod to the middle-aged gentleman. Then we can consider ourselves acquainted now. I believe we'll have many opportunities to interact in the future, the middle-aged gentleman said in a somewhat low voice. He seemed to want his voice to sound more approachable and less stern, but he didn't succeed. Instead, the low voice made him sound even more authoritative. Leyton didn't respond but looked at the other men, waiting for him to continue. The middle-aged gentleman frowned slightly and turned to signal the younger gentleman beside him, who was standing half a step behind, to take over the conversation. The younger gentleman nodded slightly, seemingly to conceal the smile that he could barely suppress at the corner of his mouth, and immediately picked up where the middle-aged gentleman had left off. He cleared his throat twice and said, "Ahem. We originally came here to deal with a potential case of uncontrolled power and monsters." At this point, the young gentleman paused, his eyes filled with undisguised curiosity and doubt as he scrutinized Leyton. Leyton met his gaze, looking into his light blue eyes. Realizing his impoliteness, the young gentleman shifted his gaze uncomfortably. After clearing his throat twice to ease his embarrassment, he continued, "However, after arriving here, we found no signs of uncontrolled power. After observing for some time, we decided to approach you because you seem very normal, with no signs of uncontrolled power at all. Perhaps you truly are one in a million, a lucky one." The young gentleman's words left Leyton somewhat bewildered. Initially, when he heard the other men say they had been observing him for some time, he tensed up, but the subsequent words made him think that the other party hadn't discovered his secret of transmigration. What the other party was referring to should be the secrets belonging to the original Leyton. However, Leyton was now certain that the two men before him were beyonders. Judging by their attire, they likely belonged to the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, though he couldn't rule out the possibility of them being members of the Church of the Earth Mother who simply favored this kind of attire. "What do you mean by uncontrolled power?" Leyton asked cautiously. "The madness inherent in the potion itself. If someone who consumes a potion can't withstand this madness, they'll lose control and turn into a monster," the middle-aged gentleman explained simply. "And you didn't even consume a potion but directly swallowed the characteristic of Sequence 8. This behavior is essentially suicide, with a success rate so low that it can be ignored." The middle-aged gentleman added sternly, pointing out that Leyton had directly swallowed the characteristic of Sequence 8. Leyton was stunned. He had thought that matters involving uncontrolled power were not simple, and perhaps he had been unknowingly corrupted by something or an unknown existence. But he never expected that the matter would be that he had swallowed the characteristic of a beyonder. Moreover, it was the characteristic of Sequence 8. Although it was only one sequence higher than Sequence 9, the corruption within the characteristic was not as simple as 1 + 1. At this moment, Leyton felt that the word ill-fated was no longer sufficient to describe him. "In all my years of contact with beyonders and various records, you are the only person I have ever seen or known who swallowed the characteristic of Sequence 8 and still survived. Your luck can be considered 1 in a million," the middle-aged gentleman added, seeing that Leyton was stunned and silent, assuming that he had been frightened by his stern words. "No. I also know of a fierce person who swallowed the characteristic of Sequence 6. That is the real lucky one," Leyton complained inwardly, thinking of the Rose Bishop on the future, the truly lucky one who accidentally swallowed the characteristic of Sequence 6 and survived. If we were on the path of fate, what would be the matter with the big snakes and the small snakes? Thinking of the lucky one, Leyton couldn't help but think of the two unlucky angels on the path of fate. They had been angels for thousands of years. Former colleagues, friends, and newcomers had all become true gods, but they were still playing cat and mouse games. Characteristic. Why do you know that I swallowed the characteristic of Sequence 8? Leyton asked with some confusion. Leyton remembered that the existence of characteristic was jointly concealed by the 7 major churches. Ordinary church members would not know of the existence of characteristic at all, and how did the two people in front of him know that Leyton had swallowed the characteristic? "That light blue thing you once took from the corpse of one of our colleagues, it has now been swallowed by you. As for more information, you will have to wait until you join the church and obtain certain permissions to know." The middle-aged gentleman paused here. After observing Leyton's reaction, the middle-aged gentleman continued, "As for why we know about that Sequence 8 characteristic, the heretic who secretly lured you to pick up and swallow the characteristic has been caught by us. More things cannot be told to you now, unless you are willing to join the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom and become one of us. We are official beyonders. All wild beyonders who become beyonders for various reasons will be subject to our control," the young gentleman added. "So, I don't really have other options, do I?" Leyton wasn't annoyed, at least he didn't reject becoming an official beyonder. "No, you can also choose to join the Church of the Earth Mother. You are originally from Fainapotter, and your father is also a devout believer of the Earth Mother. It is also reasonable to join the Church of the Earth Mother," the middle-aged gentleman denied Leyton's words. Then he said, "Similarly, your mother is a devout believer of my Lord, and you yourself are also a believer of my Lord. Moreover, the characteristic you swallowed originally belonged to the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Only in the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom can you better master the characteristic you swallowed, so as not to have subsequent problems such as loss of control, and even continue to advance upwards, if you are willing to continue to advance after understanding the world of Beyonders. He gave 2 different choices, and explained the reasons and benefits of choosing the Church of the Earth Mother and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom one by one, and finally gave the conclusion that choosing the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom is the best choice. No wonder they are from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. The way they speak is very similar to my former university professor. Leyton complained in his heart. Then he nodded and said, "That makes sense. How can I join the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom?" "You can join now, without any other additional conditions. We have already done a background check on you. Of course, before that, you need to go with us to the Naxos Grand Library, the residence of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom in Mudun. We also need to carefully check whether there is any residual corruption on your body. If there is, it needs to be purified, otherwise it will affect you, especially since you did not advance by consuming potions. If there is no residual corruption, just register, and you will be considered to have joined us," the middle-aged gentleman still answered fully and seriously. At the end, he added, "However, you are not joining us as an ordinary member, but as an executor, joining the official Beyonder team belonging to the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. You should be a member under my command at that time. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Icanton Tess, and this next to me is your future teammate, Josie Siegel." "Okay, Captain Icanton. But why is our residence the Naxos Grand Library instead of the Knowledge Cathedral?" Leyton nodded. "The church is a place for daily prayers and proclaiming the glory of my Lord, and it is not suitable as a place for frequent access and office work. The Naxos Grand Library is not far from the Knowledge Cathedral, and there are enough books for church personnel to study daily. Moreover, the houses in that block are all church property, and the Grand Library has a back door leading directly to the Knowledge Cathedral." Captain Icanton explained in detail the reason why the church chose the Naxos Grand Library as its residence in Mudun. "I see." Leyton nodded thoughtfully on the surface. In fact, at this time, Leyton couldn't help but think in his heart whether he would also get the problem of answering a lot and densely as long as someone asked a question. After all, the Beyonders of this pathway who appeared in the original work, the great Detective Isengard Stanton of Backlund and the Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards, both have this personality preference. For some reason, a picture of a verbose old dragon with golden-rimmed glasses and a book in his hand appeared in Leyton's mind. As soon as this picture appeared, Leyton shook his head sharply to drive the picture out of his mind. Although the God of Knowledge and Wisdom is not on the path of the seer, but because he is all-knowing, he may not be able to do this kind of thing. It is better to be a little more cautious. What's wrong? Do you have any questions? Leyton's sudden head-shaking movement made Icanton ask quite solemnly. No. No, there is a little problem. Are we going to the Naxos Grand Library now? Leyton denied it reflexively, but felt that this answer was a bit problematic, so he casually asked a question. "Well, it's best if you don't have any other questions," Icanton nodded and said. Chapter 4 Knowledge is Power. Leyton followed Icanton and Josie into the carriage bound for the Naxos Grand Library. Inside, Leyton, wanting to appear as a newbie freshly introduced to the world of the Beyonder, constantly peppered them with questions about the mystical world. However, most of Icanton's answers were knowledge Leyton already possessed. "Captain Icanton, could you tell me about potions?" Leyton pondered for a moment, deciding to start with a simple question befitting his novice status in the Beyonder world. Every Beyonder on the reader pathway seemed to enjoy answering questions for others, and Icanton was no exception. He meticulously answered Leyton's question. Potions are the means by which we become Beyonders and advance to higher sequences. Normally, a potion is made by combining several main ingredients and several auxiliary ingredients in a specific manner. By consuming a successfully prepared potion, one can advance to the corresponding sequence. Of course, where there are normal circumstances, there are also abnormal ones. For example, you had an abnormal advancement. You became a Beyonder by directly consuming the Beyonder characteristic, rather than a prepared potion. This carries significant risks. Compared to those who advance normally, you are more prone to losing control. Additionally, your grasp of Beyonder abilities will be comparatively raw, requiring time to adapt. However, you don't need to worry too much. Since you haven't shown any signs of losing control, it means you have successfully advanced to Sequence 8 of the Reader pathway, becoming a student of ratiocination. The Church will assist you in mastering your abilities. Once you are familiar with your Beyonder powers and understand the corresponding rules, the probability of losing control will be greatly reduced. Of course, the risk of losing control will still exist, but it's unavoidable. It's not a problem brought about by your advancement method, but rather a problem inherent to all Beyonders. Whether it's you, me, Josie, or any other Beyonder, we all face the risk of losing control. It's the destiny of every Beyonder. Icanton meticulously answered Leyton's question, sentence by sentence. Is it possible for all Beyonders to lose control? Leyton tried his best to express fear and concern on his face, conveying that the mystical world he yearned for was actually so terrifying and dangerous. Yes, perhaps that's the price we pay for becoming Beyonders, Ikanton said with some emotion. Although every Beyonder faces the risk of losing control, as long as your spirit is resilient enough to withstand it, you won't lose control. Especially since you directly consume the characteristic to become a Sequence 8 Beyonder, with your luck, I think you don't need to worry about losing control at this stage at all, Josie said, her tone filled with admiration. Sensing the comfort in Josie's words, Leyton nodded slightly. However, recalling the excruciating pain he felt when he woke up in Leyton's body, he couldn't help but shake his head. I never want to experience that feeling a second time. At the same time, Leyton also thought of a question. When he first woke up in Leyton's body, he had many wounds, but later they all healed on their own. It seemed that the student of ratiocination characteristic had already been absorbed by him. Who helped me suppress the loss of control and absorb that Beyonder characteristic. At the time, Leyton should have failed and been in the process of losing control and turning into a monster when I transmigrated. There's a big problem here. The more Leyton thought about it, the more problems he found. Regardless of why he transmigrated or how he took over the already losing control Leyton and successfully absorbed the Sequence 8 student of ratiocination's Beyonder characteristic. Leyton felt that everything that had happened since he started that luck transferring ritual felt off. In a sense, my luck has indeed become strange. Could this be the so-called luck transfer of the ritual? Leyton thought with a wry smile. Seeing the expression on Leyton's face, as if he didn't want to recall his previous experience, Ikanton assumed that the previous experience had left a serious shadow in his heart. He then suggested again that Leyton could choose to stay at the current stage and stay away from the dangers brought about by Beyonder power. If the experience of consuming the Beyonder characteristic before has brought you bad effects, you can also choose to stay at the current stage. You can still live a peaceful life. Even if you join the church, as a Sequence 8, you will not participate in overly dangerous missions. Thank you for your suggestion, Captain. But perhaps I will change my mind after I adapt to the life of an Beyonder, Leyton nodded in response. Not rejecting Captain Ikanton's suggestion, only saying that he might continue to advance after he adapted to the life of an Beyonder, Leyton felt that this answer would make him look more like a newbie who had just come into contact with the Beyonder world. Okay. Ikanton nodded and didn't delve into this topic any further, instead saying, do you have any other questions? Captain, what are Sequence 8 and student of ratiocination that you mentioned earlier? Leyton fully expressed his curiosity about the mystical world. I thought you didn't notice this information. It seems that you have a good grasp of your Beyonder abilities. Even though you have just suffered the effects of consuming the Beyonder characteristic, you can quickly sort out your thoughts and notice some details in the words. Perhaps you are very suitable for this pathway, so you were able to not lose control after directly consuming the Beyonder characteristic. Ikanton realized that he had strayed from the topic again and stopped narrating. Returning to your question, Sequence 8 refers to a stage of advancement by consuming potions. The initial stage is Sequence 9, then Sequence 8, and so on, until Sequence 1. As for student of ratiocination, it is the name of Sequence 8 on our pathway. The name of Sequence 9 on this pathway is Reader, so we usually call this pathway the Reader pathway. My core understanding of this pathway is that knowledge is power. Ikanton brought the topic back again. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. One exclamation came from Leyton, and the other came from Josie. Leyton looked at Josie, who was sitting on his left side, with a puzzled expression. Don't be so surprised, I'm just a Sequence 8 student of ratiocination who hasn't advanced for long. I don't know much more than you, Josie shrugged and explained. You're also Sequence 8. Then what sequence are you, Captain? Leyton looked at Captain Ikanton, who was sitting directly across from him, with great curiosity. Leyton was genuinely curious about this question. After taking a deep look at Leyton and pausing for a while, just as Leyton thought that the other party wouldn't answer this question, he opened his mouth and said, Sequence 6, Polymath. The characteristic of this stage is being versatile due to extensive learning, being able to identify, see through, remember, and imitate the abilities you have seen. That's so cool. Josie was the first to exclaim. Josie's face was full of shock and longing, as if she was already imagining the scene of herself becoming a polymath. Because Leyton himself already knew this information, and even knew more than Captain Ikanton, his emotions were not as rapid and obvious as Josie's. However, when Josie exclaimed, Leyton realized this problem, quickly adjusted his expression, and made a look of surprise and expectation. Is this the reason why knowledge is power? Leyton said, seemingly to himself and seemingly with doubt. Chapter 5, Executioner Team, Ikanton is indeed worthy of being a polymath of Sequence 6. He is truly a polymath. While the influence of the potion's power cannot be denied, his genuine erudition is undeniable. Or rather, if one cannot achieve erudition, they simply cannot advance to the scholar sequence. Even after transmigrating, I still have to study. Is there any transmigrator more miserable than me? Leyton complained silently in his heart, feeling rather speechless. Learning that he would have to come to the Naxos Grand Library to study knowledge every day for a long time to come, including not only occult knowledge but also knowledge of astronomy, geography, languages, and other aspects, Leyton felt like his whole person was not well. Leyton recalled his experience in the church more than 10 minutes ago. Your Excellency Bishop, are you sure there are no problems with me? You just glanced at me and already know everything. Leyton looked at the amiable old man in front of him with some surprise and uncertainty. The old man had white hair and beard, and although his face was a bit old, he was in good spirits. His face was very kind, and he wore a simple grey-white robe, the uniform style of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, but compared to the grey-white robes of ordinary church members, there were more gold-trimmed patterns in the style of flipping books. The old man had a strong scholarly temperament. Compared to the priests in the church, Leyton felt that he was more like a retired professor. This old man is Angerman King, the bishop of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom in the city of Mudun. Bishop Angerman King was not angry because of Leyton's question. He still said in a gentle tone, I don't know everything with just one glance, but in this church, under the gaze of my lord, it is still very easy to distinguish whether there is any residual power corruption on you. Then, there is no residual corruption on me? Leyton asked uncertainly. Yes. Bishop Angerman King's answer was concise and unexpected. Ah. Leyton didn't quite understand what this Bishop Angerman King meant. Bishop Angerman King answered Leyton's doubts, now there is none, but because you directly swallowed the Beyonder characteristics of the Sequence 8 student of ratiocination to become a Beyonder, although you have not lost control, you lack the accumulation of the Sequence 9 reader stage, and your foundation will be very weak, which is also a hidden danger. So, for a period of time, you need to go to the Naxos Grand Library every day to read the books in it. The best way to master power is to master more knowledge. This not only makes up for your lack of Sequence 9 foundation, but also allows you to better master your own abilities. When you have fully mastered your own abilities, you don't have to worry about the problem of losing control. Okay, I'll leave the following arrangements to you, Icanton. Yes, Your Excellency Bishop. Icanton nodded. Then Leyton was taken by Icanton to the Naxos Grand Library not far from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. The third floor of the library is a non-public area, and generally only people inside the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom will appear here. On the third floor of the library, there is a lounge. Icanton took Leyton to the lounge to meet the other members of the executor team. It can only be said that they are indeed executors of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Even in the lounge, everyone is basically reading books or discussing some issues. It can be said that the learning atmosphere is very strong. Leyton even felt that he had not joined the executor team of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, but was participating in a learning salon. Ahem. Ahem. This is Leyton Soth, a Sequence 8 student of ratiocination, and will be a member of our team from now on. Icanton brought Leyton to the lounge, coughed lightly to attract everyone's attention, and then introduced Leyton to the other members of the executor team. This is the lucky one who swallowed the potion raw. Directly Sequence 8 in one go. Josie, who had been waiting in the lounge, stood up first and replied. Then he introduced himself to Leyton again, as for me. You already know, Josie Siegel, usually just call me Josie, just like the captain, we usually call him Captain directly, only in a few important occasions will we call him Captain Icanton, although the captain himself is very easygoing, but after all, in some external occasions, we still need to pay attention to these things. Leyton nodded. From the previous contact, Icanton was indeed a very easygoing person, except that he didn't look very easygoing. Sitting at the desk on the left side of the entrance was a lady with shoulder-length chestnut hair, wearing the same brown trench coat as Josie and the captain, but in a women's style. Her eyes were light gold, which was rare in Lenberg and Fainapotter. She had an oval face, and her features looked small and delicate, closer to Asian features. She wore a round-necked sky blue shirt with lace trim and dark blue wide-leg pants and black long boots, and was about 1.65 meters tall. Following Leyton's gaze, the lady naturally stood up and bowed slightly, showing a gentle smile and said, "Hello, my name is Jessica Dyson, you can call me Jessica directly like Josie and the others." Then she continued, "I am the team psychiatrist, and also a Sequence 7 psychiatrist of Spectator Pathway. We have already heard Josie talk about your situation. If you need corresponding help, you can come to me at any time. It is my responsibility to provide some psychological help and treatment to teammates. Spectator Pathway. Sequence 7, Psychiatrist. Thank you. This is very necessary for me." Leyton restrained his swirling thoughts as much as possible, preventing himself from thinking too much. Leyton had never expected that there would be a psychiatrist of Spectator Pathway in the executor team. Performing in front of a Sequence 7 Beyonder of Spectator Pathway was undoubtedly like explaining physics to Einstein. Leyton could only hope that the other party didn't know much about him, thus leading to other interpretations of his performance. I should have thought of this earlier. Both are pathways related to omniscience and omnipotence. Although the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom rejects these pathways due to the arrogance of intellectuals, it's normal for such a large church to have beyonders of adjacent pathways. This can largely compensate for the limitations of singular beyonder abilities. Leyton now realized that his previous assumption that most people in the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom were readers was somewhat naive. To make his behavior seem less deliberate, Leyton shifted his gaze to another team member sitting in front of Jessica after speaking. The other person was also a lady, with flamboyant red hair as bright as the red moon at night. She wore tight leather clothes, and a standard-issue brown trench coat was loosely draped over her shoulders, revealing her uninhibited and flamboyant nature. When Leyton followed the captain into the lounge, he happened to see the back of this lady. Leyton's first reaction was that it was a real-life version of Katarina from League of Legends. However, when the captain spoke, the other party turned around, and Leyton finally saw the appearance of this lady who resembled Katarina. Her eyes were a rare dark golden mudun, her eyebrows were sharp, she wore dark lipstick, had a pointed chin, and a great figure. The exposed part of her arms had obvious muscle lines, not exaggerated. The only flaw on her body was probably a scar missing from her left eye. Why are you staring at my eyelid? Does it look like someone you know? The other party noticed Leyton's gaze, tilted her head slightly, and said with a hint of a smile and doubt. Her voice was very clear and cold. Leyton subconsciously felt that she didn't seem like a local, but more like an adventurer or bounty hunter who traveled around. Well, not exactly someone I know, but really similar. Leyton did not deny it. Knowing someone in a game counts as knowing someone, and she really looked alike. Heh. Little boy, if we were at sea, I would think you were teasing me, or pursuing me. Too bad, I'm not at sea anymore, but I'm very interested in you now. My name is Sia, I don't have a surname, you can just call me Sia. Of course, if you want to call me more intimately, it's not impossible. Sia, who looked very much like Katarina, said with a playful tone. Her tone seemed like every word was true, but also not, making it impossible to tell. Hello, Miss Sia. My name is Leyton. Were you at sea before? Were you a pirate? Leyton didn't dwell on the question of why the other party didn't have a surname, nor did he think about which of the other party's words were true and which were false. Only when the other party mentioned the sea, Leyton subconsciously thought of the pirate kings and admirals at sea, and casually asked this question. The moment he finished speaking, Leyton regretted it. Regardless of whether this Miss Sia was a pirate before, it was not appropriate to ask this question so bluntly, especially on their first meeting, as it could easily anger the other party. Pirate. Why not an adventurer or a bounty hunter? Sia's tone did not seem to have any ups and downs. Leyton breathed a sigh of relief, revealing an embarrassed smile that matched his age, and said, It's just that when it comes to the sea, the first thing I think of are the legendary pirate kings and admirals, so I said pirate instead of others. Pirate kings. Pirate admirals. Little kid knows quite a lot. But unfortunately, I'm not a pirate, but a bounty hunter, one who kills pirates. Sia's tone was still so unhurried. Wow. Sister Sia, you've never said these things before. A bounty hunter. I've only seen them in novels. Sister Sia, when will you tell us about it? Josie's surprised and curious voice interrupted the topic. Josie seemed curious about everything she had never come into contact with, fully demonstrating her thirst for knowledge as a scholar, although she didn't quite use it in the right place. Sia, like me, is also a Sequence 6 polymath. She is not from Fanepotter, or Lenberg, or Seeger. You should have noticed the color of her hair and eyes. Sia is from the southern continent, so many of her habits are different from most of our reader pathway beyonders. Captain Icanton also spoke at this time to explain Sia's situation. Leyton felt that the captain should be worried that he would have unnecessary interpretations of Sia's personality and behavior, which were different from the locals. Why have I become so fond of interpreting other people's words and actions in my heart, analyzing the characteristics of everyone around me? I'm not an spectator, am I? Is this the influence brought about by the reader pathway? I have to pay attention, I can't be influenced too much, otherwise there will be problems. Leyton nodded to show that he already knew, while thinking about some changes in himself. Chapter 6, Executioner Team, 2. The third member of the team was sitting with Josie. He wasn't very old, looking about the same age as Josie. It was no wonder that in the lounge earlier, Josie and he were the only two who huddled together, chattering about something. Hello, my name is Joseph Diaz. I'm currently a Sequence 9 reader. My application for the Sequence 8 potion hasn't been approved yet, but as soon as it is, I can advance at any time. I'm the team's previous newbie. The young man sitting next to Josie took the initiative to get up and approach when he saw Leyton's gaze shift over. He introduced himself with a smile and a gentle tone. Joseph appeared to be from Lenberg. He had brown, slightly curly hair that was well groomed. Because his hair had a natural curl, unlike the captain's meticulous style, it seemed more natural. He had a broad forehead, a high nose bridge, and deep blue eyes. His features were well defined, and his skin was close to wheat-colored, but slightly lighter. He wore a pair of brass-colored, steampunk-style glasses on his head. He was about the same height as Josie, around 1.8 meters, but his figure was more upright. Joseph's temperament was more mature than Josie's. He wore an ordinary brown long trench coat, but he managed to pull off a model-like look. However, his scholarly aura was also evident. Leyton felt like he was facing a young professor from university, approachable and easygoing, but not lacking in authority. Leyton's gaze lingered on him, analyzing his movements and expressions while smiling and responding, "Hello, just call me Leyton. Now you've been promoted from the team's newbie to a team elder." Leyton's response made the smile on the other party's face seem more sincere. At the same time, Leyton made a judgment about Joseph in his mind. He should be someone with a strong desire to win, as he overly emphasized the fact that he could advance to Sequence 8 at any time. He said he was the previous newbie, which meant he probably hadn't joined the team long ago. He also narrowed the distance between the two, in order to reduce the gap between Leyton as a newbie and everyone else. All in all, he was a good person. Although he had the strong desire to win that many young people have, it was harmless. As a teammate, Leyton had a good impression of him. After getting to know Joseph, Leyton shifted his gaze to the last team member, who was sitting in the corner of the lounge. He was holding an open book and was obviously engrossed in reading before Leyton and the captain came in. When Leyton saw that the other party's gaze was fixed on him, he took the initiative to walk over. Seeing Leyton approach, he also stood up, a gentle smile on his face. His hair, styled as meticulously as the captain's, already had some gray in it, but the skin on his face had no wrinkles and looked very smooth. He was obviously well maintained. His hairline was a bit high, and his eyebrows drooped, which made his forehead appear even wider. He had a straight nose and fair skin. It wasn't until he stood up that Leyton realized he was almost as tall as the captain, with an upright posture, but somewhat thin. However, it was easy to see that he must have been as strong as the captain when he was younger. A standard brown long trench coat was draped over the back of a chair, and he wore a collared dark knitted sweater. A gold pocket watch hung on his chest, and he wore brown trousers and black leather shoes. The leather shoes were polished to a shine. One hand held a closed leather-bound book, and the other hand adjusted the monocle on his left eye. The act of adjusting the monocle made Leyton's eyelids twitch, and a name suddenly popped into his head, Amon. "I'll go. It can't be. It can't be. His monocle is on his left eye, and the style is different. Besides, this is the Knowledge Church's internal executor team. Amon shouldn't be courting death by mixing in here." Leyton kept reassuring himself in his mind. You look so surprised when you see me. Did I remind you of some elder you don't want to face?" Leyton's subconscious reaction didn't escape the beyonder size at all, and he said with a slightly surprised tone. "The professor who assigned me homework." Leyton said half-truthfully. Although this wasn't the reason for his startled reaction, the other party did resemble his university mentor who had been urging him to finish his graduation thesis. "Your reaction is exactly the same as Josie's back then. No, it seems you both have a teacher who left a deep impression on you." The other party chuckled and brushed over the topic. "Indeed. I had nightmares every day back then." Josie also followed Leyton and walked over. "Yeah. Exactly." Recalling his university mentor, Leyton nodded in agreement. "In that case, it seems you're very unlucky, because I'll be your next professor for a long time." The other party said in a tone that was half serious and half joking. "Now that you've joined our team, the bishop has obviously confirmed that there are no problems with you, but regarding the weakness in your foundation caused by skipping sequence 9 and your insufficient mastery of your own beyonder abilities. The bishop will definitely let the captain handle it, and the captain will definitely let me handle it, so you should be following me to learn knowledge for a long time. The focus of learning is mastery, so I'll also be examining you every now and then." The other party's tone changed from gentle to serious, obviously fully embracing the identity of a professor. "Ah." Leyton widened his eyes, not knowing how to respond for a moment, and could only turn to look at Captain Icanton, who was silently watching this scene behind him. "Ha. That's right, I did plan to entrust this matter to Mr. Kozith. As the captain of the team, I don't have enough time to arrange and examine your learning tasks and progress." Captain Icanton nodded in agreement with Mr. Kozith's words. Leyton turned his head expressionlessly, unable to resist complaining in his heart, "I have a feeling that my life won't be too wonderful. My name is Kozith Chiaz, a Sequence 7 knowledge keeper. You can call me Mr. Kozith like them, or of course, you can call me Teacher Kozith." Leyton's change in expression seemed to please Mr. Kozith, and Mr. Kozith's tone became lively. "Okay, Teacher Kozith." Leyton quickly adjusted his mood. Mr. Kozith, please arrange the books that Leyton needs first, and start teaching him some common sense of mysticism tomorrow. I'll take him to identify the remains of that Moses Ascetic Order member first, hoping to get some extra information. The people of the Moses Ascetic Order are very good at interfering with spirit mediumship and divination. We didn't get much information before, Captain Icanton said. Then, he nodded towards Leyton, who was looking at him. Come with me. Okay. Leyton nodded, feeling a little uneasy as he followed Captain Icanton. When the captain mentioned that the previous owner was lured into swallowing beyonder characteristics, Leyton had many questions, but he was afraid of revealing that he was not the former Leyton, so he had been restraining himself from asking about this. But he didn't expect that the captain just said the other party's remains. Thinking that the other party was dead, Leyton felt a lot more at ease, but then he felt that in this case, he would not be able to know what happened before, why the original owner swallowed the beyonder characteristics, and what happened later. Are you worried? Captain Icanton asked again after walking out of the lounge. Ah. Worried about what? Leyton didn't realize what the captain was talking about. That member of the Moses Ascetic Order has been killed by us, but his soul has been subjected to certain influences. The results of our spirit mediumship are very poor, so I want you to see if you can recall any information he mentioned inadvertently, Captain Icanton said as he walked. Actually, the best choice for this matter would have been to have Jessica use hypnosis and guidance to help you recall the relevant memories, but your current state is not very good, and rash hypnosis and psychological guidance may have additional effects on you, so we can only try to let you recall it yourself. The captain explained the reason for doing so. Finally, he added, you don't need to worry too much. We basically already know the information we should know. You were originally just a victim and don't know any useful information. We just hope that this Moses Ascetic Order member inadvertently mentioned some important content in front of you. The mental state of these cult members is mostly problematic, so the probability of this happening is still quite high. Ah, I see. Leyton nodded slightly. Then he said, Captain, how did you investigate this matter? I don't seem to have left the house after getting that beyonder characteristic, and I didn't find anyone coming to my house either. Captain Icanton turned to look at Leyton before saying, this is the mysterious beyonder world. If we want to investigate an ordinary person, we don't necessarily need to do it bit by bit. Ah. Leyton was stunned for a moment, and suddenly thought of something. Sequence 4 of the reader pathway is called Prophet. Beyonders at this stage have begun to master higher-level mystical knowledge in the field of fate, thereby gaining the ability to prophesy. What did you think of? Captain Icanton saw that Leyton had such a sudden look of realization, which was different from what he had expected. There was no process of going from confusion to shock and then curiously asking himself. Is it the so-called prophecy? Leyton asked with a curious look, already knowing the answer. Your reaction is very fast. It seems that you don't completely understand the mystical world. That's right, if you didn't understand it at all, it would be difficult for the people of the Moses Ascetic Order to lure you. Captain Icanton was a little surprised that Leyton had thought of prophecy so quickly, but then he came up with a reasonable explanation in his mind. Yeah. Leyton tried hard to restrain his desire to complain, and only sighed in his heart, are people on the reader pathway so talkative and fond of making things up in their minds? I suddenly feel that the future is worrying. In collection. Chapter 7 Accessories. Following behind the captain, Leyton took a winding path to the basement of a building behind the library. This building is where we usually work. To the public, it's a newspaper office and writers' association building. Don't be too surprised. The staff inside are all members of the church. The main operation is the Clock Tower Academic Journal, Captain Icanton said as he walked. Many members of the church have a need to publish academic papers or articles, so the church simply founded its own newspaper. These newspapers and books circulate in both the northern and southern continents, as well as at sea. Of course, the most popular areas are Lemberg, Mason, and Fainapotter. If you have such needs, you can also try it. The review standards for internal church members are lower. Captain Icanton gave a more detailed explanation, seeing that Leyton seemed very curious. Newspaper office. Writers' Association. Leyton repeated these two words in a low voice. This may be related to the advancement ceremony of a certain sequence later on, Leyton speculated in his mind. Don't be too surprised. Our church is different from the other 6 churches. Our knowledge church is more like a large academy where a group of people who love academics and knowledge gather together. Captain Icanton gave a brief explanation. Leyton inexplicably felt that the other party's description was quite apartment. Apart from the knowledge church, no other church spends all day reading, studying, and publishing papers. Even ordinary universities don't have this kind of learning atmosphere. We're here. Captain Icanton stopped in front of a stone door covered with strange symbols. Captain. Where is this? A morgue. Leyton asked uncertainly, remembering that his captain had said that the member of the Moses Ascetic Order was already a corpse. A morgue. Why would you think that? This isn't a hospital. Where would we get a morgue? This is the evidence room. If we weren't thinking that letting you see it might yield additional gains, we would have disposed of the body long ago. After all, that corpse has been damaged beyond recognition. Captain Icanton said. After speaking, Captain Icanton walked closer and reached out to push open the door, explaining at the same time, the runes drawn on this door mainly isolate external prying, identify the person opening the door, and protect the environment inside. Well, these runes, I can't understand them at all. After hearing the captain's words, Leyton stared at the stone door curiously for a while, and finally came to the conclusion that he couldn't understand these symbols at all. Haha. That's normal. You haven't studied this kind of knowledge. This kind of rune is a variant of Dragonese. Dragonese itself possesses mystical power. The church has modified this ancient race's language to form a unique system. Captain Icanton explained with a smile. Dragons. Are there really such creatures as dragons? What do they look like? Are they the same as described in those novels and picture books? Leyton asked curiously. Although he knew that there was a dragon race in this world, knowing was one thing, but Leyton had never seen one. Whether as Leyton or Luo Yang, he was very curious about dragons. Maybe similar. Even rumors that are grasping at shadows have a certain basis and prototype. However, dragons have long disappeared from people's sight. I have never seen one either, but it is said that there are dragons in the church, but that should be at the church headquarters in Lenberg. Obviously, Icanton didn't know much about dragons either. The church actually has dragons. Leyton's voice involuntarily rose a little. Although somewhat shocked that the knowledge church actually had dragons, thinking that the god of knowledge and wisdom himself was a dragon, and in ancient times was a subsidiary god under the dragon of imagination, Ankwelt, it was reasonable for the knowledge church to gather a few dragons. While Leyton was still shocked by the fact that the church actually had dragons, Captain Icanton had already walked to a long table on the side. On the long table was a black cloak, and inside the cloak were some scattered things that made the cloak uneven. Are you ready? Captain Icanton asked. Ah. Ready. Leyton was a little dazed. Huff, Icanton lifted the black cloak, revealing some charred pieces of meat inside. The dark red blood on the surface of the meat had already solidified. The pieces of meat were of uneven size, but not too large, and it was difficult to distinguish what parts they were. Ugh. Leyton felt a little nauseous, especially as his mind involuntarily conjured up and pieced together the original appearance of these pieces of meat. Leyton, who was originally not afraid of these things, was made a little nauseous by himself. Leyton quickly turned his gaze away, and it took a while for those disgusting images to stop appearing in his mind. Scared. At this time, Captain Icanton walked to Leyton's side and pressed Leyton's shoulder, and Leyton felt that the psychological discomfort was reduced a lot. Not scared. Leyton shook his head and said, but the subconscious appearance of restoring and piecing together these pieces of meat in my mind is a bit disgusting. This is your instinct as a Sequence 8 student of ratiocination. You must learn to restrain and adapt. You can't have this reaction every time you encounter this kind of thing. It's okay usually, but this is a very fatal problem in combat. Captain Icanton explained. Yeah, I understand. After calming down, Leyton turned his gaze back. With the previous experience, Leyton tried to control himself not to think too much. This time, he didn't let the images of restoring and piecing together these pieces of meat reappear in his mind. Well, that's a good thing. It shows that your control over that beyonder characteristic is quite good. If your situation weren't so special, I'd even think you could apply for advancement to Seer, Sequence 7, before long. Captain Icanton commented on Leyton's condition again. But Captain, this state can't really be considered a corpse anymore, can it? There's so little flesh left, and it's all charred. It's hard to even identify what kind of creature it is in this state. Although he had temporarily overcome the problem of his brain always filling in the blanks automatically, Leyton was helpless when faced with this pile of flesh. He was just an unstable Sequence 8. There's no choice. This was a Sequence 6 Scrolls professor. If he hadn't been in the wrong state, it would have been difficult for us to deal with him, and it wouldn't have been possible to preserve a complete corpse during the battle, Icanton explained. Captain, what pathway is the Sequence 6 Scrolls professor from? Are they very powerful? Leyton fully expressed his curiosity about this knowledge, so that he could provide a reasonable source for the knowledge he knew when needed in the future. It belongs to the Mystery Prior pathway. Beyonders of this pathway are all affected by the evil god, the hidden sage, so beyonders of this pathway are very prone to losing control. This pathway is mainly controlled by the Moses Ascetics Order, a cult organization, and the Element Dawn, led by Queen Mystic, one of the 4 kings of the seas. Captain Icanton gave a general overview of the Seer pathway. Whether it's the former or the latter, they are organizations not recognized by the Orthodox churches. You must be especially careful when encountering them. You've already met a member of the Moses Ascetics Order, and I think you should have a deep understanding of that. Ikanton reminded Leyton again to be careful and guard against beyonders of this pathway. Yes. Leyton nodded solemnly in response. Although the original work didn't feature the Moses Ascetics Order much, and most of it revolved around some descriptions of Admiral of Stars, Katlia, it was only known that this was an organization that believed in the evil god, the Hidden Sage. However, Leyton, who had accepted the original Leyton's memories and learned some information from the Knowledge Church, had a deep understanding of why the Moses Ascetics Order was defined as a cult organization. Although the Moses Ascetics Order didn't create terrorist incidents everywhere like the Aurora Order, it wasn't much better. Does this member of the Moses Ascetics Order have any relics? Captain. Leyton thought that the captain couldn't have called him here just to take a look at a pile of flesh that was no longer identifiable. There should be other things, so he asked. A rare smile appeared on Ikanton's face as he replied, yes, that's why I asked you to come. This member of the Moses Ascetics Order does have a few relics. The one I need you to look at is an ornament. The prediction made by the sealed artifact was that you would gain some additional information by touching it. That's why I called you over. Sealed artifact. Leyton was a little curious about this sealed artifact that could make predictions. To be able to make predictions, it should at least correspond to sequence 4 of the reader pathway, or sequence 3 of the mystery prior pathway. Yes, Beyonder characteristics and some items merge together, or items with Beyonder abilities are formed after Beyonders die. These items generally have serious negative effects. We collectively call these items sealed artifacts and classify them according to the level of danger. The sealed artifact with the ability to predict is very high level, and it's not something you can understand at your current level. You can look at the relevant information when your permissions are higher. Ikanton explained the situation of the sealed artifact in detail. I see, Leyton nodded in response. Alright, come over here and take a look. That strange ornament is placed here. Captain Ikanton reached out and covered the Moses Ascetics Order member, who had already turned into fragments, with his black cloak again. He walked to the shelf next to him, casually picked up a package placed on the shelf, and picked out a uniquely shaped ornament from it. This ornament was bright bronze in color, the size of a baby's palm, and its overall style was like a ring full of gears, composed of many intersecting lines surrounding it. In the middle of the ring was a vertical eye without eyelashes, and the ornament was also connected to a small silver chain. This? What is this? Leyton frowned slightly, searching through his memories but couldn't find anything related to this pattern, not even a trace of an impression. We don't know either. You can take it and have a look. We've already checked it. There are no traces of any mystical elements remaining on this ornament. You can rest assured, and it doesn't point to any known rituals or mystical existences. There is no danger. Ikanton reached out and handed the bright bronze ornament to Leyton. Leyton took it and carefully looked at it several times, confirming that he really didn't have any impression of this thing. Whether it was Leyton's or Luo Yang's memories, there had never been anything related to this. Shaking his head, Leyton handed the ornament back. Captain Ikanton didn't take it but said, keep it for now. Since the prediction says you can get some information from it, it shouldn't be wrong. Perhaps the timing isn't right, but although we've confirmed that this thing doesn't have any harm, you still need to be careful and pay attention to whether there are any unexpected factors in your life. The time wasted today is already a lot. You can go home first. Starting tomorrow, you will need to report here every day. You don't have any tasks during this time. Follow Mr. Kozith and study hard to make up for the accumulation of the reader stage that you missed as soon as possible. Captain Ikanton nodded slightly, indicating that Leyton could leave. Chapter 8 Visualization. After saying goodbye to the captain, Leyton walked out of the building disguised as a newspaper office and writers' association, only to realize that it was already dark outside, so he went straight home. When Leyton returned, the housekeeper and 2 servants had already returned with the purchased supplies. The housekeeper was in the hall directing the 2 servants to classify the various items and then take them away for storage. The housekeeper was an old man in his 50s with a thin build, his hair already gray, and his face already showing many wrinkles. In Leyton's memory, the housekeeper was a local of Mudun, named Sean Porter, but his family had passed away, leaving only one son, but his relationship with the housekeeper was not good. Although he was old, the housekeeper's spirit had always been good. It was said that the housekeeper was an adventurer when he was young, but the adventure suffered a disastrous defeat at the very beginning, and his leg was injured. Because he missed the best time for treatment, he could only limp after the injury healed, and the housekeeper's adventure dream was interrupted. After that, because of his physical defects, the housekeeper's life was not good. In this city, it was difficult for a person with disabilities to find a good job. Until later, Leyton's father needed someone to take care of the young Leyton because he and his wife were often away from home for many years, and the housekeeper, who knew his father and had a good reputation before the injury, became the first choice. So Leyton's father hired Mr. Sean as the housekeeper, mainly to take care of Leyton. The other 2 servants were found by the housekeeper. They had been replaced over the years. The current 2 servants are 1 male and 1 female. The male is named Robert, 30 years old, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, ordinary features, a thin build, bronze skin, hands full of thick calluses, and simple clothes, which shows that he used to do hard labor outdoors. The female is named Sally, 35 years old, with a slightly plump figure, and a smile always on her lips. Perhaps due to maternal influence, Sally always took good care of Leyton, who was alone at home. She liked to listen to Leyton talk about some of his experiences at school, and she was always the first to notice and comfort Leyton when he was sad. Although she also wears simple clothes, she is obviously much better than Robert, and the clothes on her body are also very clean. She has her own family and children, and is mainly responsible for washing and cooking at Leyton's house on time every day to earn some money to subsidize the family. Sally and Robert are both locals of Mudon, and they have been working at Leyton's house for 2 or 3 years. Seeing Leyton enter the house, the housekeeper walks straight over. "Young master, during the time you were away, the newspaper office sent a telegram from the master, which has been placed on the desk in your room." "Well, is he delayed again and won't be able to come back this month?" Leyton asked casually. In Leyton's memory, this kind of thing had happened more than once or twice, and Leyton was used to it. Yes, it seems that they encountered pirates in Desi Bay, but fortunately, the master and the others were not injured as a result, the housekeeper explained for Leyton's father. Leyton frowned slightly. With the strong naval power in Desi Bay, how could pirates run there to die? "My father encountered pirates on the way to the Recited archipelago, right?" The master's telegram did not say these things. "I think it should be like this." The master's last telegram said that he planned to go to the Recited archipelago to expand the trading market. The housekeeper thought for a while and felt that what Leyton said made sense, and combined it with the telegram sent by Leyton's father last time to answer. "Well, let's talk about it when father comes back. There's no use in us worrying here. By the way, Uncle Sean, I have joined the Church of Knowledge. I will go to the church to study during the day. You tell Aunt Sally that she doesn't need to prepare my lunch after that," Leyton replied according to his previous habits. Finally, he added that he had joined the Church of Knowledge, and he would need to go to the church to study for a long time after that. After all, there was no need to hide this matter, and he could not hide the fact that he would go to the church every day. "Church of Knowledge? Good, young master, is it as a scholar? I think your mother will be very happy about this." Although the madam didn't say it clearly, it can be seen that she still hopes that you can become a scholar like her. "Do we need to send a telegram to tell the master and madam about this?" The housekeeper seemed happier about Leyton joining the Church of Knowledge than Leyton himself. "No need for now, let's talk about it when they come back, so that they will realize how long they have been away," Leyton thought for a while and replied. "Okay, the master and madam may think that a stable life is more beneficial to the young you." After the housekeeper replied, he defended Leyton's parents. "Yeah." Leyton nodded, without denying the housekeeper's words. "Young master, today I took Sally and Robert to purchase some supplies needed for this winter. Looking at the weather now, it will be winter in another half a month." Seeing that Leyton was about to return to his room, the housekeeper told him all the things that needed to be reported today. "I just looked in the study and saw the glasses you dropped on the ground. They have been broken." Then he took out a pair of broken glasses and handed them to Leyton. "Yes, I understand. Take those glasses to the shop in the next few days and see if they can be repaired. I quite like those glasses. Don't rush, focus on preparing winter supplies first. I'll buy a new pair tomorrow to use in the meantime." Leyton recalled the glasses that the butler had mentioned. They were a gift from his father on Leyton's 18th birthday, a delicate work of art with a brass hue and gold inlay. Leyton was very fond of those glasses. Recalling the appearance of the glasses in his memory, Leyton also thought they were very nice. They must have been dropped and broken when the previous owner was on the verge of losing control. "Very well, young master. Please rest for now. Sally has already gone to prepare dinner. I will inform you when dinner is ready." The butler bowed and hobbled away, leaning on his cane. Returning to his room, Leyton turned on the gas wall lamp, closed the door, and lay down on the bed. He took out the strange ornament he had obtained from the Knowledge Church from his shirt pocket. Leyton held the ornament in his hand, lifting it to his eyes. It was just a silver chain that wasn't very long. It didn't look like a pendant, but there was no pin on the back, so it clearly wasn't a brooch either. A ring full of gears and an upright eye without eyelashes, it feels so steampunk and Cthulhu-esque. "I feel like you and this world are quite a match," Leyton muttered to himself, looking at the strange ornament in his hand. Leyton stared at the ornament in his hand for a long time without any clue, so he put it aside and began to try cogitating. The original Leyton's memories contained the method of cogitation, but Leyton wanted to change the object of visualization. As an earthling, how could he not visualize something special? After closing his eyes, Leyton pondered for a while before deciding what to contemplate. Following the method of cogitation in his memory, Leyton began to outline a pattern in his mind. One star after another lit up, connecting with each other. the picture gradually spread around. Leyton wanted to try to contemplate a giant star dragon, and he had already thought of the reference object. Suddenly, his head throbbed with pain. The stars that Leyton had originally outlined dissipated, leaving only a few scattered spots of light. Although he didn't know what was going on, Leyton also understood that his attempt at cogitation had failed. Leyton prepared to give up cogitation for now and think about whether he could contemplate other things, but he found that he couldn't withdraw from the meditation process. It seemed that suddenly his spirit and thoughts had their own ideas and will, leaving Leyton's consciousness to watch from the sidelines. What's going on? Is it the so-called extra information? Or have I unfortunately encountered some mysterious event again? Leyton began to panic. Leyton's consciousness began to reconstruct the object of visualization, a figure formed by countless golden sand grains constantly flowing and gathering. A ring constructed from countless gears and pipes, with golden sparks and smoke rising from it. In the middle was a huge, pupilless eye. The two were tightly integrated, and several tentacle-like chains were shaking. All of this was composed of golden sand grains. On the gears, on the huge, pupilless eye, and in the rising smoke and sparks, golden sand grains were flowing. Is this the true appearance of that ornament? Leyton's consciousness was uneasy on the sidelines. As the new object of visualization took shape, Leyton found that his consciousness seemed to temporarily detach itself, becoming a relatively independent entity in the scene that appeared in this meditation. Driven by inner curiosity and a sense of inexplicable attraction, Leyton controlled his consciousness and rushed towards the strange figure that appeared in the visualization. Leyton felt his consciousness crash into the huge, pupilless eye in the middle of the object of visualization. His consciousness was in a trance. In the trance, Leyton seemed to see a huge eye, without eyelashes or flesh, like a mass of flowing liquid emitting a purple halo. The moment Leyton saw this scene, a piece of information appeared in his mind, Sequence 2, Sage. At the same time, countless pieces of information were about to rush into Leyton's mind. Leyton was instantly blasted out of the meditative state. In the last moment, Leyton seemed to see some light flakes falling from the huge eye, falling towards him. Huff! Huff! Leyton sat on the bed, holding on to the edge of the bed to steady himself, and holding his head that was about to explode. After maintaining this posture for a while, Leyton finally sorted out the knowledge that had been poured into his mind. Most of it was redundant knowledge that was not very useful. For example, the steps to extract salt from seawater, when is the best time to add salt when stir-frying. Of course, there was also some useful knowledge, such as some relatively obscure history, a spell for weeding, and some Elvish. I was suddenly injected with so much knowledge, no wonder I felt like my head was about to explode. Fortunately, the time was very short. I was stimulated to withdraw from meditation almost the moment I saw that huge eye, otherwise my head would have exploded on the spot, in the physical sense. Leyton sighed with some relief. Chapter 9, Sequence 9, Mystery Prior. It seems I have gained something extra. After calming down, Leyton noticed some changes in himself. Leyton immediately closed his eyes, focusing his mind to feel the changes occurring within him. Sequence 9, Mystery Prior. Leyton opened his eyes. His originally light blue eyes were instantly covered with a layer of purple brilliance. Leyton felt a great change in the world within his eyes. For a moment, Leyton felt as if he could see the essence of this world. However, Leyton knew that this was just an illusion produced by his first use of the eye of mystery prying. Moreover, those who had read the original novel knew that while this thing was useful, it was also truly dangerous. After satisfying his curiosity, he stopped actively trying to use the eye of mystery prying. Although even if he didn't actively use it, the eye of mystery prying would still be passively activated and couldn't be closed, at least it wouldn't have such a strong ability to pry into secrets. But wasn't I a student of ratiocination of the reader pathway? How did I become a Sequence 9 mystery prior of the mystery prior pathway? Leyton was somewhat puzzled. Moreover, Leyton noticed that the Beyonder characteristics belonging to the reader pathway were still within him, and he could still use the corresponding Beyonder abilities. The most important Beyonder power of a student of ratiocination is quick thinking. As the name suggests, this Beyonder power greatly enhances the Beyonder's thinking and observation abilities in a short period. After use, there will be a period of mental weakness, and it cannot be used one after another in a short period, otherwise it will lead to mental exhaustion and loss of control. The purple halo in Leyton's eyes had just dissipated when a faint blue-white shimmer enveloped them again. However, this shimmer was very faint, and it was difficult to notice if one didn't observe carefully. Leyton felt his thoughts were clearer than ever before. The slight swelling in his head caused by the influx of a large amount of knowledge had also subsided at this moment. Leyton quickly sorted out his memories and thoughts. First of all, the mystery prior characteristic in me came very strangely, most likely brought by that giant eye just now. But I didn't lose control, and I don't need to digest the Sequence 9 Beyonder characteristic. I can completely control it, but it should require a process of adaptation. The fact that I don't need to digest it is very strange. It's as if it doesn't belong to me, but is only temporarily stored here. Is this the so-called system of bestowal? You only need to offer faith to receive the response of the great existence, without the need for potion, acting, and digestion, but you still need to master and adapt. Secondly, the information that the giant eye gave me when I saw it just now was sequence 2, sage. That giant eye is a sequence 2 sage. Sages do have the ability to datatize. I wasn't corrupted just now, but passively received a lot of information that almost burst my head. So that's probably not a true angel, but a beyonder characteristic of sequence 2. In this way, many problems can be explained. Being able to give me a beyonder characteristic of a sequence 2 sage through bestowal, only the hidden sage and the knowledge Moor can do this in this world. These two can be equated in a sense, because the hidden sage, according to my speculation when I read the novel before I transmigrated, is the uniqueness that was corrupted and awakened by the knowledge Moor, that is, the knowledge Moors while acting outside the Western continent. So, the place I first transmigrated to was the knowledge Moor, and then I was captured by the knowledge Moor. Then I was thrown onto Leyton by the knowledge Moor through the hidden sage, and also gave me a bestowal of sequence 2. Leyton felt his scalp tingle. The knowledge Moor shouldn't want to corrupt and assimilate me immediately. No, I've already been corrupted. My previous body turned into mosaics, and my soul must have been corrupted at that time. But why put me on Leyton's body? And also give me a beyonder characteristic of sequence 2, although it's in a very strange state, and I can't use it directly. Is this to prevent me from being immediately corrupted by the sequence 2 characteristic and losing control? And what's the point of letting me simultaneously master the beyonder characteristics of the reader and mystery prior pathways, which are not adjacent but have a lot in common? Wouldn't it be better to directly create an angel? The hidden sage is already being suppressed by the god of steam and machinery. Oh right, in this situation, a sequence 2 angel is useless. I should have other uses. 2 beyonder characteristics of different pathways, I feel like I'm going to go crazy sooner or later. The more Leyton thought about it, the more his head hurt. The quick thinking ability of a student of ratiocination was simply not enough. The faint blue-white shimmer in his eyes dissipated, and Leyton immediately felt his brain become drowsy, as if he was mentally exhausted and didn't want to think. Leyton didn't think about the problem anymore, and slowly fell on the bed and began to close his eyes to rest and restore his energy. It wasn't until the butler came to call Leyton downstairs for dinner that Leyton got up from the bed. He didn't rush to eat dinner, but first came to the huge floor-to-ceiling mirror placed in the corner of the wall. Leyton looked at himself in the mirror, repeatedly confirming that he didn't have any strange things added to his body, and that he hadn't lost any parts, and breathed a sigh of relief. Although he knew that he hadn't been corrupted by that sequence 2 characteristic, he was still a little worried that he would be affected by the 2 beyonder characteristics of different pathways and become mutated. Fortunately, except for his eyes changing from the original light blue to a slightly purplish blue, which was due to the influence of the eye of mystery prying, and the eye of mystery prying could not be closed, so the change in his eyes could not be changed. I urgently need a pair of glasses. Fortunately, this change is not obvious. As long as familiar people don't observe carefully, they won't notice it. The butler and the male servant Robert are just ordinary people and shouldn't have this observation ability, but it's a bit troublesome in the executor team. Although I just met them, most of them are beyonders of the reader pathway, and their observation and reasoning abilities are maxed out. Alas. Trouble. He sighed helplessly. It would be best if the glasses were a mystical item, both to cover up the change in the color of my eyes, and to block my eye of mystery prying. I can't see what I shouldn't see, especially since I'm still in the executor team. I don't know when I'll die because I saw a corrupted sealed artifact or mystical item. After sorting out his thoughts, Leyton went downstairs to the restaurant for dinner. Aunt Sally's cooking was as good as ever, and today she had specially prepared fruit-flavored drinks with a trace of alcohol and some special snacks, a kind of grilled meat that is rare in the western region of Fainapotter, a bit like barbecue, skewering several different kinds of meat on wooden skewers, with a fruit that looks like a lemon in the middle, with a slightly sour taste and a sweet aftertaste, coupled with unique seasonings. The taste and flavor of the entire grilled meat have been raised more than one level, and because there is fruit mixed in it, it will not feel greasy because you eat too much at once. Leyton was particularly satisfied with this dinner. Leyton saw the butler and the male servant Robert sitting on both sides of the dining table also eating very happily. Because there are not many people in the family, Leyton usually lets the butler and them eat with him. Only when his parents are at home or when guests come to visit will they eat separately, because someone needs to be responsible for taking care of the guests. Aunt Sally, the maid, lives in Mudun City, not too far from here. It only takes more than 10 minutes by public carriage. So usually in the evening, Aunt Sally will go home to accompany her family after preparing dinner. Only the butler, who has a bad relationship with his son, and the bachelor male servant Robert will live here for a long time. Of course, there are also butler rooms and servant rooms in the house. Although Leyton's parents are often not around, the wealth of the two parents who often go out to play is still considerable. Life here is not that bad, if it weren't for the approaching doomsday. Sure enough, being away from home makes you homesick. I wonder if I can still go back. Perhaps only when I face the knowledge more can I get the answer from it. After eating and drinking enough, Leyton's thoughts began to rise, thinking of the past and the present, but more than anything else, he wanted to go home. Chapter 10, A Pile of Knowledge Points. A pile of lists. The next morning, when I woke up, the butler had already gone out to buy breakfast. After a quick meal and changing clothes, Leyton went out. Starting today, I'll have to clock in at the Knowledge Church every day. But before that, Leyton plans to go to a nearby store to buy a new pair of glasses. He needs something to disguise his eyes. Fortunately, as the most popular accessory for members of the Knowledge Church, it's easy to buy them near the church. For most people in the Knowledge Church, glasses are just an accessory to enhance their image and make them look more like knowledgeable scholars. Of course, there are also many people whose eyesight has deteriorated due to prolonged reading and need glasses to help them. Taking a carriage to the vicinity of the Naxos Grand Library, Leyton casually found a store that sold glasses. After browsing, he bought a pair of punk-style glasses with a silver-white and cobalt-blue metal combination. The lenses had a bluish-purple glow, which could be used to cover up the subtle changes in his eye color. "How much are these glasses?" Leyton politely asked. "Sir, you have excellent taste. These glasses are new arrivals in our store, with a completely different style than before. They will make you look younger and more energetic, very suitable for a young gentleman like you. As a new product just put on the shelves, they only cost 1 gold riset." The middle-aged shopkeeper, wearing a top hat and tailcoat, replied enthusiastically. He was dressed like a gentleman. The shopkeeper's smile almost stretched across half his face when he met Leyton, a big customer who didn't seem to lack money, on the first sale of the day. "So expensive?" Leyton raised an eyebrow. He didn't lack money, but he wasn't stupid. The boss was obviously deliberately raising the price. "Sir, these glasses are the latest model. Both the craftsmanship and materials are top-notch. The price is not expensive," the boss explained, maintaining a smile on his face. "Okay, give me 2 pairs of these glasses, without any prescription in the lenses," Leyton nodded, not dwelling too much on the issue. 2 pairs. The smile on the boss's face became even more exaggerated. "Yes, 2 pairs. I like these glasses very much, and I'll buy an extra pair to give to my teacher later," Leyton replied. "Haha. Sir, you have great taste. Your teacher will definitely like this gift." "Is your teacher a scholar from the Knowledge Church?" "People who come here so early are either believers going to church to pray or members of the Knowledge Church," the boss praised Leyton's taste while striking up a conversation. "Yes, otherwise I wouldn't have to go to church every day. As a Phaenopotter, I never thought that one day joining the church would be like my life in university. No, even stricter," Leyton complained, mentioning that he was also a scholar of the Knowledge Church. "When we are immersed in knowledge, it is like being in the divine kingdom." The boss then said a sentence to show his faith. "Mr. Shopkeeper, you are right. Being able to say such philosophical words, you must be a loyal believer of my lord," Leyton said, while drawing the holy emblem of the Knowledge Church on his chest with his right hand. "It's my honor." When talking about faith, the smile on the boss's face became much more sincere. "Looking at your age, you should have just become a scholar of the Knowledge Church not long ago, right? As a devout believer of my lord, these 2 pairs of glasses will only cost you 1 gold riset, as a token of my support for you joining the church to serve my lord. Please don't refuse." As the shopkeeper spoke, he took out an exquisitely crafted wooden box from the bottom layer of the shelf next to him. After the boss opened the wooden box and handed it to Leyton, Leyton saw a pair of glasses inside that were exactly the same as the one he was holding. "Sir, please don't refuse. This is a token of my heart as a believer of my lord to the church that serves my lord." The boss's words and expression were exceptionally devout. Leyton took the wooden box handed over by the boss, and took out a gold riset from the pocket inside his brown trench coat and handed it to the boss. "It is my honor to serve my lord, thank you for your generosity." Leyton responded with an equally solemn and devout expression. After chatting with the boss for a few more words, Leyton left, put on his newly bought glasses, and went to the lounge on the 3rd floor of the Naxos Grand Library to find Mr. Kozith. This boss may not be a very devout believer, but he must be a qualified believer and a devout businessman, Leyton said softly with emotion. As a student of ratiocination of the reader pathway, Leyton could naturally see that the price the boss initially quoted was greatly inflated. He probably thought that he would bargain anyway, and it would be even better if he didn't bargain and earn more. But later, when Leyton mentioned in his conversation with the boss that he was a scholar who had joined the Knowledge Church, the boss's sincerity when mentioning his faith while giving himself a pair of glasses as a favor was genuine. "The people of this world are mostly exceptionally devout in their beliefs. It is a belief of body and mind," Leyton said with some emotion. "Good morning, Miss Jessica." When Leyton arrived at the lounge on the 3rd floor of the library, Jessica was already sitting in yesterday's seat, drinking coffee and flipping through the newspaper in her hand. "Good morning, Leyton. You're here very early. You're a self-disciplined young man. Jessica responded while teasing Leyton. A self-disciplined, sunny, cheerful, handsome, and intelligent young man. Leyton replied boastfully. Leyton's reaction was beyond her expectations as a psychiatrist, which surprised Jessica. Well, I can see that you're in good condition today. Keep it up. A good mood will make you feel physically and mentally happy and also allow you to better deal with the effects of the potion. Jessica nodded and praised Leyton's mental state. Leyton nodded and walked to the corner of the lounge. Perhaps because he came earlier on the first day, besides Jessica drinking coffee and reading the newspaper and Mr. Kozith writing something in the corner, no one else had arrived yet. It's also possible that they went directly to the office area. Leyton didn't know where the office area was, so he had to come to the lounge he had been to yesterday. Anyway, his task was to read and study, so he would definitely come to the library. Good morning, Teacher Kozith, what are you writing? Leyton walked over and greeted him. Good morning, Leyton. This is your study list for this period. Here, this is part of it that has already been written, and there's still a small half left. I'll give it to you later. I didn't expect you to come so early. Josie and the others are always very punctual. Mr. Kozith nodded and handed a stack of papers he had written to Leyton. Punctual clocking in. Leyton took the stack of papers handed over by Mr. Kozith. This was a piece of paper folded together. Leyton held the top page, released the papers behind, and the papers drooped all the way to the ground. Leyton stared blankly at the list. Originally, Leyton thought this was a stack of knowledge points copied by Mr. Kozith. He never thought it would be a stack of lists, densely filled with the names of books, followed by their location in the library. Swallowing, Leyton said incredulously, "This is the list." "Yes, these are the books you need to read and master the contents of this month. I still have a small half here. I'll give it to you after I finish writing it." Mr. Kozith nodded with an unchanged tone. 1 month. Finish reading. Leyton suspected he had heard wrong. Yes, this is the first batch, so there will be fewer. After you get used to it, the lists I give you in the future will have more content. Mr. Kozith seemed to think that these contents were still too few and added. Also, every month I will give you exams based on the content of the books you read, so you have to read carefully, Mr. Kozith added at the end. Destroy it. Quickly. I don't love it anymore. The little man in Leyton's heart had already given up and lay flat. Can I finish reading these books in a month? Leyton thought Mr. Kozith was joking with him. Theoretically, it is possible. You are already a Sequence 8, student of ratiocination. On the basis of the enhanced memory and comprehension ability of the original Sequence 9 reader, you have also improved, and you have also strengthened your observation and logical thinking ability. As long as you skillfully master your Beyonder abilities, it is not too difficult for you to read and master these books in a month. Moreover, these books are relatively basic, and it will be easier for you to read and understand them. Mr. Kozith explained in detail the reason for giving so many books. I don't think my mastery of my Beyonder abilities has reached this level, Leyton said. That's why you need to exercise. I told the captain yesterday that since you can directly swallow the Beyonder characteristics of Sequence 8, whether it's all luck or not, it just shows that you have a high compatibility with the reader pathway. You will soon be able to adapt and master your Beyonder abilities. Mr. Kozith's answer was very convincing. Leyton nodded and didn't dwell on the issue anymore. I always feel like I've been brainwashed in the workplace, alas. It's a pity that I probably don't have any compatibility with the reader pathway. The reason I was able to survive successfully was not luck or strength, but a big shot gave me poison to fight poison, using a higher level of corruption to suppress the corruption in the Beyonder characteristics. Leyton could only complain silently in his heart and didn't dare to speak loudly. Take a rest for a while, and then go to the first floor of the library to get the first few books on the list and take a look. If you have any questions, you can ask them, and I will modify this plan according to your learning progress, Mr. Kozith instructed, and then continue to write the study plan list for Leyton. Chapter 11, The Da Vinci Code. Looking at the study list in his hand, which was already dragging on the ground, Leyton felt that his future life was dim. He took a pile of books from the first floor of the library, returned to the lounge on the third floor, and began to browse through them little by little. Thanks to the memory enhancement and increased comprehension brought by the magic potion, Leyton felt that his reading efficiency was much higher than when he was in college. He had already finished half a book in just this morning. If it had been before, Leyton felt that it would have taken him at least a week. Hey! Leyton, let's go to lunch. Our church's cafeteria is the best. Josie had been playing cards with Joseph in the lounge almost all morning, until Joseph was called away by the captain for official business. Leyton fully experienced what it means that the joy between people is not interlinked. At this moment, Leyton could not feel the joy of Josie slacking off at all. Let's go. I need to save my stomach and brain. Leyton got up and stretched his back. By the way, how is your reading progress this morning? Josie asked curiously. It should be pretty good. Leyton's eyes fell on the pile of books that hadn't been touched, and his voice became smaller and smaller as he spoke. Haha. It's okay. I also found it difficult to read at the beginning, but as I read more and more books, I found that my control over magic potions became more powerful, and the speed of reading naturally increased. Josie patted Leyton on the shoulder to comfort him. I haven't read a book in a long time. Today, I recalled what it's like to be dominated by knowledge. Leyton said with a lifeless expression. Haha, let's go, let's go. Let's go to lunch first, and then you can take a nap at noon. There's still plenty of time, you don't have to rush to read so much. Josie said, dragging Leyton out of the lounge. After having lunch with Josie in the Knowledge Church's cafeteria, Leyton had to admit that the church's food was indeed delicious. Although this work meal was not lavish, it was definitely delicious. Joseph was not there, and Josie originally wanted to invite Leyton to play cards with him, but unfortunately, Leyton didn't know how to play this kind of card game, so he had to refuse, saying that he would rest for a while and recall the content of the books he had read in the morning. Leyton's words received deep approval from Teacher Kose, who said that he would find some books suitable for Leyton's current reading stage in the afternoon. Leyton could only nod blankly, and he had to bear the words he said himself. No matter how helpless he was, he could only shout in his heart, "Someone save the child." Leyton put down the back of his chair in his reading position and adjusted it to a reclined angle, then lay down and closed his eyes to rest. I have to think of a way to speed up the progress. At this rate, when will I finish reading? It would be great if knowledge could enter my brain by itself, okay. Thinking about it, Leyton suddenly realized. He is not a pure beyonder of the reader pathway. As a beyonder of the mystery prior pathway, he can completely wait for the hidden sage to actively instill knowledge into him. Anyway, he is not afraid of being polluted by him, and the bonus brought by the reader pathway makes it easier for Leyton to digest the knowledge instilled in his mind. The only problem is that I seem to be a little different from ordinary mystery priors. The hidden sage may not come to actively instill knowledge into me. After all, they are all workers in the Knowledge Moor group. If the sage characteristic of sequence 2 in my body could be used, that would be great. I remember that the mythical creature form of the sage is a torrent of information. As an information creature, it should be easy for the sage to learn and master knowledge. I can only wait and see. If the hidden sage doesn't come to me for the sake of being a colleague, I can only actively contact him through ritual magic. The hidden sage should not have information about the early Earth civilization of the first epoch. If I use information that he doesn't have as an exchange, he will definitely not refuse. I just don't know how many transactions I can make with the information in my memory. Let's try to get something for free through colleague relations first. Such a small matter should not be refused by a great existence. Even the Evernight Goddess will reimburse believers' bills. The more Leyton thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. He stood up from the recliner in excitement. What's wrong? You just lay down, are you going to start reading again? Josie, who was sitting opposite, was startled by Leyton's movements and looked up at Leyton, who had stood up, and asked. No, I suddenly feel that I can't always read those books with pressure. This kind of efficiency is too low. We have to combine work and rest. Leyton, who was convinced of his idea just now, shook his head and said. Combine work and rest. After a period of thinking, you finally decided to play cards with me. Josie said. Josie and Leyton's conversation seemed very abrupt in the quiet lounge, and naturally attracted the attention of several teammates who were still in the lounge. Besides Joseph and Jessica, who were called away by the captain, Thea and Mr. Kozith were also in the lounge, and both of them curiously cast their gazes over. It's not that it's impossible, but we have to change the way we play. It's too boring for you to play cards like this. Let's change to a way that can both entertain and exercise our thinking. Leyton said with a whim. What kind of game? Josie was a little confused. Thea and Mr. Kozith in other positions also approached with great interest, wanting to see Leyton's game. It's very simple. I call this the Da Vinci Code. Leyton paused here and observed Josie's reaction to them. He was relieved to confirm that their expressions were confused and no one knew this game. With Roselle, the predecessor who didn't leave any work for other transmigrators, every subsequent transmigrator said it was difficult to do. Fortunately, Wang Tao should not have been interested in this kind of game, and did not move it to this era. Are there any playing cards? We need 22 playing cards and make some modifications. Leyton turned his attention to the 3 people who were approaching. Only 22 cards are needed. Sia asked. Yes, that's right. Leyton nodded. Well, I happen to have a deck of tarot cards here, exactly 22 cards. Sia took a brand new deck of tarot cards from her seat. Do you have a pen and paints? I need to write some numbers in different colors on them, which will ruin your tarot cards, is that okay? Leyton asked for Sia's opinion again after speaking. Just do your thing, I hope you can make this boring deck of tarot cards a little more interesting. Sia's words and voice always unconsciously evoked extra associations. I think you'll like this game, it's very interesting. Leyton replied stiffly. Facing Sia, Leyton felt like a three-dimensional otaku seeing a two-dimensional goddess walk into reality from the two-dimensional world. Every time he saw Sia's face, he couldn't help but take another look, but he felt a little embarrassed when communicating with Sia. This feeling was like the sanguine Emlyn White, who liked dolls, obviously liked them very much, but rejected the dolls coming to life. The two-dimensional goddess is always a goddess, but when she appears alive in front of him, Leyton feels very uncomfortable. Therefore, every time he communicates with Sia, Leyton feels particularly awkward, but he can't show it. Coincidentally, I have them here. Although I have given up on my dream of becoming a painter, I haven't thrown these things away. Josie didn't know where he found his old paints and brushes. Leyton found that there were even crayons in this pile of tools, so he chose 3 colors of crayons, red, blue, and white. These were more convenient to use. Wait for me a while, I'll explain the rules to you while I color the cards. Leyton took the crayons and tarot cards and started working. The rules of this game are very simple. There are 22 cards in total, 11 each of red and blue. Each card has a number from 0 to 10 written on it. I will shuffle the cards face down, and then the 4 of us will draw 3 cards. Leyton explained the rules while working. You're eliminated when all the cards in your hand are turned over. The person who lasts to the end wins. We'll play a game first, and you'll be able to fully grasp how to play. Leyton gathered the tarot cards that had been colored and numbered, and started shuffling them face down. Do you have any questions? Leyton asked everyone if they understood while shuffling the cards. Indeed, the rules are very simple, sounds a bit interesting. Sia nodded and commented. Well, we can add something outside the rules of the game to enhance our gaming experience, such as not using paper and pen to assist the game, using your own brain, not discussing your strategy and reasoning, and not exceeding 1 minute for each guess. This will make the game more enjoyable. Mr. Kozith added some supplements to the rules of the game that Leyton said. These were originally part of the rules, but Leyton didn't mention them first in order to let everyone quickly grasp the game. He didn't expect that Mr. Kozith would add these after only listening to Leyton's rules once. Leyton could only sigh in his heart that the reader pathway was really strong in mastering and understanding knowledge. After Mr. Kozith's rule supplement, Leyton had already guessed the outcome of the game. It was likely that Sia and Mr. Kozith would be the final winners, while he and Josie could only compete for last and second to last place. You really can't play this with beyonders of the reader pathway. Even if you play, you have to find someone with a lower sequence than yourself, otherwise you can't win at all. Leyton had already come to a conclusion in his heart. Then let's start. I'm very curious about this game, I hope our big boy can satisfy me. Sia said to Leyton teasingly. Under Sia's urging, Leyton quickly shuffled the cards and then drew cards in turn to start the game. Alas. I wanted to rely on my familiarity with the game to win a few rounds first. Leyton sighed. Unsurprisingly, he and Josie lost miserably. Sia and Mr. Kozith, one acted and the other calculated and reasoned with an expressionless face. It was impossible to get any extra information from them except for the cards that were turned over. Relying on memory and reasoning, Leyton and Josie, both sequence 8, were crushed. Haha. It seems I won. This game is very good. It seems our big boy has a lot of surprises. Sia happily won first place and teased Leyton. I lost. This game is still very useful for low sequence beyonders, especially those in the apprentice stage of reasoning. It can well exercise their own logical reasoning ability, but it seems insufficient for higher sequence beyonders, because the potions bonus to us is too great. This kind of small game is no longer meaningful, but it is still very good as a form of entertainment. Mr. Kozith expressed a view and explanation of this brand new board game. After speaking, he added, of course, this is only for beyonders of our reader pathway. I don't have to sit here and read books every day, I can finally have some other entertainment. Really? I suddenly have a bold idea. How about I contact a factory to make this game into a complete product? Then publish it in the church's newspapers and magazines. Mr. Kozith's evaluation makes me think this game is very likely to become popular. Leyton suddenly had an idea. Leyton didn't have this idea to make money, purely because he felt that as a transmigrator, he had to do something special. Huang Tao will bring the industrial revolution to this world, then I will bring a gaming trend. I have to leave some legends for the transmigrators Klein will send later. Leyton had already started planning his grand blueprint in his heart. Chapter 12, The Scarlet Witch. Sia. Your idea is indeed very bold, but why do you think the church would help you publish advertisements in newspapers and magazines? Even Sia found Leyton's thinking to be very erratic, unable to guess what he would want to do next. Can't I just pay? Or offer a cut? Besides, it's also beneficial to the church's beyonders, right? The church should be willing to negotiate, right, Sister Sia? As Leyton spoke, he became somewhat uncertain. After all, such a large knowledge church would hardly mobilize its resources for Leyton's small matter, even if it would be somewhat beneficial to them. Oh. I didn't expect you to be so pragmatic, little guy. You call me Sister Sia when you need help, but at other times it's the distant Miss Sia. Have I been wrong about you all along? Sia routinely displayed her acting skills to tease Leyton. Looking at the lady in front of him, with a sad expression, as if her heart had been broken by a scumbag and in need of comfort and pity, yet still beautiful as a flower, Leyton didn't know what to say for a moment. As for Josie on the side, he was already staring blankly, unable to speak. Leyton felt that if he were to ask Josie to speak at this moment, he would definitely stutter and stammer. Tisk, TSK. A drama queen, a waste of talent if she doesn't choose the witch pathway. Leyton complained inwardly, even feeling that if Sia chose the witch pathway, she would likely obtain the title of Red Witch. I always feel like you're thinking about something not very good. Sia's gaze suddenly became sharp and dangerous as she stared at Leyton. Ah. Why? Leyton stared innocently into Sia's eyes. It's nothing, little guy, keep it up, but don't let me catch you red-handed. Oh, right, if you want to realize your idea, you first need a set of practical playing cards, not these shoddy products made by casually drawing on a few tarot cards. It would be best if it started circulating within our church, so we can prove that this game really has the potential to become popular. Sia said, returning to her previous tone. Yes, a very good suggestion. I'll have the butler find a suitable factory to produce a few sets of cards when I get back tonight. Leyton nodded thoughtfully. Alas. As expected of a young master from a wealthy family. You even have a butler at home, unlike me, who has to run errands for everything myself, and no one feels sorry for this weak lady. Sia's words were as forceful as ever. Good tea. Leyton wanted to complain but didn't dare. A weak lady is referring to the kind who single-handedly slaughtered a pirate crew. Captain Icanton had returned while the others were discussing. Captain, there's a reason why you're still single. Sia rolled her eyes. Single-handedly slaughtered a pirate crew. What kind of Mary Sue novel is this? Leyton swallowed. Senior Sia is so strong. Josie's eyes were already twinkling with stars. Only Mr. Kozith didn't react much to this sentence, it seemed he already knew about it. The reason I'm single is that I don't think I can provide a stable family for a wife. Captain Icanton explained. Captain, such a serious explanation will only make Sia, this witch, play even more excitingly. Leyton mourned for his captain for a second in his heart, only for a second because he would be watching the show next. Sia didn't disappoint, uttering even more outrageous words. The reason you can't provide a stable family for a wife is because you like to cheat, Captain. So in your heart, the wildflowers outside are more tempting than the ones at home. Captain Icanton's face turned white and then black again, finally just weakly retorting, no. Ha ha. Ha ha. You're not as fun to tease as this little boy. Sia's laughter was a bit wild, until the captain's face turned black again that she stopped. I'm just an old man who can't keep up with the times, it's normal that I can't keep up with you young people's thinking. Icanton shook his head and said helplessly. Captain, why did you come back alone? Where are Miss Jessica and Joseph? Leyton interrupted the conversation between the captain and Sia after he had enough of the gossip, saving the captain from the fire. They stayed at the cemetery in the suburbs, observing the situation nearby. Undead creatures rarely come out during the day, it's not good for them. One of you go over there later to lend a hand, neither of them are good at fighting. I need to take 2 people to a private hospital on Hawk Street in the northwest. Who's coming? Icanton explained and then looked at the 4, asking for their opinions. Captain, can I go with you? I probably can't help Joseph and the others, I'm even less combat capable than them. Leyton said with self-awareness. Oh. So you're saying you can help on the other side, little boy? Sia retorted sarcastically. This woman is so vindictive, she clearly let it go just now. Leyton once again labeled Sia's effigy with the tags of petty and vindictive. Buy 2 get 1 free, I'm the freebie. I just want to broaden my horizons, my understanding of mysterious events is basically 0. Is that okay, Captain? Leyton made up a reason to explain why he wanted to go. As for Leyton's true intention, it was that he really didn't want to see that pile of books on the seat. Of course, curiosity was also genuine. Yes, you can. Sia, you go to the cemetery in the suburbs, don't go too late, Joseph and Jessica can't handle emergencies very well. Kozith, Josie, and Leyton, you come with me to the private hospital on Hawk Street in the northwest. Icanton quickly made the arrangements. So in your heart, Captain, I'm that important. You're actually letting me hold down the fort at the cemetery in the suburbs. I thought you would have Mr. Kozith go over there. Sia said with an incredulous look. Yes. Captain Ikanton nodded very seriously. I thought you just wanted to get rid of me, Captain, and didn't want to be with me. Since I'm so important, then Captain, I'll go to the cemetery in the suburbs first, it's not usually that far away. Captain, remember to reimburse me for the carriage fare. Sia teased the captain and then turned and left. Captain Ikanton's face darkened again, unsurprisingly. As expected of you, Red Witch, no, it should be called Reimbursement Hero now. She'll never spend money if she can get reimbursed. I should really recommend my lord, the fool, to this lady. The soul of Leyton's inner complaint was burning fiercely. Let's go too, let's try to resolve it as soon as possible, otherwise we'll have to work overtime today. Captain Ikanton said with a strong sense of being a working stiff. Yes, Captain. Okay, Captain. Okay, can I take a book with me? If I don't return here too late, I can also take it home to read. These books should be able to be taken home, right? Leyton asked uncertainly. Yes, just register it on the first floor, remember to return it on time, otherwise your salary will be deducted. Captain Ikanton nodded. Chapter 13, Pranks in the Hospital. Miss Raven. May 30th. Leyton and the others quickly arrived by carriage at the private hospital on Hawk Street in the northwest of Mudun. Although it was a private hospital, it didn't seem any smaller than a public one. The 5-story castle-like building in front of Leyton and the others covered an area of over 500 square meters, and the entire building belonged to this private hospital. Crimson Advanced Hospital, this hospital is indeed very red. Leyton looked at the building, which had a red base with alternating yellow stripes, and even the roof of the hospital was red. This is the best hospital in Mudun, but it's not well known in the surrounding areas, whether it's Fainapotter, Lenberg, or Seeger. The people at this private hospital are mostly opposed to the Church of the Earth Mother, so the Harvest Church transferred the case to us, Mr. Kozeth said, seeming to know a lot about the hospital. The hospital has recently been plagued by a thief. The things stolen aren't many or valuable, but it's a real embarrassment. We're here to handle this matter, Captain Ikanton explained about the private hospital. Isn't catching thieves the job of the Security Bureau? Josie asked. A real embarrassment. What is it? Leyton, holding a book titled, Hermes Language, From Beginner to Expert, curiously inquired about what exactly had been stolen from the hospital that had angered the people there enough to ask the church to handle it. Initially, it was the name of the hospital. Someone stole the hospital part of the Crimson Advanced Hospital sign and wrote Clubhouse in its place. Then, doctors' coats were stolen and worn by patients. Also, the signs for various departments in the hospital were stolen and randomly swapped, leading to male patients entering the obstetrics department, women entering the men's restroom, and patients with colds lying down in the intensive care unit and undergoing half a surgery, and so on. Captain Ikanton briefly explained the details of the incident. Also, the ventilation ducts in the hospital were stolen, causing the various smells inside the hospital to mix, making it particularly unpleasant. In addition, some of the doctor's collections were also stolen. The information given to us is roughly like this. It's initially suspected that a Beyonder of the Marauder pathway is playing a prank here, and the sequence is not too low, otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to do so many things in a short period of time in a densely populated place like a hospital without leaving a trace. Captain Ikanton added some more information. Since it's already a Beyonder with a not low sequence, why would they still play pranks? Even if they want to take revenge on someone at the hospital, they wouldn't need such childish methods, right? Josie asked the question on everyone's mind. It's impossible to know. The other party's actions have no purpose. Captain Ikanton shook his head. Could it be to distract everyone in order to hide their true purpose? Mr. Kozeth also offered his opinion. That possibility cannot be ruled out. Captain Ikanton nodded, agreeing with Mr. Kozeth's guess. Leyton, what do you think? Captain Ikanton then asked for Leyton's opinion. Me. Leyton's thoughts were still on the prank, and he was suddenly called upon. Leyton came back to his senses, thought for a moment, and said, I think it might really just be a prank. Why would someone with such Beyonder abilities be so obsessed with pranks? Josie retorted. Because I can't think of any other reason for them to do these things. Moreover, there's no pattern to their behavior, like a fun seeker looking for amusement, Leyton shrugged. The main reason Leyton thought this was a prank was because the One of the Marauder pathway was such a fun seeker. When encountering things related to the Marauder pathway, Leyton subconsciously thought of that fun seeker. Who told that pathway to have almost all the demigod level and above Beyonders eaten by him, and he also had a bunch of avatars wandering around. It was difficult for Leyton not to associate this matter with that fun seeker, and even avoided mentioning his name to avoid unnecessary trouble. Although it's unbelievable, it's indeed reasonable, Mr. Kozeth said after a moment of silence after listening to Leyton's words. Let's go. Let's pretend to be ordinary family members of patients and take a look inside the hospital first. Now, due to this series of incidents, the management inside the hospital is in chaos. It's very convenient for us to observe the actual situation, but we must always pay attention to our own condition. If that thief is still in the hospital, the things on us and even our own thoughts may be stolen by the other party, Captain Ikanton instructed. Since the other party is so dangerous, why are only a few of us here? If the other party really has such abilities, it will be difficult for us to keep them from leaving, right? Leyton asked suspiciously, feeling that the captain didn't seem to be very concerned about this incident involving a suspected marauder pathway beyonder with a not low sequence. If we can't handle it, we'll hand over the matter to the Church of the Earth Mother to resolve this incident. Moreover, these matters are originally under the jurisdiction of the Church of the Earth Mother. After all, this is Fainapotter, and the Church of Knowledge has limited influence here. We only need to come and collect some information to prove that we can't handle this matter, and then hand it over to the Church of the Earth Mother, Captain Ikanton said in a very serious and earnest tone, uttering this passage of words of passive sabotage. Ah! Is that even possible? Honest child Josie had obviously never seen such an operation and looked very shocked. Is the owner of this hospital's identity unusual? So, it's necessary to use this roundabout way. Mr. Kozith quickly realized the key to the problem. The identity on the surface is a nobleman. As for the identity behind the scenes, there are no corresponding records in the church's information. Captain Ikanton nodded in agreement with Mr. Kozith's view. The identity behind the scenes, the hospital's name is Crimson, could this be a sanguine's industry? If that's the case, this thief is a bit amazing, able to cause trouble again and again under the noses of the sanguine without being caught, Leyton thought silently in his heart as he looked at the castle-like building, which was mainly red. When he came back to his senses, Leyton found that the captain and Josie had already entered the hospital. Leyton quickly followed. Ouch! Leyton had just quickly walked to the hospital gate when he bumped into a figure that suddenly darted out. Then, Leyton was knocked back 2 steps and sat down on the ground with a thud. The figure that collided with Leyton also exclaimed and took 2 steps back to steady herself. Leyton looked up and found that the person he had bumped into was a girl with red hair and red eyes, dressed in a classic Gothic-style long dress, and with a pale complexion that didn't show much blood. Her features were as delicate as a finely crafted doll. At this moment, she was holding up her long skirt with one hand to prevent it from dragging on the ground, and rubbing her forehead with the other. Looking at the other party's action of rubbing her forehead, Leyton felt that his nose was also quite painful. Leyton, who wanted to stand up from the ground, found that his butt also hurt when he moved, and couldn't help but gasp. Hey! You're not trying to scam me, are you? The girl on the opposite side obviously heard the sound Leyton had just made, and stopped rubbing her forehead. She put her hands on her hips and looked like she was about to get angry. My name isn't Hay. Also, I was the one who got bumped into more badly, right? I haven't even gotten angry yet, what are you getting angry about? Leyton also imitated her and showed his young master temper. When they collided just now, Leyton realized that something was wrong with the girl on the opposite side. She was definitely not an ordinary person. When the two of them collided, it was actually himself, a sequence 8 beyonder, who was knocked to the ground, even though reader and seer were not pathways that focused on strengthening physical fitness. After putting his crooked glasses back on, Leyton unceremoniously stretched out his left hand and said, "Help me up. I'm a little sore." Humph. If you're a little sore, then endure it. How dare you make such an unreasonable request, you unreasonable lower life form, the red-haired girl said unceremoniously, obviously angered by Leyton's attitude. Lower life form. Are you a non-human higher life form? Leyton carefully observed the other party's reaction while saying this. Humph. That, of course, is impossible. The red-haired girl was not fooled by Leyton's simple words. Not getting the information he wanted, Leyton was not disappointed. He propped himself up with one hand and covered his nose with the other, standing up from the ground. It really hurts. Hey. It seems like my nose is bleeding because you bumped into me. Do you know where the hospital's doctor is? Take me to treat the wound. Leyton felt a liquid sliding down his hand covering his nose. My name isn't Hay either. Also, you were the one who bumped into me just now, the red-haired girl corrected. I was the one who got bumped into more badly, how could it be me who bumped into you? Leyton retorted. That's because you're weak, the red-haired girl said unceremoniously, paused for a moment, looked at Leyton's hand covering his nose, and said, moreover, it's impossible to treat your nosebleed now. Just let it heal on its own, anyway, bleeding this little bit won't have much impact. Isn't this a hospital? Leyton thought the other party was teasing him. So what if it's a hospital? All the cotton swabs in the hospital were stolen by the thief just now, the red-haired girl said through gritted teeth. Leyton was speechless. Does this thief's family not have cotton in their quilt anymore? The red-haired girl didn't respond to Leyton's words, but carefully tugged at Leyton's sleeve, quickly withdrawing her hand as if touching something dirty. She turned and walked into the hospital, saying, "Come with me, you should be glad that the guy whose family doesn't have cotton in their quilt didn't steal the faucet as well." It's good enough to wash away the blood you're bleeding, and your nose has already stopped bleeding much. How do you know? Leyton's hand covering his nose did feel that the bleeding from his nose had stopped. Why do you have so many questions? The red-haired girl was very impatient. I see that you like to talk a lot, so I asked a few more questions. Leyton shrugged, speaking in a somewhat annoying tone. The red-haired girl was silent for a long time before saying, "This hospital doesn't treat mental patients." Chapter 14, Chinibu Vampire Girl. Miss Raven. May 30th. Under the guidance of the red-haired girl, Leyton walked to the sink at the corner of the stairs, turned on the faucet to clean the blood flowing from his nose, and found that the nosebleed had indeed stopped. "Are you a doctor at this hospital?" Leyton asked curiously. "Do I look like one?" the red-haired girl said impolitely. "Anyway, you look even less like a patient," Leyton shrugged. "Of course, I'm not a patient." The red-haired girl's anger, which had just subsided, was ignited again by Leyton. Leyton looked at her appearance, clearly angry but trying to maintain her image, and wanted to laugh, but he tried hard to hold back because he had basically guessed the identity of this red-haired girl. "Hey! What impolite things are you thinking about? Your expression looks like a pervert, you know," the girl said angrily, wanting to hit someone. "I'm really not called Hey. I'm thinking if I were a provoker of the hunter pathway, I would definitely be able to digest the potion quickly in front of you." Leyton had a playful smile on his face. "You? What do you mean? I don't care if you're called Hey or not. What provoker, but you're really good at provoking." The girl looked flustered for a moment, and then pretended to be calm. "Is that so? It's a pity, the hunter pathway is not very good at defense, otherwise I would really like to choose the hunter pathway," Leyton said with a regretful expression. "Heh. A person who is greedy for life and afraid of death," the girl mocked unceremoniously. Leyton shrugged indifferently and said, "After all, a qualified hunter is very good at attracting hatred. If he is not resistant enough to beatings, how can he survive? What do you say? This sanguine who sees life and death indifferently." "It's sanguine," the girl's eyes stared at Leyton, scarlet as blood. "Yeah, it's sanguine," Leyton quickly nodded in agreement. The girl also realized that she had been tricked at this time. You tricked me. Evil, dirty, and despicable human. Hey. You're going too far, right? This is clearly wisdom. Don't use so many adjectives all at once." Leyton stepped aside slightly towards the stairs, a little worried that the sanguine girl's psychological endurance was not good enough and she would go berserk. "I'm not called Hey." The sanguine girl saw the other parties retreat and the anger that had been suppressed rose again. "Then what's your name?" Leyton asked. The sanguine girl stared at Leyton for a while before proudly raising her chin, putting her hands on her hips, and said arrogantly, "Is this the purpose of you despicable humans?" "Humph. It's not impossible to satisfy your rude request. Listen carefully, my name is Eliza, the favored one of the great progenitor, who will lead the sanguine to a glorious future, Blood Moon Queen too. Why do you have to do so many actions just to say a name?" Leyton expressed that he did not understand the Chinibu of the sanguine. "Mind your own business. What about you, Hey? What are you called?" Eliza said arrogantly. "Me. Joshua Lear. Telling each other's names counts as friends, right? You can't hit people just because you're angry." Leyton casually made up a name. "I had already suppressed my anger, but when you said that, I wanted to beat you up again," Eliza said fiercely. "It's okay, think whatever you want, I'm very generous, as long as you don't do anything," Leyton said in an indifferent tone. Eliza gave Leyton a big eye roll with her scarlet eyes. "Are you a member of the Knowledge Church here to investigate this incident? Is there no one left in your Knowledge Church? Sending such a weak person over, you should just go back where you came from. You couldn't even catch the despicable thief or find any clues, you're even more useless." Eliza stared at Leyton carefully for a few glances and said impolitely. "Why do you think I'm a member of the Knowledge Church?" Leyton asked curiously, feeling that he shouldn't have such obvious directional actions or characteristics. Eliza stared at Leyton with a look as if he was a fool and said, "Who else but the people from your Knowledge Church would bring a book with them to the hospital for no reason?" Book. Leyton was stunned for a moment before he realized it. It seemed that the book he was carrying had been lost. "Don't look, you dropped it on the ground at the gate and never picked it up," Eliza said. "I didn't even remember that I was carrying a book," Leyton frowned. His spiritual intuition reminded him that things might not be so simple. "TCH. I thought people from your Knowledge Church liked books so much, but they didn't even notice that the one in their hand had been dropped for so long," Eliza said disdainfully. "The point is that I didn't think about my book at all at the time, and I didn't notice it." "Don't you think that's reasonable?" Leyton said. "What's unreasonable about that? You're just stupid from reading too much," Eliza said carelessly. Leyton was a little speechless. He seemed to have overestimated the IQ of this sanguine Chinibu girl, so he had to explain, when something in your hand is knocked off, you shouldn't be completely unaware, right? But I didn't have any relevant thoughts at all. It can only be said that there was a thief nearby who could steal people's thoughts. A thief who can steal people's thoughts. Are you trying to get back some lost face for yourself? Eliza said suspiciously. Sequence 5, Dream Stealer. The Beyonders of this sequence can take away other people's ideals and dreams, and can also steal other people's memories, and even steal the ideas that the other party is about to put into practice. You dare to come out and catch thieves alone without even knowing these things. Leyton didn't expect this Chinibu sanguine girl to be so reckless. How could I have imagined that a crazy prankster would have such a high sequence? Eliza felt a little aggrieved. That's not right. Since your church knows this information, why did you send a weakling who has just taken the potion and hasn't mastered his own characteristics and abilities? The weakling was speechless for a moment, sighed, and said, so, obviously, I'm not here to investigate this incident. I'm just here to watch and accumulate some experience for myself. Moreover, I judged that the other party was a Sequence 5 Beyonder based on my encounter just now. I didn't know these things before I came, otherwise I wouldn't have come. Coward. You're giving up so quickly. Eliza felt that she was going to be angered to death by the guy in front of her. She had never seen such an annoying person from the Knowledge Church. The other side is very likely to be a Sequence 5, or at least a Sequence 7 or Sequence 6 who has the corresponding sealed artifact. No matter which one it is, it's not something that someone like me, who is just Sequence 8 and hasn't mastered his own Beyonder abilities, can deal with. Moreover, my pathway doesn't have any combat power improvement in the early stages. Leyton was also very helpless. He didn't expect that the other party would likely be a Sequence 5 powerhouse before he came. You're already here, come on, go find this guy with me. Eliza insisted on catching the other party, no matter how much Leyton emphasized that the other party was very strong. Leyton glanced at the other party and said, so you are the hospital doctor whose collection was stolen. It's not me, it's my brother whose doll was stolen, Eliza said. Your sanguine's hobbies are quite special. Then what did you have stolen? Leyton could only sigh at the sanguine's fondness for dolls. What do you mean our sanguine? It's just my brother, okay. That damn thief stole my pauses, it was so small and so cute. Eliza's expression became very angry when she talked about her stolen pauses, and her cold white skin looked a little bloody. Is your brother called Emlyn? Leyton asked curiously. He remembered that the sanguine who loved to collect dolls was in Backlund. What Emlyn? Eliza asked strangely. It's nothing, let's go to other parts of the hospital and see. From the thief's perverted taste, after working so hard, he will definitely find a good place to watch this drama. Leyton shook his head and greeted Eliza, preparing to go to other floors of the hospital to take a look. You seem to know a lot about this kind of thing. You wouldn't be that kind of person too, would you? Eliza asked. Of course not, this is just analyzing a person's psychology and behavior to infer the other party's next move. By the way, do you have any mystical items? Do you have anything you can lend me for self-defense? Leyton explained, and then felt that it was too risky for a noob like him to find a high-sequence powerhouse hiding here, so he asked Eliza, who was a sanguine, if she had anything that could be used for self-defense. You don't have any mystical items? Eliza said incredulously, and then felt that her direct words were a bit rude, so she added, I only have one mystical item, but I can't give it to you. It's not that I'm stingy, but the negative impact on creatures other than sanguine is too great. Well, that's good. The Marauder pathway has a special sense for treasures. If there are too many mystical items, it will be like sending equipment to the other party. Leyton didn't feel anything. On the contrary, he felt that this was just right. It didn't matter whether he could catch the other party or not. Anyway, the captain said that this matter would be handed over to the Earth Mother's church later. It would be uncomfortable if his side sent a wave of equipment as a group. Boom. Boom boom. Ah. Eliza wanted to say something, but at this time, the sound of something exploding suddenly came from upstairs, accompanied by people's screams. Don't worry, go slowly, pay attention to the people around you and their expressions. The thief is likely to be hiding around. Think a few more times when you encounter something, have more thoughts in your mind, so even if the thief wants to steal our thoughts, he will have to steal them a few more times, which will leave us with some reaction time. Leyton grabbed the sanguine girl who was about to run upstairs quickly and told her. Chapter 15 Prank. Leyton and Eliza arrived at the third floor of the hospital where the explosion had occurred earlier. The doctors on this floor had already maintained order, leaving only small groups of people gathered together, discussing something. At the end of the corridor, in front of the washroom entrance, was a scattering of confetti, paper scraps, and fragments of burst balloons. Looking at the mess before him, Leyton could already guess what had happened. The mischievous thief had prepared many balloons filled with air and confetti in the washroom, using mechanisms or beyond their abilities to make them explode when someone opened the washroom door. This was likely the source of the explosion and screams that he and Eliza had heard downstairs. The balloon trap wasn't far from the washroom, and Leyton could even see the words on the scraps of paper on the ground. After struggling to identify a few scattered words, Leyton's expression became strange. This thief must have failed all his exams when he was studying. With nothing better to do, he stole my book just to tear it into pieces and scatter them everywhere. Now you know how boring and annoying this thief is, right? Perfect, you go and see if you can divine anything from these scraps of paper, Eliza said. This isn't my book, it's borrowed from the library. I have to return it, Leyton said speechlessly, but he still silently walked to the ground in front of the washroom door and picked up some scraps of paper. While Leyton was collecting the paper scraps, Eliza turned and walked in the other direction of the corridor. For a sanguine with a keen sense of smell, the washroom was not a pleasant place. By the time Leyton had collected the usable paper scraps, Eliza was nowhere to be seen. Leyton looked around, but he didn't see the captain and the others either. He didn't know if they hadn't arrived yet or had already left. Leyton guessed it was more likely the latter. However, Leyton wasn't in a hurry to reunite with the captain and the others. Since the captain hadn't immediately come looking for him after he had fallen behind, it meant that the captain must have left a mark on him, so the captain could roughly know his situation in this hospital. He leaned against the wall in front of the window across from the stairs. Fortunately, the mystical knowledge I've mastered includes divination, Leyton sighed in his heart, then held the scraps of paper in his hand against his forehead and closed his eyes to meditate. After a while, a picture appeared in Leyton's mind. A person wearing a linen robe was holding a book with the words, Hermes language, from beginner to master, printed on the cover, but the person's appearance was blurred, and it was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. The picture turned again, and it became a gentleman in formal attire, wearing a top hat and a bow tie, tearing a book into pieces as if venting his anger. The dream divination scene ended there. Leyton opened his eyes and sighed. He didn't get much useful information. He only knew that his book was indeed picked up by someone, and then torn to pieces by another person, but the attire of the two people before and after was completely different, and the picture divined was too blurred to determine the changes in body details, so he couldn't tell if it was the disguise of one person. You're divining. Any results? Captain Icanton's voice suddenly came from the side. Leyton quickly turned around and saw Captain Icanton standing beside him, watching him silently, while Josie and Mr. Kozith were nowhere to be seen. Captain. When did you get here? I bumped into someone at the hospital entrance and was delayed for a while, and then I found that you were gone. Leyton explained the reason for his lagging behind after seeing Captain Icanton. As for divination, there's a little information, but it's useless. Leyton shook his head and added. Well, it's okay, I know. We originally planned to split up and walk around each floor of the hospital. Moving together would be too conspicuous, so I didn't wait for you. I left a mark on you before. As long as you don't leave this building, I can know your situation immediately if anything happens, Captain Icanton said, nodding, not minding Leyton's lagging behind. By the way, Captain, the book I took out of the library was stolen by the thief, and torn into pieces, all over the ground. Leyton spread out his palm to reveal the scraps of paper in his hand, and at the same time looked at the ground in front of the washroom door not far away, where the cleaners in the hospital were already cleaning up the scattered scraps of paper and confetti. So that's it. No wonder Kozith said the scraps of paper on the ground looked familiar, Icanton pondered. Do you remember how the book was stolen? Captain Icanton asked. I remember some, Leyton nodded and continued when he saw the captain didn't interrupt him. When I first entered the hospital and bumped into someone, the book in my hand also fell to the ground, but I didn't seem to notice it at the time. After getting up from the ground, I didn't remember that I had a book at all, until the lady I bumped into said I brought a book, then I remembered it, but at that time the book had already been taken away. Well, I see. Captain Icanton's brow furrowed. Captain, is there any problem with this? I always feel like I've forgotten something. Leyton subtly mentioned the topic of forgetting a part of his memory, so that the captain could associate it with the dream stealer from the Marauder pathway. Next, you stay by my side, we'll go find Josie and Kozith. This matter is more troublesome than I expected, we can't act separately. The other party is a high-sequence powerhouse with rather strange abilities. Icanton's tone became serious. After speaking, Icanton turned and stepped onto the stairs, walking upstairs. Okay, Captain, Leyton replied while quickly following the captain's steps. Following Icanton, Josie was found on the 4th floor of the hospital, chatting with a doctor about the recent gossip in the hospital. He was chatting enthusiastically with another doctor who looked about the same age, but whose hairline was receding severely and who looked tired. Oh. We'll talk next time, my friend is here to find me. Don't be too stressed either, the officials will definitely solve this matter. At worst, it's just a matter of losing face. As long as everyone loses face together, it's the same as no one losing face. Josie patted the shoulder of the haggard doctor opposite him and said. After saying goodbye to the other party, Josie came to join the captain and Leyton who were waiting in the distance. Oh. Captain. Did you find any clues? As soon as he came over, Josie couldn't help but start asking. According to the previous agreement, everyone would only reunite after finding clues or visiting the entire hospital, but now it hadn't been long since they entered the hospital, and the captain had already come to find him with Leyton, which meant that they had found more important clues. Captain Icanton didn't say much, just hummed softly and walked downstairs. Josie and Leyton looked at each other, and then followed the captain downstairs. The three of them saw Mr. Kozeth asking for information at the hospital front desk on the first floor of the hospital. After the three of them approached, Mr. Kozeth also noticed the three of them walking over. "Captain, why are you all down here?" Mr. Kozeth asked in confusion. "Hello, are you Mr. Joshua?" The receptionist suddenly asked Leyton at this time. Leyton's spiritual intuition was triggered at this time, and he subconsciously asked, looking at the staff in front of him, "Did someone leave something for me?" "Yes, it's a book," the staff nodded. Then, he took out a book that Leyton was very familiar with, Hermes Language, From Beginner to Master, from a drawer on the side of the desk. Leyton reached out to take the book, but was stopped by the captain next to him. "Just put it on the table." "But, that gentleman said it must be handed to Mr. Joshua," the staff said helplessly. "It's okay, you put it there, I'll take it when I leave the hospital later." Leyton didn't know why the captain didn't let him touch the book, but he still chose to follow the captain's suggestion. But the staff wanted to continue to persuade. Swish. Captain Icanton suddenly shook a paper figure out of his pocket, and the paper figure directly stuck to the staff member's body. The words that the staff member was about to say stopped like this, and the other party suddenly froze in place. Then Icanton shook another paper figure out of the other pocket of his clothes. This paper figure swelled and deformed in midair, turning into a real person. "Go pick up that book," Icanton quickly gave the order. Upon receiving the order issued by Icanton, the person transformed from the paper figure reached out and took the book in the staff member's hand. Before he could make the next move, the person transformed from the paper figure suddenly rushed towards the staff member opposite, distorted for a while and turned into a pile of paper scraps floating in midair, and burned spontaneously in the air before landing and disappeared into ashes. The change came too suddenly. Although Leyton had thought that something would happen after the paper figure took the book, he didn't expect that in just an instant, the humanoid transformed from the paper figure rushed towards the hospital staff in front of him, and there was no time to stop him. Fortunately, the paper figure then shattered into paper scraps and then spontaneously combusted. No, this is not good at all. If the captain hadn't used the paper figure to take the book, wouldn't the person who was hit be me? Leyton secretly rejoiced in his heart that he was following the captain. The four stood in place in silence for a while. Icanton reached out and tore off the paper figure on the hospital staff, crumpled it into a ball and put it in his pocket. "Let's go." The paper figure carries a psychological suggestion. "She will wake up in a while and forget what just happened," Captain Icanton explained. "Okay, Captain, then how should this book be handled?" Leyton pointed to the book that had just been thrown on the ground by the paper figure and asked. "Take it back to the church," Icanton said. "Okay." Leyton saw that the captain didn't say anything else, and knew that there should be no problem with this book, so Leyton bent down and picked up the book from the ground. The weight in his hand was much lighter than Leyton expected. Leyton reached out and opened the book. Unsurprisingly, only the cover and the edges of the paper were left in this book. The content in the middle had been hollowed out and torn apart and scattered at the entrance of the washroom on the third floor. Chapter 16, Mission Suspended. After leaving the hospital, Captain Icanton said, "Just now, several simple spells were added to the book. They will be triggered and applied to the person who picks up the book. The information conveyed by the paper figurine is limited, and I can't judge the effects of those spells. I only know that they are not fatal and are more like pranks. Because of certain concealment, I wouldn't have known what the situation was before picking up the book. It was just my spiritual intuition that vaguely sensed that something had been done to the book." "Then why is that staff member okay? She also picked up this book?" Leyton asked, puzzled. "There should be certain safeguards in place. The other party is very cunning and capable, but their behavior is very strange. It seems that they have only been playing pranks. But if it's just pranks, with the ability the other party has shown, they shouldn't be limited to that hospital," Mr. Kozeth analyzed. "Why did that staff member call you Joshua?" Josie asked Leyton, puzzled. I met a sanguine when I entered the hospital and just made up a fake name," Leyton said simply. "A sanguine?" Josie and Mr. Kozeth exclaimed in surprise at the same time. "Yes, a sanguine. The real controller behind this hospital should be a sanguine." "Captain, is this matter related to sanguine?" "And they don't want the Church of the Earth Mother to investigate this matter," Leyton said his guess. "It shouldn't be. They don't want the Church of the Earth Mother to come because the Church of the Earth Mother always likes to persuade Sanguine to believe in the Mother Earth, but the Orthodox Sanguine have always believed in Lilith, the Sanguine ancestor." Captain Icanton shook his head. Then he said, "Let's put this matter aside for now. This prankster here is likely to be a high-sequence powerhouse of the Marauder pathway. The abilities of the Beyonders of this pathway are inherently strange and not something we can deal with. Also, Leyton, try not to act alone. Always pay attention to your own condition. The other party may be targeting you. After returning, I will discuss with the bishop to have you stay in the church during this period or send someone to protect you secretly, Captain Icanton finally instructed Leyton separately. Even if the captain didn't say it, Leyton would have taken the initiative to bring it up. It seemed that he had been targeted by the other party since he entered the hospital. Facing the gaze of a Sequence 5 Beyonder who might be lurking in the dark, Leyton felt uncomfortable all over. Especially since the other party was of the Marauder pathway, Leyton felt that if this continued, he would develop Amon phobia before even meeting Amon. Meow. Meow meow. Meow. A black cat passed by Leyton, followed by a group of cats of various colors and breeds. There were even 2 puppies mixed in. Under the leadership of the leading black cat, they swaggered across the road and walked into an alley. Is this some outrageous cat adventure team? Leyton looked at the scene in front of him and wondered if he had walked into the children's channel. However, that black cat seems unusual. It's a bit like a supernatural creature. The radiance of its mind and heart body is not something ordinary animals can have. It's a pity that the captain and the others are here. Otherwise, I really want to use the Eye of Mystery prying to see what's going on with this cat. Leyton's mental activity stopped only after all the cats, led by the black cat, walked into the alley and disappeared from sight. Now even stray cats have their own gangs. Josie was also shocked by the disciplined cats before. Stray cats and stray dogs do have a certain degree of teamwork, but it's rare to see so many cats gathered together. Mr. Kozith shook his head and said. After that, the group returned to the executor team's office building in a carriage without incident. After returning, Captain Icanton went directly to the Knowledge Church to find Bishop Angerman King. I don't know what Captain Icanton discussed with the bishop, but the captain's face was not very good after returning to the executor team's office area. Leyton was originally thinking about the identity of the prankster in the hospital. The other party seemed to know him too well, as if he had been with the other party since he entered the hospital. But that sanguine girl, Eliza, who had been with him for a long time, was obviously not a Beyonder of the Marauder pathway. Moreover, with the intelligence of this sanguine girl, Leyton felt that the other party couldn't come up with so many prank methods. Leyton, come to my office for a moment, Captain Icanton suddenly called Leyton. Okay, Captain, Leyton replied, coming back to his senses, and then got up to go to the captain's office. The door to the captain's office was not closed. Leyton pushed the door open and entered. Captain, you were looking for me. Yes, close the door first. There's something I need to give you, Captain Icanton said. Hearing this, Leyton closed the office door and walked to the captain's desk. Captain Icanton picked up a metal box from the desk and opened it. Inside was something that looked like a scale from a large creature, about half the size of a palm, with light yellow stains on the surface, as if splashed on it. The overall color was grayish-brown, with inconspicuous patterns. This is something for you. You will carry it temporarily. If it is still on you later, it needs to be returned to the church. It doesn't matter if it is damaged or lost, Captain Icanton said while signaling Leyton to take the metal box. After taking the metal box, Leyton did not directly reach out to take out the scale-like thing inside. He directly observed the box for a while. As Leyton watched, the Eye of Mystery prying instinctively opened on its own. Then, the scene Leyton saw changed. In Leyton's passive Eye of Mystery prying, the light yellow stains on the surface of the scale-like thing seemed to come alive and wriggled on the surface of the scale. The grayish-brown color on the surface of the scale gradually faded and turned bronze. The originally inconspicuous patterns on it became vivid and lifelike. Leyton subconsciously wanted to see these patterns clearly. Roar, a huge dragon roar seemed to come from his mind. Leyton shifted his gaze and closed his eyes at the same time. His eyes were a little stinging, and his head was as swollen and painful as if it had been crushed by a heavy object. Clang. The box in his hand was closed by someone from across the table. Don't use spirit vision casually, especially on mystical items. They may involve high-level power corruption. Using spirit vision to observe them at will allow you to see things you shouldn't see. Loss of control, collapse, and madness are all possible, Icanton instructed sternly. After a while, Leyton regained his senses, opened his slightly red eyes, and lowered his head, saying, I understand, Captain. It's okay. I didn't expect you to progress so quickly and have already mastered spirit vision so proficiently. I didn't tell you the relevant precautions before. Captain Icanton didn't mind Leyton's recklessness and instead praised him for his good mastery of spirit vision. Don't worry too much about it. This is a good thing. At least in the future, you will clearly know that spirit vision cannot be used casually. Not everyone or everything can be seen. All comes from the little things in life, not from other people's word of mouth. At this point, Captain Icanton brushed over this sudden situation. Captain, is this a dragon scale? After the small episode just now, Leyton quickly regained his composure. Yes, this is considered a mystical item called bronze scale. It only has one function. When you wear it close to your skin, the scale will solidify the state of your body. During this period, any attacks or curses that affect your state will not take effect. Of course, positive blessings, etc., will also not take effect. It is equivalent to temporarily entering an invincible state, but it can only last for 5 seconds, Captain Icanton nodded and said. Once this time is exceeded, your body will undergo irreversible alienation. When you take off the scale, you will end this process. After that, your body will uncontrollably fall into a period of weakness depending on the amount of influence it has received during the constant state process. There is no limit to the number of uses, but it cannot be used frequently, otherwise your body will not be able to bear it and will collapse. Captain Icanton explained the limitations of this scale in detail. Hiss, so strong, invincible. Leyton felt that this scale was simply a divine weapon, and there was no limit to the number of uses. Captain Icanton interrupted Leyton's beautiful fantasy. It's not as strong as you think. The state stabilized by this scale has a limit, and this limit will not recover. Each use will cause a certain amount of damage to it. Whether or not it is attacked or affected during the stabilization process, the more attacks and influences it receives, the greater the damage. This kind of limitation did not exceed Leyton's expectations. Otherwise, this mystical item would not have come into his hands. Then Captain, how much damage can it withstand? Leyton asked curiously. I don't know either. Captain Icanton rarely shook his head, indicating that he also had things he didn't know. Take care of it and don't lose it. It's not only to protect yourself, but also proof of identity, Captain Icanton added. Leyton still wanted to ask in detail about the situation, but he was kicked out of the office by the captain. Chapter 17, The Crow, the Cat, and the Clown. After staying in the executor team's office until he got off work, Leyton took 2 more books from Mr. Kozith, one in Elvish and the other in Jotun. Then, carrying the small iron box containing the bronze phosphorus and the 2 books, he took a carriage home. When he returned home, the sky hadn't completely darkened yet, and the street lights on both sides hadn't been lit. Leyton stood at the door, his eyes sweeping across the street. This area was a neighborhood with more wealthy residents, White Maple Street. There weren't many pedestrians or vendors on the street, only carriages coming and going. Leyton's gaze swept across the entire neighborhood, and after finding nothing that triggered his spiritual intuition, he felt a little relieved. Although the captain didn't say much when he handed the bronze phosphorus to Leyton in the afternoon, Leyton could guess that he was mostly being used as bait to lure out the Beyonder from the Marauder pathway who had been playing pranks in the hospital. Given the prankster attributes the person had shown, now that he had targeted Leyton, he might come looking for him. Just a piece of bronze phosphorus couldn't give Leyton a sense of security. Although this mystical item was indeed very powerful, mystical items needed to be used. Leyton didn't think he would have time to use a mystical item when facing that Beyonder who seemed to be a Sequence 5 dream stealer, especially since the other party was one of the most bizarre pathways. After withdrawing his gaze from scanning the surrounding neighborhood, Leyton turned and opened the door to go home. A crow landed on the street lamp to Leyton's right. The crow's plumage was somewhat different, it wasn't pure black, but rather had some dark red feathers on its wings, legs, and head, like a non-mainstream crow among crows. The crow's strange plumage caught Leyton's attention, and as he made the action of opening the door to enter the house, he slightly turned his head to glance at the crow. Spiritual intuition gave no warning, and the eye of mystery prying didn't see anything either. It really is just a non-mainstream crow. The slight suspicion that Leyton had due to the crow's feather color dissipated. The element of crows was a little too sensitive at this time. Amon's preferred form was a crow, and now he was being targeted by a suspected Sequence 5 dream stealer. Any crow that appeared around him at this time could make Leyton suspect something was wrong, even though he knew that marauders only gained the ability to parasitize after Sequence 4. Young master, you're back. Sally is already preparing dinner. It will be ready in about 15 minutes, the butler greeted him immediately, seemingly having timed his wait in the living room for Leyton's return. Okay, I'll be in the study for a while. Call me when dinner is ready, Leyton nodded. Very well, young master. I took your glasses to the shop for repair today. They should be fixed tomorrow or the day after at the latest. It had to be said that the butler was truly reliable. Glasses. Okay, I understand. Uncle Sean, take a rest. Just call me when dinner is ready, Leyton nodded and quickly walked into the study. After entering the study and closing the door, Leyton's face darkened. He placed the 2 books he was holding on the desk, then opened the metal box containing the bronze phosphorus. Looking at the gray-brown dragon scale inside the box, Leyton hesitated for a long time before closing the box. Touching it with my hand, I don't know if that counts as skin contact. To be safe, I should keep it in this metal box. Maybe it can even isolate the Marauder pathway Beyonder's perception of treasures, Leyton sighed, ultimately not taking out the bronze phosphorus. The butler's words just now reminded Leyton of something he had forgotten after going to the Crimson Advanced Hospital on Hawk Street today. He had clearly bought two identical pairs of glasses in the morning, one he was wearing and the other he had been keeping in his coat pocket, but he didn't know when it had disappeared, and he hadn't even remembered that he had another pair of glasses. If the butler hadn't mentioned that he had taken the previously broken pair of glasses to be repaired, I wouldn't have remembered that I had another pair of glasses. Only by truly facing the beyonders of the Marauder pathway can you know how bizarre and terrifying they are, Leyton muttered. Leyton sat down on a chair and carefully recalled everything he had encountered in the Crimson Advanced Hospital, but no matter how much he recalled, he couldn't remember any memories related to glasses. It couldn't have happened after I met the captain, otherwise the captain should have noticed something was wrong. It could only have been during the time I spent with Eliza. Could there be something wrong with that sanguine named Eliza? Or was there a third person always next to us? Leyton immediately denied his own idea. The sanguine sense of smell couldn't be easily deceived. Although the air in the hospital wasn't circulating properly and various odors were mixed due to the ventilation duct being stolen, Eliza should have been able to detect it if someone was right next to them. All the evidence points to Eliza. Is she really a sanguine? Or is she pretending? The person I divined taking away my dropped book and tearing the book was also dressed differently. The more Leyton thought, the more suspicious he found the sanguine girl Eliza he had encountered. But that's not right. If she really had a problem, she wouldn't have cared about my provocative words back then. So why is she targeting me? Is there something special about me? Leyton carefully considered whether there was anything about himself that might attract others. After thinking for a long time without any results, Leyton got up irritably and walked back and forth in the study. Woof woof, woof. Meow. Meow. Meow, meow. The sound of cats and dogs, rising and falling, came from outside the window, and judging from the sound, they were staying on this street. Leyton remembered that although there were people on this street who kept pet cats and dogs, there shouldn't be so many. Following the sound, he walked to the window of the study and pulled open the curtains. Outside the window, a group of cats with different colors and patterns, led by a black cat, were chasing a group of dogs, jumping up and down. The dogs were being defeated by the well-trained cat army, especially the black cat leading the way, almost scratching a dog with every paw. This kitty is too fierce. Leyton murmured. Caw, a crow on the streetlight outside the window called out. Leyton then noticed that the crow that had landed on the streetlight when he came home earlier was still there, and it seemed to be enjoying the cat and dog battle below. This scene made Leyton feel a little strange. Both the cat army and the crow were too human-like. Leyton didn't hesitate any longer and actively used the eye of mystery prying. The world in Leyton's eyes changed color. The ordinary buildings outside lost their color and turned into black and white pictures, while the lit streetlights, the surrounding vegetation, the chasing and being chased cats and dogs, and the crow standing on the streetlight, these living things turned into abstract and intense colors. When those cats and dogs got close, they became a blur in Leyton's eyes. Leyton focused his attention on the black cat leading the way. The astral body, mental body, etheric body, and even the spirit body on the other party's body emitted layers of different colored brilliance under Leyton's gaze. Even though these different brilliance layers were stacked together, they were clearly distinct in Leyton's eyes, as if he was casting his gaze from a higher dimension. These alternating layers of brilliance outlined an orange-yellow pattern like a balanced scale. The pattern was very blurry. Leyton didn't continue to observe it, knowing to restrain himself and not recklessly snoop the unknown. This was a lesson Leyton had just learned this afternoon. His gaze shifted to the crow standing on the streetlight. The crow seemed to have noticed Leyton's peep and turned its head to look at Leyton through the window. The crow in Leyton's eyes continued to grow and expand. Fine scales kept emerging from its body, and the red feathers turned bronze and continued to spread throughout its body. The feathers became flamboyant and ferocious, and an illusory book seemed to be constantly flipping through its pages in its huge eyes. Leyton immediately turned his head away and closed his eyes, no longer using the eye of mystery prying. The stinging pain in his eyes gradually subsided. Leyton then opened his eyes with lingering fear, not daring to look at the crow on the streetlight again. The other party was obviously a true big shot. The cat army chasing the dogs seemed to be frightened. After meowing a few times, they scattered and fled, and the black cat leading the way also hid itself in the shadows of the houses on the other side of the street. Leyton shifted his gaze to the direction where the cat army began to disperse. A clown dressed quite comically was standing under the streetlight there. The clown wore a tall red top hat, a red swallowtail dress coat, and long pants. He wore dark red leather shoes on his feet. The leather shoes were polished very brightly, reflecting bright white light under the streetlight. The clown's face was painted with exaggerated makeup, his face as white as if covered with flour, a red nose, and exaggerated lipstick on his mouth, as if drawing a smile on his face that stretched to the roots of his ears. His blackened eyebrows and eyes were painted into abstract square shapes, and his orange-red wavy hair was neatly combed back, with the hair reaching his chin. The clown wore a pair of glasses on his face that didn't match his style at all. Leyton recognized that it was the pair of glasses he had lost at the hospital, and now appearing on the clown's body seemed to be mocking him. The clown noticed Leyton's gaze, stood under the streetlight that had lit up at some point, and gave Leyton an exaggerated smile and a salute. Leyton took 2 steps back in fright, and his right hand reached into the inner pocket of his coat, feeling a little more at ease only when he touched the metal box containing the bronze phosphorus. The clown under the streetlight stood there motionless, and Leyton, standing by the window, did not dare to act rashly. A strange, silent, and terrifying atmosphere began to permeate the surroundings invisibly, as if to freeze this scene. Caw. Caw. The crow standing on the streetlight called out again. Because of the deep impression of the eye of mystery prying before, Leyton subconsciously looked up at this crow big shot. The crow big shot stretched its head and then returned to its standing posture on the streetlight, motionless. It seemed that it was just casually calling out a few times just now. Leyton, who retracted his gaze, found that the clown who was originally standing under the streetlight was gone. Leyton looked around in a panic, but couldn't find the clown's figure. He pulled the curtains shut as if fleeing, and Leyton retreated step by step facing the window, as if the clown just now might pull open the curtains and reveal his exaggerated and strange smiling face at any time. Chapter 18 Dark Circles Club. A sense of crisis pricked at Leyton's back, and he didn't dare fall asleep easily in the nights that followed, afraid that when he closed his eyes and opened them again, a clown would be standing by his bed. Leyton felt an unprecedented sense of urgency. No, I must find a way to improve my own strength. I can't completely rely on that bronze scale and the unknown protector in the dark, Leyton thought to himself, considering ways to quickly enhance his strength. Advancing in the sequence is the best way, but although I've grasped some of the principles of the reader pathway, I'm still far from completely digesting the potion. As for higher sequences in the mystery prior pathway, unless I've fully digested the beyonder characteristics I already possess, rashly trying to advance could lead to a direct game over due to conflicts between the characteristics within me. The more Leyton thought, the fewer ways he felt he had to improve his strength. After thinking it over, Leyton set himself several goals for this period. Weapons and equipment are the most direct way to improve strength, so I need to find a way to join a gathering of beyonders and acquire 1 or 2 items. Then, I need to collect the auxiliary ingredients recipe for the sequence 8, Melee Scholar, of the mystery prior pathway as soon as possible. If I want to advance to Melee Scholar, this should reduce some of the difficulty, and I need to find Mr. Kozov to learn some ritual magic and spells as soon as possible. In fact, Leyton felt that the most direct way for him to improve his strength would be to have the hidden sage pour a wave of knowledge into him. Relying on the abilities of the student of ratiocination, he could quickly master this knowledge. However, with a big-shot raven of unknown identity around him and a clown hidden in the dark, Leyton didn't dare to easily have any contact with the hidden sage. The next morning, Leyton appeared at the dining table with dark circles under his eyes. "Young master. Didn't you rest well last night?" the butler asked when he saw the dark circles on his young master's face. "It's nothing. I accidentally stayed up too late reading. I'll take a nap during the day and be fine." Leyton made an excuse to brush it off. After hurriedly eating breakfast, Leyton couldn't wait to go out. Now, only being in the enforcer's team office could give him a sense of security. Meow. Leyton's action of opening the door disturbed a black cat resting by the doorway. The black cat quickly jumped up, adopting an attacking posture, and cautiously looked around. After discovering that it was just Leyton pushing the door open, it stretched lazily as if nothing had happened and licked its paw. "What are you doing here? Has your cat army abandoned you, their boss?" Leyton knew that this cat was a mystical creature, but it shouldn't be related to that clown. Otherwise, yesterday's cat army wouldn't have scattered and fled when that clown appeared. The black cat wore an expression of "What are you talking about? I don't understand," and switched to licking its other paw. "Stop pretending. I know you can hear me. You're a mystical creature, at least. You even have a cat army under your command. Can't you have some dignity? Stop playing dumb, cat." Leyton stared at the black cat and said, "Meow." The black cat looked at Leyton with its eyes full of doubt. "Were you afraid of that clown last night?" Leyton asked, seeing that the black cat didn't speak. "When that clown appeared last night, those cats immediately scattered and fled, and this black cat also hid. Clearly, they had some understanding of that clown." Meow meow. Meow. The black cat suddenly bristled, and without waiting for Leyton to continue asking, it turned and ran away. Such a big reaction. Leyton was also stunned for a moment, not expecting the other party to react so strongly to that clown. After this little interlude, Leyton went out and took a public carriage to the enforcer's team. Before the problem of that clown was resolved, Leyton didn't dare to ride in a carriage alone. Judging from the images he divined yesterday, the other party probably had the ability to disguise himself. Leyton was worried that he would be sitting in the carriage and the coachman outside would suddenly turn into the clown from last night. Arriving at the building where the executor's team was located, Leyton glimpsed a crow standing on the roof across the street out of the corner of his eye as he entered the door. Its wings, legs, and head had some dark red feathers. It was the crow that had been standing on the street lamp last night. "Is it really following me?" Leyton thought to himself as he casually walked into the building, wondering what identity this crow represented. Good morning. Leyton, didn't you sleep well last night either? Joseph, who had arrived at the office early, greeted Leyton with the same dark circles under his eyes. Either. You guys didn't sleep well either. In Leyton's sight, Jessica was currently sleeping on the table, and although Sia wasn't sleeping, she was putting on makeup, focusing on covering the bags under her eyes. No, we didn't sleep at all, Joseph said with a darkened face. Wasn't last night's operation smooth? Leyton asked curiously. Mentioning last night, Joseph's expression became somewhat gritted. It was very smooth, too smooth. That group of vengeful spirits and wraiths didn't even think about avoiding us. Instead, they played hide-and-seek with us in that cemetery for most of the night. Finally, Sia couldn't bear it anymore and directly set the entire cemetery on fire. From Joseph's tone, one could hear that he felt relieved. And then? How did it turn into not sleeping all night? Leyton was even more curious. Then, the cemetery keeper reported us, and the Bureau of Public Safety arrested us. We spent the whole night explaining, and it wasn't until the captain and the bishop bailed us out in the morning, Joseph said, his expression utterly lifeless. Setting fire to the mountain means a life sentence. Burning a cemetery is even more wicked. Leyton was stunned by Joseph and the others' experiences. He could only say, that's so Sia, with her explosive temper. With something like this happening, when will my Sequence 8 potion ever get approved? Joseph lamented, his voice filled with resentment. Don't worry, I was the one who set the fire. It has nothing to do with you guys, Sia said, offering a perfunctory consolation. But we didn't stop you. Besides, we're a team, so of course it has something to do with us, Joseph retorted. Oh my. I didn't realize our classmate Joseph was so team-oriented. Don't worry, it's just a Sequence 8 potion. Even if the church doesn't approve it, you can just buy the ingredients and mix it yourself. I know the recipe, Sia teased Joseph before continuing. Before Joseph could reply, Sia turned to Leyton and asked, what's wrong with you, big boy? Could it be that you knew we didn't get enough rest yesterday and were so worried that you couldn't sleep either? Not bad, another member for our Dark Circles Club. It's a long story. I'm even more miserable than you guys. Let's talk about it later. I need to find the captain first. I have something to report. The captain should be in, right? Recalling his experiences last night, Leyton's face became even more unsightly than Joseph's. Go ahead. The captain has been in the office ever since he and the bishop bailed us out this morning. Maybe he's secretly sleeping. Sia said, raising her eyebrows playfully. You guys can sneak in a nap too, Leyton nodded, indicating he understood. Oh. Is our big boy actually being considerate? Could it be that you want to sneak in a nap yourself, so you're trying to drag us down with you? We're not the kind of idle employees who slack off at work. Sia, seemingly unaffected by the sleepless night, continued to tease each member of the team with boundless energy. Ignoring Sia's teasing, Leyton turned and headed to the captain's office. Knock knock. Come in. The captain's voice came from the office after 2 knocks. Leyton could hear that the captain also sounded tired, as if he hadn't rested well last night either. Last night was really lively. How come everyone is so tired? I didn't expect to have companions even when working with dark circles under my eyes, Leyton internally complained before pushing open the door. Did something happen last night? You look like you didn't get enough rest, the captain said, somewhat surprised to see Leyton. Does encountering a bunch of cats and dogs, a crow, and a clown count? It's almost enough to form a circus, Leyton internally complained, trying to relieve the stress of last night's events. I encountered a clown. He should be the one causing trouble at the hospital, Leyton said, his voice a little heavy. Sit down and tell me slowly. Did you encounter any danger? The captain was a little surprised that the other party had found Leyton so quickly. Leyton recounted his experiences last night in detail to the captain, including the cats chasing the trash dogs and the crow perched on the streetlight. However, he omitted the part where he used the eye of mystery prying to observe them, but still emphasized, under the guise of his intuition, that the leading black cat and the crow on the streetlight were suspected to be supernatural creatures. Captain Icanton pondered for a long time before saying, if what you say is true, then that clown should be the marauder pathway beyonder causing mischief in the hospital. I will contact the Earth Mother Church as soon as possible to arrest him. In the meantime, protect yourself. I'll apply for a handgun for you later. Come to Owen's office this afternoon to pick it up. Do you need any other weapons or equipment? Give me a dagger. I've never used firearms before. In a crisis, a dagger might be more helpful to me than a gun. I also want to learn some simple fighting techniques, and it would be even better if I could learn spells and ritual magic. My own Beyonder abilities don't offer much help in either combat or escape, Leyton stated his needs, which he had already thought through. Captain Icanton frowned slightly. It's a bit difficult for you to master so many things at once. Even with the assistance of beyonder abilities, learning 1 or 2 spells and ritual magic should be possible. As for fighting techniques, if you have extra time, you can find Sia. Her fighting skills are the strongest I've seen, excluding the enhancement from beyonder abilities. He then added, fighting techniques can't be mastered in a day or 2. I originally planned to have you focus on this after you had fully mastered your own beyonder abilities, but the situation is special now, so it's good if you can learn some beforehand. Let's do this. Go find Kozith first and learn 1 or 2 simple spells and ritual magic. This afternoon, I'll give you the handgun and dagger that I've applied for. Then, go find Sia and learn how to use them briefly. But don't neglect your studies of knowledge. This will help you better master the beyonder abilities you possess, Captain Ikanton said decisively, finally reminding him not to neglect his studies. Chapter 19, Practice and Get Beaten. So, this is the reason you interrupted my beauty sleep and brought me to this remote place for a private rendezvous. Sia said in a languid and slightly seductive tone. That afternoon, after Leyton obtained the guns and daggers from the captain, he sought out Sia, requesting her assistance in training him, hoping to quickly master the use of firearms and daggers, as well as simple combat skills. Madam, this is just a training ground, Leyton couldn't help but retort. Now it's a madam. Isn't this when you need something from me? And doesn't a training ground count as a remote place? Or do you prefer the wilderness, big boy? Sia suddenly moved closer to Leyton's face as she spoke. Sister Sia, can you have some pity on me? That crazy clown in the hospital might just be trying to get up close and personal with me tonight. If something goes wrong, you won't see me tomorrow, Leyton said, knowing he was under someone else's roof and had no choice but to swallow his pride and feign helplessness. You're really skilled at this. Sia was rendered speechless by Leyton's practiced act of admitting defeat and playing the victim. Sia didn't mind too much, she actually found Leyton, like this, more amusing to tease than the others in the squad, whose book smarts left their emotional intelligence wanting. Alright, but combat skills can't be mastered with just a little practice. It requires real life or death experience. And since time is short, I can only teach you how to use firearms and daggers, and how to avoid vital spots on your body during a fight. This won't help you much, at most, it'll only delay your death by a few seconds. The abilities of a marauder pathway beyonder are too bizarre, Sia warned Leyton, lest this little guy think he was invincible after learning a few tricks and charge headfirst into a fight. I'm not that stupid. I've already personally experienced the weirdness of the marauder pathway beyonders. I just want to be able to struggle a bit more when facing them, so I don't go down too quickly, Leyton explained. Sia stared at Leyton for a good while, confirming that he truly meant what he said, before speaking, your idea is really simple and unadorned. Alright, let's hurry up and seize the time. You have to feel it properly with your big sister. Sia, who couldn't be serious for more than a sentence, reverted to her true nature. Afterward, Sia personally demonstrated the techniques for using firearms in the process of loading and cocking them. A novice's shooting accuracy is definitely not guaranteed. I can only teach you some usage techniques. During a real battle, you can use reasoning to assist yourself, which can greatly increase your shooting level. Of course, this is also greatly related to how much relevant knowledge you have and your physical fitness, Sia explained before letting Leyton go to the side to practice his shooting. Sia herself went to the side, dragged over 2 chairs, sat down, and then took out a pile of strange materials from a personal black leather shoulder bag, placed them on the other chair, and began to concentrate on preparing potions. Leyton only glanced at it once before ignoring it. In his mind, he recalled Sia's posture just now, holding the pistol with both hands, aiming at the pile of targets, and began to shoot. Bang. 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 3 consecutive gunshots rang out, all 3 shots missing the target. Continue loading, cocking, and repeatedly practicing shooting. It wasn't until Sia came over and called a halt that Leyton realized his hand was already aching. Ouch. Boys need to be restrained. Not too many times a day, or your hand won't be able to take it. Sia started driving without even trying. My accuracy is too poor. Only 1 out of every 3 or 4 shots hits the target. Leyton was not affected by Sia's driving skills at all. As a social networking expert of the 21st century, who isn't an experienced driver? TSK. Your accuracy is indeed very poor. You need to practice more, or what will you do when you have a girlfriend in the future? But you can't be too anxious, or your body won't be able to handle it. Sia's rhetoric was very skillful, managing to make a normal sentence sound suggestive. Leyton stared at Sia speechlessly. Sia met his gaze with a loving look, which ended with Leyton unable to withstand it and averting his eyes. Is your potion ready? Leyton awkwardly changed the subject. TSK. Of course, it's just some ordinary healing potion. I can concoct it with my eyes closed, Sia said as she handed Leyton 2 bottles of potion. For me. Leyton said in surprise. Rather than using firearms and combat skills, taking medicine is more suitable for a newbie like you. The effects of these 2 bottles of potion aren't too strong, but as long as you're not dead, they can help you catch your breath and let you live a few more minutes. Both external application and internal consumption are fine, Sia said casually before explaining how to use the 2 healing potions. Thank you. Leyton took the potions from Sia and bowed sincerely to express his gratitude. This was Sia's personal assistance. As someone who had only met a few times and been teammates for less than 2 days, this was a very heavy gift. Although Sia said it casually, the fact that it could keep him alive even if he wasn't dead indicated that these 2 bottles of potion were not as simple as Sia said. Don't rush to thank me yet. We should proceed to the next step of instruction, how to use a dagger and avoid vital spots on your body. I won't hold back. Sia smiled flamboyantly. Leyton had a bad premonition. Sister Sia, you're not going to spar with me personally, are you? Of course not. Sia denied the statement. Phew. Leyton breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could speak, Sia continued. You're just unilaterally dodging my attacks. You don't actually think you have the ability to fight back, do you? Sia's voice was full of teasing. Leyton swallowed hard, feeling like he might have to crawl out of the training ground today. Sia didn't give Leyton a chance to back out. After dragging Leyton onto the field, she kicked him to the ground without a word. Hiss ah. What's with the sneak attack? Leyton said indignantly. Do you think enemies will agree to a countdown before attacking? Sia retorted, then drew a dagger from her waist and stabbed it towards Leyton's heart. Sia's decisiveness made Leyton's scalp tingle. Without time to think, he rolled his body to avoid the stab. Not bad, your reaction is quite quick. Keep up the effort and try to let Big Sister have her fun. Sia said, holding the dagger and walking towards Leyton with extreme elegance. You let it slip. You're just doing this for fun. Leyton shouted in exasperation. The gratitude he felt earlier vanished at that moment. Sia ignored Leyton's shouts, approaching him step by step. With each step Sia took forward, Leyton took a step back. The pressure Sia brought to Leyton now was greater than ever before. If the Joker from last night brought Leyton a fear and eeriness that seeped into his bones, then Sia was now displaying a chillingly calm and inescapable bloodlust. At this moment, Leyton truly understood the kind of presence Sia had when she slaughtered an entire pirate crew. There was no avoiding, no escaping. In a flash of cold light, Leyton didn't have time to dodge. A chill ran down his arm, followed by a spreading tingling. Leyton felt a blur before his eyes. Sia had already appeared in front of him, kicking him to the ground, causing his body to roll continuously. Dazed, Leyton hurriedly steadied himself, preventing himself from rolling all the way to the wall. Before he could get up from the ground, a dagger flashed with cold light and stuck into the ground about an inch in front of Leyton's neck. At this moment, Leyton's mind was still muddled. Although he knew that the gap between himself and Sia was huge, it was too much. Moreover, Sia, as a beyonder of the reader pathway, looked more like an assassin or hunter. What a delicate and easily pushed over boy. Sia put away the dagger she had stuck into the ground and returned to her usual lazy, seductive, and quick-to-drive manner. His big sister Sia, you're too ruthless. I feel like you almost broke my ribs. Leyton flipped over and lay on the ground like a salted fish without dreams. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I know roughly how much of an attack you can withstand, and I avoided the vital points. You should understand something now, right? Sia said, flipping her hair. Understand what? Leyton asked, puzzled. Of course, it's that boys can't be so weak and easily pushed over when they're out and about, or they'll be taken advantage of by bad women. Sia leaned over and said, getting close to Leyton. Her crimson hair fell onto Leyton's face, and a faint scent of evening primrose lingered at the tip of Leyton's nose. Ah. I was listening so intently, and that's what you say. Leyton was speechless. Am I not being serious? Sia said, pulling Leyton up from the ground. Ah. Ah. Hiss ouch. Leyton's body was forcibly pulled up from the ground, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth as the wounds on his body were pulled. You'll get used to it. When enemies attack you in the future, you'll be able to endure the pain to counterattack and escape. Sia even pinched the wound on his arm where the dagger had cut, causing Leyton to grit his teeth again. Sia didn't care about Leyton's protests and continued to torment other injured areas on Leyton's body. Leyton's eyes were almost watering from the pain before Sia finally stopped. Taking a step back, Sia's eyes flashed with a blue-white light. Before Leyton could figure out what was going on, he saw green spots of light floating from Sia's hand, pushed towards Leyton as if they were tangible. These fluorescent lights slowly merged into Leyton's body. It was as if he had returned to his mother's embrace. A warm, reassuring feeling permeated Leyton's entire body, and he subconsciously closed his eyes. Before long, Leyton discovered that the pain in his body had dissipated, and the stinging sensation in his left arm had also disappeared. After Leyton opened his eyes, he first looked at the wound on his arm. As expected, the original wound had healed, leaving only some blood stains and torn clothes, proving that he had been injured here just now. So magical. Leyton couldn't help but exclaim. I learned this healing ability from a harvest priestess from the Church of the Earth Mother. Now that the injuries on your body have healed, let's start the next round of practice. Sia revealed a clear, devilish smile. Ah. Leyton wanted to say something, but suddenly stopped and quickly retreated. Chapter 20, pause. After Sia's training, Leyton suddenly felt that the clown from last night was nothing special. Besides being weird and a little scary, how could he compare to Sia's terror? Every time Sia beat him to within an inch of his life, she would use a healing ability to pull him back, repeatedly tormenting him. The beating continued until dusk, when Sia, a model employee, showed no intention of working overtime, and finally let Leyton go. Back in the office, Leyton's coat was so torn that it looked like a beggar's rags. Fortunately, Leyton's standard-issue brown trench coat had arrived today. Otherwise, Leyton wouldn't have known how to explain it to the butler when he got home. If he said he was practicing fighting techniques with a colleague, the butler certainly wouldn't believe him, and might even think he was being threatened and call the police. He changed into the Executor Squad's standard-issue brown trench coat, fastened the holster and dagger to his waist, and put the small metal box containing bronze phosphorus in the inner pocket of the trench coat, along with the 2 healing potions Sia had given him, and the 2 talismans he had learned to make with Mr. Kozith in the morning, a dispelling talisman and a binding talisman. The former could dispel extraordinary effects within a certain range, and the latter could bind any target within sight. The duration of the binding would decrease with the target's strength. Leyton estimated that the binding effect might only last for a breath against a sequence 5 beyonder. Leyton originally wanted to make more talismans, but the squad's reserve materials were insufficient. He would have to wait for the materials applied for from the church to be approved. By the time Leyton had packed his things, everyone except the captain and Mr. Kozith, who were on duty, had left the squad. However, the captain and Mr. Kozith were discussing something in the office, and Leyton didn't bother them, leaving the building directly. As in the morning, Leyton still chose to take the public carriage out of caution. Back on White Maple Street, Leyton cautiously looked around and, finding nothing wrong, walked towards his house. He had only taken a few steps when a black figure suddenly darted out and pounced on Leyton. Meow. It was that black cat again. It hadn't left, but had been waiting for him nearby. Leyton looked at the black tail waving in front of his eyes, wanting to reach out and pull the black cat off his shoulder, but as soon as Leyton reached out, the cat cried miserably, as if it had been abused. Your cat is so cute, and it even comes out to meet you on your way home. How can you be so mean to it? A lady passing by couldn't help but say. Meow. The black cat also knew how to act cute, shaking its head and meowing. Leyton glanced at the passers-by who were watching and felt that this cat was definitely doing it on purpose. After hesitating for a moment, he endured it and took it home. As soon as Leyton got home, the black cat immediately jumped off him and shook its body twice on the ground, as if Leyton was dirty. Leyton kicked it with a dark face, but the cat dodged it. After dodging, it didn't forget to look back at Leyton mockingly. Young master, what is this cat? The butler always waited for Leyton to come home at this time. I picked it up on the road. I'll keep it for now. It probably has an owner. When someone comes looking for it, I'll return it, Leyton explained. Leyton felt that there was a reason to believe that this cat had an owner. It was a beyonder creature, and someone must have fed it a potion. The person who could raise such a pet was also a beyonder, and not just an ordinary wild beyonder, to have extra money to raise a beyonder pet. If this cat stayed with him, its owner would come sooner or later. Okay, should I buy special pet food for it? The butler asked. Meow, meow. The black cat meowed loudly twice. No, we'll eat whatever it eats. It's not my pet anyway, so don't worry too much about it. We're going to return it anyway, Leyton said, shaking his head. Meow. The black cat immediately turned around and pounced on Leyton after hearing his words. However, it didn't succeed this time. Leyton caught it in midair, then pinched the black cat's neck of fate and carried it upstairs. Back in his room, Leyton closed the door and threw the black cat in his hand out. The black cat distorted its body in midair and landed smoothly. Then, it prepared to rush up and fight Leyton. Don't make trouble. Otherwise, I'll throw you out and give you to that clown, Leyton said, staring at the black cat, his heart full of complaints. This cat is really dramatic. The black cat stopped and turned around in place as if nothing had happened. It also stared blankly at Leyton and meowed twice. What's your name? Which pathways potion did you drink? Warrior. Or arbiter? This was Leyton's guess based on the black cat's performance last night. Meow. The black cat meowed in confusion. Stop pretending, or I'll throw you out, Leyton said with a dark face, his heart full of complaints. This cat is really dramatic. My name is Paws, meow. The black cat's voice was a little high-pitched and childish, slightly different from a human's voice, sounding like a male cat. Okay, Paws meow, Leyton nodded. This cat was finally willing to talk. It's Paws, no meow, the black cat Paws corrected. Okay, Paws, no meow, Leyton couldn't help but tease this Paws cat. Oh my. It's Paws, meow. Paws corrected again. Yes, that's right, it's Paws meow, Leyton repeated solemnly, nodding. Forget it, do whatever you want, as long as you don't throw me out, Paws gave up correcting Leyton's pronunciation. Why do you have to stay here with me? Wouldn't it be better to go back to your master? The sanguine side is safer than my house, right? Leyton asked in confusion. When this cat said its name was Paws, Leyton remembered that Eliza had said at the Crimson Advanced Hospital yesterday that her Paws was lost. Originally, Leyton thought Paws was a toy doll like her brother's puppet, but he didn't expect it to be a transcendent black cat. All he could say was that Eliza's family was really rich. Meow. Do you know Eliza? No wonder I smelled Eliza on you yesterday afternoon, meow, Paws said curiously. Huh? Yesterday afternoon. When you were traveling with your cat commando, you noticed me. Leyton asked curiously. Cat commando. That's a good name, meow. It will be the name of our gang from now on. Your scent is so obvious, I definitely noticed you, meow, Paws said, nodding his cat head. Your gang. Those cats. Leyton said incredulously. Yes, meow. Eliza said that if I wanted to control the potion, I had to have my own territory and subordinates, so I subdued all the cats nearby to be my little brothers. But yesterday, we met that strange guy, the clown you mentioned. He became more terrifying, and my cat commando is already dead in name, meow. At this point, Paws's voice became sad. You even use idioms. Leyton was shocked by this cat's cultural level in his heart. In this world, many ordinary people can't reach this level of education, so it can only be said that it is worthy of being a rich man's cat. Oh no, a rich sanguine's magical animal, meow. You haven't said why you have to stay here with me, Leyton reminded. Of course, it's because the terrible guy wouldn't dare to come over if I stayed here with you, meow. Paws said matter-of-factly. Huh? Why wouldn't he dare to come over here? Leyton asked in confusion. Didn't you see it last night, meow? That super terrifying clown was originally eyeing you, but he was suddenly scared away, Paws said with a shocked cat face. Scared away? I didn't see it. He was already gone when I turned around to look at him. Also, do you know that clown? Does more terrifying mean he wasn't so terrifying before? Leyton realized that this black cat knew a lot more than he thought. I know him, meow. He used to stay in the hospital. At first, he was just an ordinary person, although a little strange, but he became terrifying starting last month, meow. Many things have happened in the hospital recently, and I know he did them all, meow, but every time I wanted to tell Eliza, there would be accidents, inexplicably ruining things. Until a few days ago, I discovered that he could steal my thoughts and memories. He also said that he wanted to steal my identity and pretend to be me to stay by Eliza's side. In order not to let him steal my identity, I had to let my little brothers cause trouble to take the opportunity to escape, meow. Paws seemed to have finally found someone to confide in, and became more and more excited as he spoke, his cat paws constantly waving and gesticulating in the air. After I escaped, I recruited more little brothers nearby, preparing to rescue Eliza. As a result, before we even entered the hospital, my cat commando started fighting on its own. I couldn't stop it, meow. I had to lead them to retreat. Later, I reorganized my cat commando. You saw it yesterday, but our target suddenly became chasing a group of stupid big dogs. This time, even I was controlled. Until that terrible clown appeared last night, you know the rest, meow. After Paws finished speaking, the whole cat became lost. Do you think I can't save Eliza anymore, meow? Paws's tone was very lost, and the tail that was originally swaying stopped on the ground. Leyton frowned, thinking about what Paws had said. Turning from an ordinary person to a sequence 5 in a month was impossible no matter how he thought about it. If it was turning into a sequence 5 monster, Leyton would be willing to believe it, but that clown was obviously not out of control yet. Although the clown was very crazy, the clown's series of actions also showed that he was very rational, or rather, crazy, but his IQ was still online. Are you sure that clown started changing last month? That's too short, right? Is it possible that he was like this before, but was just pretending all along? Leyton looked at Paws and asked again. It must be like this, meow. All the members of my cat commando are my eyes and ears. Although they are not very smart, they are not stupid, meow. Paws said, nodding his cat head. But I don't know if he was pretending before, meow, after all, I'm just a cat, Paws added. Chapter 21, The Crow's Prophecy. Leyton and Paz stayed in the bedroom until the butler came upstairs to announce that dinner was ready, then Leyton pinched Paz's neck and took him downstairs. Paz raised his cat paw in protest, but was suppressed. This black cat always dropped the ball when asked crucial questions, and if pressed further, would just say, "I'm just a cat." Tonight's dinner included a portion of dried fish, which seemed to have been added at the last minute. It was probably because the butler had told Aunt Sally that there was a freeloading black cat in the house, so she added a portion of dried fish. Sorry for the trouble, Aunt Sally, to specially add a dish at the last minute. Leyton picked up a piece of dried fish and put it on Paz's plate. Paz's place was on Leyton's left-hand side, and his plate was a large white porcelain plate, probably a fruit plate, which was temporarily used as Paz's tableware. These are some dried sea fish that were stocked up before. Sally just processed them a little, it's not troublesome. These were originally intended to be eaten this winter, so I bought a lot. Sharing some with this black cat won't make a difference, the butler always explained things very well. Well, it shouldn't be staying for too long, Leyton nodded. If what Paz said earlier was correct, then the matter in the hospital was definitely not as simple as it seemed. The Church of the God of Knowledge of Wisdom's power in Mudun was not enough to handle this matter, and the Church of the Earth Mother must be notified as soon as possible to deal with this problem. That clown turned from an ordinary person into a Sequence 5 powerhouse in just 1 month, and in a few more days, he might become a demigod. After finishing dinner absent-mindedly, Leyton casually made up an excuse, saying that he hadn't slept well last night and wanted to rest early today, so he told the butler not to disturb him later. Then, he took Paz to the second floor and threw Paz on the ground, telling him to stay there by himself. The master bedroom on the second floor has a large balcony, but this bedroom is Leyton's parents' room, although they may not even live in it a few times a year. Leyton opened the door of the master bedroom and went to the balcony. Leyton wanted to see if he could find the crow that liked to stand on the street lamp. Today, when Leyton returned from the executor squad, he didn't see the crow appear, and he was a little unsure if the other party had come over now. On the balcony on the second floor, Leyton looked around several times and withdrew his gaze in disappointment. "What are you looking for?" A low, hoarse voice, impossible to determine the gender, sounded from the hanging chair behind Leyton. Leyton didn't turn his head, but darted forward 2 steps before turning around. One hand reached for the pistol at his waist, while the other hand clenched the small metal box containing bronze phosphorus in his pocket. The scene that Leyton imagined, of a person wearing a red tailcoat, a tall red top hat, and an exaggerated, comical clown smile on his face, sitting on the hanging chair and quietly watching Leyton, did not appear. Only a crow with 1 wing and some red feathers on its legs and head stood on the back of the hanging chair, its gilded eyes quietly watching him. Phew, Leyton breathed a sigh of relief. However, he didn't completely relax. Although he knew that guns wouldn't have any effect on the other party, he still held the gun in his hand. As long as the other party made any unusual movements, he would immediately draw the gun and shoot. He didn't need the bullet to hit the other party, he just needed to transmit the gunshot. "When did you stand here?" Leyton tentatively asked. "I've always been here, you just didn't notice." The crow just opened its mouth, but didn't speak, but the voice directly echoed in Leyton's mind. At this time, Leyton noticed that he didn't seem to have heard the sound just now. The sound was directly echoing in his mind, but he was too shocked and panicked to notice these details. "I remember there was clearly nothing here just now." Psychological stealth. Leyton tentatively asked. "That's not important, are you looking for me?" The crow in front of him shook its head, and the other party's voice continued to echo in Leyton's mind, the other party's tone becoming very firm. "Yes," Leyton honestly nodded, and then told the story he had just learned from Paz. The expression on the face of the crow opposite him gradually became serious. Leyton didn't know how he could see an expression on a crow's face. "I can't handle this matter, I'm just a crow," the crow opposite him said. Leyton's face became strange, feeling that this had become the catchphrase of these magical animals. "Then go and notify the Church of the Earth Mother?" Leyton tentatively asked. No, meow. Paz didn't know when he discovered the situation here and ran over. "Why not?" Leyton stared at Paz's cat face and asked. This cat still had something he hadn't told him. Leyton's gaze at Paz became dangerous. The crow on the side also watched the little cat that had jumped out with interest. It had seen this cat last night, when it led a group of cat minions into a hallucination and chased the stray dogs everywhere to beat them up. Paz was a little scared by Leyton and the crow's gaze, and his tail stood up. "Meow, I don't know either, it's just that Eliza and Zorn mentioned when chatting that there was something that couldn't be discovered by the Church of the Earth Mother, so the Church of the Earth Mother can't be notified." After struggling for a while, Paz still compromised, saying that Leyton might really not tell the Church of the Earth Mother about this matter. If he didn't say it, he might be thrown to the clown by this terrible human in front of him and made into cat meat pie. Leyton turned his head to see the reaction of the big shot disguised as a crow on the side, but unfortunately, Leyton couldn't understand the expression of a bird. "All right." Leyton nodded, appeasing Paws. In any case, the captain had definitely notified the Church of the Earth Mother. Notifying them again would only make them take the matter more seriously. The people of the Church of the Earth Mother weren't stupid, they probably already suspected something. Leyton shifted his gaze back to the crow perched on the back of the swing chair, carefully asking, "Are you the person from the Church of the God of Knowledge of Wisdom secretly protecting me?" This was Leyton's guess. This crow had seemed to be following him since yesterday afternoon when he received the bronze phosphorus from the captain. So far, it didn't seem to have any malice towards him. Moreover, based on what Paws had said earlier, it was likely the one who scared away the clown last night. "No, I only sensed a familiar aura on you and made some predictions, so I've been observing you from around here." The crow's words were completely different from what Leyton had expected. Just as he was about to ask what the familiar aura was, Leyton saw the crow's originally gilded eyes turn pure white, with faint blue fluorescent light flowing around them. Leyton stood there, unsure of what was happening, and could only quietly wait for the crow's next reaction. After a while, the white color in the crow's eyes faded, and the surrounding fluorescent light gradually dimmed. The crow looked at Leyton, its expressionless face seeming heavy, its gaze quite solemn. "I saw prophecy." The crow's deep, hoarse, and gender-neutral voice echoed in Leyton's mind. "What prophecy?" Leyton's eyes lit up, feeling a sense of hope. "Take this cat to that hospital now. There will be additional developments, and the story might have a better ending." The crow's voice continued to echo in Leyton's mind. "Meow. Why are you staring at that crow? You're even talking to yourself in front of it. It can't even talk." Meow. Paws looked at Leyton strangely, as if looking at an idiot. Leyton directly reached out and hugged Paws, who was beside him. "What are you doing, Meow? I already have an owner. You can't just touch me." Paws thought Leyton wanted to pet him and struggled in his arms. "Do me a favor and send me downstairs," Leyton said to the crow standing on the back of the swing chair while holding Paws. The crow flapped its wings and flew up from the back of the chair, then flew straight into the night sky. Leyton was stunned. Just as he was about to say something, his vision blurred. When Leyton's vision returned, he saw that the scene around him had changed from the second-floor balcony to the street below. After a moment of shock, Leyton held the black cat Paws in his arms and ran quickly towards the other side of White Maple Street, where he could catch a carriage. "Meow meow. What are you doing? Where are you going? You can't take me back to the hospital. The clown will eat me." Paws struggled in his arms, trying to escape. "Shut up and listen to me. Do you still want to save your master, Eliza? She might be in danger now. The people from the Church of the Earth Mother have known about the hospital for a long time." Leyton casually made up a reason. "What? How is that possible? If they knew, they would have rushed into the hospital long ago." "No way." Meow. Paws didn't believe Leyton's words. "Why is it impossible? Think about how many things have happened at the hospital recently. This is Fainapotter, the territory of the Church of the Earth Mother. How could they not know? They've just been observing in secret, waiting for the right moment," Leyton said, expressing his speculation about why the Church of the Earth Mother hadn't appeared in this incident. "How could this be? Humans are so cunning." "Meow. I'm going to notify Eliza now. We need to leave Fainapotter." Paws agreed with Leyton's words, but struggled even more vigorously. Leyton was caught off guard and Paws broke free. Paws immediately prepared to run away after landing. "Don't run yet. Have you forgotten that the clown is also in the hospital? You stupid cat. The most important thing for you now is to follow me and be my assistant. We'll sneak into the hospital together while taking advantage of the chaos, instead of going one by one to deliver heads, including cat heads." Leyton finally managed to fool the cat. Although the cat was likely only sequence 9, its combat power was definitely stronger than his own, a sequence 8 who wasn't good at fighting. How could Leyton let it slip away? He had to keep it by his side as a bodyguard. "Then hurry, Meow," Paws said anxiously. "Wait for me to hail a carriage. There are fewer carriages in the city at this time. It's really troublesome. It would be great if you could turn into a big cat." Leyton looked at Paws's ordinary adult blue cat size and shook his head with slight regret. "What terrible thing are you thinking, Meow?" Paws felt a chill and bristled on the spot, staring warily at Leyton. "I was wondering if you could contact your cat commando and have them scout out some information first." Leyton said nonsense without changing his expression. "No, that clown is too scary. Several of my cat commando cats have been brutally killed by him. I can't let my cat commando cats risk their lives." Paws shook his head, rejecting Leyton's suggestion. "But I can ask the nearby cats and big dogs after we get there. They should know some information." Paws thought about how his master was still waiting for him to rescue her, and said after thinking for a while. Leyton didn't reply, picked up the black cat that was following beside him, and quickly ran to a carriage parked at the intersection ahead. Chapter 22 Accident. Clown. Sitting in the carriage headed to the deep red advanced hospital with Paws, Leyton looked at the rows of houses receding outside the carriage window, feeling a faint sense of unease in his heart. Master, can you go a little faster? I'm in a hurry to get to the hospital, Leyton called out to the coachman. This is already very fast. Although there are fewer pedestrians at night, the visibility is poor, and driving too fast can easily lead to accidents. Are you in such a hurry to get to the hospital because a relative is sick? Although you're worried about your family, you can't ignore your own safety, the coachman said ramblingly. Yes, master, you're right, Leyton agreed in a different tone. Meow, Paws looked at Leyton with great incomprehension. Leyton ignored it, simply stroking the cat's head with one hand while chatting with the coachman as if in conversation. Master, do you know about the recent events at Crimson Advanced Hospital? If the doctors there weren't more skilled than those at other hospitals, I wouldn't have let my friend go there for treatment. No. How could I not know? The news has spread all over the city. Only those high and mighty big shots don't know about these things. Mentioning these gossips, the coachman was like a tap that had been turned on. Without Leyton's deliberate prompting, he rattled off all the information he knew. It is said that the constables went there twice at the beginning, but they didn't find anything. Instead, they thought that the patients in the hospital were reporting false cases and gave them a warning. Later, the security bureau stopped caring about the matter. Who knows if they really don't care or if they're just making excuses for their incompetence. The coachman's tone sounded like he had a very bad impression of the security bureau. In this era, the conflict between the lower classes of society and those with a certain social status and power is always the most acute and prominent. One side tries its best to survive, while the other is caught between the decisions of the lower classes and the upper echelons, becoming a chain to maintain fragile order, despised by the lower classes and ignored by the upper echelons. Leyton shook his head, not responding to the coachman's words. This was an inevitable result of an era developing to a certain stage, and it wouldn't change because of individual will. Perhaps this is why so many people believe in evil gods. Extreme oppression will inevitably lead to madness. Leyton thought of the evil cult organizations in this world, which were even more numerous than the Orthodox God churches, and the terrifying events and even disasters that occurred from time to time, and sighed in his heart. If he could, Leyton would be willing to change this situation, but it wasn't something he could do, at least not with Sequence 8. Not even close. Fool. Soon, June 1349, there are still more than half a year left. I have to speed up the digestion of the potion. If I want to do something in this world, Klein's advancement speed in the later stages will be too fast. If I can't create a gap in the early stages, in the end, I can only be a spectator like the members of the Tarot Club. A sense of urgency filled his heart. What are you thinking about? Meow, Paws waved his little paw in front of Leyton's eyes. Thinking about life. Why did you suddenly start talking? Leyton looked at the black cat Paws standing on his lap in confusion. Paws raised his neck, revealing a thin black string. Hanging from the string was a small, dark wooden tag. Because the color of the string and the wooden tag were too similar to Paws' fur, the string and the wooden tag had been hidden in the fluff around Paws' neck. Leyton hadn't noticed that Paws had such a thing on him before. No wonder you were so averse to me twisting your neck. So you were hiding something. Leyton glanced at the coachman, who was turning a blind eye to what had just happened, and roughly understood the function of this thing. Its function is to weaken your sense of presence. Or to dull the perception of ordinary people. Leyton asked. Of course, it's to shield ordinary people from perceiving me. It will make them think that anything I do is normal. Of course, I can't do anything too shocking to them, like jumping on ordinary people. Their cognition will break through this cognitive barrier. Meow, Paws proudly raised his head and gazed at Leyton. A useless mystical item, but it's just right to use on you. Leyton nodded. This carriage is so slow. How long until we get to the hospital? Meow, Paws jumped onto Leyton's shoulder again, looking at the streetlights and houses receding on both sides and complaining. Hiss, the horse pulling the carriage seemed to have hit something and fell to the ground, pulling the entire carriage over with it. Meow, meow. Paws lost his footing and was thrown out of the carriage. Leyton also jumped out of the carriage, rolled a few times on the ground, and got up. Fortunately, he had just been abused unilaterally by Sia all afternoon, and his body's instinctive reactions were still there. After jumping out of the carriage, he protected his vital parts very well. It was just that his back was a little sore from being bumped. Seeing Leyton, Paws nimbly leaped to Leyton's side. As a cat, this guy had already distorted his body in midair when he was thrown out of the carriage, and then landed gracefully. What happened? Meow, Paws asked aloud. The carriage was tripped by vines on the road. A battle between beyonders probably happened ahead. The appearance of vines in the middle of the road that can trip a carriage is very similar to the work of the Church of the Earth Mother. Leyton had already seen the situation ahead when he got up. The once clean and flat road had become pitted and uneven. There were also several vines and withered leaves larger than Paws on the ground. The carriage had just been tripped by a vine on the ground. Leyton stepped forward to help the coachman up, giving him some money for the carriage fare and injury expenses. This money is for your carriage fare and medical expenses. Both you and the horse need treatment. I'll leave now. It's not far from the hospital, so I can walk there myself. Pause, follow me. Leyton turned back and called out, then walked towards the Crimson Advanced Hospital. Pause lightly followed beside Leyton, the vines and dead branches on the ground having no effect on it. The man and the cat quickly disappeared from the coachman's sight. Ugh, why are there vines everywhere on the ground, meow. Pause complained after jumping over another vine. The Church of the Earth Mother controls the planter pathway. Sequence 7 has the ability to catalyze plant growth and mutation. It seems a harvest priest has fought someone here. We need to be careful, no matter which side it is, they may not be friendly to us. Leyton analyzed. Planter. Not a classical alchemist, meow. Pause asked in confusion. You know about classical alchemists? Leyton turned his head in surprise to look at the black cat. Pause, feeling annoyed by Leyton's stare, shook its body a couple of times, wanting to change the subject. Bang. A loud sound of something heavy falling to the ground came from ahead. Leyton and Pause exchanged a look. Go ahead and see what it is. Leyton signaled Pause to scout ahead. No, why don't you go? I'm just a cat. Pause immediately shook its head in refusal upon hearing this. You're from the Arbiter pathway, and you're a cat, so you won't arouse suspicion and you have the ability to protect yourself. My pathway doesn't have any frontal combat ability in the early stages, so of course you should go scout ahead. Leyton coaxed Pause to scout ahead with a straight face. Okay, meow, but you have to come and save me immediately if there's a situation. Pause nodded, looking at Leyton with a serious cat face. No problem, we're so familiar, don't you trust me? Leyton patted his chest in assurance. Pause meowed and quickly ran towards the direction of the sound. Leyton didn't wait in place either. He took out the pistol from the gun holster on his waist, and put his other hand into his coat pocket, holding a confinement charm, cautiously approaching. Leyton had previously marked the two charms, so he could tell which charm he was holding without looking. Meow. Pause's cry came from ahead, full of panic. Leyton disregarded caution and quickly hurried forward. Ahead, Pause was confronting a clown wearing a tall red top hat, a red swallowtail coat and trousers, dark red leather shoes, and exaggerated makeup on his face. His face was as white as if it were covered in flour, but he had a smile that stretched all the way to the roots of his ears. More precisely, Pause was retreating step by step, while the clown maintained his exaggerated, almost pathological elegance, approaching Pause step by step, along with a corpse beside it. The moment he saw the clown, Leyton's advancing steps abruptly stopped, an invisible fear spreading through his heart. Yo. Little kitty, I didn't expect to find you here. I've been looking for you in the hospital for so long. The days without you playing games with me have been especially long. Let's play together. The clown's voice was somewhat hoarse and insane, with a unique charm, causing people who heard him speak to unconsciously fall into contemplation and confusion. Don't listen to him, quick. Kill him. The body lying beside Pause hadn't died yet, making a painful sound, reaching out to grab something but ultimately falling down weakly. Leyton slowly approached, subtly activating his eye of mystery prying, watching the scene before him. The guy who looked like a corpse in Leyton's eyes could actually still talk. Moreover, after Leyton calmed the tense emotions caused by suddenly seeing the clown he feared the most, he realized that facing the clown again, the pressure he felt was far less terrifying than the last time. An odd spiritual glow appeared on the person who originally looked like a corpse in Leyton's eyes, filled with traces of artificial modification. A piece of information appeared in Leyton's mind, alchemical modification. As for the clown who was constantly approaching Pause, Leyton discovered through the feedback from the eye of mystery prying that the other party was only sequence 8. Although it was a bit strange, the spiritual glow on the other party was almost twice as strong as that of an ordinary sequence 8, but it was indeed just a sequence 8. However, the clown also had stitched marks on his body, not stitches on the body or soul, but the stitching together of two different beyonder characteristics. The clown got closer and closer to Pause, and Pause's fur was about to explode. Meow. Pause let out a threatening cry, its voice filled with a sense of authority, making people unconsciously want to believe it. This was the ability of a sequence 9 arbiter. The clown seemed to be stimulated, and suddenly charged towards Pause. Pause pounced out as a conditioned reflex. The clown didn't touch Pause, but he didn't stop, continuing to charge over. His target is me, he was just pretending. Leyton suddenly reacted. The clown's speed was very fast, and he was already close. Bang. 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 Leyton quickly drew his gun and fired, not even bothering to aim. At the same time, he quickly moved his body to the side, dodging. Chapter 23, Fierce Battle. The clown was fast, but Leyton's marksmanship was terrible. Even though the clown was close enough, he didn't hit him with a single bullet. To avoid the clown's oncoming attack, Leyton could only quickly dodge to the side. The clown's arm was like a strong gust of wind, violently brushing past Leyton's head. Fortunately, Leyton tilted his head in an instinctive prediction, but he still felt a slight stinging pain on the left side of his cheek, probably from being scratched. Meow. A loud meow, full of rich majesty, rang out. Leyton and the clown paused at the same time, but the clown recovered faster. He swept out with a whip-like leg, and Leyton only had time to retreat, while protecting the vital parts of his chest. Leyton flew backwards, his entire body as if run over by a carriage, directly hitting the lamppost of the gas street lamp behind him. Leyton only felt a burning pain in his back. His left forearm, which was blocking the outside, seemed to be fractured, and his chest felt stuffy due to the huge impact. Meow. Another loud and majestic meow came. The clown's continued attack was interrupted, and Leyton breathed a slight sigh of relief. Paz had overcome the fear in his heart at this time, and rushed towards the clown like a black streamer. The clown, however, easily dodged Paz's pounce as if he had foreseen it. Taking advantage of Paz's entanglement with the clown, Leyton supported himself on the gas lamppost behind him and stood up, enduring the tearing pain in his body. He's different from the previous clown. He's only sequence 8, Leyton said, gasping for breath. Ha ha ha. I like your eyes very much. After hearing Leyton's words, the clown ignored Paz and turned to stare at Leyton, the malice in his eye so strong that it was almost tangible. The smell on him hasn't changed, it's him, meow. Paz's amber eyes dilated, trying to see every detail of the clown. Hee hee. Guess who I am? The clown's words were full of madness. Paz's stress response made him not listen to what the clown was saying at all. He directly sprinted, jumped, and pounced on the clown. The clown distorted his body nimbly to dodge, while one hand quietly touched Paz in midair. Zzz, the sound of electric current scurrying was particularly harsh in the silent night. Meow. Paz screamed and fell to the ground, his hind legs still twitching non-stop. Is this kind of electric shock really a sequence 8 level trick? Leyton had some doubts in his mind, but there was no time to think about it. After solving Paz, the clown attacked Leyton again. At the moment the clown attacked, Leyton squatted down, protected his head with his hands, and rolled forward. Dong. Behind him was the sound of the lamppost being violently hit. Leyton could only be glad that this blow had not landed on him, otherwise he would have lost half his life. The clown quickly withdrew, and at the same time Leyton turned around and raised his gun to shoot again. Because the distance was very close, he didn't miss this time, but the clown's body distorted in an incredible angle to dodge the bullet. Intimidation. Leyton shouted loudly. At the same time, one hand reached into his pocket and pinched a charm. Meow, the meow, which was quite majestic but obviously a little weak and painful, rang out. The clown already had a strong resistance to Paz's intimidation. Imprison. A Dragonese word came out of Leyton's mouth. The charm pinched in his hand turned to ashes and dissipated, and at the same time an invisible wave surged towards the clown who had broken free from the intimidation effect. The clown was frozen in place in a running posture. The blue and white light flowed in Leyton's eyes, entering a state of rapid thinking. Raising the gun, aiming, and shooting were all combined, and the bullet successfully entered the clown's right eye. Second shot, click, no bullets left. Damn. Leyton couldn't help but curse. The time of imprisonment was not enough for Leyton to reload. Leyton decisively ended the state of rapid thinking, endured the pain in his body, ran to Paz's side, and picked up the cat. Paz's originally dark and dense fur was charred, and there was a smell of burnt hair on his body. Holding Paz, Leyton quickly came to the other side, to the alchemical cyborg lying on the ground, and took out the healing potion that Sia had given him from his pocket. The clown also broke free from the effect of imprisonment at this time. Blood was constantly flowing from his right eye, making the originally hideous makeup on his face even more terrifying. The severe pain in the position of his right eye distorted the clown's expression, but the other party did not make a sound. Tilting his head slightly, his movements were no longer as elegant as before, and he approached. He's coming again, keep an eye on him, meow, Paz said anxiously. Leyton quickly poured half of the healing potion into the cyborg lying on the ground, poured some of the remaining half on the charred area of Paz's body, and then drank some himself. Leyton threw the empty potion bottle directly at the clown. After the clown reflexively dodged, he found that it was just an ordinary glass bottle and glared at Leyton with some annoyance. Then the clown's speed suddenly increased, and the sound of wind exploded. Meow. Paz's intimidation only slowed the clown down a bit, and then he recovered again. Stop lying down, if you don't get up and fight, we're all going to die here, Leyton said, kicking the cyborg lying on the ground a couple of times while reloading. Ignoring the other party, Leyton continued reloading his gun. It's coming over, meow, Paz's voice became anxious. Meow. Another deterrent sound, but the effect was getting worse and worse. Exhaustion filled Paz's amber eyes. Just as he was preparing to use the deterrent again, the clown approached. Paz wanted to run but suddenly slipped and fell to the ground, almost falling at the clown's feet. The clown reached out to grab Paz. Suddenly, the ground bulged. The clown's intuition warned him, and he immediately retreated. Centered around the clown, several vines rose from the ground, tightly wrapping around him. Leyton, at this time, had reloaded his gun. The pistol once again aimed at the clown. The clown's pupils dilated instantly, and a burst of light erupted in front of him, several times more dazzling than an old model camera flash. The intense light appeared too quickly, and Leyton's eyes didn't have time to close. His eyes were temporarily blinded by the stimulation, and tears streamed down his cheeks. Meow. Paz let out a shrill scream. As a cat, and in the night, the flash had been particularly damaging to him. Leyton could only hear the sound of flames burning. His vision hadn't recovered, and he had to rely on his quick-thinking ability to discern the surrounding situation by sound. Bang. 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 3 consecutive shots rang out. The feedback from the sound indicated only one hit, but there was no scream, leading Leyton to guess that the opponent had avoided vital points. The sound of wind rang in his ears, and Leyton's spiritual intuition began to warn him. His right leg reflexively took a step back, but his foot suddenly slipped as if someone had pushed him. Leyton fell to the ground in the exact same way as Paz had. Even more deadly, the pistol was knocked away by a small stone in the process, and some small stones hit Leyton's body. Leyton felt that every small pebble could leave a bruise on his body. The intensity of this trick is unscientific. This was the thought that occupied Leyton's mind the most as he fell to the ground. The warning from his spiritual intuition made Leyton's scalp tingle, as if he was about to be crushed to pieces in the next moment. A sharp pain came from his chest, directly interrupting Leyton's quick thinking. The intense pain barely allowed Leyton's brain to determine that his left chest had been pierced, and a hand reached for his heart. But the opponent didn't succeed, because the bronze phosphorus solidified Leyton's state when he fell. Before, the quick-thinking ability when he fell allowed Leyton to react in the shortest amount of time, and using the falling motion, he reached into the pocket containing the bronze phosphorus metal box and pressed the bronze phosphorus tightly into his palm. The next moment, Leyton's left chest was pierced. The intense pain almost made Leyton unable to hold the bronze phosphorus in his left hand. In 10. Bang. When the clown realized that he couldn't pull out Leyton's heart, he noticed the protection that the bronze phosphorus provided and wanted to use language to bewitch Leyton to stall for time. Before the clown could finish speaking, he was attacked by the unfamiliar augmented human who had recovered some of his injuries and was sent flying. After the clown was knocked away, the other party scattered a handful of seeds from a hidden pocket in his clothes, and then dozens of vines and thorns suddenly burst out of the ground, firmly entangling the clown. With a boom, flames rose again. Dispel. Another word in the Dragonese, this was Leyton's last dispel charm. After using the dispel charm, Leyton lay weakly on the ground, not wanting to move even a finger. The combined side effects of using quick thinking and bronze phosphorus made Leyton feel like he had already stepped halfway into the underworld gates. The rest could only be left to the augmented human who was likely from the Church of the Earth Mother. Previously, after the clown was knocked away, Leyton knew that the Church of the Earth Mother's augmented human had recovered some of his injuries and could continue fighting. Then, he released the bronze phosphorus that he had been holding tightly in his left hand. The solidified state of the bronze phosphorus had blocked a fatal attack, which greatly magnified its side effects. Fortunately, the side effects of the bronze phosphorus mainly affected the physical body. Leyton endured the dual pressure on his body and spirit, used quick thinking again, and used the dispel charm at a critical moment. After completing all of this, the multiple superimposed side effects left Leyton physically and mentally exhausted. He could only rely on the sense of crisis brought by the clown to barely control himself from falling asleep. Ugh. How is this POS, Cybele? The clown's hoarse voice sounded and gradually disappeared. The warning from his spiritual intuition also disappeared. It's a pity I didn't see how the clown died with my own eyes. This was the only thought in Leyton's mind. After that, Leyton felt that he could safely fall asleep. A warm current swept over Leyton's body, like a mother's embrace, relieving the injuries on Leyton's body and the fatigue in his spirit. Leyton, who originally wanted to fall asleep, was forcibly rebooted. The clown is dead, a steady, heavy voice sounded beside him. A hand rested on Leyton's body, and a warmth spread through him. Leyton felt that the pain on his body was relieved a lot, and then this hand helped Leyton up from the ground. Chapter 24, The Great Magician's Hat. After being helped up, Leyton staggered, his steps weak and unsteady. He took several steps before finally regaining his balance. Only then did he have the energy to look at the Church of the Earth Mother transformer who had finally dealt with the clown. The person appeared to be in his 30s, with a square face, and hair that was dark, shiny, and stiff. Its texture looked more like pine needles than hair. He had thick, wide eyebrows, brown eyes with a gentle look, some crow's feet at the corners of his eyes, a slightly collapsed nose, thick lips, and wheat-colored skin. He wore a simple, ash-gray linen robe, with the Church of the Earth Mother's emblem embroidered on the left breast, dressed as a clergyman, giving people a warm and dignified feeling. "Hello, I am Uther, a harvest priest of the Church of the Earth Mother. Thank you very much for your help, otherwise, I would have returned to the embrace of the Mother Goddess tonight." Uther bowed to Leyton, thanking him sincerely. "Hello, I am Leyton, an executor of the Church of the God of Knowledge of Wisdom. Helping you is also helping myself. Relying on just me and a cat, we wouldn't have been able to escape. Besides, Uther, you saved my life too, didn't you? However, I still need to trouble you to help me save my companion. It was seriously injured in the previous battle," Leyton said, shifting his gaze to the black cat Paws, who was lying motionless on the ground. "No problem," Uther nodded. He had originally intended to save this extraordinary cat, but seeing that Leyton's injuries were more serious, he had treated Leyton first. Supported by Uther, Leyton managed to avoid falling halfway. While Uther went to treat Paws, Leyton leaned against a nearby gas lamp post, recalling the details of the battle, repeatedly thinking about what problems there were in his handling of the battle. Leyton pondered for a moment and realized that he actually had a chance to kill the clown from the very beginning, even though the opponent had both the abilities of a Sequence 8 Trickmaster from the Apprentice pathway and a Sequence 8 Clown from the Seer pathway. But he had dispel charms that could dispel the effects of the clown's tricks, as well as imprison charms, and Paws, who possessed the ability to intimidate. In addition, he had a gun and a dagger, so he could have relied on continuous control methods to directly attack the clown at close range the moment the clown approached. Even if the clown managed to survive, he would have been seriously injured. Then, with the help of the bronze phosphorus, Leyton could have directly fought the clown with a dagger, assisted by Paws. Unfortunately, I wasn't calm enough at the time, and I was misled by the clown. Only after being attacked by the clown did I realize that the opponent didn't have the strength of Sequence 5 at all, but was just a Sequence 8 with some ridiculously powerful abilities. Moreover, there was no coordination between me and Paws. Leyton thought of Paw's first intimidation, which was simply a painful blow to his teammate. "Meow, I'm alive again, meow." Paws quickly stood up under Uther's treatment. Leyton looked over and saw that the wounds on Paw's body, where it had been electrocuted by the clown, had healed. However, the fur in that area would need some time to grow back. Paw's amber eyes were also covered with a layer of gray, indicating that the flash had caused great damage to it, and it would probably need to rest for a while to recover. "My treatment only temporarily brought your injuries to a safe range. You will still need follow-up treatment and recuperation in the next few days," Uther explained. "This is already amazing," Leyton nodded, indicating that he understood. "It's okay, meow. I'll just ask Eliza to concoct 2 bottles of potion for me when I get back, meow." "Leyton, do you need any, meow?" Paws was very optimistic at the moment, seemingly because the clown it had always feared was dead. Leyton looked at Paw's excited appearance and shook his head, deciding to deflate its ego a little. The clown who was killed may not be the one we saw last night. This clown was just a supernatural being stitched together with the characteristics of 2 Sequence 8 pathways, but the one we encountered last night should have been the Sequence 5 one, and that clown wasn't from the Apprentice or Seer pathway, Leyton stated his analysis. "How is that possible, meow?" "They smell exactly the same," meow. Paws was unwilling to believe Leyton's conjecture. "Gentlemen, I may be able to answer your doubts," Uther said at this moment. "Why, meow?" Paws asked directly. "This clown was split from the Sequence 5 clown you mentioned. At the time, I and others from the church were investigating the clown's affairs. Unexpectedly, we encountered him outside the hospital. According to our previous understanding, he shouldn't be able to leave that hospital. In this regard, I think Leyton, you might know something," Uther narrated. "I don't know," Leyton shook his head. "Because this is a secret. I thought from your conversation just now that you already understood the relevant information, but now it's no longer a secret. Our investigation also included your executor captain and a team member," Uther explained. Then, he continued without concealment, "After we encountered the clown, we suffered great damage due to the opponent's use of deception and traps. Later, when one of my companions delivered the final blow to the clown, the opponent directly split into 3 identical clowns. Although their strength was slightly different, and none of them were as strong as the original clown, our condition was also not good at the time. In the end, the battlefield was stretched further and further, and we were even defeated by the clowns one by one." "Are the captain and the others in danger?" Leyton asked immediately. "I'm not sure. I'm going to follow their previous direction to look for them," Uther shook his head and said. "I'll go too," Leyton said. As a result, he staggered as soon as he left the lamp post he was leaning on. "No need. You are too weak. Once a battle occurs, your condition will make it difficult for you to protect yourselves, and my spirituality has not yet recovered, so I can no longer continue to treat you," Uther shook his head. Yeah, you can't even stand steady, meow, Paws agreed. Alright, Paws and I will rest here for a while. If you need anything or have information, you can come back here to find us, Leyton said, nodding, knowing that his current physical state would only be a hindrance. No problem, Uther nodded, then turned and left in the direction of the hospital. I have to say, the recovery ability of the gardener pathway is too strong. I gave Uther half a dose of the potion, and he was able to recover a certain amount of stamina, injuries, and spirituality in such a short time. Perhaps it's also because he's a cyborg, Leyton thought to himself. Why do we have to stay here? Isn't it dangerous, meow? Maybe a new clown will come. Paws became agitated and uneasy after hearing that the clown had split himself into 3. Of course, it's to pick up equipment. The most important thing after killing a boss is to pick up equipment. Leyton said earnestly to the cat, speaking words that the cat couldn't understand. Meow, Paws gave him face and meowed. The expression on the cat's face seemed to be a silent complaint that the clown clearly didn't carry any equipment or items. Ignoring Paws's, "Are you kidding me?" expression, Leyton steadied himself by leaning on a lamppost and slowly approached the clown's corpse. After a period of delay, some fluorescent light had already begun to leach out from the clown's body, gathering around the clown's corpse. What is this? Meow, Paws limped closer and curiously asked when he saw the Beyonder characteristics leaching out from the clown's body. The equipment we get from killing monsters. It might be a Beyonder characteristic of Sequence 8, or it might be a sealed artifact, but the latter is more likely. The Beyonder characteristics on him have traces of being stitched together, so it's estimated that it will be difficult to extract pure Beyonder characteristics, Leyton explained, pondering. Beyonder characteristic? Is that the kind that can replace the main ingredient of the corresponding potion, meow? Paws asked in shock, his amber eyes wide. Leyton nodded in response, yes, it's just that the Beyonder characteristics consumed through the potion are being extracted again. It's still different from directly eating people. But I'm a cat. Paws said. Then what are you so shocked about? Leyton was speechless. Isn't this something that should shock a cat, meow? Paws said matter-of-factly. During the time Leyton and Paws were talking, the Beyonder characteristics on the clown's corpse had completely leached out. These characteristics slowly flowed, gathered, and then, as if attracted, all merged into the tall red top hat on the clown's head. The original red top hat began to twist and deform. In the end, these characteristics formed a sealed artifact, just as Leyton had guessed, a tall black top hat with a red silk scarf wrapped around it, and the brim slightly curled on both the front and back sides. Leyton picked up the black top hat from the ground and used divination to learn the approximate effect of this seal. As long as you wear this hat, you will have super strong body coordination and balance, precise body control, and at the same time, your lies will be easier to believe. You can also actively use a few simple tricks, including fog creation, flash, burning, freezing, and wind manipulation, but each trick can only be used 3 times a day, and the intensity is not high, not as outrageous as the clown used before, and has little practical significance. At the same time, the hat itself can also be used as a magic prop and weapon. The moment the hat is thrown out, it will stab the enemy like a flying knife, and you can also pull out pre-prepared props from the hat. However, the side effects of this hat are equally serious. The hat itself has a strong desire to perform. As long as you use this hat, the user will uncontrollably perform magic tricks during the process. Even in ordinary times, you need to perform magic tricks and illusions with the hat every day, and there must be an audience. This hat also has certain living characteristics and will constantly bewitch the user, magnifying various desires and emotions in the user's heart. This seems to be the source of the ability to make people believe in their lies after wearing the hat. The bewitching effect varies from person to person. Leyton felt that he could not use it for more than a minute. The effect is very strong. It has some of the abilities of both the Trickmaster and the Clown, and it can also be used as a weapon, but the side effects are a bit too troublesome and strange, Leyton said with emotion about the effect of this sealed artifact. Then, he thought about how to use the sealed artifact. The negative effect of bewitching the user is difficult to guard against. When it comes to fighting, it is difficult to accurately control the time, and you will uncontrollably perform magic tricks. This is especially unfriendly to Beyonders outside the Gourmand family, and it's almost like sending people to their deaths. Then, he told Paws about the effect of this hat. After listening to Leyton's description, Paws retreated repeatedly. Stay away from me, stay away, meow. It's too dangerous, meow. Paws directly distanced himself from Leyton by 2 or 3 meters. The corners of Leyton's mouth twitched slightly. This cat's clown-related sequelae were a bit serious. Holding the hat in his hand, he turned it around and said, since that's the case, I'll convert your share into equivalent high-end cat food or special dried fish and give it to you in a few days. I'll take this top hat. I have to give it a name. Let's call it the Great Magician's Top Hat. High-end cat food. Special dried fish. Meow meow. That's great, meow. Paz was also very satisfied with Leyton converting his share into high-end cat food and special dried fish. Chapter 25, New Sanguine. After obtaining the sealed artifact formed from the clown's characteristics, Leyton left with Paz and headed to the Crimson Advanced Hospital where Paz's master, Eliza, was located. Aren't we supposed to wait here for that person from earlier, meow? Paz asked curiously. That was just an excuse I made to pick up the sealed artifact formed from the clown's characteristics, Leyton said, waving the coat he had rolled into a ball in his hand. This coat was being used as a package to store the great magician's top hat. Due to the special nature of that top hat as a weapon, even just holding it in his hand counted as using it, even if he wasn't wearing it. As he held the hat for longer, Leyton clearly felt his temper gradually becoming more irritable, so he had to find a way to isolate himself from direct contact with the great magician's top hat. But what if we encounter other clowns, meow? Paz asked with some concern. Uther is ahead of us, and even if we do encounter one, it should be a clown with low health. Those law enforcers and members of the Church of the Earth Mother are at least Uther's level, or even stronger, Leyton explained. Meow. You're so cunning. Eliza is right, humans are indeed cunning and terrifying creatures, Paz said, staring warily at Leyton. What kind of things does Eliza teach you all day long? What a waste of a good cat to have such a mouth, Leyton complained speechlessly. Meow, you're not allowed to speak ill of Eliza. And you're not allowed to speak ill of me. Paz retorted loudly. Okay. You're not allowed to speak ill of me either. Leyton said. I didn't say anything bad about you, meow, that's the true dash. Leyton interrupted Paz's words with a threatening tone. Meow, the quick-witted cat quickly caved. A moment of silence fell. Leyton and Paz, one human and one cat, walked forward in silence. The crimson moon brought a different atmosphere to the quiet street, as if something was brewing in the dark. Why do I feel so uneasy? But my spiritual intuition hasn't given me any premonitions, Leyton thought as he walked down the road, feeling uneasy but unable to pinpoint the reason. Meow, me too, Paz feels panicked, it's like something bad is happening. Should we go back, meow? Paz said, expressing his own feeling of panic and timidly suggesting they return the way they came. Don't you think it's too late to turn back now? Leyton stopped, holding the reloaded gun tightly in his hand, staring ahead. Ahead, a group of bats fluttered by, then gathered in a place not illuminated by the gas streetlights, transforming into a figure wearing a long black trench coat, a red vest underneath, relatively fitted dark red breeches and long black boots. His face was unclear, but it was evident that he was tall and thin, extremely upright, with light-colored, almost silver hair and bright red eyes, like hidden blood. The figure also noticed Leyton and Paz standing there. His eyes widened for a moment, then he warily sized up Leyton, as if he would attack at the slightest movement. It's Yaz, meow. Paz said excitedly. Yaz, meow. What kind of breed is that, meow? Can it turn into a human? Leyton joked with Paz to ease the tension in his heart. Judging from Paz's reaction, the person shouldn't be an enemy. And with those eyes and that attire, he looked like a sanguine. Leyton thought of Eliza's brother, the sanguine whose collection was stolen by the clown. Clearly, I am not a cat, but a sanguine. Why is Paz by your side? Did you steal him? What is your relationship with that clown? Yaz had obviously heard the exchange between Leyton and Paz, and he slightly lowered his guard and walked over, though his eyes were still wary as he looked at Leyton. As he got closer, Leyton finally saw the person's face clearly. His skin was very pale, the kind of paleness that comes from not seeing sunlight for a long time. His eyes were bright red, like hidden blood, his nose was straight, and his lips were as red as if stained with blood. His facial features were distinct, and he looked to be about 20 years old, though his actual age was unknown. Anyone who saw his face would think he was a remarkably handsome young gentleman. Paz. He insisted on staying by my side. As for my relationship with the clown, we just had a fight where I killed one of the clowns, Leyton said, tilting his head to meet the other's gaze. Killed a clown? You. Yaz didn't quite believe Leyton's words. He was a sanguine in the Crimson Advanced Hospital, and he believed he knew more about the clowns than these outsiders. Therefore, he knew even more about the clown's terror. If it weren't for something very important in the hospital, he would have taken his sister and left this city long ago. Me too, meow. Paz said, excitedly raising his paw. Yaz frowned involuntarily. Although he didn't believe Leyton, he still believed his sister's pet cat. Although this cat was a bit playful, it wouldn't lie about such things. If you don't want to believe it, so be it. But that clown forcibly split himself into three, and is currently fighting the Church of the God of Knowledge of Wisdom and the Church of the Earth Mother. The one we killed was just one of them, maybe even the weakest one. He was only sequence 8, but he had characteristics from more than one pathway, so the combined power he could exert would definitely exceed that level. I imagine the other two avatars are about the same. Were you so disheveled just now because you encountered one of them? Leyton quietly activated rapid thought, trying to observe any different reactions from the other person. Yaz was silent for a long time before speaking again. I do know about that, but I didn't encounter a clown. I was fighting with the people from the church. Why, meow? Paz hurriedly asked. For a secret. Leyton answered for Yaz. Yaz's gaze towards Leyton became cold again, as if he was considering whether to take action and eliminate the other person right now. Don't look at me like that. I'm guessing. You guys are being too obvious, not even trying to hide it. It's not just me, basically the Church of the God of Knowledge of Wisdom and the Church of the Earth Mother should all know some information, but both sides have their own plans, so the three of you seem to have reached some kind of balance, but with the appearance of the clown, that balance is about to be broken, Leyton said, using rapid thought to constantly recall his experiences over the past few days and the information he knew, making a bold guess, and Yaz could just let him verify this. Guess. Meow Paws stared with big cat eyes at the two people facing each other. Clearly, he knew both of them, and understood them both, but they both looked so strange now. Sighing, Yaz withdrew his aura and said helplessly, the balance has already been broken. The problem now is that things are a bit beyond their control. I don't know if they can clean up this mess in the end. He added, but no matter what, Eliza and I can't stay in Phaenopotter anymore. I plan to take Eliza away from here tomorrow. Pause, are you staying or coming with us? If you come with us, you'll never have the same life as before. Leave here, meow. Pause looked at Leyton, his eyes full of reluctance. It's okay if you don't want to leave. They won't make things difficult for a cat like you, and you have this person from the Church of the God of Knowledge of Wisdom by your side to vouch for you. Yes stopped before he finished speaking. Can you keep my high-grade cat food and special dried fish, meow? If not, just keep the special dried fish. I'll have Eliza write a letter later, and you can send it to me. Pause's reluctance was all for the special dried fish and high-grade cat food that Leyton had promised before. Leyton's mouth twitched. He shouldn't have had any expectations for this cat. It only had its dried fish and the cat commando in its eyes. Okay, if you go to Lone or the sea later, I'll personally send it to you, Leyton said speechlessly. Okay, meow. Pause's sad and reluctant emotions instantly cleared, and he turned and ran to Yaz's side. Yaz looked at Pause, who had happily run to his side, and nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Leyton again and said, you don't plan to stay in the Church of the God of Knowledge of Wisdom forever. Staying in the Church of the God of Knowledge of Wisdom doesn't mean staying here. Coming to this world, I have to go and see this world properly, don't I? Only by walking and seeing can you experience the weight of knowledge. Leyton, who wanted to make up a reason to muddle through, actually spoke his true thoughts after opening his mouth. Your thoughts are really special, different from the people in the Church of the God of Knowledge of Wisdom I've met. To be precise, you are different from most of the people I've met. I look forward to the day we meet again. Yes finally showed his kind smile. You are also different from most of the sanguine I know. I hope you have a smooth journey, Leyton nodded. Why? Do you know the sanguine very well? Yaz asked with a puzzled expression. I know a little. As far as I know, some sanguines seem to have a hobby of collecting various dolls. Leyton suddenly had the idea to tease the other person, looking at the sanguine's serious appearance. The face of Yaz opposite him instantly darkened, and he quickly disappeared into the night with Pause in his arms. Chapter 26, The Deal with the Crows. After Pause left with Eliza's brother, Leyton suddenly felt a sense of loss. So, I've already come to regard that cat as a partner, Leyton murmured, gazing up at the crimson moon above. He realized that he was adapting to this world much faster than he had anticipated. If this continues, will I even want to go back in the end? Leyton felt a bit lost. Caw. A loud bird call shattered the silence of the night. Leyton looked up to see the crow had reappeared, circling twice in the air before landing on the gas lamp post ahead, its gilded eyes fixed on him. You haven't been hanging around here this whole time, have you? Leyton asked, after a moment of silence as the thought occurred to him. Having used rapid thought too many times in a short period, Leyton felt his entire brain becoming sluggish. Everything seemed to be happening half a beat too slow. Caw. Caw. The crow perched on the gas lamp post and called out twice. Leyton thought it was imitating Pause, trying to bluff its way out of the situation. Although Leyton was a bit annoyed, there was nothing he could do, not when the other party was a big shot. Do I still need to go further ahead? Leyton asked, changing the subject. Caw. The crow still didn't answer, merely calling out once before flapping its wings and flying away. Leyton watched the direction it flew, which seemed to be the same direction Usul of the Church of the Earth Mother had taken earlier. What happened over there? Or what's happening? Leyton pondered for a moment before following in that direction. Walking further ahead meant moving away from the city center. This was why the previous battles in this area hadn't been investigated. Of course, the main reason was that people at home didn't dare to come out and check. With both the Church of the Earth Mother and the Church of the God of Knowledge of Wisdom sending people, the ordinary residents in this area had probably been quietly relocated or led away. The houses along the road became sparse, and the road was no longer as tidy as before. Leyton held a pistol in one hand and carried the great magician's top hat wrapped in his coat in the other, with the metal box containing the bronze phosphorus tucked into his coat pocket. At the first sign of trouble, he would use the bronze phosphorus. After using up 2 talismans and pause leaving, Leyton suddenly felt that choosing to continue venturing forward alone wasn't a wise choice. However, the crow circling overhead made him hesitant to turn back now. Even if the crow's current behavior didn't seem malicious, who could guarantee it wouldn't become malicious later, especially when he knew nothing about it? Continuing to follow the crow circling in the air, Leyton moved forward into increasingly desolate areas. Gradually, Leyton noticed that something was off around him. The plants here occasionally showed signs of having undergone a round of mutation and alteration, either growing slender thorns on their branches or becoming gigantic. Some plants were even blooming out of season. When passing through these areas, Leyton subconsciously covered his mouth and nose with his coat collar. As a Sequence 6 biologist of the plantar pathway, he possessed the ability to create biological toxins. The mutations in the surrounding plants, along with the huge holes in the ground left by something emerging from the earth, made Leyton suspect that these were the traces left behind by a Sequence 5 druid. As a druid, when encountering tricky opponents, using subtle biological toxins to weaken the enemy's combat power was a very reasonable tactic. Leyton didn't know if the druid had dealt with the biological toxins they created, but he had to be careful. With his small stature, he could easily be caught off guard and capsize in a ditch. Caw, the crow circling in the air suddenly landed on Leyton's shoulder. Leyton's body tensed up subconsciously, relaxing only after seeing what had landed on his shoulder. "What's wrong?" Leyton immediately asked in a low voice, thinking the crow had discovered something. "Nothing, your captain and the others are ahead. My identity isn't suitable for outsiders to know. Give me the bronze phosphorus you have, I'll use it to conceal my aura." "Huh? How do you know it has the function of concealing aura?" Leyton originally wanted to ask how the crow knew he had bronze phosphorus, but remembering that he had just used it in battle, he didn't ask that question. Instead, he curiously asked how the crow knew bronze phosphorus could conceal aura, as the captain hadn't mentioned it. "It doesn't have that function, it's just that I can use the residual power on it to hide my aura," the crow said. Leyton hesitated for a moment. The bronze phosphorus was his only talisman, and honestly, he was unwilling to lend it out. But if he refused, the crow would just leave, and he would lose a protective charm. "Okay, but if there's danger, you have to protect my safety," Leyton said, staring into the crow's gilded eyes. "Agreed," the crow nodded readily. Leyton then lowered his pistol and took out the metal box containing the bronze phosphorus from his coat. Opening it, he revealed the bronze phosphorus, which looked a bit dimmer than when he first got it. Leyton handed over the open metal box, and the crow immediately lowered its head and bit it. Then Leyton saw the bronze phosphorus, about half a palm size, being swallowed into the crow's stomach in an extremely unreasonable manner. You ate it." Leyton never imagined that the crow meant swallowing it when it said use. "I'm just a crow, if I don't swallow it, am I supposed to grow a hand to hold it?" the crow said matter-of-factly. "Well, you're right. But after you're done using it, are you planning to spit it out of your stomach and return it to me? Or not?" Leyton felt that these magical creatures were all a bit eccentric. "It's just a mystical item, I'll just give you a feather later," the crow's voice echoed in Leyton's mind, sounding very generous. "Your feather? Is it also a mystical item?" Although Leyton didn't have much expectation, he still asked curiously. "No, but it can help you seal that hat. That hat of yours is not bad, it has some of the abilities of both the trickster and the clown, but the side effects are too severe. You can use my feather to seal it to a certain extent, so you can use it normally, and I'll also help you hide the fact that this is a sealed artifact." The crow's voice sounded very confident. Leyton had to admit that he was shamefully tempted. The captain had said before that if the bronze phosphorus was damaged or lost, it didn't need to be returned. Thinking about it this way, Leyton suddenly felt that the crow had been eyeing the bronze phosphorus for a long time. In the end, he couldn't restrain the desire in his heart, and Leyton chose to agree to the crow's suggestion. Leyton emphasized to himself in his heart, the main reason is because this crow is dishonorable and has already swallowed the bronze phosphorus, otherwise he wouldn't necessarily agree to this condition. "You have to protect me for a longer period of time, until the clown incident is over. I'm just a Sequence 8, it's too dangerous for me in this matter," Leyton added. "Caw." The crow started acting dumb again. "This is a necessary condition, otherwise I'll tell the captain about this deal," Leyton continued when the crow didn't respond. The crow didn't even bother to call out this time. "And also tell the people of the Church of the Earth Mother," Leyton added. "Okay, you need to be more patient with the crow," the crow's voice echoed in Leyton's mind. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. This crow must have learned from pause, it must have. Chapter 27 Incident. After making the deal with the crow, Leyton stopped talking, picked up his coat and pistol, and hurried in the direction the crow had pointed. After walking straight for about 5 minutes, Leyton saw Captain Icanton and a clergyman in the robes of the Church of the Earth Mother at a fork in the road, treating their wounds. A clown's body was lying on the ground, along with a person whose chest and abdomen were seriously injured. As Leyton got closer, he could see clearly that the seriously injured person lying on the ground was Mr. Kozith. Captain Icanton and the clergyman of the Church of the Earth Mother had already noticed Leyton's approach and looked at him warily. "Captain," Leyton called out, but was stopped by the other party as soon as he was about to approach. "Stop," Captain Icanton said, not directly trusting Leyton. Immediately, Leyton saw his captain's eyes turn bright white, surrounded by a faint blue fluorescent light. Leyton felt as if he had been seen through by the other party, scanned from body to soul, a feeling that made Leyton very uncomfortable. After a while, the fluorescent light and bright white in Captain Icanton's eyes faded away, and he breathed a sigh of relief, waving his hand to the clergyman of the Church of the Earth Mother beside him. Then he turned to Leyton and said, "Okay, you can come over now. Why are you here at this time?" Leyton began to narrate the reason he had thought up before he came. "I sent a black cat back to its owner, the sanguine girl Eliza I met in the hospital before. All the way until he encountered the clown and Uther, the clergyman of the Church of the Earth Mother, and finally the two sides joined forces to kill the Sequence 8 clown." After Leyton finished speaking, he thought that the captain would doubt him. After all, there were many problems with his explanation, such as knowing that the clown was in the hospital, but still daring to send the cat back here. However, the captain's attention was focused on the fact that he had encountered a Sequence 8 clown and had cooperated with a clergyman of the Church of the Earth Mother to kill the clown. "Very good, you are more outstanding than I imagined. It seems that you have a very good grasp of your beyonder abilities, and the progress is very fast," Captain Icanton said, not paying attention to the loopholes in Leyton's words, but praised Leyton's progress in mastering his beyonder abilities. "I don't know why, but these past 2 days, I clearly haven't had time to read any books, but my grasp of my beyonder abilities has been constantly improving, and I feel that my own beyonder abilities have also been strengthened," Leyton said, following the captain's words. This was Leyton's true feeling these past 2 days, but Leyton could still guess the reason. His actions these past 2 days were in line with the acting rules of the Apprentice of Deduction. Leyton guessed that it should be his reasoning about the various situations and the reasons behind this incident. "Well, that's a good thing," Captain Icanton smiled happily, not dwelling too much on this topic. The captain's reaction made Leyton guess that the captain himself had not mastered the acting method. The captain's potion digestion progress should have been completed by luck and accumulation. He could find an opportunity to subtly reveal the acting method, but it would be best to let the captain realize it himself, otherwise I would have to swear an oath to the god of knowledge and wisdom to keep the secret of the acting method. Leyton didn't want to face this god who most represents omniscience at all. He had no secrets in front of the other party. Leyton didn't think that a mere Sequence 2 characteristic and the possible corruption of the knowledge Moor could hide from the eyes of this god. Before knowing the other party's attitude, Leyton didn't want to have any interaction with the other party. "By the way, Captain, I have a bottle of healing potion here, do you want to give it to Mr. Kozith?" Leyton changed the subject with Mr. Kozith lying fall on the ground. "No need, wait another minute, my beyonder abilities will come back, and I can heal everyone's injuries," the clergyman of the Church of the Earth Mother standing beside him said first. "Is that so? No wonder Mr. Kozith is just lying on the ground like this," Leyton nodded to show that he already knew. Then he focused his gaze on the clown's body on the other side. "Captain, is this clown you encountered very strong?" "Well, the other party has multiple different pathway characteristics, namely the Prometheus of the Marauder pathway, the Faceless of the Seer pathway, and there should also be some Apprentice pathway characteristics, but the sequence is lower," Captain Icanton replied in detail. Leyton took a breath of cold air in his heart. This is a super low-profile and desperate version of the Lord of the Mysteries, although it can be said to be more beggar-like than the beggar version, but below the demigod, this combination is indeed powerful and strange. Hopefully, there will be no shepherds who graze all 5 families in the future. A surge of vitality, like a spring breeze, swept over, and Leyton felt that the pain on his body had weakened a lot. Mr. Kozith, who was lying on the ground, also let out a painful groan, seeming to be about to wake up from his coma. Leyton turned to look at the clergyman of the Church of the Earth Mother standing beside him, but only saw the other party staring solemnly into the distance, seemingly sensing something. Leyton looked in the direction of the other party's gaze, but saw nothing but sparse trees, houses, and farmland. Did His Excellency the Bishop and the others fail over there? Captain Icanton's voice seemed a little heavy. It seems so. The worst has happened. These blood races do not understand the kindness of the Earth Mother, reject the faith of the Earth Mother, but also vainly attempt to steal the power of the Earth Mother. How ironic. The clergyman of the Church of the Earth Mother showed great anger. Not only was there anger in his words and expressions, but also anger in his body. His entire body had a substantial swelling, and brown short hairs broke through his clothes. The anger in his heart caused the body of this Sequence 5 clergyman to uncontrollably turn into a giant bear. In Leyton's surprised gaze, the giant bear sprinted wildly in the direction Leyton had come from. Only Leyton and the captain remained, along with Mr. Kozith, who was groaning on the ground. "Captain. Should we follow it?" Leyton asked after a moment of silence. "You should go." The crow on Leyton's shoulder spoke up at this moment. You can talk." Leyton looked at it in surprise. This time, the crow didn't just make its voice sound in Leyton's mind, it actually opened its beak to speak. However, the voice wasn't much different from the one that had directly entered his mind before, though it was slightly harsher, probably due to the crow's throat. "Of course, I can talk," the crow said matter-of-factly. "Then why did you always transmit the language directly into my mind before?" Leyton asked, puzzled. "To maintain my image as a crow." "All right, enough nonsense. My prediction went wrong. There's a higher level of power in this event, and it's interfering with my perception," the crow said, flapping its wings against Leyton's head to urge him on. Leyton glanced back at the captain and, seeing that the captain wasn't surprised that the crow on his shoulder could talk and even nodded at him, he felt relieved. However, he still asked the crow on his shoulder with some doubt, "What am I going to do there? With my small stature, am I just going to be sending myself to my death?" "Of course, you're going to snatch things. There are so many beyonder characteristics, it wouldn't be too much for us to take a little, would it? Besides, this matter clearly involves a very high level. If you can discover something, your sequence 8 potion will be digested directly. Haven't you already realized that?" The crow kept flapping its wings, urging Leyton. Leyton had to admit that he had been manipulated by this crow again. Everything the crow said was something Leyton couldn't refuse. However, the waters were very deep this time, making Leyton hesitant. Judging from the captain's attitude, this crow should be a saint of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Only the seer pathway reaches sequence 4, the prophet, to begin mastering higher-level mystical knowledge in the field of fate, thereby gaining the ability of prophecy. Being able to interfere with a saint's prophecy indicates that this event has at least another saint or even an angel's shadow. If you go late, you won't even get soup to drink. Although the classical alchemist from the Church of the Earth Mother can't solve this event, suppressing it temporarily won't be a problem. This is Fainapotter, the Church of the Earth Mother can send saints here at any time. By then, we won't have a chance to muddy the waters, the crow continued to tempt him. "What about us? I want to obtain some beyonder characteristics or sealed artifacts and know more information to deduce the truth behind the matter, helping me digest and master the potion." "Your Excellency, what do you want to obtain? Is it possible for me to get involved in something planned by a saint?" Leyton didn't really want to muddy the waters with this crow. Leyton couldn't help but complain in his heart, "Although I myself really want to have everything, keeping my life is more important now. As for sealed artifacts, I've already obtained one." "Wait. Sealed artifacts, how do I remember that only an angel-level being can seal them? Before, this crow said it would pluck a feather for me." "Let's go then, but my safety is up to you." Leyton stopped hesitating and ran directly in the direction the Church of the Earth Mother clergy member had left earlier. "You figured it out so quickly. I thought you were going to give up. Why aren't you afraid anymore?" The crow asked curiously, standing on Leyton's shoulder. "Isn't there you? You want to use me to achieve certain goals, but the premise is that I have to be alive," Leyton said with a smile. The crow nodded in a human-like manner, "Although that's not your complete thought, it's indeed correct. My identity can't be exposed in this sensitive place, especially since there's a situation here now. So, using you to achieve some goals is the most convenient. Of course, I'll also give you a reward that you'll definitely be satisfied with. After all, you're taking a big risk." "It's more than just a big risk. A small sequence 8 like me is involved among a bunch of saints. Keeping my whole body intact is the greatest leniency to me." Leyton couldn't help but use complaining to relieve some pressure whenever he was nervous. "Sequence 8 is indeed too weak," the crow agreed, nodding. Leyton's face was full of black lines. If he could beat it, he would definitely pluck this crow and beat it up. The crow flapped its wings and slapped Leyton's forehead several times. "Hey! What are you doing?" Leyton was upset by the slaps and almost tripped over the vines on the ground. "Feel it carefully," the crow on his shoulder said casually and then fell silent. Hearing this, Leyton carefully felt the changes in his body. More fighting and machinery usage abilities appeared in his mind. His mobility and reasoning abilities became stronger. Many more knowledge also appeared in his mind. Leyton felt that he had become a fighting master and a weapon master at this moment. This is part of the abilities of Sequence 7, Knowledge Keeper. It should be the knowledge and beyonder abilities that come with part of the potion. Just flapping its wings can pull me to the level of half a Sequence 7. TSK, this crow is definitely an angel of this pathway. Leyton was even more convinced of his previous speculation about the crow's identity. At the same time, Leyton felt that most of the beyonder characteristic belonging to the Sequence 8, student of ratiocination, had been digested. Chapter 28, Picking Up Bargains. The surrounding plants were becoming increasingly huge, and I felt my emotions starting to get restless. The further I went, the stronger the desires in my heart became. Is there any way to shield me from this? Leyton slowed his pace, realizing his body was already starting to have a physiological reaction. This is the influence of the divine power belonging to the mother pathway. It doesn't have any negative impact on you. In fact, it's rapidly healing your body's injuries. I can't shield you from it unless your body itself rejects this power, the crow said nonchalantly from Leyton's shoulder. You call this no negative impact? I can't very well meet people like this, can I? Leyton said speechlessly. We're sneaking in to scavenge for scraps, who are we going to meet? Besides, once the injuries on your body are healed, your body will recognize the effects of this divine power as a negative influence. Then I can use that as an excuse to shield it from your body. You need to use your brain more when things happen, Crow said with some impatience in his voice. Leyton, who wasn't using his brain, decided to stop talking. Since the expert had spoken, he would just listen. Leyton continued toward the hospital. The plants he passed were growing so lushly that they were almost covering the entire road. Furthermore, basically all the animals Leyton saw, even the little bugs that had long disappeared, were emerging from the ground and beginning the great work of life's inheritance with their companions. Finally, under the influence of this divine power, the injuries on his body were basically healed. Immediately, Leyton felt the reproductive desires that had been accumulating in his heart rapidly dissipate like water without a source. Leyton finally breathed a sigh of relief. If the influence of this divine power had lasted any longer, Leyton felt he wouldn't have been able to resist. As a young man full of vigor, this kind of desire was really hard to endure. The road ahead had completely disappeared, and all that remained in his view were dense, flourishing trees. Leyton felt like he had returned to the primeval jungle. Fortunately, the surrounding small animals and insects were all engrossed in their busy mating endeavors, and none of them came out to disturb Leyton. Leyton struggled through the thicket for more than 10 minutes before he finally saw something different. That is. Leyton looked in surprise at the huge building in front of him, surrounded by countless vines and branches. The entire building seemed to have come to life, constantly shaking and struggling, as if something was about to burst out from within. But the surrounding vines and trees were frantically growing and entwining around the building, seemingly trying to isolate whatever was inside from the outside world. In front of this huge building, frantically entwined by vines and trees, stood a person whose size seemed pitifully small in comparison. From afar, Leyton could recognize him as the Archbishop of the Martin Harvest Church. He had seen him before when he went to the Harvest Church with his father. The Archbishop was wearing a simple linen robe, with various plant patterns drawn on it. Although from a distance, the Archbishop's figure looked very small in front of this huge building, Leyton, who had seen him at the Harvest Church before, knew that the other party was nearly 2 meters tall and had some giant blood in him. His figure was very upright. He was a very gentle person, full of maternal radiance. Just standing in front of him would make you feel very comfortable. He had long, dark cyan hair that trailed to the back of his heels. Now, the Archbishop's long hair was piercing into the ground like roots and was still growing continuously, which made Leyton instinctively suspect that the vines and branches that wrapped around the building were all mutations from his hair growth. Although he knew that this was the other party's beyonder power, Leyton still felt that he couldn't quite look directly at the other party's head of long hair. Because the surrounding plants and the building in the middle were locked in a tug-of-war, a clearing had been left around, so Leyton didn't have to continue to squeeze through the thicket. The hospital you went to before seems to have lost control of something inside. The Archbishop of the Martin Harvest Church is suppressing it, trapping it in this hospital. If the Church of the Earth Mother doesn't have any other saints, this Archbishop won't be able to hold on for long, and the thing inside will still come out then, the crow on his shoulder concluded after carefully examining the situation in front of him. Is the guy inside that strong? Speaking of which, why is only this Archbishop here? Where are the other people from the Church of the Earth Mother? Leyton asked in confusion. They're inside that building, the crow's gold-rimmed eyes scanned the surroundings with a blue-white light. Ah. Inside. Are they delivering themselves as sacrifices? How come the people of the Church of the Earth Mother are even more reckless than those of the Church of the Lord of Storms? Leyton felt that he didn't quite understand the thinking of the people in this world. They possess a special sealed artifact that can aggregate or disperse the power of the same pathway within a certain range in a short period of time. Now, each of these Church of the Earth Mother people can, to some extent, borrow the power of this Archbishop, the crow explained. Then what are we going to do now? You're not going to ask me to go into that building too, are you? Not to mention that my small body wouldn't be of much use even if I went in, but I can't even get in now. There isn't even a gap left between these vines and trees. Leyton turned his head to look at the crow who had asked him to scavenge for scraps, asking in puzzlement. Just follow my instructions. I'll find a weak point in this seal. The person inside will definitely break out from that location. We just need to snatch something from the person who breaks out, the crow said calmly, as if everything was under his control. He wanted to ask for more information, but the crow ignored Leyton, its eyes filled with blue-white light, carefully observing the path ahead, enveloped and entwined by vines and trees. A toneless voice echoed in Leyton's mind, guiding him to avoid the Harvest Church's archbishop and head to the side. Leyton had the feeling that the crow on his shoulder had suddenly changed personalities. Can this be logged in with a different account? Leyton wondered to himself, but came to no conclusion. Following the crow's guidance, Leyton arrived at the right side of the building. This position perfectly blocked the Harvest Church archbishop's line of sight. However, Leyton didn't relax because of this. The vines and trees wrapping around the building were all derived from the archbishop's hair, and Leyton had no doubt that these vines and trees were her eyes and ears. Don't worry, I'm using psychological stealth. Before we actively expose ourselves, the archbishop won't notice any problems. Her main energy is currently focused on fighting the out-of-control monster inside the building, the crow on his shoulder said, as if knowing what Leyton was thinking. Leyton nodded, then asked, the one we're waiting for isn't from the Church of the Earth Mother, right? No, the crow on his shoulder said in a flat tone. A sanguine? Or a third party? Leyton continued to ask. Since it wasn't someone from the Church of the Earth Mother, it could only be the sanguine originally staying here, or the third party vaguely hinted at by the clown. Both. Your target is the sanguine, and my target is what the third party left behind, the crow said emotionlessly. Leyton didn't continue to press the matter. The crow's tone was completely different from before, and Leyton was certain that it should have switched accounts. The current one was likely the main body's consciousness projecting over. Leyton also had some guesses about the other party's identity in his mind. The building, entwined with vines, seemed to be undergoing an unspeakable transformation. Leyton even felt like he could hear the building's painful roar. It was so painful that he couldn't help but want to sympathize and approach to comfort it. Don't listen. A calm, restrained voice echoed in his mind. Leyton felt as if he had been infected by the other party's voice, and his whole person became calm. His somewhat chaotic and confused brain also cleared up at this moment. Leyton suddenly became alert. He had been unknowingly tainted by the sound. If he hadn't had this big shot with him, Leyton would have already been influenced by the sound and touched the vines wrapped around the building. Although Leyton didn't know what kind of impact this would have on the other party, he would definitely be defeated on the spot. After cautiously taking 2 steps back, Leyton used his own spirituality to seal his ears, solemnly watching the building in front of him, which was already like a giant wrestling and pulling with a pile of vines and branches. A sense of weirdness spread from the bottom of his heart. Don't look at it. Your eyes can see more things, but for now, it's more than you can bear, the crow's voice echoed in Leyton's mind again. He knows about my eyes of mystery prying. Does he also know that I have the characteristics of another pathway? Leyton tried to maintain the stability of his expression and heart, turning his head to look at the crow standing on his shoulder. Unfortunately, Leyton didn't see any information from the other party's eyes. The crow's eyes were shining with bright blue-white light, staring unblinkingly at the anomaly in front. After being warned, Leyton, although very curious about what was happening to the building in front of him, could only suppress his curiosity for now, not looking, not listening. Leyton just stood there, lowering his head, sealing his ears with spirituality, and using the corner of his eye to survey the surrounding environment to judge whether there was any danger and whether he needed to retreat a distance. The crow on Leyton's shoulder, as if its soul had left its body, remained motionless. If he hadn't felt the strength of the other party's claws on his shoulder gradually increasing, Leyton would have even thought that the other party had fallen asleep. At this moment, a faint blue glow secretly rushed out from the distorted and struggling building and entered the crow's eyes on Leyton's shoulder. Caw. The crow on his shoulder chirped softly. What happened? Leyton asked. The crow didn't answer. Instead, the building, wrapped in vines and trees, suddenly stretched out a huge palm made of soil, moss, and blood-red thorns. This palm suddenly stretched out and then slammed down hard, hitting the ground in front of Leyton, leaving a huge pit in place, and then suddenly lifted up. With the movement of this huge arm, the vines that had been tightly wrapped around the building began to be torn apart. With an angry roar full of rage, like a beast, more vines broke out of the ground and wrapped around the huge palm that had broken through the blockade. Leyton desperately suppressed his curiosity. When the huge palm hit in front of Leyton just now, he almost couldn't restrain himself from looking up. Go to that pit in front of you and take the sanguine inside away, quickly. This guy has completely gone mad and is preparing to die together with the Harvest Church's archbishop. For the first time, Leyton heard a sense of panic in the crow's voice. Chapter 29, Disperse and Escape. Leyton, rarely questioning why, suppressed the fear welling up in his heart and quickly stepped forward, preparing to pull out the sanguine that the crow on his shoulder had mentioned. Head lowered, he rapidly approached the pit in the ground created by the giant palm. Leyton recognized the sanguine inside as Yaz, whom he had met not long ago. The latter was currently unconscious, with numerous burn and lightning strike marks on his body. Leyton looked at Yaz lying on the ground, filled with confusion. Why was he here? Wasn't he supposed to be leaving Fainapotter with Paz and his sister? Where were Eliza and Paz? Hurry, the crow on his shoulder urged. Without further hesitation, Leyton bent down and pulled him out of the pit. He initially intended to carry him on his shoulder, but he already had a crow there, and it didn't seem inclined to move. Leyton had no choice but to scoop him up in his arms, running outwards while saying, "Give me a blessing or some other buff. My stamina and physical fitness aren't enough for me to carry a person while sprinting through the jungle with a crow on my shoulder." Caw. As soon as Leyton finished speaking, he felt a lightness in his body, as if he had lost weight. Holding the unconscious Sanguine Yaz, Leyton sprinted back in the direction he came from. Change direction. Run towards the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, the crow on his shoulder said again. Without wasting words, Leyton slightly adjusted his direction, gradually moving away from the area. Not long after Leyton left, 4 or 5 people wearing the robes of the Church of the Earth Mother's clergy fell out from the gap torn open by the giant vine and arm. Almost all of them were heavily injured, but perhaps due to the powerful vitality of the cultivator pathway, they didn't faint like Yaz. After falling out, they first confirmed their surroundings and then immediately supported each other as they moved towards the Harvest Cathedral's Archbishop. "Your Excellency Archbishop, that Viscount Sanguine has been unknowingly corrupted by the evil god, Primordial Moon. It should be related to his wife's death. The cause of this incident was his desire to revive his wife, but his subsequent plan didn't proceed as he intended. Instead, it was discovered and interfered with by a certain great existence." Uther quickly reported his findings to the Archbishop after approaching. "I already know. You all leave here immediately. He's no longer planning to live." The Harvest Cathedral's Archbishop had already transformed into a giant bear about 3 meters tall. As the Archbishop's words fell, on the other side where the arm had extended earlier, another arm broke through the vine's blockade and reached out, followed by more and more vines being torn and falling. Roar! A giant blood-red humanoid wrapped in countless vines slowly stood up from the ground. Behind it were a pair of illusory blood-red wings, upon which countless distorted spirits seemed to be howling in pain. Countless illusory and maddening whispers echoed in the minds of everyone from the Church of the Earth Mother nearby. The Harvest Cathedral's Archbishop's figure began to expand again, preparing to hold the opponent here while waiting for the church's reinforcements. The giant blood-red humanoid didn't make any attacking movements. After breaking free from the entanglement of countless giant vines, it only gazed longingly at the crimson moon in the sky. Wah! A mournful groan echoed in the silent night sky. Everyone who heard the sound couldn't help but shed tears, even the Church of the Earth Mother's demigod bishop couldn't help but weep. Leyton, carrying Yaz and rapidly traversing through the bushes, felt a sudden surge of immense sorrow in his heart. At that moment, Leyton only felt incredibly sad, as if nothing in the world mattered anymore, and the urge for self-destruction filled his mind. Yaz, held by Leyton, shed tears in his unconsciousness, his expression turning ferocious and painful. On the other side, Captain Iconton and Mr. Kozith, who had already moved away from the area, suddenly turned their heads, looking in the direction behind them, with feelings of sadness welling up in their hearts for no reason. "This is... what happened?" Mr. Kozith, staring in the direction of the hospital, said in a hoarse voice, as if something was stuck in his throat. Caw! The crow's loud cry on his shoulder brought him back to his senses. Suppressing the surging sadness and the self-destructive tendencies filling his mind, he changed from carrying to dragging the unconscious Yaz, fleeing rapidly away from the area. This sadness didn't last long. The Harvest Cathedral's Archbishop had already launched an attack on the giant blood-red humanoid. The surrounding ground rumbled, and several giant vines rose from the earth once again. At the same time, the Archbishop's lower body merged into the ground, and then the entire ground and stones were pulled upwards, forming a giant earth and stone golem with the upper half of a body and the lower half connected to the ground. The place where the Archbishop had been was exactly on top of the earth and stone golem's head. Under the Archbishop's control, the giant earth and stone golem with half a body launched an attack on the giant humanoid that was entangled by the giant vines again. The earth and stone golem punched down, and the giant blood-red humanoid suddenly disintegrated, turning into countless tiny red streams of light scattered around, constantly spreading outwards. Any creature or even soil that was touched by it would be integrated into it, bringing about certain mutations. Damn it. The Harvest Cathedral's Archbishop, with half his body merged into the earth and stone golem, angrily roared in the form of a giant bear. The out-of-control Viscount Sanguine disintegrated all of his characteristics and flesh into countless tiny fragments, allowing them to scatter around. Here, living beings and even inanimate objects will undergo tremendous mutations in a short period. Moreover, due to incomplete characteristics, these mutated creatures will descend into madness and, following the law of beyonder characteristics convergence, begin to kill each other, recombining into a complete beyonder characteristic. Originally, the other party was just a Viscount who had lost control and did not possess the ability to shatter beyonder characteristics. However, he now actively disintegrates the characteristics already integrated into his flesh and blood, along with his own life and soul, by abandoning them, infusing them into everything around him before the beyonder characteristics have time to separate. Under these circumstances, no one can live here until the Church of the Earth Mother completely resolves the mutated creatures in this area. You must know that although this place is close to the suburbs, it still belongs to the city area. Even if the area covered by the flesh and blood disintegrated and scattered by the other party is not large, it will be difficult for the Church of the Earth Mother's personnel stationed in Mudun City to completely resolve it in a short time. The only good news is probably that for tonight's operation, they have already secretly relocated the nearby residents in advance. Before, it was only a temporary relocation, but now it will most likely become a permanent relocation. The Archbishop transformed from a giant bear back into human form, sighing helplessly in his heart. On the other side, Leyton, who was dragging Yaz through the jungle at high speed, suddenly felt a palpitation, as if a huge danger was roaring towards him. Before Leyton could react, a burst of red light engulfed him. A faint blue glow surrounded Leyton, protecting him, Yaz, whom he was dragging, and the crow on his shoulder. The red light was isolated and could not reach Leyton and the others. "Leave quickly, don't stop, or you will face a siege from a group of mutated creatures," the crow on his shoulder urged anxiously. "I didn't expect that guy could go this far to avoid affecting his descendants. Is this humanity?" This was a sentence the crow didn't say out loud. Leyton also realized the seriousness of the matter and ran outwards with all his might. The surrounding plants were undergoing mutations at a speed visible to the naked eye. Some grew rapidly, and some even grew organs such as eyes and mouths. There was also a small grass growing on the ground that was no longer recognizable in its original form, but it had grown a pair of legs and stood up from the ground. Leyton ran even faster. The scenes of mutation happening around him made Leyton feel that even if he wasn't attacked by these mutated creatures, he would go crazy if he stayed here for too long. After running through a jungle for an unknown amount of time, the surrounding plants gradually returned to normal and became much sparser. The original road finally revealed itself under the cover of vegetation. Phew. Finally relieved, Leyton slowed down a bit and identified his current location by recognizing the surrounding houses. Then, he found the right direction and hurried towards the Church of the God of Knowledge of Wisdom. "Stop," the crow on his shoulder said at this moment. "Are we in a safe zone now?" Leyton breathed a sigh of relief, threw away Yaz, whom he was dragging, and sat down on the ground with a thud, panting as he asked. "Not yet, but this is already the edge, and it won't have a big impact on you. Further ahead, there will be church personnel relocating the people here, which is inconvenient." The crow on Leyton's shoulder flapped its wings and flew down. Leyton nodded without asking why it was inconvenient. The crow raised its wings and then used its beak to tear off a red feather from it and throw it to Leyton. "You insert this feather into your hat, and you can complete its seal," the crow said. Then, it waved its wings, and many strange symbols outlined by faint blue fluorescent light emerged and merged into Yaz, who was thrown on the ground. Then, Yaz began to cough violently, accompanied by a lot of fluorescent light separating from Yaz and slowly beginning to gather, until two small worms with 12 transparent and translucent interlocking rings were spat out by Yaz. These 2 worms of time were still alive. After being spat out, they distorted on the ground, trying to escape, but the crow swallowed them one by one in one bite. Leyton's mind was a little dazed as he watched this scene, as if he had figured out some things, but also as if he was even more confused. "You ate the worms of time. You." Leyton's voice was hoarse, and his eyes were full of vigilance as he looked at the crow in front of him. "You actually recognize the worms of time, that's right, but don't worry, just 2 worms of time are not enough to parasitize me. Even if this is just an incarnation, the consciousness I projected over is not an incarnation, and there is no Amon's avatar here." "The other party left when my lord cast his gaze down," the crow said in a tone that was impossible to discern emotions. "What do you want the worms of time for?" "For Amon's research results." Since the other party had already revealed his identity, Leyton didn't hesitate and asked directly. "How did you guess that this was just an experiment done by Amon?" "Because of that clown." The crow, an angel incarnation of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, asked instead. After knowing that there was no Amon's avatar here, Leyton felt relieved. The confirmation from the God of Knowledge was still trustworthy. The God of Knowledge also possesses some of the authority of fate and can discover those creatures parasitized by the Amons. Leyton nodded, almost. "Until I knew that the clown could split himself into 3, and each one seemed to have sewn together the characteristics of multiple pathways, and these pathways were adjacent pathways, I had some guesses. Moreover, there are not many existing angels in these 3 pathways. Until you brought out these 2 worms of time, I was sure that this was Amon's prank, and also his probing and research." Chapter 30 ending. "Your reasoning is basically correct. How is it? Has the sequence 8 potion in your body been completely digested?" The crow, an avatar of an angel, said calmly. Leyton nodded. "Is this also within your calculations?" "I only provided the corresponding guidance. Being able to deduce the general outline of the event in such a short period of time is your own ability." The angel shook his head, answering Leyton's question. Then he added, the acting of a student of ratiocination requires you to discover and deduce things yourself. If others tell you the relevant information, it goes against the very essence of acting. Similarly, your previous idea of relying on instilling knowledge to digest the sequence 9 reader potion won't work either. The focus of the reader is on reading and mastering, not simply possessing knowledge. Skipping the reading process directly won't achieve the effect of acting. The other party also took the opportunity to educate Leyton about his cheating idea of quickly digesting the reader potion by instilling knowledge. Leyton wasn't surprised at all that the other party knew about his previous attempt to digest the sequence 9 potion by instilling knowledge. For an angel of the White Tower pathway, a single glance was enough to completely expose his information. Sequence 3 of this pathway is called Cognizer. It's hard to keep secrets from beyonders of this sequence. Was that person in the hospital just now a member of the Sanguine? Did he switch to sequence 4 of an adjacent pathway, Classical Alchemist? Leyton, taking advantage of the angel's high willingness to answer questions, asked other questions he was curious about. That's right. Did you guess it after discovering the stitching marks on the clown's body? Or did you infer it based on the phenomena after he lost control just now? He is a sanguine with great courage, but unfortunately, he has been corrupted. The angel said. Both. I had some guesses after seeing the stitching marks on the clown and the strange attitude of the Church of the Earth Mother. I only confirmed it just now. Leyton replied. Associating it with the abnormally strong desire he encountered on the way to the hospital just now, Leyton hesitated and said, is it the primordial moon? Why do you think it's the primordial moon? The angel didn't directly answer Leyton's question but instead asked curiously. Because of the abnormally strong desire I encountered just now, and you also said he was corrupted. Plus, the Sanguine have a habit of worshipping the moon, so I guessed it was the primordial moon. He might have had problems in his research and faith in the moon, leading to corruption by the primordial moon. Leyton stated his guess. Not entirely correct, but the corruption he suffered did come from the primordial moon. However, it wasn't that he was accidentally corrupted, but that he actively sought out the corruption. Generally, Sanguine won't switch pathways. This is equivalent to giving up their identity as Sanguine. For them, this is no different from betraying their faith. The angel denied Leyton's explanation for the Sanguine Viscount's corruption. Then he added, but if you knew what the ancient name of Sequence 4 Classical Alchemist of the Mother Pathway is, perhaps you could guess why the other party was willing to betray his faith and give up his identity as a Sanguine to switch to this pathway. Ancient name. Classical Alchemist. That's not quite right. I remember there's another name, it seems to be Ancient Alchemist. He wants to revive someone. Leyton looked at the crow, an avatar of the angel, and his eyes lit up, feeling that the truth should be as he thought. That's right. Is there anything else you want to know? My consciousness is about to leave. This location is very special. I can't be discovered and appear here casually. The angel's crow avatar nodded. Leyton pondered for a moment, then asked tentatively, can I know your honorific name? The angel nodded in agreement almost without hesitation, you may. I will give you my honorific name when I was at Sequence 3. I have similar avatars in many places. As long as you pray within the range where my avatar exists, I will be able to know. Beloved of knowledge and wisdom, ancient guardian, I that understands the world, sage enthroned in the sky, guardian of reason and knowledge. As the voice fell, the fluorescent light emanating from Yes condensed into a mass of substantial brilliance. Then the angel flapped its wings and swallowed it directly into its mouth. Your reward will be delivered later by this avatar. This place is relatively sensitive, and my appearance here at this time is even more so. It will bring unnecessary trouble. I must leave. The following matters no longer require my participation. After the angel finished speaking, the crow's original blue-white eyes returned to their previous gold-plated color, and then it spread its wings and flew away. Leyton noticed that Yaz, who he had thrown on the ground, showed no signs of waking up, but his chest was still rising and falling, indicating that he was still alive. To be honest, Leyton was very curious about how the angel extracted the Beyonder characteristic from the living Yaz, and Yaz didn't seem to be losing control and going crazy at all. High-sequence Beyonders of the reader pathway really possess many strange and bizarre secret techniques. Sitting on the ground to rest, Leyton could always hear buzzing sounds coming from the dense forest behind him, as well as the sound of soil being turned. Leyton intuitively believed that that area was not just a simple mutation of plants and animals, but rather that the area itself was undergoing a terrifying mutation. Not daring to stay in place for too long, he picked up Yaz from the ground and carried him towards the Church of the God of Knowledge of Wisdom. Before he had walked far, Leyton saw Captain and the others. Not only was Mr. Kozeth there, but also Ms. Sia and Ms. Jessica had come, as well as some members of the Church of the God of Knowledge of Wisdom that Leyton didn't recognize. There were also some members of the Security Bureau around, assisting in the relocation of the residents here. Most of the residents here did not look good, with haggard faces and deep fear in their eyes, numbly following the church personnel to walk away. But there were still many people who didn't want to leave here. They believed that there was no danger here, only that some trees in the distance had suddenly grown a little too luxuriantly. This place was not only their home but also their greatest capital for surviving in this city. Leaving here, many of them simply couldn't afford the high rent and the living expenses of their families. No, I don't want to leave. There is clearly no danger here. Why do you want to deceive us into moving away with a non-existent excuse? This is our home. A middle-aged worker tried hard to protect his wife and children behind him. This was the place where his family had lived for decades. His income could only maintain the minimum living standard for his family. Without this home, they would soon become homeless. He couldn't allow this to happen. He had to guard his home. Such people were not one or two, but a common phenomenon. Many of them originally lived in the area further inside that was undergoing the mutation, rather than the periphery here. They were people who had been secretly transferred to the surrounding areas by the Church of the Earth Mother and the Church of the God of Knowledge of Wisdom together before. Now, not only was their original home gone, but even this temporary place where they were housed was about to be gone. Most of these people looked numb, moving away from this area under the arrangement of the church personnel. But Leyton couldn't see light in their eyes. They seemed to have lost too much expectation for the life ahead. This was not what they should have been like. Although their previous lives were not necessarily beautiful and happy, they at least still had the meaning of striving to live on. Now, the sudden change had extinguished the fragile light in their eyes. At this moment, Leyton felt his heart heavy, as if he understood for the first time the meaning of that sentence in the original work: this is the best of times, this is the worst of times. Chapter 31 Follow-up. Isn't it pathetic? Everything we have in this world can be so easily destroyed. Yaz's voice croaked. You can put me down now. The other party added. Leyton hesitated for a moment, but still put the other party down. The other party's sequence was higher than his own, and they were better at fighting. If they wanted to escape, he couldn't do anything about it. Besides, the captain and the others were not far away, so he didn't need to worry about the other party threatening him. Although I'd like to hear you tell the story, have you considered how to escape? Leyton interrupted the other party's impending narration. After a while, Yaz spoke again. As an executor of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, you should understand that regardless of whether this matter is related to me or not, as a sanguine, my presence here inevitably makes me a criminal. Are you instigating a criminal to escape? Leyton shrugged. It's just a suggestion. The big shots of the church don't plan to make things difficult for you. Why would I cause trouble for myself? But others may not think the same. Subordinates aren't always aware of high-level deals. If I stay, my sister will be able to leave more safely. Yaz's answer was beyond Leyton's expectations. I thought you would want to take them away together. Leyton sighed. Yaz smiled wryly. Of course I want to, but I can't risk it. The old man is dead, someone has to come out and attract your attention. Let's go, first help evacuate the ordinary people here. They originally had peaceful and ordinary lives, but now they're gone. As the main cause of this incident, shouldn't you do something? Leyton said, looking at the tired crowd around him. Then he reached out and pulled Yaz towards the captain and the others. After briefly explaining the situation to the captain, he joined the effort to transfer the ordinary people here. The resistance from most people didn't last long, because some mutated animals had already run into this outer area. A gray-blue bobcat, about the size of a cheetah, had somehow run over. It stood quietly on the roof of a house, bathed in the crimson moonlight, like a statue. Leyton scanned the area several times, but didn't notice it. He saw it, but subconsciously ignored it. It wasn't until Sia fired her gun in that direction, startling it, that everyone realized what was happening. Meow, it sounded a bit like a cat's meow, but not quite. Its voice was closer to a beast's howl, and its emerald eyes stared intently at Sia. Bang. Bang. 2 more shots rang out, one from Captain Ikanton and one from Sia. The cat, as large as a cheetah, easily dodged the first bullet, but couldn't dodge the second bullet that followed closely behind. Alwa, with a scream, it quickly retreated and fled the area. Don't chase it for now, appease the people here and evacuate this place as soon as possible. Captain Ikanton stopped Sia, who was about to chase and kill the gray-blue bobcat. What was that? Didn't see clearly, seemed like a cat, right? How can there be such a big cat? It must be a cheetah. Voices of fear and unease came from the crowd. The sudden incident made many people realize that the danger the church and the security bureau spoke of was real. People no longer lingered over their houses and possessions, and began urging those in front of them to hurry, wanting to escape this place. Really? They knew there was real danger here, so why were they so unwilling to leave before? Yaz asked, looking at the people around him in confusion. Leyton felt that the other party wanted to say something else, but changed his words when he realized it was inappropriate. Because they were taking chances. This answer came from Sia, who walked over from behind. Sia's face no longer had the usual playful and smiling expression but was tinged with a hint of worry and unease. Although the sun hadn't come out yet, the morning glow had already revealed a hint of its presence. The morning light shone on her, making her red hair even more flamboyant. Leyton was stunned for a moment. What? Already attracted by this sister's beauty so quickly? Hey, Sia's voice brought Leyton back to his senses, and his face gradually turned ugly. Oh. Our big boy is ashamed and angry. Sia teased even more when she saw the change in Leyton's face. I suddenly remembered that I sneaked out last night, and it's almost dawn now. How am I going to explain when I get back? Leyton no longer had the mind to pay attention to Sia's teasing. Leyton had forgotten that he had sneaked out of the house. He only remembered it when he saw the sunlight on Sia's red hair. Ehehe. You're really too cute, good luck of course, you can also say that you spent a wonderful night with me outside, I don't mind helping you cover up the truth. Sia was stunned for a moment after hearing Leyton's answer, and then laughed heartily. No, thank you for your kindness. Leyton refused with a smile. He could only silently complain in his heart, I have no grievances with you, why do you want to harm me? What a pity. I really sincerely wanted to help you. Sia sighed in disappointment, and walked aside with a resentful look to chat with her other teammates. You. Are there witches among the executors? Yaz's voice was filled with confusion and incomprehension. You also think it's a waste of her talent to walk the reader pathway? Leyton said, indicating that someone finally agreed with his idea. Reader. Yaz's eyes widened, looking at Sia in the other direction with disbelief. Sensing the gaze from behind, Sia flicked her flamboyant red hair, turned her head in the morning sunlight, and gave Yaz a shallow smile. At this moment, even Sia's eyes were gentle. Yaz first blushed and shifted his gaze, then secretly glanced at Sia again. Seeing that the other party had already turned her head away, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he regretted his embarrassing performance just now. Hee hee. Sia's teasing laughter reached his ears, which made Yaz's face turn red, then white, then green, then red again. In the end, he could only leave this place in annoyance. Ha ha. Leyton let out the laughter of a bystander. I absolutely don't believe she's a beyonder of the reader pathway. Yaz said through gritted teeth. After a small interlude, everyone returned to the action of transferring and resettling the people here. As dawn broke, more people from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom and the Church of the Earth Mother joined in. It wasn't until noon that the people of Hawk Street and the surrounding blocks were completely transferred to the city square south of Madan. The people of the Church of the Earth Mother built many temporary residences here, temporarily settling these people down. After Captain Icanton gathered the team members, he took a carriage back to the office area of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom Executor team. Yaz, who was a sanguine, was also brought back. Even though no one seemed to be paying attention to him anymore, for some reason this guy didn't sneak away on his own, but came to the executor team with Leyton and the others. The matter of resettling the residents is temporarily over. Our mission for a long time to come will be to clean up the mutated creatures in Hawk Street and the surrounding areas. Those creatures will follow their instincts to gather the scattered beyonder characteristics, so if we can't solve this problem as soon as possible, it will evolve into a new rampager demigod. Captain Icanton said solemnly. A rampager demigod. These were the voices of Joseph and Josie. The two of them belonged to the personnel who went with the church after dawn and didn't know much about the incident. You can ask Leyton about the specific course of events. He knows the detailed process of this incident, or wait for a while, and the corresponding information will be sent over. I will go to discuss with the people of the Church of the Earth Mother about dealing with the corruption in Hawk Street. You guys take a rest and prepare. We will set off soon to clean up the corruption. Captain Icanton said concisely. Finally, he turned to Leyton and added, Leyton, you go home and rest first, adjust your state. You don't have to participate in today's mission. What we have to face is corruption, and there can't be any problems with your own state. Leyton didn't dwell on why he was the only one who didn't have to go. He hadn't rested all night, and had experienced a fierce battle and so many things afterwards. Leyton now felt very tired and needed a good sleep. Captain Icanton didn't say much, and hurriedly went to the Church of the Earth Mother, taking Yaz with him. After the captain left, Leyton got up, greeted everyone, and left the team's office with his coat wrapped around the great magician's top hat. Joseph and Josie originally had many questions they wanted to ask Leyton, but they were stopped by a look from Sia. Everyone, get ready, all kinds of purification bullets and charms. Before Sequence 6, everyone is a weak chicken, so we can only rely on equipment. Sia said as she got up, mainly to Jessica and Mr. Kozith. Joseph and Josie, one Sequence 8 and one Sequence 9, were both on the reader pathway, so they were not very useful. Sister Sia, what about us? Josie asked, pointing to herself and Joseph next to her. Go with me to the church to find the bishop and ask for some mystical items. You two are responsible for logistics and carrying things. Sia said casually, looking at the two of them. Ah. Are we just responsible for carrying things? Josie said with an incredulous expression. Yes. Although our combat power is weaker than yours, we can still help, right? Joseph said in agreement. If you were on other pathways, you could, but the reader pathway and the mystery prior pathway are the two weakest pathways in the 22 pathways in the early stages. You need at least sequence 6 or sequence 7 to be considered powerful. Sia sighed helplessly. This was the first time Sia felt that the configuration of the executor team was unreasonable in handling events that required a lot of combat power. Chapter 32 Meeting. At this moment, Yaz, who was brought by Captain Ikenton to participate in a meeting led by the Church of the Earth Mother, was panicking. As soon as he entered the meeting room, he was scrutinized by a demigod and several Sequence 5 and Sequence 6 members of the Church of the Earth Mother. It seemed that as long as he showed any abnormality, they would immediately purify him. Yaz felt that the way these people looked at him was full of anger. Although this could be considered his due treatment, Yaz, who was just an adult sanguine, felt that he couldn't handle it. Ahem. You, what do you want to know? I will say anything as long as I know it, but let me state first that I don't know much. The old man didn't tell me many things, and I'm just guessing, Yaz said, deciding to break the silence as he was being stared at with apprehension. Do you know about your father, Viscount Varus, being corrupted? Bishop Esimia of the Harvest Cathedral asked with a dignified voice. This descendant of giants, nearly 2 meters tall, with long, dark green hair that trailed to the back of her heels, seemed to possess both maternal love and majesty at the same time, making you unwilling and unable to lie when facing her. Corrupted. The old man was corrupted. When? No wonder he's been getting stranger and stranger. Yaz was shocked by the news and stared at the giant bishop sitting at the head of the conference table, constantly asking questions. Only then did he realize his impoliteness and quickly lowered his head to apologize. I'm sorry, this news has shocked me too much. It's okay, child. Are you willing to follow me and listen to the teachings of the Earth Mother? The giant bishop's voice became gentle. Her voice carried a maternal tolerance and warmth, making people unconsciously want to let go of their guard and trust her. Ah. Why are you saying this? Yaz was confused by the words of the giant bishop in front of him. He originally thought that he had come to the Church of the Earth Mother to be punished, but now how did it turn into converting him to join the church? This giant bishop has too many faces. Your father, Viscount Varus, expressed his desire to join the church and feel the glory of the Earth Mother before being corrupted. This is also why we were willing to teach him the method of refining the stone of life in the form of a transaction after learning that he possessed the characteristics of a classical alchemist, the giant bishop said in a gentle tone. What? You already knew that my father had obtained the characteristics of a classical alchemist. Yaz was shocked by the giant bishop's words. After thinking carefully, it made sense. His father hadn't communicated with other sanguine for a long time, and he could only obtain the advancement ceremony for sequence 4 of the planter pathway from the Church of the Earth Mother. But now, that sanguine viscount was silently corrupted under your watch, and it has created such a situation. What's going on in the middle? What are you planning to do? Bishop Angerman, king of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, questioned with some dissatisfaction. It was both a question of the Church of the Earth Mother concealing information and a question of how to resolve the matter afterward. This is our negligence. We didn't expect that Viscount Varus would be secretly corrupted by the primordial moon at some point, and this matter also attracted the attention of another marauder pathway angel, causing the development of the matter to gradually get out of control. It was too late when we learned from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom that a high-ranking marauder was involved in this matter, and things had already gotten out of control, the giant bishop said with a tone full of helplessness and self-blame. Marauder pathway angel. Primordial moon. Yaz's mood became extremely complicated. He probably also knew why the people of the Church of the Earth Mother didn't have much intention of pursuing him, and even wanted to convert him to join the church. In events involving angels and evil gods, he was no longer important. Ahem. Everyone, let's discuss how to deal with this matter now, Bishop Angerman, king of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, said, clearing his throat to attract everyone's attention. The power that our Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom can mobilize in Mudun is limited. Low sequence Beyonders lack the ability to fight head-on, so we can only assist in Hawk Street, helping you clean up the mutated creatures and corruption in that area. However, we can take on more responsibility in resettling the displaced people, Bishop Angerman King said concisely, stating his thoughts. Bishop Angerman King wanted to use the method of helping and resettling these people to open up a new situation for the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom to spread its faith in Mudun. The spread of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom's faith in Mudun has always been limited to academic circles. Such people will always be a small part of a city. If they want to spread their faith more widely, they must face a broader group of people. Now is a rare opportunity for the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. No problem, this is our mistake, and we should bear most of the responsibility. The giant bishop chose to cede some faith to the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. This was a necessary concession made to maintain good cooperation between the two churches. The giant bishop continued, I have already urgently applied for a sealed artifact from headquarters to isolate the corrupted area. Today, we can start cleaning up that mutated area. We must retrieve the characteristics of the classical alchemist before they re-aggregate. The meeting ended quickly. In the end, Yes chose to follow behind the giant bishop of the Harvest Cathedral and listen to the teachings of the Earth Mother under her gaze. Yes stated that he was only listening to the teachings of the Earth Mother, and it did not mean that he had chosen the faith of the Earth Mother. He would never betray the moon. He was just feeling the teachings of the Earth Mother under the giant bishop's warm invitation. This was probably his last insistence. I'm just agreeing due to the situation, otherwise, I would probably be locked underground and never see the light of day. Anyway, I'm just listening to their preaching and doing some work. As long as I firmly believe in the ancestor, I won't be bewitched by them, he has comforted himself in his heart. After leaving the executor team, Leyton, who took a carriage straight home, found that the butler didn't even ask him what time he left last night, where he went, or what he did. Young master, would you like to rest first? The butler came over and asked with concern, looking at Leyton's tired expression. The captain even thought of this. He even made up a reason and sent someone to pass the message to the butler. Leyton guessed in his heart. With a blank expression, he nodded lightly, gave a soft and went straight to the second floor. After arriving in his room, he threw the coat wrapped around the great magician's head onto the cabinet on the side, to prevent the butler and others from taking it away as clothes to be washed, and then lay directly on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. By the time Leyton opened his eyes and woke up, it was already night with the crimson moon hanging high. He rubbed his shoulders, which were a little sore due to his improper posture, and went to the washroom to wash his face, so that his mind could quickly wake up. Just as he came out of the washroom, he met the butler who was waiting for him outside. The butler's expression was slightly tired. He didn't know if he hadn't rested well or if he had been worried about him all the time. Leyton felt that the latter was more likely. Young master, I heard movement downstairs, so I knew you were awake. Would you like to have a meal now? Sally had already prepared dinner in the evening, but now it needs to be reheated, but it will be ready soon, the butler asked with concern. Yes, by the way, I remember that Aunt Sally's family is also in the northwest, right? Has her family been affected? Hearing the butler mention Aunt Sally, Leyton remembered that Aunt Sally also lived in the northwest of the city, and it seemed that it was not very far from Hawk Street. The butler shook his head. No, Aunt Sally's house is some distance away from Hawk Street. It's just on the edge of this crisis. Although it's very close, fortunately, it wasn't affected. Earth Mother above, I didn't expect that the high-end hospital on Hawk Street would become a place for cultists to conduct biochemical experiments. Fortunately, the church evacuated the residents around it in advance, otherwise 1,000 or 2,000 people would have died in this disaster. The butler said with a sigh. Biochemical experiment? Oh, did the people from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom tell you? Leyton didn't expect that the Church of the Earth Mother would throw the blame on the cult's biochemical experiments. It's also because this place is close to Lenberg, and the people know a lot about these academic terms, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to get away with it. Yes, young master, as an elder who watched you grow up, I hope you can protect yourself. Although you have joined the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, compared to the achievements you have obtained in the church, I hope you can stay away from this danger and live a good life. I think this is also the idea of the master and madam. The butler hesitated for a long time and still said these words. Leyton was silent for a long time. He didn't know how to refuse an elder's full of concern for the younger generation, especially when the other party was someone who had watched him grow up. Okay, I know. I will pay attention in the future. Uncle Sean can completely trust my ability. I am already an adult, and I am no longer the child who needs your care and protection everywhere, Leyton said with a confident and proud smile on his face. Yes. You have grown up, that's great. That's great. The butler said, with a smile on his face as well. This smile contained both the comfort and pride of seeing the child he cared for and loved grow up, and also the loss and confusion that the child no longer needed him so much. Chapter 33, The Spoils Sent by the Crow. Leyton and the butler finished their dinner, each preoccupied with their own thoughts. The atmosphere in the house was particularly silent today. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, Leyton said, I feel a bit dizzy from sleeping too long. I'll go to the study to read for a while. Uncle Sean, you can go and rest after you're done with your tasks. I'll handle things myself if anything comes up. After saying this, Leyton got up and went to the study without waiting for the butler's reply. Very well, young master, the butler's response came from behind him. In the study, Leyton took one book after another from the bookshelf, but he couldn't concentrate on reading. He decided to give up on reading altogether and went upstairs to the second floor. He took the coat he had thrown on the cabinet in his room and the sealed artifact, the great magician's top hat. Leyton took out the feather that the crow, an incarnation of an angel, had given him. After observing it for a while, he inserted it into the red ribbon on the top hat. As the crimson feather was inserted into the tall top hat, the hat seemed to come to life, constantly twisting on the table, as if trying to shake off the feather. But no matter how hard the hat tried to twist, it couldn't shake off the crimson feather. Eventually, it seemed to compromise and return to stillness, even flattening the slightly curled front and back brims. It was as if the entire hat had given up. After confirming that the great magician's top hat was completely sealed by the crow's crimson feather, Leyton took the hat in his hand and used divination to understand the effects of the hat after being sealed. Wearing the hat would grant him super strong body coordination and balance, precise body control, and make his lies more believable. He could still use those few tricks, including fog creation, flash, burning, freezing, and wind gust, but now each trick could only be used 5 times a day, and the intensity was low, making them useless in actual combat. The hat's abilities as a magic tool and weapon were enhanced. In addition to the original ability to use the hat as a throwing knife to attack enemies, it also gained some apprentice pathway abilities, allowing him to place the hat on a wall or table and reach through it to touch things on the other side. The negative effects of the hat were also greatly reduced. The strong desire for performance inherent in the hat had less influence on the user. He only needed to wear the hat and perform magic tricks and illusions in front of people a few times a day. The hat still retained some living characteristics, but it would no longer constantly bewitch the user. As long as he stuffed different books into the hat every so often, the hat's bewitching ability would be greatly reduced. After understanding the effects of the hat after being sealed, Leyton could only say that it was indeed an angel of the White Tower pathway. It not only sealed most of the negative effects of the sealed artifact but also enhanced the positive effects. What was even more terrifying was that a sealed artifact was now being forced to read books. He mourned for the poor hat in his heart and casually stuffed a book from the table into the hat. Although he didn't need to use the hat now, helping the hat was a pleasant thing. Anyway, the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom had no shortage of books. Even if he stuffed different books into the hat every day, he could probably stuff it for hundreds of years. Leyton noticed a bright bronze ornament peeking out from under the books where he had taken the book. He put the hat that had been stuffed with a book aside and picked up the ornament, examining it for a moment. Oh, shoot. How could I have forgotten about it? I haven't returned it yet. Leyton finally remembered what he had forgotten. Seeing the ornament, Leyton was stunned for a moment before remembering that it was the relic of that Moor's ascetic member. The captain had asked him to bring it back to study it for any possible discoveries, but he had simply forgotten about it. But its existence should be to allow me to outline that pattern during meditation, right? Leyton guessed, recalling his previous experiences during meditation. Forget it, I'll take it back to the captain tomorrow and just say I didn't find anything, Leyton thought, putting it into his coat pocket. Tap. Tap. The sound of tapping came from the window of the room. Leyton looked over and saw that it was the crow, the incarnation of an angel. Leyton quickly went over and opened the window, letting the crow in. Caw, the crow chirped softly, then tilted its head back and spat out 2 jelly-like masses. One mass was light green, expanding and contracting slowly, as if it were alive. The other mass was dark green, constantly deforming irregularly, as if trying to grow hands and feet. Beyond her characteristics. This was the first thought that came to Leyton's mind. A sequence 9 planter characteristic and a sequence 8 doctor characteristic, both from the same pathway, the crow's voice sounded directly in Leyton's mind. Is this part of the characteristic that was extracted from that sanguine, that is, from as, before? Leyton asked curiously. Yes, this is part of the transaction between me and that sanguine viscount who failed to switch pathways. I took his child away from there, and he gave me the extra characteristics from the classical alchemist characteristic, the crow replied. Wasn't he already corrupted at that time? Leyton asked doubtfully. A corrupted sanguine viscount was able to make a deal with an angel at the last moment, asking the other party to save his child. Leyton found this a bit unbelievable. He had too many messy characteristics and corruption in his body, which allowed him to grasp a delicate balance, retaining part of his consciousness to make a deal with me. The crow's voice in Leyton's mind also carried some disbelief. Leyton felt that if conditions had allowed, this angel might have wanted to study how this delicate balance was achieved. If he hadn't been corrupted himself, that viscount would have even poured his own sanguine characteristics into his child's body. The angel's incarnation was quite talkative. Then why didn't he do that? Couldn't you have shattered the characteristics and then slowly reassembled them, thus clearing the corruption? Leyton asked, puzzled. Indeed, that can be done, but do you think ordinary people know about this method of clearing residual corruption within characteristics? The other party's voice retorted in Leyton's mind. I took it for granted. Leyton also felt that his question was a bit stupid. This method of clearing residual corruption within characteristics was basically unknown except to angels or people with high enough status. Even Mr. Fool, who was hanging on the Sapphire Castle, spent a long time searching before learning this information from Little Sunday. May I ask if you know of any ways to speed up the digestion of the reader characteristic in my body? Leyton hesitated for a moment before asking the question. Leyton himself was also very helpless. It was clear that the Sequence 8 characteristic had been digested after reasoning out the cause behind this incident, but the Sequence 9 characteristic in his body showed no signs of digestion at all. The crow, an incarnation of an angel, stared at Leyton for a long time before saying, "Read and master knowledge. Do you really need to ask me such a simple question?" "I want to know if there's a faster way," Leyton said, feeling speechless. "Use beyonder abilities to speed up the process," the crow said before flying away from the table. Leyton's mouth twitched slightly. He felt that he was being treated like an idiot by the crow, and the other party was so speechless that they directly complained about him. It seems that there really are no shortcuts to take. "I can only read books honestly in the days to come," Leyton sighed, feeling slightly disappointed. He rummaged through his father's room and found 2 iron cigarette cases, placed the 2 characteristics in them respectively, and then used a wall of spirituality to isolate them from the outside world. Afterwards, he cleared out a cabinet in his room that he used to store collectibles and placed the sealed Great Magician's top hat and the 2 beyonder characteristics inside respectively. "In the future, I must collect a copy of the sealed artifacts and characteristics of all 22 pathways." Looking at the somewhat empty cabinet after cleaning it up, Leyton's collector's habit was aroused. Chapter 34, Fantastic Beasts. Having slept too long during the day, Leyton now looked at the crimson moon outside the window without feeling sleepy. In the end, he simply picked up a book, leaned against the window, and quietly began to read in the bright moonlight. Perhaps it was because the quiet night was perfect for reading, Leyton unknowingly became engrossed in the book. It wasn't until he finished a whole book that Leyton finally stood up, feeling a sense of satisfaction, and stretched. At that moment, a small portion of the Sequence 9 reader potion within his body was digested. It seems that being completely immersed in reading books can indeed help digest the potion well, but there are quite a few books that need to be read. Leyton carefully felt the changes in his body. He realized that the digestion brought about by reading one book was very subtle in relation to a complete characteristic. Leyton estimated that without completely reading and mastering the knowledge of dozens or hundreds of books, it would be difficult to completely digest the reader characteristic within him. The task is heavy and the road is long. After sighing, Leyton put down the book in his hand and lay down on the bed to rest. The next morning, the butler woke Leyton. Rubbing his body, which was once again sore in the back and neck due to improper posture, he went to the washroom for a quick wash. Afterwards, at the invitation of the butler, he finished breakfast and then went to the executor team to clock in for work. Today's task should be to clean up Hawk Street and the surrounding corrupted areas. Leyton originally wanted to wear the Great Magician's top hat, which was his only sealed artifact, and powerful enough after being sealed by the feathers left by that angel. However, with the Joker's matter not completely over, taking out this hat would let everyone know that he had pocketed a piece of loot. In the end, Leyton decided to let the hat continue reading in the cabinet. When Leyton arrived at the executor team's office, only Mr. Kozith and the captain were there. "Good morning, Captain." "Good morning, Teacher Kozith." "Good morning, Leyton." After exchanging greetings, Leyton walked straight to Captain Ikanton and took out the ornament he had forgotten at home. "Captain, here, I forgot to return it before." As Leyton spoke, he reached into his coat pocket and took out the relic of the Moses Ascetic Order member. "Well, it's okay. Did you not find anything either?" Captain Ikanton nodded and asked casually. "No." Leyton shook his head and replied. "Well, it's okay. It's normal, perhaps some other factors are still missing. If you have any ideas, you can always come to me to get it." Captain Ikanton simply said a few words and moved on from the topic. Leyton originally wanted to return to his seat to read, but he couldn't resist his curiosity and asked, "Captain, did you guys clean up that corrupted area yesterday? What's the situation over there now?" "Well, almost all the animals, plants, and even inanimate rocks and soil there have mutated. Moreover, that area is affected by unknown things. Just being there will cause a strong desire for reproduction in your heart. In short, the cleaning process is very troublesome." Captain Ikanton briefly described the situation in that area. "Oh." Leyton nodded thoughtfully, without continuing to ask, and returned to his seat to read. In order to digest the reader characteristic within his body as soon as possible, Leyton could only immerse himself in the sea of knowledge as much as possible. After the members of the team arrived one after another, Captain Ikanton asked everyone to prepare and set off to clean up the corrupted area. Leyton also received a box of mystical bullets engraved with runes, 2 boxes of ordinary bullets, and 2 of the dispelling and confinement charms he had used before. After putting everything away, everyone went to Hawk Street in groups of 2s and 3s in carriages. Leyton, Josie, and Joseph got into one carriage. "It's a pity you didn't come yesterday. You don't know what kind of bizarre appearances the creatures in that area have turned into. There's grass with long legs running around, deer that are half plant and half animal, it's simply beyond the limits of our imagination. Josie said with an incredulous expression, recounting what he had seen yesterday. Why do I feel like you want to study them all? Leyton felt that this guy's tone was not right. Isn't that normal? They can all be considered completely new species. They have extremely high research value, it's just a pity that the captain doesn't allow it. Josie said with a longing expression. Leyton felt that he couldn't communicate with this guy right now, and shifted his gaze to Joseph, who was sitting on the other side. As a result, Joseph also had a regretful expression. Leyton could only swallow the words he wanted to say back into his stomach, and silently complained in his heart, I often feel out of place with you guys because I'm too normal. Along the way, Josie was telling them about the various strange creatures they had seen yesterday, until they arrived at their destination. Only then did Leyton have the opportunity to find an excuse to go to Mr. Kozith. Mr. Kozith and two extraordinary members of the Church of the Earth Mother were discussing something. One of them was Uther, whom Leyton had met before. There was also an unfamiliar beyonder, about 30 years old, with brown shoulder-length curly hair, wearing a priest's robe, and carrying a scythe on his back that was larger than an ordinary farming tool. Why did you come here? It's safer to stay with Josie and the others at the edge of the cordon. Although Mr. Kozith said this, he still moved his body to give Leyton some space. I want to join your actions. Rather than guarding the periphery, I would rather be exposed to frontal combat. This can greatly improve my frontal combat ability, and with Teacher Kozith by my side, safety is also guaranteed. Leyton said half-truthfully. Wanting to improve his frontal combat ability through combat was true, but more than that, he wanted to familiarize himself with fighting skills. The next sequence of the Mystery Prior is called Melee Scholar. Although his Mystery Prior pathway belongs to the gift and does not require digestion and acting, it still needs to be familiarized with and mastered. Frontal combat is very dangerous. It was not Mr. Kozith who said this, but the unfamiliar beyonder from the Church of the Earth Mother. The other party looked at Leyton with some doubt in his eyes, not with malice or contempt, but with kind reminders. Yes, I know. Leyton nodded, indicating that he knew these things and was prepared. Haha. Cain, you can completely rest assured about his strength. I have killed a doppelganger of the clown with this executor from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom before. Uther laughed and defended Leyton. Then, Uther introduced his companion to Leyton. This is Cain Caines, our priest, and also a physician. Then, turning his head, he introduced Leyton to this companion named Cain. This is Leyton, an executor from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Hello. Leyton and the physician named Cain Caines greeted each other. Where is your beyonder pet cat? Why didn't you bring it with you? Are you worried that the environment here will affect it? Seeing that Leyton and Cain knew each other, Uther immediately asked Leyton about Paz. It seemed that Paz had left a deep impression on this harvest priest of the Church of the Earth Mother. Leyton shook his head and said, it left with its owner. It's not an beyonder pet that I raised. The reason why I appeared there that day was because I was taking it to find its owner. So that's how it is, what a pity. I originally wanted to ask you for advice on how to train beyonder pets. Uther said with disappointment. Train beyonder creatures. I remember that there is a sequence in the apothecary pathway called Beast Tamer. You can completely ask them for advice. Leyton gave other suggestions. Uther shook his head and said, they rely on their own beyonder abilities and the attraction to animals brought by the potion, but I don't have any of these. Well, that's true, but why do you have the idea of raising an beyonder pet? The potion is not cheap, and the probability of animals losing control after taking the potion is too high. Leyton asked doubtfully. Because of the special environment here, although most of the mutated creatures are full of madness, there are still some that have not been infected by madness, but have some strange beyonder abilities because of the partial potion stored in them, which can also be regarded as magical animals. Cain Caines gave an explanation. Leyton suddenly felt a little tempted himself and wanted to raise a magical animal. There won't be too many of these magical animals, and their beyonder abilities are mostly useless. That's why they can maintain their sanity. Of course, if you are willing, you can also give them the corresponding potion to promote them, and their success rate of advancement is much higher than ordinary animals. Mr. Kozith gave a more detailed explanation. After listening to Mr. Kozith's description, Leyton's eyes lit up, and he thought of the two farmer pathway beyonder characteristics in his home. Then he asked Uther, Uther, do you know where there are magical animals that maintain their sanity? It has to be good looking, I want to raise one too. I know a mutated colorful parrot, it can talk, and its beyonder power is lying, but because of the mutation, it has become colorful and quite good looking. Uther said. Leyton imagined a parrot covered in 7 colored feathers in his mind, and then shook his head, feeling a bit unconventional. You can ask Sia. She and the captain are deeper in this area, and Sia also caught a gray-blue bobcat the size of a leopard yesterday, but that big cat was too badly injured by her yesterday and is still recuperating, so you didn't see it. Mr. Kozith gave a suggestion. A gray-blue bobcat the size of a leopard. Leyton thought of the big cat that appeared when the people were evacuated from here before. That big cat was shot by Sia at the time, wouldn't it be back for revenge, and then was beaten up badly again, and finally caught by Sia? Leyton guessed in his heart, suddenly feeling that the cat was quite miserable. Chapter 35, Cleaning up the contaminated area. After learning about the news of magical creatures from Uther and the others, Leyton couldn't help but run to Sia, asking her to keep an eye out for any good-looking magical creatures. As a result, Sia and the captain had already gone with the Church of the Earth Mother personnel to the deepest part of the corrupted area to investigate the situation. "So, you want to raise a magical creature?" Jessica asked with a curious look as she watched Leyton, who had come to inquire about Sia's whereabouts. "Yes," Leyton nodded. "But while these magical creatures beyond our abilities are strange and varied, they aren't powerful, even very weak. If you can't give them corresponding potions, they won't become your helpers." Jessica analyzed the pros and cons. "I'm not raising magical creatures to be my helpers. It's the same as people raising cats and dogs as pets. I want to raise one, so I will," Leyton said in a matter-of-fact tone. Jessica was stunned for a moment, then shook her head as if she had thought of something. Then, a smile appeared on her face again. "It seems I've been in the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom for too long, and my thinking has unconsciously become biased towards that of a rational scholar." Then, Jessica solemnly nodded to Leyton in thanks. "Thank you for reminding me, or I wouldn't have noticed this problem. It seems I also need to raise a magical creature to improve my psychological state." Leyton was still in a daze. I didn't say anything. You figured it out yourself." "Haha, but your words reminded me. No need to be so polite." "My thanks are justified," Jessica said with a chuckle. "There's a saying that spectator is the least likely path to lose control, and also the most likely path to lose control. Now, do you know how much of an impact your words just had on me?" Jessica explained with a smile. From her voice, it could be heard that she was very happy now. Being able to discover some problems in her thinking and then solve them in time can avoid problems that are likely to occur in the future because of them. "Congratulations." Leyton nodded and congratulated her with a smile. "I can't stay here all the time either. I'm going to wander around and see if there are any magical creatures suitable as pets. What kind of small animals do you like?" "I'll keep an eye out for you too," Jessica said after thinking for a moment. "Good looking is fine," Leyton said casually. "Okay, I'll keep an eye out," Jessica nodded, then turned and strolled elsewhere. After Jessica left, Leyton also returned to Mr. Kozith and Uther's team. Then, the four of them began to clear out the mutated creatures in the surrounding area along the road. This area belonged to the outer corrupted area. After yesterday afternoon's round of clearing, and the infighting among the mutated creatures, there weren't many mutated creatures left alive. On an abandoned street overgrown with vines and weeds, Leyton and the others stood back to back in a circle, each guarding a direction, cautiously advancing. Today's sun was particularly dazzling. In the sunlight, the vines covering the walls of the houses swayed their green leaves, and the thorns wrapped around the gas streetlights were covered in flowers. There wasn't a single insect chirping sound around. This made Leyton feel like he and the others had come to a green-themed park, not a crisis-ridden mutated area. "The plants here are growing too luxuriantly," Leyton exclaimed. "And they're growing very fast. We clearly burned all the plants here yesterday," Kane also said. "Perhaps it's because the church's attack on the central area yesterday was too great, causing the corruption from that area to spread outwards," Mr. Kozith gave an explanation. "Corruption isn't a living thing. Does it know how to run?" Kane didn't understand. "Corruption isn't a living thing, but the things being polluted are alive. They can run." Leyton felt that this possibility was very high after hearing Mr. Kozith's explanation. Wouldn't that mean the outer area is more dangerous today than yesterday? Uther also became a little nervous at this time. Most of the Church of the Earth Mother personnel stationed in the outer area were wounded. If those mutated creatures were still fleeing to the outer area, it would easily cause casualties. It's just a possibility. We still need to observe first. Mr. Kozith stabilized the emotions of the temporary team. The four continued to cautiously advance among the green street trees. The further they went, the stranger the plants on the ground became. Leyton had already seen a 2-story high tree with only a trunk and no leaves, as well as a patch of crimson plants that looked like sugar cane, covered in barbs from top to bottom, including the leaves, and a clump of plants that bore fruit like tumbleweeds. Leyton felt that he probably understood why Kane said they had burned all the plants here yesterday. Looking around, there wasn't a single plant that looked normal. Bang! Mr. Kozith suddenly fired at a ball of plants on the ground that looked like tumbleweeds. Wah! A half-man-tall fish monster with hands and feet crawled out from inside. One of its hands was bleeding blue blood, and it looked like it had been injured by Mr. Kozith's shot just now. The fish monster's appearance was really a bit grotesque. It looked like a fish had been given a pair of webbed hands and feet, as well as a pair of fangs. After crawling out of the bushes, the fish monster directly charged towards Mr. Kozith, who had just fired the shot. Mr. Kozith didn't dodge or avoid, and fired 3 more shots in a row, 2 hitting the monster's body and 1 hitting its eye. But the fish monster still charged straight at Mr. Kozith as if it felt no pain. At this time, Leyton and the others who had reacted were also preparing to attack the fish monster, but the fish monster directly brushed past Mr. Kozith and ran quickly into the distance. When the fish monster passed a gas streetlight wrapped in thorns, it was tightly entangled by the thorns that suddenly came to life. The fish monster was tripped to the ground, but these thorns didn't intend to let the fish monster go. As if entering a frenzy of growth, they wrapped the fish monster tighter and tighter, and some thorns even burrowed into the fish monster's body. The fish monster distorted and struggled on the ground, showing great pain, but it didn't make a sound from beginning to end. It seemed that its vocal cords had disappeared during the mutation process. In the end, it was dragged underground by the thorns. Leyton felt a chill down his spine as he watched this scene. He and the others had just passed by there. But he hadn't noticed anything unusual about the thorns. I didn't expect the abilities of the planter pathway to be so useful here. Mr. Kozith's voice came from behind. Leyton immediately turned to look at Uther, who was standing on his left. The other party just smiled. It's not that useful. Only a small number of plants can resonate with my Beyonder abilities, allowing me to drive them by consuming spirituality, Uther explained. Leyton then asked curiously, is there any difference between the plants that can resonate with your Beyonder abilities and ordinary plants? Uther shook his head, you can't tell from the surface. To be more specific, this part of the plants can be considered relatively normal types of mutations in this area. Relatively normal mutations. Does that mean the impact of the mutations comes from the classical alchemist, rather than the Beyonder characteristics of that sanguine viscount and the Beyonder characteristics on that clown person? Leyton guessed in his heart. Then how do you clean up these mutated plants here? These plants don't look easy to mess with. Leyton thought of the thorns that Uther had controlled just now, and felt goosebumps rising on the skin of his hands. These plants can only be dealt with if His Excellency the Bishop and the others have a way. Their roots are buried deep underground. If their roots can't be cleared completely, they will grow back even if they are all burned down, Uther explained. Leyton didn't ask anything else. He could probably guess what was going on. These plants perfectly embodied the vitality represented by the planter pathway. After this little episode, Leyton became even more cautious on the road. If there weren't 2 planter pathway Beyonders in the team, Leyton felt that he would have to throw a stone to test every plant he saw. He didn't know if it was because they had already cleared around yesterday, or because the mutated Beyonder creatures here followed the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence and fought each other, but Leyton and the others hadn't encountered a single Beyonder animal other than the fish monster they had just met. Wait a minute, the air ahead is filled with some hallucinogenic poisonous gas, Uther interrupted the others' advance. Then, he took out a transparent glass bottle from the package behind him, which contained many, many small red pills. Uther took out 4 of them and distributed 1 to each person. These are antidote pills. They were just made last night. They can deal with most of the toxins here, but 1 pill only lasts for 20 minutes. We need to remember the time and take them continuously without interruption, Uther explained. No problem, Mr. Kozith and Leyton nodded at the same time. Then get ready to go. I can feel several relatively strong life forces inside. Be careful, Uther said as he took out a handful of seeds of some kind of crop from the package and scattered them around. Leyton held a gun in one hand and pinched a confinement charm in the other. He was behind Mr. Kozith, walking side by side with Cain of the Church of the Earth Mother. The 2 advanced while paying attention to the movement behind them. This area had many intertwined vines, like a large spider web. Since entering this area, Leyton felt like there was a faint gaze watching him, but he couldn't find the other party's location. After hesitating for a moment, Leyton still took the initiative to use the secret vision eye. The surrounding vision was immediately covered with a thick layer of color blocks. Most of these color blocks were green, with varying shades, mixed with some red and purple color blocks. Every intertwined vine seemed to have life. In Leyton's secret vision eye vision, they contracted and expanded slowly, and at the same time, these vines were like a whole, and their contraction and expansion rhythms were exactly the same. Staring at these vines, Leyton seemed to see a pair of blood-red eyes behind these vines, staring at him. Chapter 36, Trees and Deer. After no longer actively using the eyes of mystery prying, Leyton felt that the blood-red eyes staring at him through the vines had also disappeared, and the oppressive feeling in his heart suddenly eased. The eyes of mystery prying is indeed very powerful when actively used, but it is also very dangerous. It's like the saying, when you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you. Leyton evaluated the eyes of mystery prying in his heart. The problem is that the eyes of mystery prying cannot be turned off. Although it is not as powerful as when actively used, the subconscious gaze and scrutiny after seeing certain things can easily trigger the active eyes of mystery prying uncontrollably. No wonder the mystery pryer pathway is so easy to lose control. It's not entirely the fault of the hidden sage. This pathway is inherently prone to seeing dirty things. Leyton reduced the oppressive feeling brought by the surrounding environment by complaining inwardly. As the group moved forward, Leyton felt the surrounding air begin to become humid, mixed with the pollen of surrounding plants, giving it a sticky feeling that was very uncomfortable. Fog had appeared around them at some point, making it difficult to see anything even a little further away. The successive changes caused Leyton's nerves to tighten. Especially the vague sense of being watched became stronger and stronger. Have you guys noticed that your physical strength is being consumed faster? Kane's voice asked with some uncertainty. I haven't noticed that. Leyton shook his head. He wasn't very sensitive to the consumption of physical strength. Mr. Kozith also shook his head, indicating that he wasn't sure either. A little. I thought it was just my illusion. My body has undergone alchemical modification and is not quite the same as ordinary people, Uther agreed with Kane's statement. Is it because of the pollen in the air? Leyton subconsciously thought of the somewhat sticky air. Possibly, but it's impossible to be certain. Kane couldn't give a definite answer. The thing here is consciously consuming my physical strength, and there are also hallucinogenic toxins, and this pervasive fog. It seems that the other party wants to slowly wear us down. Leyton analyzed based on the current situation. Very likely, Mr. Kozith said. Dispel. A Jotun word was uttered from Mr. Kozith's mouth, and an invisible wind rapidly spread outwards from Mr. Ike's the center. Leyton felt that the air had become much fresher, and the surrounding fog had been dispelled a lot, but it quickly began to spread again. The area covered by this region is too large, exceeding the effective range of the dispel spell, Mr. Kozith quickly concluded. Use fire. Kane hesitated and asked. The humidity in the air here is too high. Fire may not work, and even if it does, how would we run out? Mr. Kozith rejected Kane's suggestion. Should we try cutting these vines to see what happens? Leyton suggested. When he realized that these vines were all part of a single entity, Leyton wanted to cut some of them to see what would happen. Mr. Kozith pondered for a moment before looking at Uther. Okay, try it. Uther nodded. Try it. Seeing that most people agreed with this idea, Kane took the scythe from his back, walked to a vine hanging down from above and rooted in the ground, and swung the scythe forcefully. Sizzle. The vine was cut in one stroke, and scarlet liquid flowed out, like blood. As this vine was cut, all the surrounding vines vibrated, as if each vine felt the pain of being cut. Everyone, get closer, be careful. Mr. Kozith's words were interrupted. Several vines suddenly turned dark black, and then suddenly stabbed down towards the positions of Kane and Leyton. While retreating, Kane waved the scythe in his hand, cutting off all the dark black vines rushing towards him. The severed vines flowed out black thick water, scattered on Kane's body, and immediately a sizzling sound rang out. At the moment when the dark black vines rushed towards him, Leyton bent down and rolled twice on the ground, avoiding the position where he had been standing. But the dark black vines behind him, like living things, turned and chased towards Leyton. Several vines burst out of the ground behind Leyton, and tangled with the vines rushing towards Leyton. Leyton breathed a sigh of relief and immediately got up and moved closer to Mr. Kozith. You. A deep, melodious voice, as if from an ancient forest, sounded, as if penetrating the soul, constantly echoing in the minds of Leyton and others. Leyton felt that his thinking seemed to become sluggish, as if he had fallen into a wonderful slumber, unwilling to wake up no matter what, and even his body became stiff. Leyton also realized that there was a problem with the voice just now, but he couldn't react at all, and could only pin his hopes on his teammates. No, I must find a way to get rid of this state. I don't know when my teammates will be able to react, but the guy hiding in the dark will not miss the opportunity. Leyton tried to run his sluggish thoughts, trying to think of a way. What to do? What to do? No, I need to calm down. I need to calm down. Leyton felt that his thoughts were a mess. He knew he needed to think calmly, but he couldn't calm down no matter what. Is there anything that can suppress this call? Pray to the gods. But who can I pray to? That's right, myself. I have a sage characteristic on myself. Leyton grasped a flash of inspiration in his mind. He immediately began to try to meditate. A ring built of countless gears and pipes, with a huge pupilless eye in the middle, and several tentacle-like chains shaking around it. On the gears, on the huge pupilless eye, golden sand grains flowed in the rising smoke and sparks. As the meditation took shape, Leyton felt that his sluggish thinking finally returned to normal, and the stiffness in his body disappeared, as if everything just now was just a nightmare. A probing gaze with a strong malice came from all directions, as if fiercely watching Leyton. Following this gaze was a miserable howl, as if suffering great torture. Leyton felt that the other party was peering at the sequence 2 characteristic through him. Leyton ended his meditation and followed the connection from the moment the other party peeped him to find the other party's location. Didn't your mother teach you not to look at what you shouldn't see? Listening to the constant ups and downs of wailing in his ear, Leyton couldn't help but complain. Then he took out a dispel charm from his coat pocket and whispered a Jotun word, dispel. An invisible wind quickly spread around, dispelling the substances with negative effects around. The dispel charm failed to dispel the state of Mr. Kozith and the others, and they remained stiff in their previous postures, but Leyton could tell from their eyes that their thinking had become much clearer. Seeing that Mr. Kozith and the others could not get rid of their negative state for a while, Leyton had to give up the idea of continuing to try, and there was no better way. Although there were bullets with purification effects, he couldn't just give everyone one. Leyton walked to Kane, who was standing stiffly aside. Lend it to me, I'll return it later. Without caring whether Kane refused or agreed, he directly took the scythe from his hand. The moment he got the scythe, Leyton felt a force surge from the scythe, along with the skills to use the scythe. At this moment, Leyton seemed to transform into a scythe master. But at the same time, Leyton also felt that the blood in his body was flowing at an abnormal speed. At most 3 minutes, I must put down this scythe, and there may be other side effects, Leyton silently concluded in his heart. Holding the scythe, Leyton took out an imprisonment charm from his pocket with his empty left hand and squeezed it in his hand. Then he walked towards the direction of the mutant creature hiding in the dark. Taking advantage of the other party's negative state because of peering at the angel-level item, Leyton planned to try to solve the other party. As Leyton went deeper, the vines here were more brightly red than the previous cyan, and even some vines had bright red leaves, and the shapes of these leaves were like bats hanging upside down on the vines. There were also some vines that merged with the surrounding trees, and these trees also underwent exaggerated deformations, as if they were about to rise from the ground. Suppressing the faint unease in his heart, Leyton continued to explore forward. Passing through the deformed trees that seemed to be guards, the fog behind became thinner, and Leyton could clearly see the scene deeper inside. A huge deer, no. A huge tree, no, that's not right either. Leyton felt that the other party was like a bug in this world. No matter whether his thinking wanted to judge the other party as a deer or a tree, he would involuntarily deny his own judgment. As a result, Leyton's idea of the other party could not take shape in his mind. But Leyton could clearly see what the other party looked like. It was a huge deer with roots growing from the soles of its feet, firmly fixed on the ground. The antlers grew windingly like ancient trees, with vines connecting all directions wrapped around them. But in the next moment, the image of the other party in Leyton's eyes turned into a huge tree, growing into the shape of a deer, with red and green leaves interlaced, like the spots on the deer's body. There were countless vines wrapped around the tree and spreading in all directions. But no matter which image, this deer or tree was moaning in pain, trying to twitch its body and struggle, but was firmly fixed in place by the roots and unable to move. It could only sway its upper body, sway its branches. Oh, the painful wailing sounded from all directions. It seemed that not only the scene he saw, every plant and tree here was a part of the other party's body. This wailing sound had a kind of bewitching power. The moment Leyton heard this sound, countless sorrows and pains surged in his heart, and he even wanted to end his life. Chapter 37 Amon. Having learned from the experience of being bewitched by the voice of that creature, whether deer or tree, Leyton immediately began to meditate when he realized something was wrong with his condition. As an image composed of countless golden sand grains flowing together to form gears, chains, and a pupil-less eye was outlined, Leyton felt the negative state within him dissipate once more. Imprison. A word of dragonese escaped Leyton's mouth. The charm that Leyton was holding in his left hand turned to ashes, and an invisible wave surged forward towards the huge monster with Leyton's will. The opponent's painful wail and swaying body froze for a moment, but in less than a breath, its body resumed swaying. Leyton only had time to draw his gun and fire a purifying bullet. After that, Leyton fired 2 more shots, but this huge monster, despite only struggling and swaying its body painfully in place, always managed to dodge the bullets with strange postures. It was as if the opponent's body instinctively controlled its movements to avoid being hurt. Seeing that the shooting effect was not obvious, Leyton gave up the idea of continuing to shoot. Purifying bullets were not plentiful, and they had to be used to their maximum effect. Putting the pistol back into the holster at his waist, Leyton distorted the sickle he had taken from Kane and walked to the side, trying to clear the vines that were spreading from the monster. Leyton's intuition told him that these vines were very important to the opponent, and that these vines were originally part of the opponent's body, so cutting them off would also cause damage to the main body of the monster. Upon seeing the main body of this monster, Leyton abandoned the idea in his mind of rushing up and hacking at the opponent directly with the sickle. Faced with certain death versus hot-bloodedness, Leyton decisively chose to play it safe. This sickle seems to stimulate recklessness and courage in its wielder, but it is still within a controllable range. Leyton also realized at this time that his previous impulsive thoughts came from the negative effects of the sickle in his hand. Leyton stopped after clearing the surrounding vines for a while, as the strength of these vines was much higher than Leyton had expected, and not as easy as Kane's actions had seemed before. Everyone is sequence 8, there shouldn't be such a big gap. Could it be that these vines can also be counted as the doctor's patients? Leyton felt that he didn't understand why Kane had been so relaxed when he started. Leyton stopped his movements, looked around, and calculated the number of vines around him and his own physical strength, decisively choosing to give up the idea of clearing these vines. Returning to his previous position, Leyton threw the sickle directly on the ground. From the beginning, Leyton had been holding the sickle for nearly 3 minutes, which was already his limit. Since he couldn't cause any real damage to this huge monster, he might as well test the damage of various extraordinary bullets on it. With this idea, Leyton immediately began to act. Leyton took the pistol out of the holster again, removed all the purifying bullets inside, and replaced them with 2 types of bullets with burning and deterrent effects. Then, he shot the huge body of the monster in front of him. The bullet with the burning effect left a scarlet trail in the air and then sank into the monster's tree-like body. Red flames ignited on the monster's surface and began to spread around. However, the image of this monster in Leyton's eyes then changed into a huge deer with huge antlers on its head, roots growing on its feet, and vines entwined around it. As the image of this monster changed, the flames that were originally spreading on its body gradually disappeared, leaving only a palm-sized black spot on its body. Compared to the opponent's huge size, this palm-sized black spot was completely negligible. Can it avoid damage from different attributes by transforming its own image? Leyton whispered. Then he fired again, this time with a deterrent bullet. The bullet itself did not look special, but when it hit the deer, a ripple spread across its body, and a faint dragon roar echoed. The deer's body froze in place, and the image of the opponent switching between deer and tree began to become unstable, with different parts of the body switching between the states of deer and tree at different frequencies, looking as if this world was bugging out. Seeing that the deterrent bullet had an unexpected effect, Leyton replaced all the remaining bullets in the pistol with deterrent bullets, and then fired them all at the opponent's ever-changing body. Bang. 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 Several bullets hit the monster's body in succession, which made the switching of different states on its body more frequent and faster. This state, as if it's bugging out, always makes people feel uneasy. But that angel said that there are no more Amon's avatars here. What if it's not an avatar here? A whisper sounded in Leyton's ear. A feeling of unease and fear instantly filled Leyton's body, and he stiffly looked up in the direction of the sound. The monster that was constantly switching between deer and tree had stopped switching its body state at some point and had become a chimera of a giant deer and a giant tree. A human face grew out of this chimera, a face with black curly hair, black eyes, a broad forehead, and thin cheeks. In the position of the right eye of the human face, there was a monocle of unknown material. Leyton felt his heart almost stop, and Amon constantly echoing in his mind. Didn't they say that there are no more Amon's avatars? Leyton shouted silently in his heart. Leyton felt that his mood was extremely complicated at this moment, as if he was still fighting small monsters in the novice village, but a wild boss suddenly jumped out of the bushes next to him. Strictly speaking, I am not an avatar, nor have I parasitized anything. The Amon's face that grew out of the huge monster seemed to hear Leyton's thoughts and responded. Leyton didn't listen to Amon's words, nor did he think. Sentences of dragonese came out of Leyton's mouth, power of knowledge, power of reason, god of wisdom. But the voice disappeared as soon as it was spoken, as if it had never appeared. Leyton didn't expect his chanting of the god of knowledge and wisdom's name to be useful anyway. Even without Amon's theft, the god of knowledge and wisdom would not necessarily pay attention to a disguised believer of his. Leyton silently recited another name in dragonese in his heart. Beloved of knowledge and wisdom, ancient guardian, I that understands the world, sage enthroned in the sky, guardian of reason and knowledge. Although this angel in Mudan is not the main body, the other party is an angel under the seat of the god of knowledge. As long as the other party comes, the sight of the god of knowledge will definitely look over. Whether it was Amon's avatar intentionally, or because he was in a bad state, the other party did not steal the thoughts in Leyton's mind, or the other party had already stolen them, but Leyton himself did not know it. As Leyton finished chanting the name of the angel in his heart, nothing happened around him. What's the situation? Is there a delay? Must I chant it aloud? Or did the other party chicken out after seeing Amon? Leyton felt confused. You seem to be very familiar with me. That Amon's face spoke again. Chapter 38, The Blessed of Knowledge. Perhaps because he couldn't think of any way to solve the current predicament, Leyton felt himself relax instead. Staring at Amon's face that had grown out of the huge stitched monster in front of him, he was a little curious as to how the other party managed to avoid the gaze of the god of knowledge and wisdom. It's very simple, I said, I am not an avatar, nor am I parasitizing any creature. This is just a worm of time with no power, only an extremely high level. Compared to an avatar, it is more like a useless mystical item, Amon's face answered Leyton's doubts naturally. Damn. Is he using the ability to steal thoughts as mind reading? He's really playing it fancy. Leyton couldn't help but complain in his heart. You seem to know a lot about the abilities of the Marauder pathway. You figured out so quickly how I read your thoughts, Amon's big face showed a frightening curiosity. Do you want to be my blessed? I am very interested in you, Amon's voice was full of seductive flavor. Leyton didn't even dare to shake his head to refuse, afraid that the other party would distort the meaning he expressed, and then he would directly become the other party's blessed. Leyton didn't believe he would be Amon's blessed. Saying he would be Amon's toy was more convincing to Leyton. You are very cautious. Really not considering being my blessed? Amon continued. Buzz. A huge roar came from high altitude, penetrating deep into the soul. Leyton felt his thoughts stagnate at this moment, as if his whole person, from body to soul, resonated with this roar at this moment. Heh. How boring. Amon's mocking voice rang in his ears. Amon's voice instead gave Leyton's thoughts some clarity. Although it was not enough for him to react, at least he could receive external information. A pale golden, bright light descended from the sky, like a shooting star piercing the sky. Even though it was daytime, it was extremely dazzling and eye-catching. This light almost instantly fell in front of Leyton, completely enveloping the huge stitched monster with Amon's face. Everything shrouded in the light was being purified, whether it was tiny dust in the air or the soil, gravel on the ground. Leyton only felt that his eyes were going to be blinded, but he was affected by the previous huge roar, and Leyton couldn't close his eyes at this time. The pale gold light quickly covered Leyton's entire vision, and a burning sting came from his eyes. Tears flowed directly down his cheeks. Blessed of knowledge. Amon's voice echoed intermittently. The surroundings quickly returned to silence, and not even a trace of wind could be felt. Leyton even suspected that his ears were also affected. Leyton didn't know how long he suffered in the silence when he suddenly felt the wind blowing, and his eyes fell into darkness. You are really unlucky. This seemed to be the voice of that angel, but it was not quite the same as the voice when the other party's crow body appeared before. Leyton's consciousness was a little blurred, and he didn't hear the other party's subsequent words clearly. When Leyton recovered, there was no trace of that angel around, and that crow had not appeared either, but Captain Icanton and the blurry figure of the Harvest Church's archbishop appeared in front of him. The Harvest Church's giant archbishop's hand gently brushed across Leyton's eyes, and Leyton felt that the interference and stinging in his eyes dissipated a lot at once, and even his vision became much clearer. All right, apart from the injury to your eyes caused by looking at the strong light, there are no other major problems. You only need to pay attention to using your eyes these 2 days, and you will recover soon. The giant archbishop's voice was very gentle, as if he could soothe people's hearts. Thank you. Archbishop Essie, Leyton hurriedly saluted the giant archbishop. It's all right, but can you tell me about what happened just now? Uther and Cain don't know much, the giant archbishop responded gently. Hearing this, Leyton turned his head slightly and glanced at his captain, seeing the captain nod slightly at him. Leyton then narrated what he and the others had encountered just now, with some concealment. He changed the way he got rid of the negative effects brought by the monster's voice through meditation into a feather given to him by the angel of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom that allowed him to get rid of the negative state. Anyway, that angel did give him a feather. As for whether the real purpose of the feather was this, if you have any questions, go to that angel to confirm it yourself. I see, thanks to His Eminence's timely arrival, otherwise things would have gone out of control directly like last time, the giant archbishop said with emotion, his face full of rejoicing. His Eminence actually told you his honorific name, perhaps he foresaw today's events. Captain Icanton's tone was full of envy and regret for not being able to come earlier to see that angel. Leyton felt that his captain's image in his heart had collapsed a bit. He didn't expect that his captain, a person with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would actually be a star chaser. Ah. Leyton originally wanted to say that you were thinking too much, Captain. I took the initiative to ask that angel for it, but before he could say the words, Leyton suddenly thought that that was already a Sequence 2 wisdom angel, and his divination ability at Sequence 4 had already been strengthened more than once. It should be like this, Leyton changed the words he hadn't said yet. Did His Eminence allow you to reveal his honorific name? Captain Icanton asked curiously. I'm not sure, should I ask him? Leyton felt that his captain was really like a star chaser. Captain Icanton's eyes lit up at first, but then he thought of something and dimmed down, persuading, no need, don't bother His Eminence because of this kind of thing. Okay, Leyton said indifferently. This time's matter belongs to a serious unexpected situation. You can choose to withdraw from this cleaning work first and go back to rest. Captain Icanton didn't dwell on the matter of that angel anymore. It's all right, Captain, I haven't been affected much. I just chatted with that Amon here. The only damage I received was the aftermath of that angel cleaning up Amon. Leyton shook his head and said. To be honest, Leyton really wanted to go back to rest, even if it was to go back to read books and speed up the digestion of that reader characteristic in his body. But Leyton hadn't found the magical creature he wanted to raise, so he didn't want to leave like this. Anyway, he hadn't suffered any damage, and after this time, there definitely wouldn't be any Amon around. With this kind of thing happening, it wouldn't be an exaggeration for the Earth Mother to take a look here. Under the gaze of two true gods, Leyton didn't think there was any Amon that could hide. Chatting. Did you and that Amon talk about the reason why he did these things? The Church of the Earth Mother's giant archbishop was very interested in the content of Leyton and Amon's chat. No, Leyton shook his head. Well, even if he said it, we wouldn't dare to believe the words of the god of deception, the giant archbishop said without disappointment. I heard Uther say that you want to find a magical creature here to raise. The giant archbishop changed the subject. Yes, that's right. Unfortunately, I haven't found a single magical creature, Leyton nodded in response. If you don't find a satisfactory magical creature in the end, you can come to the Harvest Church. There are some magical creatures that have been pacified there. If you are willing to raise one, it would be very good. We haven't figured out how to deal with them, the giant archbishop gave Leyton a suggestion. Leyton's eyes lit up. Okay. I'll thank Archbishop Essie first. You're welcome. This is also helping us deal with those magical creatures ourselves, the giant archbishop nodded in response with a gentle voice. After saying these things, the giant archbishop left here. Let's leave here first. Let's go and join the team. Our subsequent cleaning plan needs to be modified, Captain Icanton said to Leyton. Okay, Captain, Leyton had completely recovered his state and responded with a smile. Your response this time was very good. Your delaying time to wait for His Eminence's arrival was the most correct choice, Captain Icanton praised Leyton. Leyton felt a little embarrassed. What response did he have? He completely chose to resign himself to fate when he had no way out. At that time, Leyton had completely pinned his hopes on whether the hidden sage would suddenly appear to save the day. After chanting that angel's honorific name in his heart and receiving no response, Leyton had already given up on the other party's rescue. He didn't expect that this angel would still come to save the day in the end. Leyton even suspected that this angel had arrived long ago, but had just not shown himself. Captain, if I need some beyonder ingredients to practice ritual magic and make talismans, where can I buy them? Seeing that his captain seemed to be in a good mood, Leyton asked a question that he had never had the opportunity to ask. You want to practice ritual magic? That's right, the most important means of the reader pathway in the early stage is ritual magic. It's normal for you to feel that your own strength is insufficient after encountering so many things in a short period of time, Captain Icanton nodded in understanding. You can directly submit an application and go through the internal channels of the church. The church will give you corresponding discounts, and you don't have to pay within a certain quota, which is considered the church's cultivation resources, Captain Icanton then said. It can still be like this. Leyton's eyes widened. Leyton had previously thought that every church was similar in this regard. The Church of the Evernight Goddess didn't have this option, and at most it would reimburse you for the material costs. But thinking about the reader pathway of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom in the early stage, there was nothing that could be used in combat except for ritual magic, so it was not surprising. Chapter 39, Rabbit and Parrot. Leyton followed the captain to the edge of the cordon. Besides himself and the captain, all the squad members were already there. This was agreed upon before departure. If they encountered a sudden event in the corrupted area, they would first gather at the departure point if the situation was unclear. Captain, what happened just now? What was that powerful burst of solar energy? Sia asked first. Then her gaze fell on Leyton, who was next to the captain, and her expression became strange. It wouldn't have something to do with you again, would it? What do you mean, again? Besides today, when else has anything had to do with me? Leyton said, unconvinced. It really does have something to do with you. Tell me, what did you do this time? I'm very curious. Sia said, her tone suggesting she knew it all along, before leaning in close to ask him in a suggestive manner. I didn't do anything. I just recited the honorific name of an angel, and then the angel hit a very abstract-looking monster with a ray of holy light. Leyton summarized the previous events in one sentence. You know the honorific name of an angel? Miss Jessica said in disbelief. And you chanted the angel's honorific name. Mr. Kozeth added to Miss Jessica's words. And the angel responded to you. Joseph continued from Josh's words. When did you guys become so in sync? Leyton complained speechlessly. A very abstract-looking monster. What did it look like? Sia's focus was always a little different. Leyton carefully recalled the chimera of a giant deer and a giant tree, and said thoughtfully, it looked like a very large deer and a tree that had been cobbled together. That's really abstract. I can't imagine what you're describing at all, Sia said, staring at Leyton, feeling like he was trying to fool her. I didn't expect the monster to look like that. It's a pity that I was affected by its cries at the time and couldn't move, otherwise I could have gone to see the monster's exact appearance, Mr. Kozeth said with regret. Indeed, if we had arrived earlier, we could have seen that lord. Captain Icanton nodded in agreement. Leyton felt somewhat out of place among them. He could only complain in his heart, why are these people so curious? You guys should be the secret keepers. Captain, what do we do next? Do we continue to clear this corrupted area? Leyton had to speak up to steer the conversation back on track. Afterwards, the Church of the Earth Mother will likely send a saint to directly resolve the corruption in this area. What happens next depends on the situation, Captain Ikanton replied. A saint? Isn't the Archbishop one already? Sia frowned slightly. A saint of a higher rank. The level involved in this matter is very high, and what happened just now will make them even more nervous, Captain Ikanton explained briefly. Also because a church's angel suddenly appeared here and took action, right? Sia was much more blunt than the captain. Are the relationships between the church and the Church of the Earth Mother very bad? Leyton asked. Leyton didn't know at all. Based on what he knew, the God of Knowledge and the Earth Mother shouldn't have too many conflicting interests or positions. The church has always wanted to spread its faith in Fainapotter, and Mudun City is the church's breakthrough point, Sia explained briefly. Leyton immediately understood what was going on. Although there were no conflicts of interest or position between the two gods, the church's spreading of its faith would definitely be mutually antagonistic. Everyone wants more followers. Oh right, I heard you want to raise a magical animal. I caught a rabbit and a parrot. Do you want them? Sia naturally changed the topic of discussion. Are they good looking? Leyton asked immediately. They're all right. The colorful parrot should be quite pretty. The oversized gray lop-eared rabbit is quite fat, so it might be delicious. And they can both talk. They were probably pets raised by families here before the mutation, Sia said, recalling the animals. Delicious. Isn't that adjective a bit much? Sia's description made Leyton think of braised rabbit heads and such. Delicious is the greatest compliment to an animal, you know. Sia said seriously. No, that should be the last compliment they ever receive. Leyton retorted on behalf of the small animals. Haha, Leyton, you're right. If I hadn't stopped Sia, that cute bunny would already be a cute roasted rabbit, Jessica also said with a smile. Do you want it? If you don't, I can personally invite you to eat barbecued meat. Sia enthusiastically invited Leyton to choose barbecued meat. Let me take a look first. If I want to raise it, I'll treat you to even better barbecued meat as compensation later, Leyton said. Okay, I'll give you the rabbit right away, Sia said decisively. I haven't made a choice yet, Leyton was shocked by Sia's foodie nature. I'll make the choice for it, Sia said, staring at Leyton, brooking no argument. Alright, I'll treat you to barbecued meat later. You can have other things too, Leyton didn't refute Sia at all. If he didn't want to raise the rabbit, he could just give it to Sia to make roasted rabbit. After Sia unilaterally reached an agreement with Leyton, she gave the rabbit that almost became roasted rabbit to Leyton. Also coming along was a fully grown parrot with gorgeous feathers. Leyton was surprised by the appearance of this parrot. The colors on its body couldn't be described as colorful, they should be described as kaleidoscopic. The colors of the feathers on its body were like dazzling lights, and under the reflection of the sun, they were colorful and varied. Moreover, as one looked at the parrot from different positions, the colors on its body would also change. This parrot is too gorgeous, isn't it? How did it manage to mutate so uniquely? Leyton couldn't help but ask. While other mutated creatures were constantly mutating in bizarre directions, this parrot was somewhat ahead of its time. Who knows? Do you want to take it for research? It's a good topic, but the experimental material is a bit difficult to obtain, Sia said casually. No, I still want this fat rabbit. This parrot is too eye-catching, Leyton shook his head and refused. This rabbit did look like a large gray lop-eared rabbit. Its size was much larger than ordinary rabbits, and its limbs had mutated somewhat in a human-like direction. Its hind legs were very thick, and its two front legs had become much longer. Moreover, the details of its palms and fingers were emerging, although not very obviously. The more Leyton looked at this rabbit, the more he felt that it looked like a personified animal character that had run out of a cartoon. Regarding this, Leyton could only sigh in his heart, the mystical world is full of wonders. Maybe one day, I can even use the characteristics of the sun pathway to create an Ultraman. By the way, what abilities does this rabbit have? Leyton asked curiously. It can grow rapidly, turning into a rabbit the size of an adult, but it's just a superficial enlargement. It can be punctured with a finger, Sia said, tugging at the rabbit's ears. It's even more useless than that parrot's lying ability, Jessica summarized simply. Nonsense, nonsense, I'm very powerful. The rabbit, who had been silent and motionless, suddenly spoke back to Jessica. The rabbit's voice was a bit shrill and distorted, and it was easy to distinguish it from a human voice. Are they not on good terms with that parrot? It's reacting so strongly, Leyton asked curiously. It's been tricked by that parrot several times in a row. In the end, it wanted to grow bigger to scare the parrot, but it was seen through. Jessica briefly recounted the feud between the rabbit and the parrot. Idiot. 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 The parrot also suddenly spoke up, mocking. I'll bite you to death. Wah, the rabbit, held in Sia's hand, struggled desperately. Then, Sia flung it to the ground, and stepped on it, deforming the rabbit's belly. Ah! Help! Help! The rabbit's screams were heart-wrenching, which made the parrot on the other side laugh even louder. Leyton looked at these two animals in surprise. They were smarter than Leyton had imagined. It seemed that all the mutations were concentrated in their heads, so their bodies didn't become bizarre. Don't worry, although this rabbit is weak, it can take a beating, Sia said, thinking that Leyton was worried about it being ruined by her playing with it. Oh. That's good, at least it's not completely useless, Leyton didn't care. Anyway, he was raising magical creatures for fun. It didn't matter if they were powerful or not. As pets, they just needed to be good-looking and interesting. Do you need to sign a contract with it? I can simulate it. Sia's after-sales service was very good, and she offered to help sign the contract. Can you do that even if it's not a spirit world creature? Leyton asked. The mutated creatures here can. Although they are not spirit world creatures, the mutations caused by the corruption here have also established a deeper connection with the spirit world. This is why they can use various Beyonder abilities. Their power comes from the spirit world, Sia explained. However, the effect of the contract is to bind both parties, so you need to be sure, Sia added. Leyton was already attracted by Sia's other words. The mutated creatures here could rely on the spirit world to use various Beyonder abilities because they had a deeper connection with the spirit world, even if it wasn't strong. Aren't the Beyonder abilities of the mutated creatures here dependent on the Beyonder characteristics within their bodies? Leyton asked curiously. No, those characteristics and corruption are just the reasons why the creatures here mutate, but their power doesn't come from that alone, or not only from that, Captain Iconton answered Leyton's question. So Beyonder abilities aren't only for Beyonders. As long as you can establish a certain connection with the spirit world, you can also use them. Leyton asked further. In theory, yes. Like many of the Beyonder abilities that Sia and I use rely on the interaction between the spirit world and the material world, but if you're not a Beyonder, it's almost impossible to do that, Captain Iconton explained. Why? Is it because ordinary people can't withstand the influence of the spirit world? Leyton asked curiously. That's one reason, but the bigger reason is that ordinary people can't establish such a deep connection with the spirit world. Captain Iconton was not impatient with Leyton's series of questions at all and answered very seriously. Do you still want your rabbit? Why are you suddenly so curious about the spirit world? Sia interrupted Leyton's continued questioning. Yes, of course, I still need to study it. Leyton nodded quickly. Chapter 40, New Member, Bugs Bunny. Whether it was because of his words, I still need to study it, Leyton didn't know, but the rabbit stubbornly refused to sign the contract. Follow me and you'll eat well and drink well, follow her and she'll eat you well and drink you well. Choose one. Leyton pointed at himself and Sia, letting the rabbit make a choice. The fat rabbit immediately pretended to be dead on the ground, not even twitching no matter how much Sia kicked it. Looks like it's really dead. Let's roast it and eat it, otherwise it won't be fresh if we leave it too long, Leyton said with a voice full of regret. Sia rolled her eyes at Leyton, then echoed, this rabbit is too fat, perfect for half to be barbecued and half to be made into pies. I'm not dead, the rabbit hurriedly opened its eyes and shouted loudly. Leyton grabbed the rabbit's ears and lifted it up, discovering that the rabbit was indeed fat, weighing at least 20 or 30 pounds. You're tainted with the characteristics of the plantar pathway. I have the corresponding potion. As long as you follow me, I'll give it to you. When the time comes, you can beat that parrot however you want. Leyton enticed. Really? Not lying to me. The rabbit's already large eyes widened even further. Your grudge against that parrot is quite deep. Leyton was speechless. After saying so much, nothing was as effective as the promise of being able to beat the parrot. Of course it's true. We can add this condition to the contract, Leyton nodded. Okay. The rabbit agreed very readily. Leyton turned to look at Sia. I've got it settled, Sister Sia. Wait a moment, I'll just add this clause in. Sia took out parchment and a quill she carried with her and began writing the contract clauses one by one in Ancient Hermes. Soon, a parchment filled with Ancient Hermes script was completed. Sia handed the parchment and quill to Leyton. You can sign your names on it now. I will simulate the ability of a notary to notarize it for you, Sia said, casually brushing the red hair that had fallen on her face behind her ear. Leyton nodded, took the parchment, put the rabbit he was holding on the ground, and asked, Do you have a name? Name. Grandpa Rabbit. The rabbit raised its neck and said. Pa. Leyton slapped it, change it. Rabbit Grandpa. The rabbit held its head in its hands. I'll give you one, you illiterate rabbit. Leyton said speechlessly. Looking at the rabbit in front of him, holding its head in its hands with a wronged expression, Leyton suddenly had a mischievous idea. I'll call you Bugs Bunny. I'll introduce you to some big shots later. They'll be shocked when they hear your name. Leyton was already imagining the scene of throwing this drama queen rabbit in front of Roselle and Klein in the future. Are you sure your naming sense is better than this rabbit's? Sia looked at Leyton with a face full of question marks. Isn't this name good? Leyton's fist was placed in front of the rabbit. The rabbit, who was shaking its head, was forced to nod. Yes, yes, this name is very good. From today on, I will be called Bugs Bunny. Leyton nodded. This rabbit was very sensible. Then he picked up the quill and wrote his name, Leyton Soth, on the parchment. Here, can you write? Leyton handed the quill and parchment to Bugs Bunny. I'm a rabbit. Bugs Bunny's red eyes seemed to be glistening with tears. You can press a blood handprint, Sia reminded. Bugs Bunny looked at Leyton, who was reaching out his devilish claws, in shock, wanting to escape. But before it could, it was already grabbed by Leyton. Help! Murdering a rabbit. Bugs Bunny felt that this guy in front of him just wanted to eat roasted rabbit, and all the words he said before were to lower his guard. Ignoring Bugs Bunny's shouting, Leyton took out a dagger and directly cut its paw, then pressed its paw on the parchment. Sia's eyes bloomed with blue-white light, which then transformed into a bright golden color. Notarized, valid. The parchment contract suddenly ignited, and the burning ashes transformed into two patterns composed of an unfolded book and the Eye of Omniscience, which were reflected in Leyton and Bugs Bunny's eyes respectively. Leyton clearly felt that something had been added to his body on the mystical level, and that there was also a trace of connection in the mystical sense between himself and Bugs Bunny. Through the eyes of mystery prying, Leyton could see a faint golden thread wrapped around the spiritual bodies of himself and Bugs Bunny. This thread represented the mystically significant connection between himself and Bugs Bunny constructed by the contract just now. Bugs Bunny was still clutching its paw and wailing, while sticking out its tongue to lick the blood seeping from its paw. Leyton originally wanted to put some healing potion on Bugs Bunny's paw, but when Leyton pried open its paw, he found that the wound on the rabbit's paw had already stopped bleeding and was beginning to heal. Your saliva also has the ability to heal wounds. Leyton said in surprise. I don't know. No one has ever cut me before. Bugs Bunny shook its rabbit head. Let's test where the limit of its healing ability is. Sia also saw this scene and said with great interest. No, no, it will kill the rabbit. Bugs Bunny hugged Leyton's calf, shrinking behind him, trying to block Sia's sight. This rabbit is too timid. Are you preparing to give it a potion? Sia asked curiously. Yes, a mascot. But I need to get the potion formula first. Leyton nodded. If it's the sequence 9 planter, I know the formula, but what are you going to use to buy it? Sia tossed her hair, striking a charming pose. Money. Leyton asked tentatively. This lady doesn't lack money. You have to please me. Sia's voice was captivating and alluring. Then, is knowledge okay? Some high-end, but useless knowledge. The pressure from Sia made Leyton take a step back before daring to speak. Knowledge. What high-end knowledge do you know that I don't? Sia's curiosity was piqued by Leyton. If you know it, we'll renegotiate the deal. Leyton said indifferently. Anyway, he had plenty of useless, high-end knowledge. Okay, what knowledge is it? Sia asked curiously. Should we trade here? Leyton glanced around. The surroundings were sparsely populated, but not empty. Although it wouldn't matter to him if that knowledge spread, if he casually spread it, he would be blacklisted by all the Orthodox churches. Oh. It needs to be kept secret. Sia teased. Leyton felt a wave of spirituality. Then, he saw many faint, mysterious symbols appearing around him and Sia. These symbols only appeared for a moment before becoming transparent and disappearing into the void. All right, you can speak now. This barrier can isolate most prying eyes, unless it's a saint or a sealed artifact with corresponding abilities. Otherwise, it would be difficult to spy here without alerting me, Sia said casually. Amazing, does a reader become so omnipotent after reaching sequence 6? Leyton said with some envy. Of course not. A polymath is versatile because of their extensive knowledge. They can identify, see clearly, remember, and imitate abilities they have seen. The prerequisite is that you have enough knowledge and experience. Sia briefly explained the polymath's abilities. Sia sized up Leyton and asked, what is that high-end, but useless knowledge of yours? You definitely know the acting method, so do you know the law of beyonder characteristics convergence and the law of conservation? Leyton asked. You even know the acting method, no wonder your digestion speed is so fast. TSK. Big boy, you have many secrets. Sia's gaze towards Leyton changed slightly, but quickly returned to normal. Who doesn't have secrets? Hey. Sister Sia, do you need to know the law of similar sequence beyonder characteristics convergence or the law of beyonder characteristics conservation? Leyton said with a flattering smile. I have some guesses about the law of convergence. Just the law of conservation, of course. If you're willing to say more about the law of convergence, you can, Sia said thoughtfully. Leyton nodded, not surprised by this situation. After all, Sia was already sequence 6, and a reader pathway user, so she must have some guesses and understanding of this knowledge. After organizing his thoughts a little, he said, the law of beyonder characteristic conservation refers to the conservation of beyonder characteristics in similar pathways. The more high sequences there are, the fewer low sequences there will be, and vice versa. I see, no wonder there are so few demigods and above in the various churches, Sia nodded thoughtfully. After all, the churches have large organizations and many places that need beyonders to guard, Leyton nodded in agreement. There was another reason Leyton didn't say, which was that each pathway had a sequence 0, and the characteristics possessed by each sequence 0 must be extremely large. This could be seen from the pile of beyonder characteristics left to the Abraham family after Mr. Door's fall. The law of beyonder characteristics convergence refers to the tendency of high sequence items of the same pathway to intermittently and unconsciously attract beyonders of low sequences to their vicinity, and to aggregate with each other. High sequences can detect this attraction. A similar law of convergence also exists in similar pathways. Since he had already talked about the law of beyonder characteristic conservation, Leyton simply told Sia about the law of convergence as well, since the other party had already made some guesses about it. I see, no wonder the frequency with which I encountered Vice Admiral Iceberg at sea was the highest. My guess was indeed correct, Sia nodded. I guess there's a third law, right? Sia quickly regained her composure and said with certainty. Yes. Leyton nodded. Tell me together, otherwise I will feel very uncomfortable. I will tell you the potion formulas for the sequence 8 doctor and the sequence 7 harvest priest together, Sia proposed a new deal. Of course, Leyton gladly accepted this, anyway, this knowledge was all free to him. The law of beyonder characteristics indestructibility, beyonder characteristics will not be destroyed or reduced, but only transferred from one carrier to another, Leyton said the third law. That's why beyonders form sealed artifacts or characteristics. Sia murmured. Do you want me to say the potion formula or write it down for you? Sia asked. Say it, it doesn't test our memory, Leyton said. Chapter 41, Gentleman Rabbit. After obtaining the potion formulas for the seer pathway from sequence 9 to sequence 7 from Sia, Leyton wouldn't have to worry about Bugs Bunny's advancement for a long time. Although it was said to be raising a pet, Leyton still hoped that this guy could help him out sometimes. The rabbit's potion is solved, but my own hasn't even been settled yet, it's outrageous. Leyton thought of the reader characteristic on his body that he hadn't even digested much of, and it gave him a headache. I must read books seriously in the following time. He set a goal for himself in his heart. Not long after Leyton reached a deal with Sia, Captain Icanton came over to announce the new news. The corruption area behind this will be cleaned up by beyonders of sequence 7 and above. Others with insufficient sequences don't need to come here anymore, Captain Icanton said. What happened? Sia asked curiously. The gradually gathering characteristics will make the mutated creatures here more and more dangerous. Today's kind of thing will happen again in the future. It's too dangerous for low-sequence beyonders, and the corruption contained in the mutated creatures may also cause them to tend to lose control, Captain Icanton explained. Captain, what do we do? Josie asked. Temporarily go back and stand by for orders. There are no other tasks, Captain Icanton directly gave Leyton and the other two a vacation. Okay, Captain. Leyton and Josie answered in unison. Only Joseph, who was more responsible, felt that he should do something, but before he could speak, Josie pulled him away. Let's go, just listen to the captain's orders. Is the captain more powerful, or are you more powerful? Josie blocked Joseph's words before he could say them. Leyton, do you have any plans? Do you want to go to the musical theater together? Josie asked. Reading. I haven't even started reading a few of the books on that stack of lists Mr. Kozith gave me. Leyton refused Josie's suggestion. Well then, good luck to you. You've been delayed for so long recently, I hope you still have time to finish reading them. Josie also remembered the large stack of lists that Mr. Kozith gave him. I'll read as much as I can. Leyton was also very helpless. I'm going to the library directly, what about you guys? Leyton asked. We'll go back to the team first, and then go to the theater in the afternoon. If you're tired of reading, you can come and find us, Josie said after thinking for a moment. No problem. After saying goodbye to Josie and Joseph, Leyton took a carriage to the Naxos Grand Library. According to the stack of lists that Mr. Kozith had given him before, Leyton found a lot of books in the library and put them in the lounge to read slowly. How can there be so many books? Bugs Bunny was stunned when he saw Leyton carrying a large pile of books and putting them on the table. Read slowly, there are still many books to read, Leyton replied casually. By the way, can you read? Leyton suddenly thought of something and asked curiously. I'm just a rabbit. Bugs Bunny took 2 steps back. It felt that Leyton's tone was a little scary to rabbits. That's right, when the captain and the others come back, I'll ask them if there are any spells that can directly instill some knowledge, Leyton nodded and then said. Leyton felt that the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom should have corresponding spells, but he didn't know whether they were rare items or ordinary spells. If they were rare items, he could only ask the hidden sage to instill some knowledge into the rabbit to make it literate. Bugs Bunny shrank his neck, feeling a little uneasy, but he didn't know why. What do you want to do? Bugs Bunny asked curiously. Of course, it's to let you read more and be a cultured rabbit, Leyton said. Bugs Bunny's red eyes widened. You are abusing small animals. You are no longer considered a small animal, Leyton retorted. Okay, stop arguing, it's not like I'm asking you to start learning now, you don't even know how to read, go play by yourself, I want to read, Leyton sent the rabbit aside and picked up a book to start reading. After digesting the characteristics of the student of ratiocination in his body, Leyton felt that his memory and comprehension abilities had been enhanced to a certain extent. Basically, as long as Leyton flipped through a book once, he could completely remember and understand the contents. Immersed in the ocean of knowledge, after flipping through a book, Leyton felt the digestion of the beyonder characteristics in his body. According to this progress, I should be able to completely digest the characteristics of the reader within this month, Leyton estimated, feeling the progress of the characteristics digestion. Putting the finished book aside, he picked up the next book and started reading again. Fortunately, there was a rabbit beside him to accompany him, otherwise Leyton felt that he couldn't even read a single book. Time passed until evening before Leyton stood up from the chair. Have you finally finished reading? Bugs Bunny sat bored on the table in front of Leyton, chewing on the potted plant on the table. That's it for today. I need to write an application form for the beyonder ingredients I need. Whether it's the materials for my ritual magic or your potion materials, I need to apply to the church. Leyton sighed. He wouldn't be able to get his salary for the first month. Whether it was the rabbits or his own potion supplementary ingredients, as well as the materials he needed to practice ritual magic, and even the advancement potion for the reader pathway, he needed to apply for them all. Leyton felt that if he were teaching at the church, he'd be lucky to even get a salary, his own pocket money would probably have to go in too. When can I get the materials? Bugs Bunny's eyes lit up instantly when he heard that Leyton was going to apply for beyonder ingredients. I don't know, probably within a week. Leyton, who had never applied for materials before, wasn't sure about these things. 20 milliliters of sunflower sap, 1 gray amber, 10 grams of golden cloak grass powder. Leyton pondered as he wrote down the parts of the materials he needed that were considered beyonder ingredients on a list. All right, let's go submit the application to the captain, and then we'll go home for dinner. Leyton said, pulling Bugs Bunny over and having him perch on his shoulder. When out in public, this rabbit still needed to be disguised as a regular little animal. Taking Bugs Bunny to the captain's office to put the application form on the captain's desk, Leyton left the team and took a carriage home. Back at home, the butler was a little surprised to see Leyton bringing back another rabbit. Young master, is this another pet you picked up? The butler asked familiarly. No, this is just a pet I'm raising, named Bugs Bunny. Uncle Sean, please tell Aunt Sally to prepare some fresh vegetables and fruits for him every day. Leyton introduced Bugs Bunny to the butler. Oh, Bugs Bunny very skillfully started to act cute. Very well, young master. The butler politely refrained from asking why he gave this well-behaved rabbit such a strange name. Leyton took Bugs Bunny to the second floor, rummaging through the room to find a small black bow tie and a cane with a spiral pattern that looked like an umbrella handle. This cane and bow tie were Leyton's toys when he was little. Although they were miniature, they matched Bugs Bunny's rabbit figure quite well. Come over and stand still, I'll give you a gentleman rabbit makeover. Leyton pulled Bugs Bunny in front of him. Then he tied the bow tie around Bugs Bunny's neck and handed him the toy cane. I can't walk on all fours while holding this. Bugs Bunny was very unaccustomed to standing on 2 feet. It's okay, try standing and walking on 2 feet like me. Your body has undergone mutation, so this action shouldn't be a problem. Leyton straightened Bugs Bunny's posture and let go, saying, Eek. As soon as Leyton let go, Bugs Bunny became unsteady, but he managed to prop himself up with the cane in his hand, stabilizing his figure. Ha ha ha. Not bad. You have talent. Practice a few more times, and you'll learn it quickly. Leyton was amused by the rabbit's movements and laughed heartily. Looking at Bugs Bunny wearing a bow tie and holding a cane, struggling to practice walking on 2 legs, Leyton felt like something was missing. After looking around the room for a while, Leyton took out the sealed artifact that he had put in the collection cabinet, the Great Magician's top hat. Taking the book inside the hat out and putting it aside, Leyton felt that the hat in his hand was like a salted fish that had lost its dream. Come here, I'll put a hat on you. Wearing it can increase your control over your body, and you should be able to learn to walk on 2 legs. Leyton called Bugs Bunny over. Although Bugs Bunny was a lop-eared rabbit, Leyton found that after the mutation, Bugs Bunny could control his ears to stand up, but he didn't seem to be used to it, and usually kept his ears down. Leyton arranged Bugs Bunny's ears on top of his head and put the Great Magician's top hat on him. When this sealed artifact was placed on Bugs Bunny's head, it automatically shrunk to a suitable size. Leyton was originally worried that the hat would be too big and the rabbit wouldn't be able to wear it steadily. After putting on the tall top hat, Bugs Bunny's originally awkward and unfamiliar movements became smooth all of a sudden. Wow! It's so magical, I learned to walk all of a sudden. Bugs Bunny said in surprise. It seems that this sealed artifact is such a good match for you. You can wear it, but in order to suppress the negative effects, you have to put 2 books in the hat, just consider it as weight training. You can also read the books yourself when you have nothing to do. Leyton nodded and said with satisfaction. Why do you always want me to read books? I'm just a rabbit. Bugs Bunny was preoccupied with the fact that his master always wanted him to read books. If you had enough knowledge, would you have been tricked by that parrot so many times? Leyton enticed Bugs Bunny. But I'm just a rabbit. Bugs Bunny said aggrievedly. When you put on this hat, you are no longer an ordinary rabbit. You are a great magician rabbit. Haven't you noticed that you have become much more powerful after putting on the hat? Leyton continued to coax. It seems to have become a lot more powerful. Bugs Bunny found that he had indeed become much more powerful after putting on the hat. But this hat has negative effects. To avoid its negative effects, you must read books. Leyton continued to output to the rabbit. I see, all right then. Bugs Bunny reluctantly agreed to Leyton's coaxing. Chapter 42, Conception of a New System. After a round of coaxing from Leyton, Bugs Bunny finally decided to study. After rummaging through Leyton's study, the fellow grabbed a picture book full of illustrations. His original words were, "You have to start with the simple things first." Leyton didn't intend to make things too difficult for him. Anyway, when the time came, he could just ask the hidden sage to instill knowledge into him. Bugs Bunny, who was sitting on the ground flipping through the picture book, suddenly felt a pang in his heart. Startled, he immediately jumped up and looked around several times. Only after confirming that there was no danger did he touch his head and sit down again. Beloved of knowledge and wisdom, ancient guardian, eye that sees through the world, sage who sits in the sky, guardian of reason and knowledge. Leyton leaned against the windowsill and recited the honorific name of the angel of the church of the god of knowledge and wisdom in Dragonese. Caw. A crow with some red feathers on its head, wings, and legs landed on the windowsill opposite Leyton. Why are you reciting my honorific name? I almost thought you had encountered Amon again, the crow said in a hoarse voice. I remember you told me before that there were no more avatars of Amon in the entire Mudun city. As he said, that was not an avatar, so he escaped the gaze of my lord. The crow also felt that Amon's operation was outrageous and completely unexpected. Leyton was speechless for a moment. This guy had indeed arrived a long time ago, but he had hidden himself. No wonder Amon was just chatting with himself at the time and didn't try to parasitize or attack himself. What do you want me to do? The crow interrupted Leyton's thoughts. I have some questions about the spirit world that I want to ask. I can't find a suitable person, so I can only ask you, Leyton replied simply. Spirit world. Can't you just ask your captain or the local bishop? The crow's tone contained undisguised disgust. Maybe, my question is a bit unconventional. I think asking you is the best choice, Leyton said politely. What's the question? The crow was a little curious. Today I learned that some of the mutated creatures in the corrupted area are using Beyonder abilities by relying on the spirit world. In other words, is it not necessary to take magic potions to advance in order to use Beyonder abilities? Leyton asked his question. You could say that. The magic potion system is the most complete and mature system, but as you said, it is not only Beyonders who have taken magic potions who can use Beyonder abilities, the crow agreed with Leyton's words. For example, some wraiths formed after the death of Beyonders. The Beyonder characteristics on their bodies have already been extracted, but they can still use some Beyonder abilities within their pathways, but they will be weakened accordingly compared to when they were alive. The crow gave an example to explain. Wraiths also rely on the spirit world to use their Beyonder abilities from when they were alive. Leyton asked with certainty. Yes, the crow nodded. Then he continued, wraiths have changed the structure of their souls by taking magic potions when they were alive. This allows them to sense the spirit world even after death, and continue to exist by relying on the spirit world, and can use Beyonder abilities. Then if ordinary people have this kind of connection with the spirit world, can they also use Beyonder abilities? Leyton asked further. In theory, it is possible. But ordinary people's bodies and souls cannot withstand the corruption brought by the spirit world. They will die long before they can leverage the power of the spirit world to use Beyonder abilities. The deepest connection between ordinary people and the spirit world is that they can use spirit vision, but at this time, their souls and bodies have already been severely polluted and they may die at any time. The crow gave a detailed explanation sentence by sentence. After listening, Leyton felt that his previous ideas were a bit too naive. If it were that easy to allow ordinary people to use beyonder abilities, the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom would have researched it long ago. Why are you suddenly concerned about this kind of thing? The crow asked curiously. I just think this is a direction. If it can be successful, this will be a completely different system from magic potions. Although the upper limit will definitely not reach the level of magic potions, there will be no problems with losing control, Leyton said. What is your idea? Leyton's answer made the angel a little interested. Establish a stable connection with the spirit world through special meditation methods, and at the same time improve one's own body with potions prepared from beyonder ingredients to slowly adapt to the influence brought by establishing a connection with the spirit world. If this connection can be gradually strengthened under stable conditions, then in the end, one can use beyonder abilities by leveraging the power of the spirit world. Leyton explained his previous ideas to the angel little by little. A very interesting idea, but this would be too deeply bound to the spirit world, the crow responded. After all, without beyonder characteristics, there needs to be another stable, huge existence to provide power. And the spirit world is the best choice, Leyton explained the reason for his idea. A very good idea, but you need at least sequence 6 to sequence 5 to start researching, the crow said, flapping its wings. Why? Leyton was a little puzzled. Because only when the basics of the reader pathway have been reached, can you truly understand beyonder abilities in this world, and then it is possible to realize your idea. The crow's answer was not very understood by Leyton. In Leyton's mind, Mystery Prior, or Savant, as the two pathways under the knowledge Moor, are the biggest confidence for Leyton to create a new extraordinary system. Reader and Mystery Prior have great similarities, but they are not two interchangeable pathways. Do you know that? The crow continued, seeing that Leyton still didn't understand his words. I know, Leyton nodded. The Mystery Prior pathway is more inclined to the knowledge of the mysterious side itself, while the Reader pathway represents the omniscience with omniscience and omnipotence. Compared with knowledge, the meaning of the Reader pathway is more inclined to a conceptual symbol. The crow explained the essential difference between the Mystery Prior and Reader pathways. Leyton swallowed. The angel used the Mystery Prior and Reader pathways to explain, which made Leyton very suspicious that the other party already knew that he had the characteristics of these two pathways. The crow glanced at Leyton, who had become a little nervous, and continued to speak without asking. Being more inclined to a concept of omniscience is the best choice for breaking through from 0 to 1. If you rely on knowledge to achieve your goal, you need to accumulate a lot of knowledge to reach a qualitative change caused by quantitative change. If you want to realize your idea, the best choice is to obtain the blessing of my Lord, who represents omniscience. Leyton felt dazed while listening. He was just asking a question, but in the end, how did the crow say something that made him go to receive the blessing of the God of knowledge? As an angel under the throne of God, can't you represent the will of God? Leyton asked cautiously. The current pontiff of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom can represent the will of God to a certain extent. I can't, the crow said frankly. Leyton felt that the corners of his eyes were about to twitch. What is the difference between standing in front of the current pontiff of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom and standing in front of the God of Knowledge? Moreover, it is impossible for me to have the status and ability to meet the current pontiff. I'll pray after I have a mature idea. Leyton prepared to temporarily give up this idea. A wise choice. For you, the most important thing now is to advance upwards, the crow agreed with Leyton's idea. Can I ask you to trade characteristics and magic potion formulas when I need to advance later? Leyton asked smoothly. Why do I feel that this sentence is your purpose? The crow said suspiciously. One of the purposes. After all, following the church's process is okay when the sequence is low, but it will become more and more difficult later, Leyton said very honestly. If you can give me satisfactory conditions, of course you can. You are the first person who dares to set his sights on the angels of the church. The crow's tone was quite strange. Well, the difficulty for the average person to meet an angel is no lower than finding a high sequence characteristic. Leyton thought it was normal for him to think this way. After all, as an angel, the beyonder characteristics on his body are likely to be many. After taking so many magic potions, there must be times when beyonder characteristics are used as the main ingredient of magic potions. Chapter 43, asking for your recommendation votes. Monthly votes. These days, Captain Icanton and the others were busy clearing the corrupted area, leaving only Leyton, Josie, and Joseph as idle personnel. Leyton then began his daily reading life, maintaining a pace of reading at least one book a day. Leyton felt that the reader beyonder characteristic within him was rapidly being digested. After adapting to the great magician's top hat, Bugs Bunny became very fond of this sealed artifact, performing various magic tricks in front of Leyton every day. This fellow even had Leyton find 2 books in the library that recorded some magic techniques and started learning them. Indeed, interest is the primary driving force, Leyton sighed inwardly. Why would you dress a rabbit like that? Josie asked with a puzzled face as she passed by. It's so much fun. Isn't the point of having a pet to play with? Leyton said matter-of-factly. No wonder you and Sia became familiar so quickly. You two really have a lot in common, Josie said, expressing her incomprehension. I heard someone calling my name. Are you two secretly gossiping about me behind my back? Sia said with an accusatory tone. No, I just said that you and Leyton have a lot in common. The captain is looking for me, I'll go first. Josie quickly made an excuse and slipped away. The captain just came back with me. What does he want from you? Am I not satisfying him enough? Sia blurted out some outrageous words. Ah, I remembered wrong, Joseph is looking for me, I'm leaving. Josie ran even faster. Leyton stared blankly at this scene, not understanding when Josie became so afraid of Sia. Josie quickly fled the scene, and Sia didn't mind. She naturally pulled up a chair opposite Leyton, crossed one leg, and sat down. Sia's posture perfectly displayed her figure in Leyton's eyes. Leyton refocused his gaze on the book on the table, avoiding being dragged onto the ride by the experienced driver Sia again. Why are you reading a book? Am I not good-looking enough? Sia said with a very aggrieved tone. How could that be? Sister Sia, you are the most beautiful and charming woman I have ever met. Leyton immediately explained. Really? Then why does Josie run away when she sees me? Sia asked innocently. Probably scared by you, Leyton accidentally blurted out his inner thoughts. Scared by me? Didn't you say I was the most beautiful woman you've ever seen? Could that just be sweet talk you usually use to deceive girls? Sia's relentless questioning was almost too much for Leyton to handle. How could that be? Didn't Joseph need Josie for something? Sister, you must have misheard. Leyton felt that he also needed to find an excuse to slip away. Really? I feel like you're not speaking wholeheartedly. Are you also thinking of making an excuse to slip away? Sia said suspiciously. How could that be? I'm not that kind of person. I'm just thinking about the conversation I had with the angel from the church a few days ago. Unable to escape, Leyton had to find a way to change the subject. How did you encounter that lord again? Mentioning the church's angel, Sia's expression and tone became much more serious. No, I chanted his honorific name because I had some questions to ask him, Leyton replied truthfully. You casually chanted an angel's honorific name just to ask some questions. What's even more outrageous is that lord actually responded to you. And even appeared. Sia's tone was full of disbelief. Is there a problem? Leyton didn't understand why Sia's tone was so exaggerated. Where is there no problem? Sia suspected that Leyton was deliberately showing off in front of her. That lord gave me his honorific name, surely it's so that I can chant his honorific name when I need to. Leyton didn't understand why Sia was so excited. You're right, who told the lord to only give you his honorific name and not us? Sia was speechless. Hee. Sister Sia, aren't you envious? Are you? Leyton's tone suddenly became annoying. Do you know that you're being very annoying right now? Sia's tone became somewhat dangerous. Cough. What I mean is, Sister Sia, do you need that lord's honorific name? I can tell you, Leyton decisively admitted defeat. Sia took a deep breath, staring at Leyton with a deep gaze. After a long while, she said, no need. Since the lord only gave you his honorific name, don't spread it casually without getting his permission. I understand, Leyton didn't dare to joke anymore when he saw Sia's attitude become so serious. The captain wants you to go to his office to get the materials you applied for before. Go quickly. Sia said impatiently. So fast. I'll go right away, Leyton was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the application he submitted 2 days ago would arrive today. Leyton originally thought he would have to wait until next week to get those materials. After all, he wrote quite a lot on the application form. After replying to Sia, Leyton immediately got up and went to the captain's office, dragging away Bugs Bunny, who had been eating melons on the side, as he left. Bugs Bunny cooperated very well and followed Leyton. It's just a bunny, it doesn't dare to stay by Sia's side alone. It would definitely be tormented by her. Leyton knocked on the door of the captain's office and then pushed the door open and went in. Captain, you're looking for me? Leyton asked immediately after entering the room. Yes, the church has approved the Beyonder ingredients you applied for before, Captain Ikenton nodded and said. Okay, that's so fast, Leyton once again marveled at the church's speed and abundant resources. These are all relatively common materials. Mudun's church alone can gather them, but you applied for quite a few, so it took a little longer, Captain Ikenton explained. Aha, Captain, do these materials exceed my application quota? Leyton asked, but was already prepared to pay. It exceeds it, but the excess will be deducted from your salary, so you don't need to pay any additional money. It's just that you won't have your salary for the next 2 weeks, Captain Ikenton said. Then he added, these materials have a long shelf life. You'd better try ritual magic slowly. If there's anything you don't understand, you can always come and ask me. Okay, Captain, Leyton nodded in response. Among the materials you applied for, there are supplementary ingredients for the planter potion. If you want to give this rabbit the potion to advance, you need to be prepared. Although it has mutated and its compatibility with the potion has become higher, it's not without risk. You need to be careful, the captain reminded him one last time. Don't worry, Captain, I won't rush to concoct the potion for it, Leyton nodded and said. After leaving the captain's office, Leyton left the team's office directly. Anyway, it was almost time to get off work, so Leyton simply took Bugs Bunny to the library to find a few books and then went straight home. How can we concoct the potion tonight? Bugs Bunny asked impatiently. After Leyton told it about concocting potions these past few days, it had been thinking about the potion that Leyton had promised it before. Are you sure there are no problems with your condition? If it's not successful, you'll turn into those monsters you've seen before, Leyton confirmed again. No problem, I didn't turn into those ugly monsters before, so how could I fail this time? Bugs Bunny said confidently. Okay, then I'll concoct the potion for you to advance when we get back tonight, Leyton nodded. Leyton also felt that Bugs Bunny was right. Since it had already withstood the mutation brought about by a Beyonder characteristic once, it would definitely be easier this time. After taking Bugs Bunny to the library to borrow a few more books, it was almost time to get off work, so they took a carriage straight home. When he got home, the housekeeper handed Leyton a letter. It was sent by Leyton's father. The sealing wax on the envelope looked very new, so it must have just been written not long ago. Leyton was a little surprised when he received the letter. Recalling the memories in his body about his father, there weren't many, but they were warm enough. This warmth made Leyton feel a little uncomfortable. The memories in his body made Leyton feel familiar with them because they were his family. However, as the soul of another Earthling, it was difficult to adapt. He had his own family on another Earth. Even if he didn't know if he could go back now, he, as Leyton, found it difficult to accept the current body's feelings for his family. Chapter 44, Advancement and Knowledge More. Leyton returned to his room with the letter, hesitating for a long time before finally opening the envelope. The letter was short, just a few lines. My dear child. I saw the telegram Sean sent. You have joined the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, and I am proud of you, my child. Although we rarely spend time together, our feelings for each other will not diminish by half. It will only make us cherish the time we spend together more. My child, you are the home for my wandering soul and the place where my emotions reside. One day you will grow up and travel far away. When you travel to a foreign country, you will understand my words. I will always support your every decision, so be bold and do it. The content of the letter ended here, but Leyton felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. Leyton originally thought this was just a letter for a father and son to connect and share their experiences, but it was just a father's support and encouragement for his child. Is this a father noticing the changes in his child? Leyton murmured in a low voice. Having accepted the memories and some emotions of this body, Leyton still regarded his parents as his relatives, even though his feelings for them, whom he had not yet truly met, were very complicated. What are you thinking about? Bugs Bunny's voice interrupted Leyton's thoughts. It's nothing. I guess my father and mother will be back soon. The new year is coming soon, and it will be 1349 in less than half a month. Leyton turned his gaze to the window. Staring at the distant place he couldn't see, he let out a faint sigh. Is there anything special about 1349? Bugs Bunny wasn't very clear about the concept of time. Of course, there will be a great being descending, and the end of the world will be one step closer. Leyton said something that confused the rabbit. What is the end of the world? What is a great being? Bugs Bunny felt that his master's words were becoming more and more strange, and he couldn't understand a word. The end of the world is when this world will be destroyed, and everything will perish. Of course, it may just be that mankind will be destroyed. Leyton tried to control himself from thinking about anything related to the end of the world. Then he added, as for that great being, I will take you to see him in the future, and you will know then. If the end of the world only destroys humans, then rabbits will be fine, right? Bugs Bunny's point of view was very novel. Leyton was speechless at the rabbit's imagination, probably. Bugs Bunny wanted to continue saying something, but Leyton interrupted him directly. I'll make you a potion, you can learn it, and you can make your own potions in the future. Bugs Bunny looked at his rabbit paws with a puzzled expression. Leyton took out the prepared containers and selected the necessary supplementary ingredients from the Beyonder ingredients applied for from the church, as well as the ordinary materials he had already prepared. Leyton placed the transparent glass on the table, took 100 milliliters of pure water with a measuring cylinder and poured it in, then added 20 milliliters of sunflower juice, 9 different plant seeds, 3 pieces of golden mint leaves, and finally put in the Beyonder characteristics of the cultivator. The several kinds of materials mixed in the glass bottle quickly melted after adding the beyonder characteristics. As Leyton stirred, it became viscous, and small bubbles kept popping out. Finally, the potion in the glass bottle became a dark green viscous liquid with fine bubbles. To ensure the potion was successfully prepared, Leyton also tossed a gold lira for divination. Okay. Leyton said softly. Bugs Bunny took the potion Leyton handed over, felt his body's desire for the potion, and drank it without hesitation. The moment Bugs Bunny drank the potion, the fur on his body began to contract and expand rhythmically, as if it was about to come alive. His originally drooping ears also stood up. This process didn't last long, about half a minute. Bugs Bunny's raised ears drooped down again, and his gray fur returned to normal, but Leyton felt that the rabbit seemed to have gotten a little fatter. Wow, I feel like I've gotten a lot stronger, and I can walk on 2 legs without wearing a hat. Bugs Bunny said excitedly. Well, are there any other changes? Leyton asked. I also learned a lot of knowledge. I can distinguish different plants and their functions. I also have a beyonder power to distinguish the seasons, which seems to be used to predict the weather. Bugs Bunny said excitedly about the changes in his body. Leyton nodded. The rabbit seemed to be adapting well. Go out and connect with the potted plants on the balcony. You'll be taking care of them from now on. Leyton had even thought about preparing a small hoe for the rabbit. Okay. Bugs Bunny, who had just taken the potion, was very excited and ran out immediately after hearing Leyton's words. After Bugs Bunny left the room, Leyton took out the remaining beyonder ingredients. He mixed the gray amber, sunflower powder, and psychedelic grass essential oil with pure water to make a bottle of semi-finished potion. Leyton looked at the light yellow semi-finished potion in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and then chose to drink it in one gulp, and then immediately began to meditate. A ring composed of countless gears, a huge pupil-less eye, and several tentacle-like chains swaying, golden sand flowing, like rising smoke and sparks. As the meditation took shape, Leyton immediately crashed into the huge pupil-less eye in the middle of the meditation pattern, just like the first time he meditated. In the depths of his consciousness, Leyton saw again the mass without eyelashes and flesh, like a mass of flowing liquid emitting a purple halo, a huge eye. Then his spirit began to trance, and many fragments with purple fluorescence fell from the huge eye and surged towards him. Leyton felt a burst of pain in his head, and then he directly withdrew from the state of meditation. Leyton maintained the posture of leaning back in the chair for a long time before gradually accepting the information that had been poured into his mind. Leyton had mastered many schools of combat skills in his mind. At this moment, Leyton had changed from a rookie to a combat master. At this time, Leyton had been promoted to the Sequence 8 Melee Scholar of the Mystery Prior Pathway. In addition to the knowledge attached to this beyonder characteristic, Leyton also had corresponding knowledge of many ritual magics in his mind, as if he knew that he needed these, and then the characteristics of the sage directly instilled a copy of the knowledge when he was promoted just now. In addition, there was also a title that had never appeared in this world, the essence of knowledge, the root of mystery, the radiance of civilization, the guardian of truth. The appearance of this title made Leyton unconsciously murmur it in his heart. Leyton felt his mind trance for a moment, and in his vision, it seemed that he saw that boundless wilderness. At that moment, it seemed that endless knowledge wanted to be reflected in his eyes. However, this situation only appeared for a moment before it disappeared, as if everything just now was just an illusion brought about by his advancement. Leyton, who was leaning back in the chair, suddenly stood up, breathing rapidly, as if he had survived a disaster. How could I forget such an important thing, and dare to murmur this title in my heart? Leyton rubbed his hair hard with both hands, using the pain to relieve his emotions. Knowledge, mystery, civilization, this points too clearly. Leyton sighed helplessly. He already knew who the title was referring to. However, the reader potion in my body has also been completely digested at this moment. It's just because I saw a little illusion in a trance during my advancement under the influence of the knowledge Moor. I didn't even remember any knowledge. It's really unreasonable. Feeling the changes in his body, Leyton couldn't help but complain in his heart. Leyton felt the reader pathway characteristics that had been completely digested in his body and the mystery prior pathway that had just been promoted. These were originally two good things, but when they appeared at the same time, Leyton only felt a chill down his spine. This was like a prearranged script. Congratulations, you have successfully digested the potion in such a short period of time. The crow, the avatar of the angel of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, suddenly appeared in Leyton's room. Leyton felt that he was already used to this, and he could even joke with the other party. You seem to be able to appear anywhere at any time. Are you really not an angel of the door pathway? Leyton complained to the other party. The omniscient one is omnipotent because of omniscience. The crow said a thought-provoking sentence. I sometimes really feel that this omniscient one is already omniscient and omnipotent. Leyton replied. The authority of concealment can restrain omniscience very well, but the concealment on your body is not enough, unless the Evernight goddess personally bestows you with a blessing. The crow's words were very straightforward. So what is the omniscient one's attitude towards me? Leyton asked very directly this time. The concealment on your body is not enough, but the omniscient one can also do the thing of concealment. As long as you are not directly watched by those few beings with special authority, you will not be discovered to be abnormal. The crow gave a surprising but not unexpected answer to Leyton. It was not unexpected because since he was in the church of the God of knowledge and wisdom and there was an angel without malice appearing by his side, it meant that the other party's attitude was still friendly. The surprise was that the other party would actually strengthen the concealment for him. Was this considered recognition of himself? Leyton did not restrain his surprised expression. He was silent for a while before saying, "Thank you. This is just one of the many pieces on the chessboard. The church will not give you too much help on the surface." The crow said in an unchanged tone. Then it spread its wings and flew away from here. When the crow's figure disappeared, a sentence echoed in Leyton's ears. If you don't want to become like the hidden sage, completely without self, then don't casually chant that title. Chapter 45, Making a Charm. After talking with the angel of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, Leyton felt his heavy mood improve somewhat. The other party represented the attitude of the God of Knowledge. Although he was only one of the chess pieces that the God of Knowledge had placed to fight against the apocalypse and the ancient sun god, as long as he had value, he could get help from the other party. The title of Knowledge Moor made it hard not to suspect that the other party wanted to reclaim the Paragon and Hermit pathways to become the Demon of Knowledge. Moreover, the Hermit pathway was basically under the control of the Knowledge Moor. As long as the seal in the western continent was lifted, he could reclaim it at any time. It seems that I am being used by the Knowledge Moor to deal with the Paragon, but the Paragon is already a true god. What can a sequence 2 like me do at best? Leyton didn't understand this. Forget it, I don't want to think about it. Tomorrow, I'll apply to the captain for the sequence 7 Knowledge Keeper potion. Since I've already shown my cards to the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, then there's nothing to worry about. Not having to worry about the potion was probably Leyton's only good news at the moment. The Knowledge Moor must have other purposes for throwing me into the reader pathway. It can't be a random choice, right? Leyton pondered, but couldn't think of what purpose it served. Unable to figure out the reason, Leyton stopped delving into the matter and familiarized himself with the physical enhancements of the melee scholar. It could only be said that he was finally not helpless now. The melee scholar's improvement in physical fitness and fighting skills finally gave Leyton some decent means of fighting the enemy. Bugs Bunny, who had been called to the balcony by Leyton, was digging in the soil of the flower pot with its paws. Leyton saw that the originally well-arranged potted plants had been moved, and some had even been replanted. "What are you doing?" Leyton asked curiously. "I found that the planting and placement of these plants are unreasonable, so I rearranged them," Bugs Bunny said, digging vigorously with its paws. This guy is adapting to the potion so quickly, he's spontaneously following the acting method. Leyton was shocked by this rabbit. "I'll take you to buy some seeds and tools tomorrow, and then have the butler turn this balcony into your little garden. You can plant whatever you want on it," Leyton said casually, seeing that the rabbit was quite interested in planting plants. Leyton planned to let the rabbit try acting on its own. After all, he didn't know anything about the planter pathway's acting rules. "Wow, okay, I want to plant lots and lots of delicious grass," Bugs Bunny said excitedly. Leyton restrained his urge to complain and said, "You can plant whatever you want, but besides your own food, you have to help me plant some herbal ingredients." "No problem, leave it all to me," Bugs Bunny said confidently, patting its chest. Seeing that Bugs Bunny was engrossed in digging and making holes, Leyton ignored it and returned to his room to prepare to make a few talismans using ritual magic. However, Leyton didn't plan to pray to the God of Knowledge when making the talismans. Although he already knew the other party's attitude, Leyton was still wary of this all-knowing one. There was no other reason, just some resistance to the other party's omniscience. Every time he faced the angel of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, Leyton felt that he was being seen through by the other party. His body and soul were seen through at a glance. Therefore, Leyton was always reluctant to pray to the God of Knowledge. Leyton planned to try praying to the hidden sage. Anyway, the materials he prepared were very casual, and the effect of the talismans he made would depend on the hidden sage's mood. Leyton quickly arranged the ritual, placed the materials and sacrifices for making the talisman separately, and then directly began to pray to the hidden sage. Sage who observes the world, eyes that peer at the truth, incarnation of endless knowledge and numerology, unknowable hidden sage. I pray to you, I pray for the power of mystery. The hidden sage's honorific name was obtained by Leyton through divination after briefly connecting with the sage characteristic in his body. The other party did not hide this information, nor did they interrupt or try to influence his divination. Leyton felt that since the hidden sage had given him his honorific name, he must have agreed to him using it. The prayer to the hidden sage was quickly answered, as if the other party had known when he would pray and had prepared to respond. Under the influence of the power cast by the hidden sage, the materials Leyton prepared turned into black talismans, covered with dense and complex symbols. Just looking at them made Leyton feel dizzy. Leyton took the talismans one by one and examined them carefully, then used divination to learn the effects of these talismans. Unexpectedly, each of these talismans had a different effect, somewhat like the ability of the Sequence 6 Scrolls Professor of the Mystery Prior, except that the other party implanted different abilities into the talismans. The strength of these talismans was roughly at the level of Sequence 8 to Sequence 7. Perhaps it was because the materials Leyton used were very ordinary, but reaching this level was still a personal gift from the hidden sage. These talismans had the effects of paralysis, poisoning, freezing, lightning strike, and mental shock, exactly 5 talismans, one effect each. Regarding this result, Leyton could only say that the hidden sage was generous, and even a little thing he gave was not useless. The success of making the talismans put Leyton in a good mood. Taking advantage of his good mood, Leyton planned to write a letter to his father, telling him about his idea of making a card game. Originally, Leyton was still thinking about what to do. The production and sale of playing cards required a suitable factory and store. After seeing the letter his father sent today, Leyton realized that he could completely ask his father for help. Leyton wrote down the rules of Da Vinci Code, which he had played with his team members before, and also described the rules of werewolf killing, as well as the card images he envisioned, in the letter. Leyton felt that these 2 games were very likely to spread, and he could also accumulate some money to buy Beyonder items in the future. Relying on his pocket money, he estimated that he wouldn't be able to withstand Sequence 7 and beyond. After writing down all his ideas, Leyton immediately went to find the butler and asked him to send the letter to his father. "By the way, Uncle Sean, please have someone fill the balcony on the 2nd floor with soil, I want to plant some plants there," Leyton said, thinking of the little garden he had promised Bugs Bunny. "Young master, do you want to plant a lot of plants?" the butler asked upon hearing this. "Quite a lot, I guess," Leyton nodded. Leyton felt that the acting of a gardener should not be achieved by simply planting some flowers and plants. "Young master, I think the size of the balcony may not meet your needs. You can consider the manor in the suburbs, there is enough open space there," the butler gave a new suggestion. "That's too far, it's not very convenient to go there from here," Leyton shook his head and rejected the butler's suggestion. "Young master, the house next to us has a large open-air balcony. Is it okay to renovate that balcony?" the butler gave a second option. "It's okay, but I remember that the house next door hasn't had any plans to rent or sell recently, right?" Leyton was curious as to why the butler would make such a suggestion. "No, young master, they have plans to sell the house, but because the master discussed it with the owner of the house in advance and planned to buy it, the news didn't spread," the butler explained. "Ah. Why did father suddenly want to buy the house next door?" Leyton really didn't understand. "The master's plan is to expand our house. The master feels that when he and the madam stay here for a long time in the future, the house will be a bit small," the butler explained. "Okay, when can the transaction be completed?" Leyton asked. "It can be done in the next few days. If you want to renovate the balcony over there as soon as possible, young master, I will communicate with the owner of the house next door in the next 2 days," the butler said. "Okay, then do it as soon as possible," Leyton nodded in agreement with the butler's suggestion. Chapter 46 Acting Method. The next day, Leyton arrived at the executor squad's office very early. No one else had arrived yet. "Whoa, I'm actually the first one here today," Leyton shrugged. He casually dragged a chair over and sat down. Bugs Bunny was sprawled on the desk like a salted fish, his entire rabbit face filled with a sense of utter despair. "It's just a bath, is it really that bad?" Leyton said, looking at the rabbit who had turned into a salted fish. "Of course it's bad." Bugs Bunny retorted loudly. "Who told you to dig in the dirt so diligently yesterday, getting mud all over yourself?" Leyton said. "You didn't tell me that getting mud on myself meant getting a bath." Bugs Bunny said, feeling very wronged. Leyton was speechless at this rabbit. He even managed to say the words, "getting a bath." "It's okay, you know now. Practice makes perfect. You'll get used to being bathed in the future," Leyton comforted the rabbit without any sincerity. "There'll be more baths in the future." Bugs Bunny was shocked. He buried his face directly into the desk, as if his entire rabbit life had become bleak. "You haven't had a bath before, have you?" Leyton asked, looking at the rabbit suspiciously. "I can groom my own fur, isn't that good enough?" Bugs Bunny said righteously. Hearing the rabbit's words, Leyton suddenly had the urge to press him into the water and wash him again. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Bugs Bunny seemed to sense the malice and quickly shrank his neck. "From now on, you must take a bath every few days," Leyton said in a serious tone. "No. It'll kill a rabbit," Bugs Bunny cried miserably, lying on the desk. "What are you guys discussing? So intense." Captain Icanton arrived at the office at this time. Seeing the captain arrive, Leyton stopped arguing with Bugs Bunny about taking a bath. "Captain, good morning. I'm educating this rabbit to bathe frequently." Leyton greeted the captain cheerfully. Do you have something you want to talk about today? You seem so excited, Captain Ikanton said, puzzled. Am I being that obvious? Hee, I wanted to ask you, Captain, about applying for the next sequence potion, Leyton answered honestly. Potion. I must remind you that you can only consume the next stage of potion after you have fully mastered your existing potion, otherwise the probability of losing control will increase significantly, Captain Ikanton reminded him. Originally, Captain Ikanton wanted to say that the probability of losing control was almost 100%, but thinking that Leyton had become a Beyonder by swallowing the characteristics raw, he changed his words. I know, Captain, Leyton nodded to show that he understood. After a moment of silence, Leyton said, Captain, do you know about the acting method? Leyton decided to tell the captain about the acting method directly. As a Beyonder who had already reached sequence 6, Leyton was sure that his captain already had some theories and understanding of the acting method, if not outright knowing. Acting method. Captain Ikanton pondered upon hearing this word. After a good while, he looked up at Leyton and said, is this a way to quickly master the potion? Yes, by interpreting the name of the potion, obtaining its core symbol and specific imagery, and aligning with it in daily life, summarizing the acting principles, Leyton briefly explained what the acting method was. Then he continued, this can effectively reduce the risk of losing control, reduce the impact of the spiritual imprint in the Beyonder characteristics, and accelerate the digestion of the potion, allowing Beyonders to better use their Beyonder abilities. I see, I had some guesses about this, but not as detailed as you said. So, you have already digested the Beyonder characteristics in your body? Captain Ikanton asked curiously. Yes, because of some accidents, I aligned with the reader's acting principles, and the characteristics in my body were digested by more than half at once. Coupled with the previous accumulation, it was completely digested. Leyton did not elaborate on what kind of accident caused his potion to be digested so quickly. Captain Ikanton was surprised at first, then his expression became one of understanding. He had already imagined a reasonable explanation for Leyton in his mind. Leyton was also secretly glad that he had been in contact with that angel of the church a lot recently. Captain Ikanton should have attributed the accident to that angel. You can write an application for me later, it should be approved soon, Captain Ikanton nodded and said. Okay, Captain. After receiving the captain's words, Leyton's previously worried heart also relaxed. Do you know the acting principles of the polymath? Captain Ikanton asked. Polymath. I'm not sure, but it should be related to the number of abilities to see, remember, and imitate, Leyton guessed. I also have this idea, but it shouldn't be limited to that. Perhaps it is also related to the amount of knowledge analyzed and mastered, Captain Ikanton said, expressing his understanding. Leyton listened to the captain's words, thought for a while, and nodded, very likely. However, Leyton didn't understand why the captain suddenly said this to him. He hadn't been promoted to sequence 7 yet, so why was he talking about the acting principles of sequence 6? After the captain walked into his office, Leyton sat in his chair and thought for a while before he understood. Could it be that the captain is telling me the acting principles of the polymath? As compensation or a thank you for telling him about the acting method? After figuring out the captain's meaning, Leyton understood that the content they had just discussed was the acting principles of the polymath that the captain had summarized. This gift is really precious. I can avoid a lot of detours when I reach sequence 6, Leyton said in a low voice. Bugs Bunny, who was lying on the desk on the side like a salted fish who had lost his dreams, also heard the conversation between Leyton and the captain just now. Did you let me plant grass on the balcony for acting as well? Bugs Bunny asked curiously. That's right, but I don't think the balcony alone can satisfy the word cultivation. In a few days, I will find you a piece of land that can be cultivated, so you can plant some crops on it, Leyton nodded and said. What are crops? Isn't it planting grass? Bugs Bunny heard another word he didn't understand. Cultivation should also have a harvest. How can just planting grass be considered a harvest? Leyton said. But, the grass I plant is my food, isn't that a harvest? Bugs Bunny asked, puzzled. Leyton was silent for a moment before he realized that this guy was a rabbit, and he shouldn't look at his questions from a human perspective. That's right in that case, let's plant a little of everything and see what the effect is, Leyton agreed with Bugs Bunny's words. Picking up a blank piece of paper and a quill pen on the table and writing an application for the Sequence 7 Knowledge Keeper potion, Leyton looked at the potion application he had just written and recalled the information about the Knowledge Keeper in his mind. Sequence 7, Knowledge Keeper, also known as Detective, belongs to the profession that focuses on knowledge mastery and reasoning ability, with good combat and equipment usage skills. Can use extraordinary means to analyze and restore events that have occurred in a certain area. Leyton had some guesses about the acting principles of the Knowledge Keeper. Knowledge Keeper should mean guarding knowledge, but this sequence also has the title of Detective. Although it is very suitable for the detective's abilities in this sequence, it should also be related to acting. Regarding detectives, Leyton's understanding is that they can use their knowledge reasonably and fully to achieve their goals, which is more inclined to the use of knowledge. I just don't know which of these two guesses is more correct, or if both are. Leyton guessed in his heart. He sighed softly, temporarily put aside his guesses about the knowledge keeper, and then Leyton took the potion application he had written and gave it to Captain Icanton. The potion application for the knowledge keeper has been submitted. When the rabbit has digested the potion of the cultivator, it will be almost time to leave Matan, first go to the sea and then to Backlund. Leyton made plans for the future in his heart. Chapter 47. Chapter 47. I can't think of a title. Today, the team members arrived in full force. Even Mr. Kozith, who had been clearing corruption in the Hawk Street area northwest of the city, remained in the office. Mr. Kozith, has the corruption area in Hawk Street been completely cleared? Leyton asked curiously, seeing all the team members sitting in their respective positions, and addressing Mr. Kozith, who was closest to him. It's almost cleared. All that's left is to recover the characteristics. The Church of the Earth Mother doesn't need our help with that. Mr. Kozith rarely smiled. By the way, how are those books I assigned you coming along? Mr. Kozith asked, remembering the task he had given Leyton. Ah, I've read some. I can already use Dragonese, Hermes, and Ancient Hermes proficiently, as well as the commonly used Tutanese and Fasak. Leyton answered reflexively, as if being checked on his homework by a teacher. Well, very good. Start with various languages. This will make it easier for you to read many untranslated books. Mr. Kozith nodded, satisfied. Haha, right. That's what I thought too. Leyton felt that the term forced smile perfectly described his current state. Leyton could only regret in his heart why he had to ask Mr. Kozith when there were so many people in the office. Fortunately, Mr. Kozith didn't intend to keep pressing the matter. He only made a few comments and then stopped discussing the topic of reading. Leyton immediately fled from Mr. Kozith's side. Back in his seat, he stroked the rabbit while discussing its ideas for new magic tricks with Bugs Bunny. That's right, this curious and performance-loving rabbit was no longer limited to the few tricks attached to the great magician's top hat. It was already thinking about developing new magic tricks through this seal. At Leyton's suggestion, Bugs Bunny used the Apprentice Pathway's door-opening ability, which was solidified on the hat by the seal, to perform a rabbit transformation magic trick on Leyton's desk. Leyton couldn't help but admire the rabbit's thought process. The first thing it thought of when it came up with this magic trick was to crawl into the hat itself, instead of trying other things first. This hat had a weakness after being sealed, it couldn't have books placed inside it. As soon as a book was placed in the hat, the seal would immediately turn into an ordinary hat, and no abilities could be used. Leyton could only sigh in his heart, knowledge makes even hats degenerate. Does this rabbit still have the abilities of the Apprentice Pathway? Jessica asked curiously, seeing the rabbit transformation scene. No, this is the hat's ability. Leyton shook his head and explained. This hat is actually a mystical item. No, should I say, you actually let a rabbit wear a mystical item as a hat. Jessica felt that she understood this new member of the team less and less. The abilities of this mystical item are too weak. It's useless to me, but it's just right for it. Leyton explained. As the mystery prior pathway advanced to melee scholar, Leyton's control over his body had greatly improved. The only useful effect of this seal for Leyton had become weak. Although this seal had many effects, none of them were strong. TSK, I didn't expect our little Leyton to be a hidden rich man. Sia also leaned lazily in her chair and teased. This is my only mystical item, and it's still weak, only good for rabbits to play with. Leyton said speechlessly. But I don't even have one mystical item. It's really heartbreaking. Jessica said sadly. Leyton felt that the only two ladies in the team were both Drama Empress Burrow. He didn't expect that even Jessica, who was like a big sister next door, was like this. It must be Sia who corrupted her. Leyton muttered in his heart. Don't mutter about me in your heart. I can tell. Jessica said softly. The expression on Leyton's face froze instantly, feeling so embarrassed that he could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment here. There was nothing more embarrassing than being caught muttering about someone in your heart. Do you usually use the abilities of a telepathist like this? This time, Leyton didn't mutter in his heart, but said it out loud. Observing others is an instinct, hard to restrain, just like readers like to answer people's questions. Jessica accurately complained about everyone in the executor team except herself. And the curiosity of the mystery prior, the marauder's reluctance to leave empty-handed, the seer's need to divine before making a decision. It seems that every pathway has some habits engraved in its instincts. Leyton's thoughts gradually drifted away. Did my words remind you of something? Jessica asked curiously. I just suddenly thought of a saying, if a seer doesn't divine, they won't know whether to step out with their left or right foot first. Leyton suddenly thought of the complaints about seers. A very interesting saying. Although I've only met 2 seers in total, they are indeed like that. Jessica nodded in agreement with this statement. Seer. What pathway is that? How come I've never heard of it? Josie leaned over curiously and asked. The seer pathway is mainly controlled by the secret order. The Church of the Evernight Goddess also has a small number of seers. You should usually read more relevant information in the church. Joseph, who loved to study, answered Josie's question. Hey, how did you live out the feeling of an old age at such a young age? Josie said with a sigh. Joseph was deeply hurt by Josie's words. The two of them then began a debate in the office about whether it was better to love learning or to love life. Everyone else in the team turned into onlookers, watching the excitement. Sia and Jessica, the two ladies, even occasionally added fuel to the fire. Ladies and gentlemen, let's play a game. I just thought of a fun idea. Leyton interrupted the team's gossiping and being gossiped about. What game? Jessica's attention was immediately diverted when games were mentioned. Josie and Joseph, who had been provoked to the point of almost losing control, breathed a sigh of relief. They had long realized that they were being used as entertainment by Sia and Jessica. I call it werewolf killing. Leyton said with a mysterious look. Then how will you be willing to tell us? Do you want to communicate with Jessica and me separately? It's not impossible, but you can only choose one at a time. Old driver Sia accidentally pulled Leyton into the car. No. No. I'll say it now. Leyton shook his head repeatedly. What? Are you looking down on people? Or are you looking down on our Jessica? Sia seemed determined to say something shocking. Bugs Bunny, who was playing rabbit transformation on the table, only had one head sticking out of the hat as an onlooker, while his lower body was hidden in the desk drawer through the hat's door opening effect. Leyton opened the drawer under the table and pulled the rabbit out. Stop hiding, you'll be the referee later. Let me explain the game rules first. Leyton began to change the subject. Don't change the subject. You haven't answered my question yet. Sia said with a smile. Ah. What did you say? My ears just went blind and didn't see it. Leyton chose to play dead between Sia and Jessica's anger. How boring. Sia said disdainfully. Although the technique of changing the subject is a bit poor, it did allow you to muddle through. Jessica also looked at Leyton with a smile. Haha, Leyton could only laugh and reach out to wipe the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. Chapter 48, Chapter 48 Executor Game Team. The specific gameplay is like this, divided into 4 roles: werewolf, villager, seer, and witch. Leyton nervously explained the rules of werewolf to the members of the executor squad, afraid that Sia would say something shocking if he wasn't careful. Sounds interesting, but can we 6 people allocate the roles properly? This game sounds like it needs a lot of people. Jessica raised a question. Yes, we can. Leyton nodded. 2 villagers, 1 seer, 1 witch, 2 werewolves. Sia asked. That's right, Sister Sia is indeed beautiful and smart. Leyton flattered Sia. Alas, I didn't expect that in little Leyton's eyes. I am an ugly and foolish woman. Jessica said with a deliberately melancholy sigh. Leyton couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Miss Jessica has become more and more like Sia recently. It really makes people happy. I didn't expect little brother to favor me alone. Sia didn't miss any opportunity to stir up trouble. Don't be like this, I'm scared. Leyton felt that the squad's atmosphere was becoming more and more outrageous under Sia's leadership. Let's try this game. Mr. Kozeth spoke up, interrupting the increasingly outrageous topic. Leyton gave Mr. Kozeth a grateful look. He picked up the pen and paper on the table and wrote down 6 identities, then crumpled them into 6 balls of paper. Everyone, draw 1. Don't use beyonder abilities to peek at other people's identities. Leyton shuffled the paper balls in his hand and randomly placed them on the table for everyone to choose. I suspect you're saying that to me. Sia narrowed her eyes and looked at Leyton. Of course not, I'm saying it to everyone. Leyton quickly shook his head and denied it. Although Sia was the only one in the team who could do this, Leyton didn't dare to say it out loud. Then, at Leyton's urging, everyone adjusted their chairs into a circle around the table, and Bugs Bunny stood on the table to maintain the game's flow. As beyonders of the reader pathway, everyone adapted quickly. The first game went very smoothly, except for the 2 ladies. In the first game, Mr. Kozeth and Leyton were the werewolves. In the first game, they eliminated Miss Jessica, who was a spectator. As a game that tests acting skills and psychological warfare, spectators are a game bug. Sia also realized this problem, but she was unlucky and her identity was a villager, not a witch. Even more unlucky was that she didn't even live to be eliminated by the 2 werewolves, and Sia was poisoned to death by the witch's poison first. Then this game ended in an outrageous way at the beginning of the second round. I originally thought this game was very suitable for me, but now I find that this game is not so suitable for me anymore. Jessica said with a resentful tone. Originally, Jessica felt that with her advantage as a spectator, she could easily grasp the situation even without using beyond her abilities. But obviously everyone thought of this, and then she was eliminated in the first time. Jessica felt that her gaming experience was very bad, and she had a hunch that the subsequent gaming experience would not be much better. She would be a good person if she was eliminated at the beginning, and a werewolf if she was not eliminated at the beginning. Her identity was almost transparent. I also feel the same way. I was actually eliminated by my teammates' poison. Sia agreed with Jessica's sigh. Josie, who had poisoned her teammate as the witch just now, tried her best to reduce her presence. One more game. Sia was very unwilling to accept the ending of the previous game. Soon the second round of werewolf began, and this time Leyton was eliminated at the beginning. When Bugs Bunny pointed out that he was the one eliminated in the first round, Leyton was also quite surprised, and then he and Bugs Bunny started God mode together. Leyton found that Bugs Bunny was quite addicted to his role. He was completely directing the game process while openly eating melons. In the next few games, Leyton simply put Bugs Bunny on the field and sat in his place to eat melons himself. The squad played werewolf in the office for a whole morning until the lunch break when everyone dispersed with lingering interest. Leyton took advantage of the lunch break to take Bugs Bunny out to buy seeds. When he arrived at the store, he found that there were too many types of crop seeds, and Leyton was dazzled by the choices in the store. "Do you want carrots?" Leyton turned his head and asked softly. Bugs Bunny shook his head repeatedly. It seems that rabbits really don't like to eat carrots. Cartoons are all for deceiving children. Leyton concluded in his heart. Then he took some common vegetable and fruit seeds for Bugs Bunny, and then took some night-fragrant evening primrose, sunflowers, golden mint and other plant seeds that are occasionally used as ritual or spellcasting materials. In the end, Leyton left the store with a large bag of seeds, satisfied. Ooh-wah, so many seeds. How long will I have to dig the soil? Bugs Bunny looked at his chubby rabbit paws and then looked at the large bag of seeds Leyton was carrying. It's not like I'm asking you to plant them all at once. Just keep them for now. Anyway, seeds can be stored. You can plant them slowly in the future. My future spellcasting materials will all depend on you. Leyton reached out and pulled Bugs Bunny onto his shoulder. A rabbit wearing a bow tie, carrying a cane, and wearing a tall top hat on its head is already eye-catching enough. If he let it walk by himself, Leyton felt that the people from the Church of the Earth Mother would knock on his door at any time. What are spellcasting materials? Bugs Bunny asked curiously. After I advance once more, I can learn and master spells, completing spellcasting through certain incantations and materials. Leyton said simply. Then when will I be able to learn spellcasting? Bugs Bunny asked curiously. Leyton recalled the abilities of each stage of the planter pathway that he knew, and it seemed that only at the druid stage of sequence 5 could he master earth-based spells. You should give up learning spellcasting. It's not suitable for you. Leyton shook his head and said. Why? Bugs Bunny asked in confusion. Because you're just a rabbit. Leyton retorted using Bugs Bunny's words. Don't mind that. You don't need to learn spellcasting. The beyonder abilities that come with the potion are enough, and you can also modify plants yourself, which is the same as me learning spells. Leyton comforted him. Modify plants. Is it like before, making those plants weird and strange? Bugs Bunny asked curiously. That counts, but in addition to being weird and strange, they can also have many unique abilities. You should have seen some in that area before. Leyton explained. Then I want to be the king of the forest. I want to turn all the trees into my little brothers and make them all grow delicious food and juice. Bugs Bunny said excitedly. Leyton could only say in his heart, what the heck? Let the trees directly grow food and juice. I shouldn't have named this rabbit Bugs Bunny, I should have called him Frank Rabbit. Leyton was chatting idly with Bugs Bunny, who was lying on his shoulder, when he felt a gaze. Following his spiritual perception, Leyton turned his head to look. At the intersection of this street, a person wearing a long black trench coat and a brown cowboy hat was standing in front of a bakery, the brim of the hat covering most of his face. Seeming to deliberately conceal his face, Leyton vaguely sized him up several times but couldn't see the other person's appearance clearly. He only knew that he was about 1.75 meters tall and looked to be in his 20s or 30s. The other person's reaction was very alert. Leyton only vaguely sized him up a few times before the other person noticed. The other person's gaze swept over Leyton, and then he turned and left the entrance of the bakery. That person, so scary. Bugs Bunny, who was lying on Leyton, dared to speak only after the other person left. What did you sense? Leyton asked. Bugs Bunny shook his head. I don't know either. I just think he's so scary, like he wants to eat me. Did you remember his scent? Leyton asked curiously. I'm a rabbit, not a dog. Bugs Bunny said angrily. Leyton shrugged and didn't say the words, "Why are you so useless to provoke this rabbit?" The mysterious beyonder he met just now made Leyton feel uneasy. From the other person, Leyton vaguely sensed a strong malice, and his intuition was also frantically reminding him not to use the eyes of mystery prying. Is it a force of which evil god? That heavy and extremely subtle malice is very similar to a beyonder of the prisoner or criminal pathway. Leyton speculated in his heart. Chapter 49 Shortcut. After encountering that individual who seemed to be a worshipper of an evil god, Leyton was no longer in the mood to continue wandering outside. After buying some grilled meat and fruit for lunch, Leyton returned to the executor squad's office with Bugs Bunny perched on his shoulder. "You're eating grilled meat and fruit for lunch? And a portion for you, and a portion for the rabbit," Josie said, pointing at Leyton with a rather distressed expression. "What's wrong?" Leyton, who was eating grilled meat, and Bugs Bunny, who was munching on fruit, looked up at Josie, who was approaching. "It's nothing, I'm just lamenting that my quality of life is actually inferior to that of a rabbit," Josie said dramatically, clutching her chest. "I know a shortcut that will 100% improve your quality of life, want to know it?" Leyton said, narrowing his eyes. "What shortcut?" Josie immediately became interested. It wasn't so much that she was interested in shortcuts, but more that she was eager to improve her own standard of living. Leyton smiled mysteriously, leaned close to Josie's ear, and lowered his voice. "Go find a noble lady who is middle-aged, widowed, or divorced. You just need to relieve their worries, and I believe they will be happy to help you improve your quality of life." Ha ha ha. Josie's face suddenly turned red and then white. "Is this how you give advice to your colleagues?" Josie asked loudly. Josie's ears were still turning red as she spoke. "Ha ha ha, you were the one who was curious. Isn't this a shortcut? Doesn't it meet your needs?" Leyton spread his hands innocently. "Your advice is too improper," Josie retorted. "But it's useful. Didn't you have a moment of temptation?" Leyton looked at her, and her ears, which had returned to normal, flushed red again. "Are you really not tempted? You should know that as beyonders advance, the money needed later will increase exponentially." Leyton continued to entice. At this moment, Leyton was like a demon tempting people's hearts. Every word was tempting Josie to think about what he had just said. "Of course I'm not tempted, my body and soul are dedicated to my lord," Josie said solemnly after controlling her expression. "Really? I think little Leyton makes a lot of sense. Don't you like the ones who are divorced, but the ones who still have families?" Sia appeared next to them at some point, looking at Josie with a teasing expression. "I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense." Josie shook her head frantically, denying it 3 times in a row. "Ha ha ha. Sister Sia, when did you get here?" Leyton said, laughing. "When you were recommending shortcuts to our little Josie." Sia said with an expression that said, "So, you're that kind of person." "Ah." Leyton was stunned, suddenly feeling a little socially awkward. However, he soon felt relieved. Social awkwardness was nothing, it wasn't serious, he would just take it as accumulating humanity for the future. "But, why are you so skilled at this kind of thing? Have you been secretly researching it?" Sia also narrowed her eyes like Leyton had done before. Sia's words made Josie, who was still annoyed and ashamed, also cast a gossipy gaze over. Based on the principle of not admitting defeat, Leyton shrugged without any timidity. "With my family's conditions, how could I do this kind of thing, unless the other party gave too much?" "Huh? Are you sure you didn't say something wrong?" Josie looked surprised. "Oh. I didn't expect our little Leyton to be this kind of person," Sia said, looking at Leyton meaningfully. TSK. "I'm just telling the truth, it's not like someone actually gave me that much. Don't you all have a bottom line that would make you give up your principles?" Leyton said with a TSK sound. Leyton's words made Sia and Josie fall into a brief silence. After a long while, Josie shook her head and said, "Leyton, you really are like a demon in the Bard's Tales, tempting the world. Indeed, I can only say that it's fortunate you're not a cultist, otherwise I think you could even become a cult leader." Sia rarely agreed with Josie's words. Leyton was rendered speechless by these two. After all, in a sense, he was actually a cultist, highly bound to the knowledge Moor, and could be considered a colleague of the hidden sage. "Thank you for the compliment. If I can really get to that point, I will definitely give you each a demigod-level beyonder characteristic," Leyton said sincerely. "I was just saying it casually, don't take it seriously." Josie was obviously frightened by Leyton's sincere tone. Sia gave Leyton a big eye roll. "You really are not modest, you can take anything and run with it. Since you all sincerely asked, of course I have to answer to the best of my ability." Leyton smacked his lips and said. Visible resentment appeared on Josie and Sia's faces, and Leyton quickly changed the subject. "Let's not talk about this, let's talk about something serious. When I was outside buying things with Bugs Bunny just now, I encountered a beyonder who looked very much like a cultist. Leyton described the person he and Bugs Bunny had encountered earlier. That's right, it's very dangerous. Bugs Bunny also chimed in. Sia's brows gradually furrowed, and after thinking for a while, she said, based on your description, it sounds like a beyonder from the criminal or prisoner pathway. Most of them are indeed cultists. Criminal and prisoner. What pathways are those? Josie asked in confusion. They also have another more striking name, which are the demon pathway and the mutant pathway. Sia didn't explain too much. Madan has really been uneasy recently, first the sanguine, then the thieves, and now suddenly cultists of unknown origin appear. Sia sighed, looking like a corporate slave facing overtime. Do we need to notify the captain? Josie asked. Perhaps the captain already knows, but it's still necessary. I'll go talk to the captain. Sia said, twisting her body and leaving the lounge. Leyton turned his head to look at Josie and asked solemnly, are you really not considering it? Josie was stunned for a moment before realizing that Leyton was talking about the so-called shortcut, and her face turned white and red again. She reached out and intercepted the fruit that Bugs Bunny was about to pick up and eat, and took a bite angrily. No need. Josie said through gritted teeth, and also turned and left the lounge. Leyton and Bugs Bunny looked at each other, then continued to lower their heads and eat. The grilled meat from this shop they bought today was pretty good, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. After finishing the grilled meat, he took another fruit, and while munching on it, he returned to the team's office. In the office, Mr. Kozith was explaining to Joseph and Josie about divination-related mysticism knowledge. In mysticism, mirrors are doors to the unknown, to the strange, to the spiritual world. Mr. Kozith noticed Leyton approaching, and stopped what he was saying, gesturing for Leyton to come over and listen as well. Leyton was stunned in place for a moment, as if he were a student who had been caught skipping class by the teacher. Awkwardly and obediently, he nodded and dragged a chair over to sit and listen. Bugs Bunny, who was following Leyton, was also dragged over by Leyton to listen to the lecture. Bugs Bunny was holding a top hat full of fruit, sitting under Leyton's chair with a look of suspicion about his rabbit life. However, Leyton felt that the great magician's top hat, which Bugs Bunny used to hold fruit, seeds, and even books, was also doubting its hat life. After all, this sealed artifact had a certain living characteristic, although not much and not very intelligent. I remember, Leyton, you used divination when you were at the Crimson Advanced Hospital, right? Mr. Kozith asked Leyton. Ah. Yes. Leyton didn't expect to be asked a question as soon as he sat down. Can you talk about what a beyonder of the reader pathway needs to pay attention to when divining? Mr. Kozith continued to ask. What do you need to pay attention to? Of course, don't divine if you can avoid it. Leyton said as a matter of course. Leyton's answer successfully stunned the person asking the question, the person listening to the lecture, and the rabbit eating the melon. Mr. Kozith was the first to recover, and continued to say somewhat helplessly, why do you have this idea? Leyton shrugged and said, after all, the reader pathway is not good at divination, at least in the low sequences. Divination is performed through the astral body, using one's own spirituality to communicate with the spirit world to obtain enlightenment, and the main enhancement brought by our reader potion is reflected in the mind-body. Divination is not our area of expertise. Leyton added. Chapter 50, Sia's Special Training. After successfully surviving Mr. Kozith's little class, Captain Ikanton assigned everyone new tasks. Cows, Jessica, the two of you come with me to check out the chaotic district in the south of the city. There may be foreign beyonders gathering there. The rest of you stay put. Captain Ikanton simply assigned the tasks to everyone. After Captain Ikanton left the team with Jessica and Mr. Kozith, the three people who had been sitting together listening to Mr. Kozith's little class looked at each other. Was Madan always like this, with incidents happening one after another? Leyton asked with some curiosity. Of course not. We used to barely have anything happen in a month. Even if there was, most of them were ghosts or something, and even half of those were fake beyonder incidents, Josie said, shaking her head. Recently, the Church of the Earth Mother has been busy dealing with the aftermath of the previous hospital incident and can't spare too many people, so they've handed over most of the beyonder incident handling in the city to us, Sia said, approaching at some unknown time. Are we free now? Leyton said to Sia, who had approached. If there are no accidents, then yes. Why are you staring at me like that? Do you have any thoughts of taking shortcuts? Sia gave Leyton a captivating smile. What shortcuts? Joseph asked curiously, not understanding. Ahem. What shortcuts are there? You must have misheard. I told you not to immerse yourself in the world of knowledge all day long. Josie stopped Joseph's strong curiosity and changed the subject. Leyton felt that Josie's performance was a little strange. He seemed to be a little tempted by what he said before. This made Leyton feel a little surprised, and then excited, as if he could look forward to what would happen next. I want to learn some fighting skills from you again. The last temporary training gave me a lot of help when I encountered the clown, so I want to. Leyton didn't reveal what he was thinking, but instead talked to Sia about practicing fighting. Oh, so our little Leyton wants to get beaten up again. Sia said with a teasing smile, but she didn't refuse Leyton's request. Do you two want to learn some fighting skills? Sia turned her gaze to Josie and Joseph, who were on the side. Originally, when they heard Leyton say that they were going to practice fighting, they were very interested. After all, the early stage of a reader is really weak. Apart from the strengthening of memory and comprehension, there is no difference from ordinary people. However, after hearing Sia's words, the scene of themselves being rubbed on the ground by Sia immediately appeared in their minds, and the two shook their heads in perfect synchronization. No, thank you. Okay, you two are really cowards. Even if I beat you up, wouldn't I heal you? Sia said with a disdainful tone. Heal the injuries and then continue to beat us up. At this moment, the thoughts of Josie and Leyton were surprisingly synchronized. In the end, only Leyton followed Sia to the training ground. Leyton originally wanted to bring Bugs Bunny with him, but the rabbit jumped into the hat with a whoosh and slipped into the cabinet under the table through the opening characteristics of the hat. This rabbit is getting more and more slippery and harder to trick. Leyton sighed. He turned the great magician's top hat, which was upside down on the table, over so that the hat was right side up on the table. After losing contact between the top of the hat and the table, the opening characteristic of the hat could not take effect, and Bugs Bunny could only honestly be an autistic rabbit in a cabinet. After Leyton and Sia arrived at the training ground together, Leyton felt a faint pain all over his body. The experience of being brutally beaten by Sia last time echoed in Leyton's mind. Why don't I practice my marksmanship first? I think my marksmanship also has a lot of room for improvement. Thinking that he was going to get beaten up again, Leyton suddenly felt a little cowardly. A lot of room for improvement. You've mastered the art of language quite well, Sia raised her eyebrows slightly and said. As long as you can hit a fixed target with your marksmanship, that's enough. The subsequent potions will improve your ability in this area, so don't be in a hurry to master such powerful marksmanship, Sia denied Leyton's excuse. Okay, be gentle. Leyton said, taking a few steps back imperceptibly. Yo. You've become so cautious. Do you know what the definition of fighting is? Sia didn't care about Leyton's secret retreat, but instead asked an irrelevant question. The definition of fighting. Leyton was stunned for a moment. After thinking for a while, he said, relative to the combatants themselves, close-range combat with mutual offense and defense. What responded to Leyton's words was the sole of a black boot. Bang! Leyton didn't even have time to react and make a dodging action before he flew out and fell to the floor. You. Sneak attack, Leyton wailed, lying on the ground. One of the essentials of fighting is to observe the environment at all times and not be negligent in the slightest, Sia said in a cold voice. Leyton didn't refute Sia's words, but immediately rolled twice on the ground. Then Sia's foot landed on the spot where Leyton had just fallen. This was Leyton's speculation based on the change in Sia's voice position, and he didn't have time to think about it. Not bad, the reaction is faster, Sia's praise and fierce attack arrived together. Leyton, who had just gotten up from the ground and hadn't stood up yet, was kicked away again. Leyton noticed Sia's attack, but his body couldn't keep up with the computer's reaction speed, so he could only watch helplessly as he was kicked out again. No, why do you like kicking people so much? Leyton complained loudly. He strongly suspected that Sia had some special fetish. Then he was kicked in another direction, and he stumbled and crawled on the ground to stabilize his body before he could barely stand up. To beat you, 1 foot is enough, Sia said the most sarcastic words in the gentlest voice. Leyton really wanted to complain that Sia also worked part-time as a provoker on the hunter pathway. Just this sentence could make the opponent's blood pressure soar. Unfortunately, Sia didn't give Leyton a chance to speak, and a whip kick attacked Leyton's face. Leyton, who had just gotten up, bent down again and dodged a position to the side, and then, learning Sia's movements, he also threw a whip kick. But unfortunately, before his leg could land on Sia's body, she caught it with one hand, and then used force on his wrist to directly pull Leyton into the air and spin him around before slamming him to the ground. Ah. Hiss. My leg, it seems to be broken, Leyton lay on the ground in pain, sucking in cold air. It's not broken, it's just dislocated, Sia said in a faint tone. Just dislocated. Leyton felt that it was a stupid decision to ask Sia to practice fighting, and it was extremely stupid to ask her a second time. Sia walked to Leyton's side and bent down, pressing one hand on Leyton's thigh and pinching his calf with the other. Crack, with a sound, she neatly straightened Leyton's dislocated leg bone. After the leg bone was straightened, Leyton belatedly felt a burst of pain and screamed again. Okay, stop yelling. If others hear you, they'll think I'm torturing you. Sia's tone was very disdainful at this time. Leyton lay on the ground, not wanting to move at all, like a salted fish who had lost his dream. Sia threw a bottle of healing potion to Leyton. Drink it yourself. If there are any serious external injuries on your body, you can also apply it. This is a lesson. Don't show off when fighting. If you're not sure, don't make stupid moves that make you lose your balance. Otherwise, this will be the best outcome. The skill of fighting is to solve the enemy in the simplest and most effective way, Sia explained while Leyton was taking the potion. I know, thank you, Sister Sia. Although you are indeed very heavy-handed, the effect is very good. I will definitely not make this mistake again, Leyton nodded to show that he had remembered. Let's stop here today. You rest for a while and recover from your injuries, otherwise your family will think you were robbed on the way home, Sia said and left the training ground. After Sia left, Leyton lay alone on the ground of the training ground, recalling the process of being beaten up by Sia just now. The biggest mistake was his counterattack after dodging Sia's attack at the end. Actually, whether I kicked or punched, the final result would be about the same, but I chose the most wrong way, Leyton said to himself, lying on the ground. One of the essentials of fighting is to observe the environment at all times and not be negligent in the slightest. My performance just now can be said to be a mess, Leyton reflected on his performance just now and did some self-reflection. Chapter 51 Encounter. Wow Leyton, why are you lying on the ground? Didn't you tell me the ground is dirty and you can't lie directly on it? Bugs Bunny, I don't know how, crawled out of the closet and ran to the training ground. Call me boss. Leyton said weakly. This rabbit didn't know how it got here. For the sake of his own face, Leyton had to endure the pain that hadn't dissipated from his body and crawled up from the ground. How did you get out of the closet? Leyton asked curiously. I bit the lock open and came out. Bugs Bunny said, holding his head high and chest out. So you dismantled my closet? Leyton said, staring. I put the lock back on, boss. Bugs Bunny said, shrinking his neck. You can even do that. Leyton was shocked by this rabbit again. Bugs Bunny nodded proudly. I hammered the nails that I bit off back in. I tried it, and the lock still works. Whatever, it's just a lock anyway. What are you here for? Leyton felt that this rabbit had no other problems except that it didn't look like a rabbit. Whoa, boss, can you buy me a small bed? I don't want to sleep on the ground. Bugs Bunny tugged at the bow tie on his neck and said. Sure, we'll go buy it when we go home later. Do you need anything else? Leyton then remembered that he had only cared about raising the rabbit and hadn't prepared a rabbit nest for it. Also a pillow, also a blanket. Shoes, a cape. Bugs Bunny said, counting on his fingers. Leyton's eyelids twitched. He felt that if the rabbit's claws had enough fingers, it could say a bunch more things. Sure, but your shoes and cape will have to wait for a while. These things don't come in rabbit sizes, you need to have them custom-made. Leyton nodded in agreement. Anyway, he didn't lack that little bit of money. No problem. The rabbit didn't care about these things at all, as long as it could buy them. But where did you learn about these things? Leyton was very curious who told his rabbit to want these things. After all, with a rabbit's knowledge, it's normal for it to think of wanting a bed and a blanket, but wanting a pillow and shoes, this style is biased towards the children's channel. The big red-haired devil asked me why I only had a cane, bow tie, and hat. She said that a properly dressed beyond rabbit should also have shoes and clothes, but I think a cape is more convenient than clothes. Bugs Bunny babbled. The big red-haired devil. Ha ha ha. Is that the nickname you gave Sia? Leyton couldn't help but laugh when he heard the nickname Bugs Bunny gave Sia. No, the parrot said it. I just saw the parrot at the big red-haired devil's place. It lost a lot of feathers. It said that the big devil thought it looked good and pulled them out to make a feather cape. Bugs Bunny said vividly. Just that parrot. It doesn't have enough feathers on its body, does it? Leyton didn't quite believe the gossip Bugs Bunny heard. But the big red-haired devil will apply a potion that grows feathers to it. Its feathers grow very fast. After they grow, the big devil will pull them out and then continue to apply the potion and continue to pull them out. Bugs Bunny imagined the scene in his mind and couldn't help but shudder. Ugh, that's something Sia, oh, no, the big red-haired devil could do. Leyton nodded in deep agreement. However, is this the reason you want a cape? Are you going to wear a cape to humiliate that parrot in person? Leyton looked at the rabbit suspiciously, feeling that it had become a lot darker. Hee, that's right. Boss, you said that defeating your opponent mentally is the most powerful. Bugs Bunny proudly raised his little head. Leyton was speechless and covered his forehead, and could only warn himself in his heart that he couldn't talk nonsense in front of this rabbit in the future, it would take it seriously. Leyton spent the rest of the afternoon recovering from his injuries and reminiscing about the battle in the afternoon. Leyton found that his biggest problem was that his body speed couldn't keep up with his thinking, so when his brain had already come up with an idea, his body couldn't keep up. Even after being promoted to the Sequence 8 Melee Scholar of the Mystery Prior pathway, Leyton found that he had hardly displayed any of the skills of a melee scholar in the battle this afternoon, as if his Sequence 8 was a dud. One of the reasons is that Sia is too strong, but there is also the factor that my thinking and body are not synchronized. Leyton made some reflections on his performance this afternoon. The final conclusion was, I still have to find Sia and get beaten a few more times to fully use the strengthening brought by the melee scholar. After reflecting on this afternoon's training, Leyton took Bugs Bunny to the commercial street to buy its rabbit nest supplies. Bugs Bunny, still dressed as a gentleman, lay on Leyton's shoulder, constantly looking at the surrounding pedestrians and shops, while whispering into Leyton's ear. I want a soft bed and a fluffy blanket. Bugs Bunny whispered. Fluffy. Aren't you one yourself? Leyton pinched Bugs Bunny's paw holding the cane and said. But don't you humans like fur? Bugs Bunny said in confusion. But you're a rabbit. Leyton thought about it in his heart, but still didn't say this complaint. Isn't it just fur? I'll buy it a small rabbit fur blanket and let it feel the warmth of home. Originally, Leyton went to the pet store first to buy Bugs Bunny's small nest, but unfortunately, the pet store only had rabbit cages. In the end, Leyton went to a baby supply store and bought a baby bed that was placed on the ground and a small real fur blanket. Unfortunately, this store didn't have rabbit skin. Then he bought 2 sets of children's gentleman suits, which were just right for the rabbit to wear. He just needed to fill some things in the shoes, and there was also the cape that Bugs Bunny had been thinking about. He bought a lot of things, so Leyton asked the store to pack everything up and send it to his home. On the way home with Bugs Bunny, a middle-aged gentleman wearing a high scarf and a black top had hurried past Leyton. Bugs Bunny, lying on Leyton's shoulder, moved his nose, sniffing something in the air. He has the smell of blood and a very unpleasant stench. After passing by the middle-aged gentleman, Bugs Bunny whispered in Leyton's ear. After hearing Bugs Bunny's words, Leyton controlled his body to make a more casual turning motion, facing the shop on his left, and glanced at the direction the middle-aged gentleman was walking with the corner of his eye, but he didn't see the figure of the middle-aged gentleman. Leyton suppressed the surprise in his heart and casually turned his body and continued to walk forward. It was as if he had just been attracted by the shop next to him and stopped for a while. After Leyton walked a distance forward, a figure wearing a top hat appeared in the shadows not far from where Leyton had just stopped. This figure did not come out of the shadows, but just looked at the direction Leyton left for a moment, and then disappeared into the shadows. Boss, the person in the shadows is gone. Bugs Bunny said softly in Leyton's ear. Yeah, don't worry about him, let's go home. Leyton loosened the hand holding the talisman in his pocket. Boss, how did you know there was someone in the shadows just now? Bugs Bunny asked curiously. I saw it. Leyton left the street with Bugs Bunny whispering to each other. Leyton didn't go home directly, but walked around the streets here several times before stopping a carriage. Just now, after Leyton's peripheral vision didn't scan the middle-aged gentleman who walked past him, he immediately activated the eyes of mystery prying and found something hidden in the shadows on the side. However, Leyton didn't explore it, but immediately withdrew his gaze after discovering this to prevent being sensed by the other party. Then he pretended to be nonchalant and left forward, but Leyton whispered a reminder to Bugs Bunny, who was lying on his shoulder, to pay attention to the situation in the shadows behind him. Merging into the shadows should be the shadow ascetics ability of the hangman pathway. Smells like blood, just killed someone. Or a sanguine. I only met a cultist at noon, and another one came in the evening. Is this a cult den? Leyton guessed and complained in his heart. Save. Chapter 52 Mother. Fortunately, in the following 2 days, Leyton didn't encounter any more suspected cultists or beyonders of unknown origin. Otherwise, Leyton would have really started to suspect that Mudun was a stronghold for some kind of cult. Leyton's application for the mystery prior potion hadn't been approved yet, which made him a little worried. He wondered if the higher-ups in the church thought he was applying for potions too quickly, and that he hadn't digested the previous potion, so they rejected his application. However, Leyton felt that the probability of this happening was not high. Whether it was the god of knowledge or that angel, they should arrange things for him. Another day spent idling away with an anxious heart. Leyton sighed inwardly, then took Bugs Bunny home. After getting into the carriage, Leyton idly looked around the city. Although it was just a small city, it was actually quite well built, at least most of the districts were. The architecture here was similar to the Victorian style, with triangular gables, high-pitched roofs, prominent eaves, and sometimes turrets and balconies with columned porticos. Dark and bright colors were the main tones here. Bugs Bunny, who was lying on the other side of the carriage looking at the scenery outside, suddenly scratched Leyton's hand twice urgently. What's wrong? Leyton turned around and asked curiously. I saw that person last time, the one with the cowboy hat when we bought the seeds, Bugs Bunny said softly. Leyton followed Bugs Bunny's line of sight and saw a figure wearing a cowboy hat, a gray coat, about 1.75 meters tall, with very thick hair on his body, walking away into the distance. The exposed wrists and the side of the face had black body hair, but soon the figure disappeared from Leyton's sight. Are you sure it's the same person we met when we bought the seeds last time? Leyton turned to ask Bugs Bunny. The Beyonder, who was suspected to be a cultist, whom they met when buying seeds before, intentionally obscured his face, and Leyton didn't see clearly what he looked like. The person he saw just now was just a back view, and there were no more similarities between the two except for their height and the cowboy hat on their head. Bugs Bunny nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. It's him. The terrible feeling he gave me when he looked at me just now was exactly the same. He looked at you. What did you do? Leyton frowned slightly, a little puzzled. I don't know, I was just looking at the people outside and accidentally saw him, and then he looked over at me, Bugs Bunny said, shaking his head. Don't stare at people too carelessly in the future. Beyonders are very sensitive to this kind of gaze. He should have noticed your gaze, Leyton warned Bugs Bunny. The carriage went all the way to White Maple Street, and Leyton got off the carriage directly at the intersection, without choosing to go directly to his doorstep. After getting off the carriage, Leyton subtly activated the eyes of mystery prying, looked around, and relaxed after confirming that there was nothing unusual. Whether the Beyonder he met just now was the same person as last time or not, the other party had already noticed Bugs Bunny. Recently, he had encountered several unfriendly Beyonders in a row, and Leyton had to be careful to guard against anyone becoming interested in the Beyonder characteristics of this rabbit. What's wrong? Bugs Bunny noticed Leyton's pause and looked around, asking nervously. It's nothing, let's go. Leyton shook his head and didn't say much. After letting Bugs Bunny lie on his shoulder, Leyton walked towards his house. Why do I always feel a faint sense of unease in my heart? Leyton frowned slightly as he walked and pondered. After Leyton left with Bugs Bunny, a gray carrier pigeon flapping its wings landed on the roof next to him, glanced at the direction Leyton left, and then flew away. In a cheap hotel several streets away, a figure stood by the window. He was holding a red wooden melodica the size of an adult's palm in both hands, playing it silently. He deliberately lowered the brim of the cowboy hat on his head, wearing a gray-white long trench coat, and a dark turtleneck sweater with a collar inside. The exposed cheeks on both sides were covered with thick black hair, and with the dark green eyes, he looked like a bloodthirsty wolf. In the other party silent playing, a gray carrier pigeon fluttered its wings and landed on the windowsill. He put down the wooden melodica in his hand, reached out and grabbed the gray carrier pigeon that had landed in front of him forcefully. He brought the struggling pigeon in his hand to his mouth and bit its neck off in the pigeon's struggle. Bah! He spat out the feathers that had gotten on his mouth, and the corners of his mouth, stained with a little blood, grinned into an exaggerated smile, full of madness and bloodlust. On the other side, Leyton, who opened the door with Bugs Bunny, didn't see the butler waiting in the living room, but a delicately dressed middle-aged woman. A head of golden wavy long hair was simply draped behind her back, with a pointed face, long eyebrows, light blue eyes, faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, and slightly loose skin, bearing the traces of time. She was wearing a casual gray house robe, with a pair of round-framed gold-rimmed glasses on her face, sitting on the sofa in the living room, holding a thick book and reading it carefully. The sound of Leyton pushing the door startled the middle-aged woman who was concentrating on reading. She looked up. The moment she saw Leyton, a very warm smile appeared on her face. Mother. Leyton was stunned in place, but the memory of the body made Leyton open his mouth and shout the moment he saw her. The middle-aged woman in front of him was Leyton's mother in his memory, Isabel Eli, a scholar from Lemberg. Isabel calmly got up and walked to Leyton, reached out and stroked Leyton's cheek, revealing a smile full of nostalgia and relief. I didn't expect my little Leyton to be taller than his mother. The smile on Isabel's face was a little dazed. Yes, I've grown up. Leyton felt a little at a loss, feeling the warmth from his mother. Come in quickly, we don't need to stand at the door all the time, do we? Isabel gave a just right smile and pulled Leyton to sit on the sofa. Whoa. Bugs Bunny, lying on Leyton's shoulder, made a sound in a timely manner to show his presence. A very handsome little rabbit, is this the pet Sean mentioned? Isabel couldn't refuse a little rabbit who took the initiative to come up and act cute, and soon her attention was diverted by Bugs Bunny. Isabel took Bugs Bunny from Leyton's shoulder, and when she held him in her hand, Isabel realized that this very cute rabbit was heavier than it looked, and she was finding it a little difficult to hold him. Fortunately, Bugs Bunny knew how to cooperate, and jumped from Leyton to the sofa next to Isabel on his own. What's his name? Why did you dress him up like a magician? Isabel's attention was completely drawn to Bugs Bunny. Seeing that his mother's attention had been diverted, Leyton finally breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how familiar the memory and the body's performance were, Leyton still found it a little difficult to adapt to his new family in his heart. Bugs Bunny, show your magic to Mother. Leyton said to Bugs Bunny, while signaling with his eyes not to perform anything too outrageous. Bugs Bunny. Why did you give such a cute rabbit such a name? Isabel was stunned by the name Leyton gave the rabbit. It's fun. Leyton shrugged indifferently, not explaining his bad taste. Anyway, the people in this world don't understand. After hearing Leyton's words, Bugs Bunny cooperated very well and jumped onto the coffee table, stood upright on two legs, took off the tall hat on his head, and put it in front of his chest to give a newly learned salute. Haha. How interesting. Bugs Bunny's actions made Isabel cover her mouth and giggle. Bugs Bunny turned the great magician's top hat upside down on the coffee table, and used the opening ability of this sealed artifact to play his favorite trick of turning things into rabbits. Haha, my dear little Leyton, how did you teach a rabbit to do magic? Mother Isabel was completely immersed in Bugs Bunny's magic performance. This rabbit is quite talented. Leyton responded in a low voice. The awkward situations that Leyton had imagined in his mind after meeting his parents did not happen. On the contrary, Leyton found that he was quite adapted to this newly appeared mother, as if everything was so simple and warm. Chapter 53 Gunshots. His mother's return filled the house with a lively atmosphere, unlike the quiet it had been before. Even Bugs Bunny, who had been obsessed with growing grass lately, became cheerful, running to his mother to show off his magic tricks whenever he had the chance. The only minor issue arose with Bugs Bunny's bath. While bathing him, his mother, Isabel, curiously wanted to see if Bugs Bunny was a male or female rabbit. The once gray lop-eared rabbit visibly changed color and darted away from Isabel's grasp like lightning. Covered in foam and water, he jumped onto Leyton's shoulder, burying his head in Leyton's jacket. Did you really have to react so strongly? Leyton asked, somewhat stunned by the scene. Feeling uncomfortable with the wet Bugs Bunny on his neck, Leyton reached out to remove him, but Bugs Bunny clung tightly to Leyton's jacket, refusing to let go. In the end, Leyton had to ask his mother to leave and bathe Bugs Bunny himself. You've gotten used to baths, so why are you suddenly shy? Leyton asked curiously. Only when he saw his mother leave did Bugs Bunny agree to get off Leyton. I'm a boy. How could she just spread my legs open to look? Bugs Bunny said, his voice filled with shame and indignation. But you're a rabbit. Leyton couldn't help but retort. What about rabbits? Even rabbits can't be treated like that. Bugs Bunny retorted loudly. Keep it down, do you want everyone to know you can talk? Leyton quickly covered Bugs Bunny's mouth. In the end, Leyton bathed the bashful rabbit. After the bath, Bugs Bunny avoided Isabel whenever he saw her, as opposed to how affectionate he was before. To make amends, my mother even offered Bugs Bunny his favorite fruit, but he stubbornly refused it. Then, my mother took out a small cloak she had modified. Bugs Bunny instantly caved, immediately putting it on and jumping around in front of my mother, showing off. The shift from resistance to surrender took less than a minute. Leyton watched from the side, wanting to cover his face. What a hopeless rabbit. That night, after everyone was asleep, Leyton sat alone on the windowsill, watching the streets illuminated by the crimson moon. It was very quiet outside, almost no one was out walking at this hour. You a boss, why aren't you asleep yet? Bugs Bunny, wearing his new cloak, tiptoed to Leyton's side. Bugs Bunny wanted to climb onto the windowsill, but couldn't reach it, hopping up and down. Leyton chuckled before pulling the bouncing rabbit onto the windowsill. I felt uneasy since we came back this afternoon, Leyton said, looking out at the streets. This might be a warning from my spiritual intuition, but I have no clue what it is, Leyton muttered, not caring whether Bugs Bunny understood. Is it because you saw that weirdo in the cowboy hat when we came back? Bugs Bunny asked, puzzled. Leyton pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. Possibly. The more Leyton thought about it, the more likely it seemed that it was because of the figure he saw that afternoon. Perhaps Bugs Bunny's gaze had been too blatant, causing the other person to have some kind of idea, leading them to do something that triggered his spiritual warning. Bang. A loud gunshot rang out from the street in the distance. Leyton looked in the direction of the sound, but the rows of houses blocked his view, and he couldn't see anything. Boss, someone's fighting. Bugs Bunny said excitedly. Someone's fighting, and you're excited. Do you want to go join in? Leyton flicked the rabbit's head. Aren't we going to go check it out? Bugs Bunny asked, rubbing his head. The gunshot was so loud, everyone around here is alarmed. The security bureau will be there soon. What's there to see? Besides, my mother will be worried and come to check on me soon. As soon as Leyton finished speaking, there was a knock on the bedroom door. Go open the door, Leyton told Bugs Bunny. Bugs Bunny jumped off the windowsill and hopped to the door, pushing a chair to the door, then jumping onto the chair and turning the doorknob. Mother Isabel entered the room and saw Leyton leaning against the windowsill and Bugs Bunny pushing the chair back to its original position. Little Leyton isn't asleep yet. Don't be too lazy and make the little rabbit do everything. Isabel walked to the window. Bugs Bunny began to act cute and innocent in front of his mother again. He looked pitifully at the windowsill and then pretended to jump twice. Leyton twitched his lips, grabbed the drama queen rabbit, and placed him on the windowsill. Did you hear the gunshot just now? Madame has been a little unstable lately. When you go out, don't go to secluded places, understand? Be wary of strangers too, Isabel constantly reminded Leyton of various precautions when going out. Leyton paused the hand rubbing the rabbit's head, then casually nodded, humoring his mother while complaining inwardly. Is this maternal nagging the same all over the world, even in other worlds? Don't stay out too late these days. Oh, and in less than half a month, it'll be New Year's. How long will you have off? Isabel finally asked before stopping her nagging. I'm not sure, I'll ask tomorrow. Probably a week or two, maybe. Leyton said uncertainly. Well, if it's long enough, our family can go on vacation to the coast. The climate there is warmer than Madane's, Isabel planned for the new year. Yeah. But I think Dad might not want to travel back to the coast right after getting back, Leyton reminded his mother. His father had been at sea for a long time and might prefer to stay home. That's true. We'll discuss it again when your father comes back in a few days, Isabel said with a nod. Mother, you should go rest. The gunshot just now alarmed everyone in the neighborhood, and the security bureau should be on their way. There probably won't be any more incidents here, Leyton said, seeing that his mother wanted to continue chatting with him. The main purpose of his mother coming to his room to talk about these topics at this time was actually to worry that he would be startled by the gunshot and be afraid. Upon hearing this, Isabel took a deep look at Leyton, who was pretending to be calm, wondering if he had done something wrong. My little Leyton has grown up and is no longer the child who needs his mother's protection. Mother Isabel smiled with a lot of emotion. People always grow up. I'm not a kid anymore. Leyton said proudly. But you'll always be a child in your mother's eyes, Isabel said with a smile. Okay. But now the child needs to sleep, and his mother needs to sleep too, Leyton said with a helpless smile. Chapter 54 Mission. After calming his mother down and sending her back to her room to sleep, Leyton himself couldn't fall asleep. To avoid worrying his mother, Leyton turned off the lights in his room and lay down on the bed. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, Leyton simply lay in bed and began to meditate. As images formed in his mind of golden sand grains coalescing into gears, chains, an eye without pupils, and a massive ring, Leyton felt his spirit was like that immense ring, constantly attracting the surrounding sand grains to draw closer and merge with him. This time, Leyton didn't plunge his consciousness into the massive pupilless eye. Instead, he focused his attention on the enormous ring, something he hadn't paid attention to before. Leyton tried to slam his consciousness into the massive ring, composed of countless gears and chains, just as he had done before with the pupilless eye. Buzz! Leyton felt a wave of illusory buzzing resonate within his mind, without causing any actual impact, yet it made Leyton feel as if he had seen light, an untouchable light, and with that, the meditation ended. That massive ring doesn't seem to be rejecting me, but rather my spirit is not yet capable of enduring it, unable to touch that boundless radiance, Leyton reflected on the experience in his mind. Perhaps I need to reach Sequence 7, a warlock, before I can interact with that massive ring. It's from Sequence 7 onwards that this path gradually embodies the transformation of knowledge into power, Leyton speculated based on his understanding of the mystery prior pathway. As for whether that massive ring had nothing to do with the mystery prior pathway at all, Leyton didn't believe that was possible. It couldn't be that the knowledge Moor had deliberately placed it there just to make that massive pupilless eye appear less monotonous, could it? Pondering the issues related to his visualized object, Leyton unconsciously fell asleep. He slept soundly, and the next day he was awakened by his mother, Isabel. It seems last night's gunfire didn't affect your sleep at all. Sean has already bought breakfast. Go wash up and come downstairs to eat. His mother Isabel's voice seemed to always be warm and gentle. Okay. Leyton scratched his head in response. Although this was his mother, Leyton felt he hadn't fully grown accustomed to her care. Leyton couldn't completely immerse himself in the role of her son. After his mother left, Leyton got out of bed, went to the washroom to wash up, and then changed his clothes. After a hurried breakfast, Leyton took Bugs Bunny and went to the executor squad. Originally, his mother wanted Leyton to leave Bugs Bunny behind to keep her company, but Bugs Bunny vividly remembered the ordeal of yesterday's bath and was completely unwilling to be alone with his mother. He clung to Leyton's shoulder and refused to let go. Isabel had originally planned to personally deliver lunch to the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom at noon, but Leyton declined, saying he wanted to have lunch with his colleagues. Isabel didn't feel disappointed at this. Instead, she smiled and praised Leyton for growing up and knowing how to maintain good relationships with his colleagues. As the carriage passed through the area where the gunfire had been heard last night, Leyton saw that 2 houses on this street had already been sealed off by the security bureau. Upon arriving at the executor squad, Captain Icanton told Leyton that his potion would be approved tomorrow. Mudun was missing a main ingredient, which had to be transferred from Lenberg, hence the delay. Finally receiving news about the potion, Leyton breathed a sigh of relief, no longer worrying that the church wouldn't approve his potion. Subsequently, Leyton was assigned a new task by the captain, to accompany Mr. Kozith to investigate the situation at the suburban cemetery, the same cemetery that Sia had set on fire before. There had been rumors of hauntings there again in the past few days. After receiving the task, Leyton set off with Mr. Kozith. On the carriage to the suburban cemetery, Leyton curiously asked, "Teacher Koss, is that cemetery some kind of mystical land? Why is it always haunted?" "Not really. The remains buried there have all undergone the church's baptism, so there shouldn't be any cases of corpses reanimating or ghosts appearing," Mr. Kozith replied in a serious manner. "So, someone is pretending to be a ghost to scare people?" Leyton voiced his guess. After all, extraordinary events in this world, when averaged out across each location, are actually quite rare. Just as Josie had said before, half of the events handled by the Executor Squad are fake extraordinary events. That's possible, but it's more likely that there are Beyonders gathering nearby. Mr. Kozith paused here. After a moment of thought, he continued, "Witnesses have seen creatures resembling werewolves in this area. This situation is likely due to infection and control by werewolf venom." Werewolves. Leyton felt a slight surprise and nervousness in his heart. If it really was a werewolf, Leyton thought that the combination of himself and Mr. Kozith was a bit like delivering food. At the Sequence 7 level, in terms of combat ability, werewolves are considered above average. However, knowledge keepers of the same sequence, without relying on external objects, are not considered strong in combat. Yes, werewolves belong to a relatively rare pathway of Sequence 7, and they are very skilled in combat, Mr. Kozith nodded and said. Leyton really wanted to say, "Are we here to deliver our heads to the werewolves?" but he felt it would be impolite to say that to Mr. Kozith. "Haha, don't worry. These monsters infected with werewolf venom don't just appear here. Their figures have been seen in several places in the city as well." Mr. Kozith seemed to notice the worry in Leyton's eyes and explained. "So, the captain had us search different places separately?" Leyton asked curiously. "That's right. The two places where werewolves are most likely to appear are personally supervised by Miss Sia and the captain. The main task of the rest of us is actually to clean up the monsters infected with the werewolf virus," Mr. Kozith explained. "Oh," Leyton nodded. He added in his mind, "That's more like it." "Was the gunfire I heard last night also related to this matter?" Leyton asked curiously. "I'm not sure. The Security Bureau hasn't reported this matter to us, and even if they did, it would be reported to the Church of the Earth Mother first." Mr. Kozith shook his head and said. "Ah, that's true." Leyton nodded and stopped dwelling on the question. In the midst of Leyton and Mr. Kozith's chat, the carriage soon arrived at the suburban cemetery. As soon as Leyton and Mr. Kozith got out of the carriage, the coachman immediately turned the carriage around and left. "We're not going to have to walk back ourselves, are we?" Leyton realized that this place was too remote, and it was a cemetery, so no one would come here, let alone a carriage. It seemed so. Mr. Kozith also looked at the carriage that had turned around and fled as if escaping for its life with a headache. The cemetery looked very quiet in the morning. This season, there weren't even any birds chirping or insects buzzing. Only the morning sunlight shining on them made it seem less gloomy. Leyton followed behind Mr. Kozith and walked into the cemetery. Through the eyes of mystery-prying observation of the surrounding secrets, Leyton did indeed find traces of dark magic remaining in the cemetery. These traces were constantly dissipating under the sunlight. There are signs of a fight here. One of the parties is a werewolf. Or its subordinate, Mr. Kozith said while observing the surrounding environment. But it's strange, who is fighting with that werewolf? It seems that these monsters infected with werewolves scattered everywhere are not just used to divert attention, Mr. Kozith then pondered. Leyton looked at Mr. Kozith in a daze. Did he come to a conclusion after just looking around for a while? Is this the ability of the knowledge keepers? Leyton remembered that there was a sentence in the description of the knowledge keepers, can use extraordinary means to analyze and restore events that have occurred within a certain area. Chapter 55, Battle in the Cemetery. Leyton followed Mr. Kozith through the cemetery for several laps, discovering many traces left by what seemed to be the claws of large animals. Is this monster infected with the werewolf virus sharpening its claws? Why does it have to scratch at everything, whether it's a tree or a stone? Leyton complained speechlessly. Mainly because there were too many claw marks found in this circle, so many that it seemed like the other party was deliberately leaving traces everywhere. These marks were not left at the same time, but were scratched out over a day or two, Mr. Kozith said after carefully examining each scratch. You can tell that too? Leyton asked in surprise. Yes, it's a keeper's ability. You'll be able to do it after you advance, Mr. Kozith nodded in response. How long does it take for the werewolf virus to take effect on a target? During this period, will the body uncontrollably mutate in the direction of a monster? Leyton asked curiously, staring at the claw marks on a tombstone. Mr. Kozith pondered for a moment before saying, I'm not sure, but werewolves do need to let the target be invaded by toxins for a period of time to control them. Is it possible that the marks here were left by the guy who was infected with the werewolf toxin? He was only infected with the toxin at the time, and the werewolf didn't directly control him, so he left these marks while struggling. Leyton offered his own guess. That's possible. If so, then he's likely still nearby. Mr. Kozith thought for a moment and agreed that the possibility was high. Leyton stood on a protruding stone, looking around. The surroundings were densely packed with tombstones and trees. Although there were many things, it wouldn't be easy to hide an adult-sized monster. It doesn't look like it can hide a monster. What are the characteristics of a monster infected with the werewolf virus? Leyton asked. Their lives are often very short. Mr. Kozith didn't know much information either. What about the cemetery keeper here? If there really is a monster here, he should be the most dangerous, right? Leyton asked. The cemetery keeper has been missing for several days. Mr. Kozith shook his head and said. Turned into a monster infected with the werewolf virus? Leyton said with a sudden thought. Perhaps. Mr. Kozith couldn't give any useful information either. Speaking of the cemetery keeper, Leyton suggested checking the place where the cemetery keeper lived. Perhaps there would be unexpected gains. The cemetery keeper's residence was on the side of the road at the entrance of the cemetery, just a simple single-room house painted white. They had passed by there when they entered the cemetery before, but they hadn't gone in to observe carefully. The cemetery keeper's room was a bit messy. The pillow and quilt on the bed were dragged to the ground, as if he had left in a hurry, without having time to tidy up, and he hadn't closed the door either. Leyton stood at the door and secretly used the eyes of mystery prying to examine the environment inside the house, but didn't find anything unusual. Perhaps it had been several days, and the original anomalies had dissipated. Mr. Kozith walked into the house and carefully searched and examined every corner of the room, and then restored the arrangement of the house to its original state. The other party left in a hurry, as if stimulated by something. Mr. Kozith finally concluded. Perhaps he was infected with the werewolf toxin, or perhaps he discovered suspicious people breaking into the cemetery. Leyton continued Mr. Kozith's words. It shouldn't be because he discovered someone breaking in. That wouldn't make a cemetery keeper panic like this, Mr. Kozith said thoughtfully. Leyton didn't interrupt Mr. Kozith's thoughts, but walked out on his own, found a place with a better view, and surveyed the entire cemetery. Werewolves should be more accustomed to the night, right? Then, wouldn't the werewolf's infectee also have this habit? If he is still in this cemetery, then the only place that can just satisfy some habits and hide himself is. Leyton said. Inside the tomb, Mr. Kozith now took over Leyton's words. Are we going to look at the tombs one by one? Leyton asked. Unless we have a spell that can be used to find people, Mr. Kozith said noncommittally. In the end, Leyton and Mr. Kozith could only start checking the situation from the entrance of the cemetery, one tomb at a time, and continued until noon, but found nothing. So tired, this guy is too good at hiding, right? Or did we guess wrong? Leyton began to doubt his previous deduction. We've only explored half of it, maybe it's not here, Mr. Kozith said while checking the situation around the tombstone. Where's your rabbit? Why isn't it by your side? Mr. Kozith noticed that Bugs Bunny had left Leyton's side at some point. It felt too hot and ran to rest in the shade of a tree on the side. Leyton shrugged and said. Bugs Bunny found a patch of grass under the shade of a tree not far away and lay down. Before he lay down for a while, he felt a chill in his butt. Not wanting to move, Bugs Bunny rolled over on the grass, and as a result, he fell into a pit. Wah wah, Leyton heard his rabbit suddenly scream, turned his head, but didn't see the rabbit that was originally in the shade of the tree. Falling into the pit, Bugs Bunny grabbed the ground beneath him with all 4 feet, so he didn't roll all the way to the bottom along the slope. Just as Bugs Bunny stabilized himself, he felt a wave of malice envelop him. Bugs Bunny turned his head and looked deeper into the pit, where there was a pair of ghostly green glowing eyes staring at Bugs Bunny. A chill of horror rose from the rabbit's legs to the rabbit's ears. Bugs Bunny felt that his rabbit courage was about to be shattered. In an instant, he regained his animal instincts, frantically digging the ground with 4 legs, and running out of the pit. Wah wah, wah wah. Help! Boss! He screamed loudly while running out frantically. Leyton hadn't started looking after he noticed that Bugs Bunny screamed and disappeared, when Bugs Bunny's heart-wrenching scream came over. Leyton took out the pistol from the gun bag on his waist with one hand, while approaching the shade of the tree where Bugs Bunny was lying before. Bugs Bunny quickly pounced out of a pile of grass after the scream sounded, and then ran quickly towards Leyton. There was also a black shadow behind Bugs Bunny that pounced out fiercely. The other party had tufts of gray short hair on his body, long nails, eyes turned ghostly green, arms abnormally swollen, and legs were a bit bent. It looked like an incomplete werewolf. Bang! Bang! Leyton fired 2 shots at the monster behind Bugs Bunny. The effect of the bullets on its body was not good. It just used the kinetic energy of the bullet itself to pause the opponent's movements for a moment, without causing actual damage. Boss! Help, there's a monster! Bugs Bunny jumped directly onto Leyton's shoulder and shrank his head. The movement here had already attracted Mr. Kozith's attention. After Leyton fired 2 shots, Mr. Kozith also continued to shoot. Mr. Kozith's marksmanship was obviously much better than Leyton's. Every bullet steadily hit the head of the monster infected with the werewolf virus. The bullets hit the face of the monster infected with the werewolf virus, directly causing the skin on the face to split open. The already hideous face became even more hideous. Leyton retreated while carrying Bugs Bunny on his shoulder, while replacing the bullets in the gun with bullets with a purification effect. This monster seemed to inherit some of the werewolf's self-healing ability. Don't look at Mr. Kozith firing bullets and splitting the skin on the opponent's face, but they were not fatal wounds. Instead, they stimulated the monster's hatred. The monster abandoned Leyton and Bugs Bunny, who were closer, and ran in a Z shape at an extremely fast speed, rushing towards Mr. Kozith. Mr. Kozith didn't retreat because the monster rushed towards him, but instead fired bullets even harder. At the moment when the monster got close, Mr. Kozith shot out the monster's left eye. At the same time, Mr. Kozith distorted his body at an extremely fast speed, stretched his leg and swept horizontally towards the monster, and then remembered the reaction force to change the position of his body. Then another shot hit the monster's right eye. The monster's body, which had pounced over, was directly knocked to the side by Mr. Kozith's combo. The monster struggled painfully on the ground. Leyton, who had replaced the purification bullets, also approached and fired 2 shots directly at the monster infected with the werewolf virus. Bang. Bang. The bullets with purification effect left a bright golden trajectory in the air, and then penetrated the monster's chest. A sizzling sound rang from the monster's body, and wisps of black smoke came out of the wound hit by the purification bullet. The monster's struggle intensified for a moment, and then became weak. For safety's sake, Leyton fired another shot at the monster's forehead. The monster's weak struggle paused for a moment, and then there was no more movement. All 3 purification bullets carried with him were used up, but the monster infected with the werewolf virus was also resolved. Chapter 56, Chapter 56 Encounter with a Werewolf. This monster feels a bit strong, but not too strong, Leyton said, looking at the monster's corpse on the ground, uttering something nonsensical. This is just a monster mutated after being infected by a werewolf. It doesn't possess Beyonder characteristics, but it enhances its physique by overdrawing its life force, while also gaining some of the werewolf's self-healing abilities, Mr. Kozith explained. It's roughly equivalent to Sequence 9 to Sequence 8, Mr. Kozith added. Leyton felt like he was being mocked. As a Sequence 8, it would be very difficult for him to deal with this monster alone. Relying on the advantages of his dual pathways, he would definitely be able to solve this monster, but the process would likely be very arduous. The reason he could solve the battle so simply and quickly just now was mainly due to Mr. Kozith's help. The main reason is that the combination of reader and mystery prior isn't very good. There are too many overlaps in advantages and disadvantages, Leyton said to himself, trying to justify himself. Should we look around again for other monsters? Leyton looked at Mr. Kozith and asked. Mr. Kozith nodded, yes, let's look around again, but it's unlikely there will be any. Leyton nodded and continued to search around for other possible monsters. This time, Bugs Bunny followed closely beside Leyton, no longer daring to wander off on its own. I'm so hungry, do you have any fruit hidden in your hat? Leyton said, staring at the top hat Bugs Bunny was wearing. This rabbit had a habit of hiding things in its hat for performing magic tricks. Before, Leyton had even taken out cups, salt, cold roasted meat, and other things from the hat. Bugs Bunny looked up at Leyton with a panicked expression, seeing that Leyton was serious. Only then did it reluctantly take off the hat it was wearing and take out 2 pears and a handful of nuts from inside. I only put these in, Bugs Bunny said, putting the 2 pears into Leyton's hand and then holding out a handful of nuts. Leyton couldn't help but twitch his lips. This rabbit really made the most of the sealed artifact. In addition to the extraordinary effects of the hat itself, it could also be used to hold things. Let's keep the nuts for now. Eating too many of these will make you thirsty. Let's each have a pear, Leyton immediately decided, dividing up Bugs Bunny's magic props. When Leyton and Bugs Bunny, one human and one rabbit, caught up with Mr. Kozith, who was walking ahead, while walking and gnawing on pears, Leyton saw Mr. Kozith's brow twitch slightly. Where did you get the pears? Mr. Kozith asked, full of doubt. Bugs Bunny's magic props in his hat, there are also some nuts, Mr. Kozith, would you like some? Leyton said, biting into the pear. No, thank you, Mr. Kozith shook his head and quickened his pace, checking the surrounding graves and grass for any unusual footprints. After Leyton and Mr. Kozith re-examined the entire cemetery, it was already noon. Leyton divided half of the nuts in his hand to Mr. Kozith, and the 2 left the cemetery, chatting while eating. Mr. Kozith, how should we deal with the monster corpses in the cemetery? Leyton asked. Go back and notify the church to handle it. Because of that monster infected by the werewolf, ordinary people won't dare to approach it for a short time, Mr. Kozith replied. We're not going to walk all the way back to the city, are we? Leyton said, a little speechless, looking at the empty road. If we're lucky, we'll encounter a carriage on the road. Of course, that will be when we're closer to the city. It's impossible near the cemetery here, Mr. Kozith said, his tone rather helpless. Sigh. Leyton sighed and took down Bugs Bunny, who was lying on his shoulder. Leyton felt that he couldn't bear to walk all the way back to the city with a fat rabbit on his shoulder. Why you're abusing small animals, Bugs Bunny protested. You're too fat, you need to lose weight. Leyton said concisely. But walking back like this will kill the rabbit, Bugs Bunny continued to protest. That way, the werewolves passing by on the road won't eat you. Werewolves only eat fresh rabbits, Leyton scared Bugs Bunny. Werewolf. Mr. Kozith's tone suddenly became serious. Mr. Kozith, your cooperation is perfect. Bugs Bunny is stunned, Leyton said, laughing as he looked at Bugs Bunny, who was clutching his trouser leg tightly and not daring to move. Werewolf. On the opposite side, be careful, try to take a detour and run back to the city later, Mr. Kozith said with a solemn tone. Leyton was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He stiffly looked up and saw a middle-aged man wearing a high scarf and a black top hat, dressed as a gentleman, staring at him and Mr. Kozith less than 100 meters ahead on the road. There were many seemingly fatal wounds on the other person's body, especially the left eye, as if someone had dug out the eye, with terrifying claw marks covering half of his face, but the wounds on his body were healing quickly. The other person's arms were abnormally swollen, and tufts of gray short hair grew on the back of his hands, and his nails became sharp and long. Werewolf transformation, and injured. Did the captain and the others do it? But why did they let him escape? Leyton's doubts piled up one after another, but his body was consciously retreating slowly. I have no malice. The werewolf on the opposite side spoke first. A werewolf from the Rose School of Thought saying he has no malice. Mr. Kozith said with a cold expression. I didn't join them willingly, and they are chasing me now, right behind. You don't need to believe me, just stay away and let me leave, the werewolf on the opposite side said anxiously. Otherwise, when the people from the Rose School of Thought catch up later, no matter what relationship you have with me, they will kill you as well, the werewolf on the opposite side added. This is not the southern continent, this is Mudun, the junction of Lenberg. Mr. Kozith's words carried a hint of threat. But those lunatics don't care about these things, the injuries on my body are proof, the werewolf on the opposite side said with disdain. He's right. Leyton whispered to remind Mr. Kozith. Members of the Indulgence faction of the Rose School of Thought often don't consider such problems. When they were Sequence 8, they were called lunatics. If what he said is true, letting him leave will mean that the two of us will have to hold back the pursuers behind him, Mr. Kozith whispered back. Mr. Kozith's words made Leyton understand instantly that whether he and Mr. Kozith advanced or retreated, they were in danger. In front of them was a werewolf from the Rose School of Thought, not knowing whether it was from the Indulgence faction or the Temperance faction, and further ahead were the pursuers from the Rose School of Thought. The suburban cemetery behind them was a stronghold for one of them. But we can't just stand here facing each other like this. We'll be in great danger when the Rose School of Thought members arrive later, Leyton said in a deep voice. When the time comes, you run along the small road next to where we came from, go around back. The captain and the others already know, just hold on until the captain and the others arrive, Mr. Kozith said, loading bullets into the pistol in his hand. Then what about you, Mr. Kozith? Leyton's heart sank. Whether what the werewolf on the opposite side said is true or false, I have to stay here to disrupt their situation. Don't worry, I have a sealed artifact on me that can be used for combat, Mr. Kozith grinned and comforted Leyton. While Leyton and Mr. Kozith were communicating, the werewolf on the opposite side seemed to sense some danger and ran wildly towards them. Go now, Mr. Kozith said in a deep voice. Then he raised the pistol in his hand and fired 2 shots at the 2 people on the opposite side, 1 ordinary bullet and 1 purification bullet. The 2 people on the opposite side collided head-on without dodging or avoiding. The purification bullet hit him, and a puff of black smoke rose. The werewolf bared his teeth, tilted to the side, and continued to rush over. The distance of 100 meters was crossed in just 5 or 6 seconds at the werewolf's speed. But after the werewolf rushed over, he suddenly braked sharply and stopped. You talk too much, I couldn't help but walk in front of you, a playful, hoarse, and malicious voice sounded not far behind. Leyton and Mr. Kozith turned their heads sharply. Someone was already standing there behind them, without them knowing when. He was wearing a brown cowboy hat and a gray-white trench coat, with a dark turtleneck sweater inside. The gaunt face had a pair of dark green eyes, and looking at it from the front, it seemed that the entire face was covered with stubble, giving a very wild feeling. Leyton recognized this person, the figure he saw on the road when he went home yesterday, who also seemed to be the source of the vague unease in his heart. There's also a Sequence 8 lunatic behind, they snatched my sealed artifact, it's an eye that allows the user to merge into the shadows. It should be in the hands of the lunatic behind, the werewolf standing next to Leyton and Mr. Kozith said in a deep voice. While speaking, he also reached out and subconsciously touched the already healed scar below his left eye. The other party's words reminded Leyton of the person who seemed to be a hermit he encountered a few days ago. Did I encounter them all in advance? This coincidence is worse than 0-08 script. Leyton couldn't help but complain in his heart. Chapter 57 Encounter. Just as the werewolf mentioned that there was another Sequence 8 lunatic behind them, Leyton saw the shadows wriggling in the place where the werewolf had been standing. A young man in his 20s, with a stout build, bronze skin, small eyes and nose, messy dark brown curly hair, and wearing a one-piece jumpsuit, emerged from the shadows. His face wore a flawless smile, and his already small eyes squinted until only a slit remained. The smile seemed frozen on his face, never changing. Looking at that smile for too long made one feel that the person was mentally unstable, and Leyton averted his gaze slightly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Take these, Mr. Kozith said, handing Leyton a few enchanted bullets. Leyton was stunned for a moment and didn't reach out to take them. Take them. A student of ratiocination's means are limited, you need these more than I do. Mr. Kozith moved his hand closer. Leyton hesitated for a moment, then took the enchanted bullets that Mr. Kozith offered. Mutant Pathway, Sequence 8, Lunatic. They can proactively sacrifice their sanity, unleash their desires, and exchange them for power, gaining improvements in all aspects. Be careful not to let him get close to you. Don't engage in a prolonged fight, just run. I'll help you stall him, Mr. Kozith said in an unquestionable tone. Okay, Leyton nodded slightly. Have you finished saying your last words? The Rose School member wearing a brown cowboy had said mockingly. At the same time, his arms suddenly swelled, tufts of gray short hair grew on the back of his hands, and his nails became long, sharp, and hard. His body turned into a blur as he quickly approached. Run! Mr. Kozith shouted. Bang! 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 Mr. Kozith didn't dodge but instead faced the opponent and fired 3 shots in a row. The bullets aimed at vital points were easily avoided by the werewolf and hit other parts of the body. For the werewolf's healing ability, this wasn't even an injury. The werewolf on Leyton's side also pounced on the opponent, and the 2 werewolves directly engaged in a fierce fight. Leyton ignored the werewolf battle. When Mr. Kozith shouted, he immediately turned around, hugged Bugs Bunny, and ran towards the lunatic. The lunatic standing in front of the road maintained the smile on his face and quietly watched Leyton approach with a rabbit in his arms. Leyton didn't care what posture the other party would use to welcome his approach, he simply reached out and patted Bugs Bunny in his arms, and the rabbit buried its head even lower. Leyton ran with Bugs Bunny in his arms until he was not far from the Rose School's lunatic. The Sequence 8 lunatic didn't make any movements. Leyton was already prepared to meet the opponent's attack, but the expected attack didn't come. Leyton was a little surprised but didn't care and continued to run forward on his own. It wasn't until Leyton stepped into a shady area ahead that a strong sense of crisis instantly struck, but he couldn't stop the step he had already taken. In the shade, a piece of shadow was wriggling. Leyton felt that his left foot, which had been dragged into the shadow, was grabbed by a hand, and he was suddenly pulled into the shadow in the next moment. Leyton closed his eyes tightly, still holding Bugs Bunny in his arms, and muttered, "Flash." Bugs Bunny, held in Leyton's arms, suddenly dilated its pupils, and a burst of light erupted in front of it, making the surroundings a vast expanse of white. The original shadow was instantly dispelled, revealing the lunatic shrouded in the shadow. However, at this time, the lunatic was painfully covering his eyes. The sudden burst of light had caused considerable damage to the eyes of his sealed artifact that used shadow abilities. Taking advantage of the fact that his leg was released, Leyton rolled twice on the ground to steady himself, put down Bugs Bunny, and quickly stood up from the ground. Mental impact. A Dragonese word was spat out from Leyton's mouth. A dark black talisman that Leyton had somehow gotten into his hand turned to ashes and disappeared. At the same time, a fierce mental wave enveloped the lunatic who was painfully covering his eyes. The other party changed from covering his eyes in pain to lying on the ground and wailing, as if suffering great torture. Leyton's movements didn't stop. He took out the gun that had already been loaded with bullets from the gun bag and directly fired a volley at the opponent. Although they were just ordinary bullets, being showered with such a volley of bullets at close range caused even a Beyonder who excelled at body enhancement to suffer considerable damage. After emptying the magazine, Leyton immediately turned his head and ran, without any hesitation or thoughts of going up to finish him off. Just kidding, although his volley of bullets could bring considerable damage to the opponent, it wasn't fatal. The most terrifying thing about a lunatic is when he has no reason. Now, he was facing a lunatic who could proactively sacrifice his sanity. Use fog creation, then run. Leyton reminded Bugs Bunny, who had just used flash and hid to the side, and then started to run. Bugs Bunny touched the great magician's top hat on his head, and a cloud of mist spread around the lunatic in front. After doing all this, Bugs Bunny took off and followed Leyton's pace, running towards the city. A roar came from the mist, and Leyton's spiritual intuition frantically warned him. Leyton knew that this was the lunatic proactively sacrificing his sanity and unleashing his desires in exchange for power. Madmen didn't need intelligence in the first place, and might even gain powerful resistance to certain beyonder abilities that interfered with thoughts and affected the mind as a result. This was also the reason why Leyton had used the mental impact talisman from the beginning, otherwise, it would be useless after the opponent gave up his sanity. It was better to use it in advance and deal a wave of damage. While running forward quickly, Leyton reloaded his pistol with enchanted bullets. Fortunately, I practiced reloading guns before, or I would be done for today, Leyton thought to himself. Pay attention in a moment. When that lunatic behind catches up, use ice on the ground under his feet. Pay attention to the timing, there's only one chance. If you don't succeed, you'll become rabbit biscuits, Leyton said to Bugs Bunny, who was using all 4 legs beside him. Boss. Can I hide first and then use it? Bugs Bunny said timidly. No, he's too fast. If you hide, there won't be time to use it, Leyton rejected the rabbit's suggestion. The sound coming from behind and his own sense of impending danger told Leyton that the lunatic had caught up. Use it now. Leyton roared, then turned his body and fired continuously at the lunatic who was charging towards him. Bang. Bang. 1 ordinary bullet, 1 enchanted bullet. This was a technique Leyton had learned from Mr. Kozith before. First use ordinary bullets to lower the opponent's vigilance, and then rely on the second enchanted bullet to deal damage. The enchanted bullet trailed a crimson flame tail in the air and accurately hit the opponent's shoulder under the cover of the ordinary bullet. A flash of fire flickered and then went out. Roar, the lunatic hit by the enchanted bullet didn't stop, but instead roared and charged even faster. The bullet had more to do with igniting the opponent's anger. When he quickly approached to within 5 or 6 meters of Leyton, the lunatic, who had lost his mind, stepped on the ice surface and directly fell backward to the ground. Because the momentum of the charge was too strong before, he still slid forward a long distance after falling. Seeing this, Leyton and Bugs Bunny immediately pounced to both sides, dodging the human bowling ball that slid along the ground. After pouncing to the side and dodging the opponent's sliding body, he immediately supported himself and half-squatted up, taking advantage of the opponent's fall to the ground and not yet recovering, and pulled out his gun again to shoot. Bang. 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 3 bullets with the same burning effect all hit the opponent's exposed neck and shoulders at close range. The sound of zzz, zzz, of flesh being burned sounded, and there was a crimson fire spreading on the opponent's flesh. Although it disappeared quickly, the damage it brought was terrifying enough. Leyton quickly stood up from the ground, approached the opponent, and fired 2 more shots at the already shot neck, directly emptying the magazine. The Sequence 8 lunatic was far from having the terrifying self-healing ability of a werewolf. After being hit by 3 bullets in a row in the fragile neck area, and all of them were beyonder bullets after being enchanted, the lunatic who took the initiative to sacrifice his sanity finally ushered in the end of his life. After his sanity returned, the other party struggled and twitched a few times before breathing his last. Leyton finally saw other expressions on the face of this lunatic who had been smiling all the time, such as fear. More than half of the opponent's corpse's neck area had been carbonized, which was also the reason why the opponent died so quickly. Fortunately, the other party was a lunatic, not a werewolf, otherwise, those few bullets would not have been able to cause this level of damage, or even lead to death in a short period of time, Leyton sighed. Wah, boss, did he just die like that? Bugs Bunny dared to approach after seeing the lunatic's corpse lying motionless on the ground. Yeah, he's dead, Leyton nodded slightly and said. But, isn't he very powerful? How could he die so easily? Bugs Bunny asked in confusion. Heh, Leyton chuckled. Then he opened his mouth and said, he is indeed very powerful, but he is only Sequence 8. Even if he is very good at fighting, the shortcomings of each pathway are very obvious when the sequence is not high, such as his tendency to lose his mind during battle. And you used Flash very well, basically disabling the sealed artifact on his body, and also had a certain impact on himself. The isolator was the same, Leyton praised Bugs Bunny. Hee hee. I'm super awesome. Bugs Bunny said with his head held high and his chest out. Leyton nodded and said nothing more. The entire battle process just now was pre-rehearsed by Leyton in his mind, including the cooperation with Bugs Bunny. Using the flash from the sealed artifact on Bugs Bunny's head to destroy the lunatic's sealed artifact effect, as well as the fog later to delay time, and the ice on the ground later. The only unstable factor was whether Bugs Bunny could seize the opportunity to use the trick. For this reason, Leyton also prepared a series of remedial measures, but none of them came in handy. Chapter 58, Harvest and Surprise. The battle with that lunatic from the Rose School of Thought was unexpectedly smooth. It also made Leyton understand the importance of being prepared before a battle, and how important a reliable teammate is when one is of a low sequence. Even if that teammate is just a rabbit. Leyton exclaimed in his heart. Because he and Bugs Bunny had already run a considerable distance, they were temporarily away from the werewolf's battlefield. As long as they didn't attack in this direction, Leyton felt it was quite safe, so he waited patiently for the characteristic to be extracted in place. Boss, aren't we running anymore? Isn't there still a werewolf behind us? Bugs Bunny asked worriedly. Let's wait a while. Once the Beyonder characteristic is extracted, we'll leave, Leyton said. Beyonder characteristic extraction. Bugs Bunny indicated that the rabbit didn't understand. It's like the potion you drink. After a Beyonder dies, it will be extracted in the form of a characteristic, which can be used as the main ingredient for the potion of the corresponding sequence. Leyton explained the knowledge of Beyonder characteristics to Bugs Bunny. If a rabbit dies, will it extract a Beyonder characteristic? Bugs Bunny asked curiously. Rabbits won't. Seeing Bugs Bunny's expression relaxed, he continued, but a rabbit like you who has drunk a potion will. Wow. I'm super awesome, I even defeated this terrifying sequence 8. Bugs Bunny pretended to be calm and said loudly. Above sequence 8, there are still sequence 7 and sequence 6. Leyton discouraged the rabbit. Boss, you can definitely beat them. Bugs Bunny cast his hopeful gaze at Leyton. I can't beat them. Leyton was speechless. While Leyton and Bugs Bunny were chatting, a little bit of light had already begun to be extracted from the dead lunatic's body, starting to gather at the chest of the corpse. Bugs Bunny stared at this magical scene. After about 2 or 3 minutes, all the light spots gathered together, and no more light spots were extracted from the corpse. The gathered light spots eventually turned into a gray-white light cluster that looked like a miniature brain. Leyton took out the iron box for bullets from his body, took out the remaining bullets inside, put the Beyonder characteristic into it, and then applied a layer of wall of spirituality to the iron box. After obtaining the Beyonder characteristic, Leyton turned his attention to the corpse's eyes. Judging from the description and performance of the previous werewolf, the sealed artifact that could use the hermit's ability should need to be installed in one's own eyes. Leyton used the eyes of mystery prying to carefully examine the corpse's eyes and found that the corpse's left eye turned into a thick, substantial shadow under the eyes of mystery prying. Leyton also confirmed that this was the sealed artifact. He took out the dagger he carried with him and took out the corpse's left eye. After leaving the body, this left eye automatically turned into a pitch-black glass eyeball. The feel was a bit like a sponge ball. It could be easily squeezed and deformed, and it could also recover immediately. However, Leyton didn't have any extra iron boxes on his body to hold the sealed artifact, so he had to put it directly into his pocket first. Fortunately, just carrying the sealed artifact without using it would not produce negative effects. Let's go. After putting away the characteristic and the sealed artifact, Leyton called out to Bugs Bunny to prepare to leave. Okay, boss. Hearing that he could leave, Bugs Bunny jumped up from the ground instantly. Leyton took Bugs Bunny away from the spot and hurried towards the city. After they left, a black crow flapped its wings and flew away from a tree not far away. Leyton, who had already walked a distance, looked back with a sense of feeling, only to see a crow flying into the distance, without any abnormalities. Feeling a little uneasy, Leyton used the eyes of mystery prying again to examine the area where the battle had just taken place, and similarly found nothing unusual. What's wrong? Boss. Bugs Bunny became nervous when he saw Leyton suddenly stop and examine the place just now. Leyton shook his head. He didn't find any problems under the gaze of the eyes of mystery prying, which made Leyton feel a little more at ease. Let's go. Let's hurry up and try to meet up with the captain and the others. Leyton patted the rabbit's head and said. The inspiration just now made Leyton feel a little uneasy. Although the eyes of mystery prying didn't find anything unusual, something did touch his inspiration just now. Just like yesterday when he went home, the spiritual perception was touched, but there was no discovery using the eyes of mystery prying. Leyton was a little worried whether there was something that could avoid the detection of his eyes of mystery prying. When Leyton and Bugs Bunny were on their way, there would occasionally be a bird flying around them. However, Leyton, who was focused on his journey, didn't notice this. By the time Leyton and Bugs Bunny returned to the city panting, it was already close to evening. I don't understand, why should the cemetery be built so far away? Is this to leave such a long distance for the city to develop? Leyton said breathlessly. The rabbit doesn't understand either. After speeding for so long, even as an extraordinary rabbit, he couldn't take it anymore. Leyton hailed a carriage on the roadside and went to the executor squad. I hope there are still people in the squad office. Teacher Kozith said that the captain and the others already know, but why haven't I met anyone along the way? Recalling what he encountered this day, Leyton's mood was not very good. Leyton couldn't be sure whether Mr. Kozith, plus that werewolf of unknown origin, could stop the werewolf from the Rose School of Thought. The werewolf from the Rose School of Thought was obviously more oppressive. Boss, how powerful are werewolves? Bugs Bunny, who had been lying on the carriage for a while, was obviously energetic again. Almost able to slap us to death with one paw. Leyton used a very easy-to-understand description. He has 2 paws, wouldn't that mean he can slap us 2 to death at once? Bugs Bunny said in surprise. Leyton was a little speechless, but after careful consideration, he found that he couldn't find a point to refute this rabbit. If they really faced that werewolf head-on, with the difference between the 2 sides, it would really be a matter of one paw. Although the melee scholar has an added bonus in close combat, this bonus is more reflected in combat skills, rather than one's own physical strength. Facing the werewolf's claws, which are comparable to beyonder weapons of the same sequence, they are simply vulnerable. After Leyton took the carriage all the way to the executor squad, only Joseph was in the office. Ah. Leyton. Why did you come back alone? Where are the captain and Mr. Kozith? Joseph asked the question before Leyton. What's the situation? I didn't see the captain on the way back. I still want to ask where the captain is. Mr. Kozith's current situation is not very good. Leyton was a little confused about the situation. The captain said that you and Mr. Kozith encountered danger, so he went to support you. Joseph was also stunned. Boss, where are we going next? Bugs Bunny asked, shaking his head. Let's leave the city first. No matter what the situation is on the captain's side, Mr. Kozith needs assistance. Leyton pondered for a moment and said. I'll go with you too. Joseph also stood up. Won't we be slapped to death by the werewolf with one paw? Bugs Bunny said with some fear. Someone has to stay behind in the office. When Ms. Sia or the captain comes back, remember to tell them the situation. I have to hurry back. Leyton said, pulling the Bugs Bunny aside and walking out without waiting for Joseph to refute. Joseph opened his mouth to say something in the office, but Leyton had already left the office with Bugs Bunny. Joseph hesitated for a long time in the office, but still didn't follow. Joseph comforted himself in his heart, just like Leyton said, now he is the only one left in the office to stay behind, he can't leave this place behind, and with his sequence 9 strength, he can't help much, and he may be a hindrance if he goes. Joseph felt that after this matter was over, he would have to urge the captain to improve his sequence as soon as possible. Chapter 59, Encountering the Werewolf Again. After leaving the building where the team office was located, Leyton found another carriage. Go towards the cemetery in the suburbs, no need to go all the way there, just stop halfway, but I need you to wait there for a while, I'll need a ride when I come back, Leyton said directly to the coachman. No problem. The coachman agreed quickly. The distance from the city to the suburbs was not short, and 2 round trips were a good income for the coachman. The carriage drove out of the city all the way, but Leyton didn't see anyone from the team, which made him feel a little uneasy. Where is everyone? There's only one road to the cemetery in the suburbs. How did I miss the captain? Or was the captain held back by someone? Leyton was very puzzled by this. Boss, are there so few birds now? Why do I keep seeing only these few? Bugs Bunny asked, staring at the crows circling in the sky outside. Huh? Can you clearly distinguish each bird? Leyton asked curiously. Of course, they all look different. The crow that keeps flying around us is very ugly, the kind that no bird likes. Bugs Bunny nodded naturally. You mean it's been flying around us all the time? Leyton's brow gradually furrowed. Yes, and there are 2 other crows and gray pigeons. They fly around us every now and then. Bugs Bunny pointed to a crow on a treetop outside. Leyton used the eyes of mystery prying to look at the crow, but he didn't see any problems with it. It was just an ordinary crow. Leyton was silent for a while, and roughly guessed that these birds were the source of his faint unease. Was he being monitored by someone? Thinking about the first time he had this uneasy feeling, it was after he met the werewolf from the Rose School of Thought. So the werewolf from the Rose School of Thought has a way to avoid my eyes of mystery prying and monitor me. Then he must have discovered that I killed the Sequence 8 lunatic and took away the Beyonder characteristics and sealed items. Leyton's mood gradually became heavy. Boss, what are you thinking about? Bugs Bunny stretched out his paw and waved it in front of Leyton. Coachman, stop for a moment. Leyton suddenly shouted loudly at the coachman. Boss. Aren't we going to find Mr. Kozith? Bugs Bunny whispered in Leyton's ear. Wait a minute. Leyton was also a little unsure. Now that the werewolf from the Rose School of Thought still had the strength to monitor himself with ordinary birds, did it mean that Mr. Kozith and the other werewolf didn't put too much pressure on him? More importantly, Leyton suspected that going there now would be like delivering characteristics and equipment to the other party. The werewolf was already waiting for him ahead. The coachman had already stopped the carriage. Sorry, can you wait here for me for a while? I'll be back as soon as possible. Leyton said to the coachman after taking Bugs Bunny out of the carriage. No problem, but please don't be too long, or if there are other guests, I will leave first. The coachman nodded and said. Okay. Leyton didn't dwell on this issue. After pulling Bugs Bunny onto his shoulder, he walked forward. After carefully thinking it over, Leyton still felt that the werewolf from the Rose School of Thought should still be entangled with Mr. Kozith and the other werewolf. With the werewolf's strength, if he had already resolved the battle there, he would soon be able to catch up and deal with himself. Leyton's idea was that since he had already been exposed to the werewolf's sight, he would be attacked sooner or later, so he might as well take advantage of the current opportunity to cooperate with Mr. Kozith and the others to solve him in one fell swoop. Because he didn't know the range of their battlefield, in order to avoid affecting ordinary people, Leyton had to ask the coachman to stop the carriage a little further away. "Boss, are we going to the place where the werewolves are fighting?" Bugs Bunny asked nervously. "That's right, those birds that have been circling around us are mostly the werewolf's eyes and ears. We have been targeted by the werewolf." Leyton nodded and said. "Then wouldn't the werewolf know if we go there now?" Bugs Bunny was always very sensitive when it came to his own safety. "Most likely not. These are just ordinary birds and cannot share information. They should need to return to the werewolf before they can get the information." Leyton shook his head and said his guess. "Then why don't you shoot down those ugly birds, boss?" Bugs Bunny asked curiously. Leyton was silent for a long time before helplessly saying, "My shooting accuracy is not good enough, I can't hit such fast-moving targets." "So you have a lot of guts, daring to come and find me with a head full of surveillance." A somewhat suppressed and hoarse voice came from the front. Leyton's footsteps stopped, and a chill instantly swept through his body. Leyton felt as if he had been thrown into an ice cellar, numb with cold. A werewolf wearing a gray-white long trench coat, with a dark turtleneck sweater inside, and a thin face with a lot of stubble stood in front, quietly watching Leyton and Bugs Bunny, with malice flowing in his eyes. The other party's cowboy hat was gone, and there were many burns and tears on his body, especially on the heart and neck. There were especially many scars on these two parts, and the entire neck seemed to have been pierced. However, these wounds were healing automatically, some fast and some slow. An arm full of bloodstains was thrown on the ground by the other party, and he said jokingly, "I was originally going to hunt down that traitor first, but after these little guys found out that you ran back, I temporarily decided to come and find you first. Anyway, that traitor can't run far before his leg is reattached. Damn. Another leg and another hand, wouldn't the traitor brother in his mouth be dismembered?" Leyton's temples throbbed. "Just one of us is sequence 8, and one is a sequence 9 rabbit, you don't need to worry so much," Leyton said with a dry voice. Bugs Bunny, who was lying on Leyton's shoulder, was already playing dead. After this werewolf appeared, he didn't move at all, and even his breathing was extremely slow. If you didn't pay attention, you would really mistake it for a dead rabbit. "Easily killed off sequence 8 and sequence 9. The werewolf said playfully. "Off. That lunatic's name." Leyton hesitated for a moment. "No. Paralyze." A word in Dragonese interrupted the werewolf's words. A charm quietly slid from his sleeve into Leyton's left hand, and then turned into fly ash. Bang. 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 Leyton quickly drew his gun and fired 3 shots at the werewolf's briefly paralyzed body. 2 ordinary bullets and a burning bullet hit the opponent one after another, leaving 2 fresh bullet holes and a burning mark on the werewolf's body. Without caring about the injuries caused by the bullets, Leyton retreated backwards while drawing his gun and shooting, widening the distance between himself and the werewolf. However, the werewolf's heart had healed a lot, and the burning bullet did not cause too much serious damage. "What a pity, while I was talking, the injuries on my body have healed a lot, otherwise this bullet would have really had a big impact on me." The werewolf's tone was filled with madness that had been suppressed for a long time. Leyton also knew that the werewolf was talking to him to delay time to recover from his injuries, but the werewolf was also at his most vigilant at that time, and Leyton had no confidence at all that he could hit the opponent. Moreover, the distance between the two was too close. If the werewolf directly charged up with an injury for an injury, Leyton felt that he would lose 1 or 2 claws. Chapter 60 Mysticologist Experience Card. As Leyton retreated, he gently patted Bugs Bunny on his shoulder twice. Bugs Bunny's pupils instantly dilated, and the surrounding environment was once again enveloped in a blinding light. Leyton had already closed his eyes in advance. While dodging to the side, he uttered a Dragonese word, lightning strike. The werewolf, also tightly shutting his eyes in the intense light, paused for a moment. Then, realizing there was no spiritual fluctuation around, he knew he had been tricked. When the intense light dissipated and Lang Ren reopened his eyes, his vision was shrouded in mist, making it impossible to see Leyton and the rabbit on his shoulder. Humph. With a cold snort, the werewolf's nose twitched slightly, and then he pinpointed a direction and quickly charged forward. At this moment, Leyton was replacing all the ordinary bullets in his pistol with enchanted extraordinary bullets. Bugs Bunny stood to the side, nervously watching the mist ahead. A blurry figure suddenly darted out of the mist, shattering the ice crystals that had somehow formed on the ground with 1 foot. An arm covered in tufts of gray short hair and sharp claws reached towards Bugs Bunny, who was paving the ground with ice crystals. Lightning strike. A Dragonese word was uttered from Leyton's mouth. As the sound fell, a bright lightning bolt suddenly appeared and struck the ground in front of the werewolf, charring the werewolf's arm that was reaching for Bugs Bunny, leaving behind sizzling electric currents. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bugs Bunny quickly kicked his legs and fled from his previous position. At the same time, a gust of wind rose around him, accelerating his escape. Venom. Another Dragonese word. The werewolf's charred arm began to turn a dark green color and show signs of decay, but this process didn't last long before stopping. You used venom on a werewolf. The malice in the werewolf's voice was no longer suppressed. Faced with the surging malice, Leyton subconsciously took a step back. The werewolf ignored the injuries on his body and directly pounced towards Leyton. A distance of 4 or 5 meters was just a blink of an eye for the werewolf. Leyton didn't even have time to draw his gun and shoot before he was sent flying. A tearing pain came from his chest. Leyton knew that his chest had been torn open by the werewolf's claws, and the werewolf's venom was beginning to spread around the wound. Leyton wanted to raise his hand to shoot, but the hand holding the gun was instantly broken. The intense pain caused Leyton's thoughts to freeze for a moment. The werewolf appeared beside Leyton, who was flying backward, at an extremely fast speed. However, the claws he swung down again were knocked away by a gray figure. At the same time, Bugs Bunny was also sent flying, sliding 5 or 6 meters across the ground in a very disheveled state. However, Bugs Bunny's collision also stopped the werewolf's combo, preventing Leyton from being taken away by the werewolf in one go. Leyton, who had also fallen a considerable distance on the ground, felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart. He couldn't even manage to get up from the ground. The werewolf turned his gaze back to Leyton, a grotesque and terrifying smile appearing on his lips. Under the desperate crisis, Leyton silently recited a name in his heart, the essence of knowledge, the root of mystery, the radiance of civilization. Leyton knew that the best choice was to recite the name of the angel of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, but the werewolf in front of him would obviously not give Leyton a chance to speak. At this time, only the knowledge Moor, which had a close connection with him and could take effect without being spoken aloud, might be able to save his life. Leyton hadn't finished reciting the last sentence in his heart when a sharp pain struck his chest. A thick claw pierced through his heart. Sorry, I had a bad feeling, so it's better to get rid of you quickly. Before his consciousness dissipated, Leyton silently recited the last part in his heart, the guardian of truth. As Leyton's consciousness dissipated, the eye hidden deep within Leyton's spirit became active, and the divine will within Leyton's body took over. Leyton, whose chest had been pierced by the werewolf's attack, had his originally dim eyes light up again. The werewolf, who was about to reach out and take out Leyton's heart, stopped in his tracks. Bugs Bunny, who was about to rush up to rescue his boss, saw the werewolf who had inserted his hand into his boss's chest suddenly fly backward in a panic amidst a burst of starlight. The werewolf wanted to turn around and run away the moment he landed. He didn't know what exactly had happened just now, but it was clear that the prey had now become himself. Leyton stood up from the ground, his eyes seeming to carry a galaxy, reflecting a brilliant starlight on the surrounding environment. The wounds on his body were rapidly healing under the embrace of the surrounding starlight. The werewolf, who wanted to escape, suddenly found that his movements had become sluggish, and even his thoughts seemed to be almost frozen, making it difficult to even blink. Leyton's right hand was holding a starlight condensed chess piece, recreating the mystery from Leyton's memory, the chessboard of time. At the same time, an ancient-style spear, burning with clusters of blood-red flames from tip to shaft, condensed in Leyton's left hand and was then launched. The spear pierced through the werewolf's heart. The werewolf's super self-healing ability was not reflected at all, and he quickly lost his life. This was also a recreation of the mystery from Leyton's memory, the Spear of Longinus. "Boss, you're so awesome!" Bugs Bunny exclaimed. The scene before him had surpassed all the knowledge of his short rabbit life. Leyton turned his head and glanced at the rabbit after hearing Bugs Bunny's voice. Cold, terrifying, and emotionless eyes stared at Bugs Bunny, instantly chilling the originally excited Bugs Bunny, as if he had been glanced at by an extremely terrifying monster, and his heart didn't even dare to beat. Bugs Bunny froze in place, not daring to move at all. He wanted to say, "Who are you? Where's my boss?" but surrounded by immense fear, Bugs Bunny couldn't make a sound. The surrounding starlight began to dissipate rapidly, and the starlight in Leyton's eyes also quickly faded. Then, the whole person seemed to lose support and fell to the ground. Bugs Bunny, who was stunned in place, felt that the terrifying aura from just now had disappeared, and only then did he dare to cautiously approach Leyton. While constantly looking around, afraid that something might happen again, Bugs Bunny cautiously approached Leyton's body lying on the ground. After approaching Leyton, Bugs Bunny gently touched Leyton twice with the hat he was wearing on his head. Seeing that Leyton's body really didn't have any reaction, he breathed a sigh of relief. He put his hat back on his head and dragged Leyton's body to the side of a tree trunk to lean against. After checking, he found that the injuries on his boss's body had completely healed. Although he didn't know why he was still unconscious, he shouldn't be in any danger anymore. This made Bugs Bunny, who didn't know how to treat injuries, breathe a sigh of relief. Bugs Bunny touched the spot on his body where he had been hit by the werewolf's claws just now. Several scarlet bloodstains looked very conspicuous on the gray fur. He felt that he was going to become an ugly rabbit. The werewolf's claws contained venom, and Bugs Bunny's body had become somewhat numb. He wanted to find some herbs to detoxify himself, but he didn't dare to leave here too far, afraid that something unexpected might happen again. Chapter 61 Sia arrives. Bugs Bunny, who was guarding Leyton, discovered that the Beyonder characteristics had condensed from the dead werewolf. A crimson, heart-like pulsating jelly-like substance appeared on the werewolf's corpse. After seeing it, Bugs Bunny dragged its somewhat numb body, hopped over, and picked up the Beyonder characteristics. Only after getting it in its hand did Bugs Bunny realize it didn't have the iron box Leyton had used for storing things earlier. Oh! Little bunny, good boy. You even know to pick up spoils of war. A pleasant female voice rang out behind Bugs Bunny. Bugs Bunny, cautiously holding the werewolf's Beyonder characteristics, darted to the side, creating some distance, before daring to turn around to see who had appeared behind it. Wah, red-haired Great Demon King. What took you so long? Bugs Bunny blurted out its innermost thoughts excitedly. Red-haired Great Demon King. Sia narrowed her eyes, and the corners of her mouth curved into a mischievous smile. It's red-haired sister Sia. Bugs Bunny's will to survive instantly skyrocketed. It didn't want to become a dead rabbit, much less a roasted rabbit. So that's how I am in the little bunny's eyes. How heartbreaking, sigh, a rabbit that doesn't like me, it's probably better to just eat it after all. Sia spoke the most terrifying words to a rabbit in a sad and delicate tone. Bugs Bunny froze in place, not daring to move. The rabbit expressed that it really wanted to run away, but having been caught by Sia once, it knew it couldn't escape at all. It was all my boss who taught me. Bugs Bunny decided to betray its caretaker. Is that so? I didn't expect little Leyton to be such a person, even slandering me in front of a rabbit. Do you know what else he said? Sia found this rabbit more and more amusing. She almost regretted giving this rabbit to Leyton. I'm just a rabbit. Bugs Bunny wanted to find a place to dig a hole and burrow into it. Indeed, what kind of person raises what kind of rabbit? Sia couldn't help but retort, looking at the rabbit in front of her. Bugs Bunny lowered its head, not daring to speak. It knew that playing deaf and dumb was a rabbit's survival instinct. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Give me the Beyonder characteristics in your hand. This characteristic has a mark left by a certain evil god and cannot be used casually. Sia saw Bugs Bunny starting to play dead and stopped teasing it. Bugs Bunny hesitated, looking at the characteristic in its hand, then at Sia, as if saying, don't trick the rabbit. Don't worry, this contribution will be credited to your boss, and the church will compensate him with other items later, Sia added. Only then did Bugs Bunny hand the werewolf's Beyonder characteristics it was holding to Sia. After Sia took the characteristic, she took out an iron cigarette case from her pocket, put the characteristic inside, and then isolated it with a wall of spirituality. Sia then shifted her gaze to the werewolf's corpse on the ground, examining it carefully for a moment. There are many wounds on his body, but none are fatal, and many had healed before he died. The attack that truly caused his death was a single fatal blow, with no signs of struggle at all. Witch Path Sequence 5. Sia's brows furrowed involuntarily as she looked at the werewolf's corpse. Sia approached, squatted down, and took out a wooden red harmonica the size of an adult's palm from the inner pocket of the werewolf's coat. Sia held the harmonica in her hand, examined it carefully for a moment, then closed her eyes, seemingly performing a divination. Take it. This sealed artifact can be your spoils of war. It doesn't have much negative effect, nor much positive effect, that's all. Sia casually tossed the wooden harmonica in her hand in front of Bugs Bunny. Then Sia took out a bottle of healing potion, poured some on the red bloodstains on Bugs Bunny's body, and then handed the potion in her hand to Bugs Bunny. Apply the potion on your body yourself, and drink what's directly in the bottle, that will neutralize the toxins in your body. I'm going to check on your boss. Sia said, then stood up and walked towards where Leyton was lying. After receiving the potion from Sia, Bugs Bunny immediately gulped it all down, then spread the potion Sia had poured on its body. The stiffness and pain in its body quickly showed significant relief. Sia squatted beside Leyton, carefully examining his injuries, and her brows furrowed even deeper. His spirit body is somewhat weak, it seems to have suffered a strong impact. Werewolves shouldn't possess such an ability. A Sequence 5 Wraith. Or a corresponding sealed artifact. Sia muttered to herself. Judging by the damage to his clothes, he was attacked at least twice, both in the chest and abdomen. The fatal wound was in the left chest, at the heart, but why are there no marks on his body? Who healed him? Sia felt things were getting strange. She had originally thought that a passing sequence 5 had killed the werewolf and saved Leyton and the rabbit. But from the condition of Leyton's injuries, it didn't seem to be the case. To completely heal a fatal injury in such a short time, even a druid of the plantar pathway, who specializes in healing, couldn't do it, unless they were healing themselves. A demigod. Besides that bishop of the Church of the Earth Mother, there's another demigod. This matter is becoming more and more confusing. Sia couldn't help but exclaim. For potions that heal spiritual damage, I can only wait to go back and have the church formulate them. Sia was also helpless about Leyton's condition. If it were physical injuries, she could heal them herself using beyond her abilities and potions. But spiritual damage was beyond her capabilities. However, Sia still simulated the psychiatrist's soothing touch and applied it to Leyton twice, stabilizing Leyton's mental state. After Sia's 2 soothing applications, Leyton's condition improved significantly. Leyton's mental state was mainly affected by the suppression of divinity, which caused Leyton's human-centric spiritual will to wilt considerably. Leyton's own spiritual will at the sequence 8 level appeared weak and helpless in the face of sequence 4 demigod-level divinity. During the period when divinity took over his body, Leyton's own spiritual will had been constantly under attack. Especially since the divinity that erupted from Leyton's body was not pure, containing residual will from a higher existence, Leyton's own will was extremely repulsed by this divinity, and thus his own spirit suffered a more severe impact. After Sia's soothing, Leyton quickly woke up. However, his condition was still not good. My head hurt so much. After Leyton regained consciousness, he felt his head was heavy and painful. It was as if someone had repeatedly struck him with a stone, even the images he saw had double vision. Seeing this, Sia simulated another soothing touch to calm Leyton's spirit. How do you feel? Sia asked somewhat nervously. I don't feel good at all. My head is dizzy and heavy. Was I hit over the head with a club? Leyton said jokingly. If you can still talk nonsense, then you're fine. Sia saw that this guy could still joke, so she stopped worrying about his injuries. How can you treat an injured person like this? Leyton said, speechless. Then where are your injuries, may I ask? Sia said, quite exasperated. My heart was gouged out. Leyton said, then suddenly stopped speaking. Leyton saw that there was no wound at all on his left chest, not even the mark left by the werewolf's claw earlier. My goodness. Does it also come with healing injuries? I thought it was good enough just to keep me alive. Leyton murmured. What are you muttering about? Sia asked, staring at Leyton suspiciously. Nothing, I was saying why all my injuries are gone. Was everything I saw before an illusion? Leyton casually made up a sentence. Do you remember what happened before? Who saved you? Sia pressed. I just remember my heart being gouged out, and then I don't remember anything else. Leyton shook his head. Although he said so, Leyton still closed his eyes and carefully recalled the scene before he lost consciousness. As Leyton recalled, a series of images appeared in his mind, along with a cold, emotionless divine will. This was part of the divine will that remained in Leyton's memory, and as Leyton recalled, these residual divine wills also began to merge with Leyton. Leyton clearly felt his emotions draining away, and his way of thinking and cognitive concepts seemed to be passively shaken. Fortunately, this was only the divinity remaining in this memory, and not much of it. Leyton could still endure it by relying on his accumulated humanity. Is this what that angel meant by not wanting to become like the hidden sage, completely without self? Leyton had some understanding of this in his heart. He immediately focused on the memory of this divinity. In the memory, Leyton became a sequence 4 mysticologist and even used mystical reenactment twice, once Spear of Longinus, and once Chessboard of Time, easily killing the werewolf who had gouged out his heart. What is this? A mysticologist 5-second experience card. Leyton never expected that he would be the one to resolve this crisis in the end. Mystical reenactment is really strong, especially for a transmigrator like me who knows a lot of things. There should be many mystical reappearances I can use. The only problem is that sequence 4 is too far away from me right now. Leyton couldn't help but lament in his heart. Did you remember anything? Sia couldn't help but ask, seeing the rich changes in Leyton's expression after he closed his eyes. I remembered the feeling of my heart being gouged out. Leyton opened his eyes, grumbled, and brushed off the topic. You're really fixated on the heart being gouged out thing, aren't you? Sia was quite speechless. Leyton couldn't go 2 sentences without mentioning his heart being gouged out. If it weren't for the fact that he was injured, Sia would have wanted him to experience the feeling of his heart being gouged out again. Chapter 62, Taming the Harmonica. By the way, why is it you, Sister Sia, who came? Where's the captain? Leyton asked curiously. He suffered some injuries. Jessica took him and Mr. Kozith back. Sia's voice unusually carried a hint of anger. Injured? Leyton was a little surprised. Yes, we encountered a Sequence 5 Scarlet Scholar, but it's fine now. The other party has already left Mudun City, Sia said in a muffled voice. Clearly this was not a pleasant memory. Mudun City is really chaotic. In this short period of time, it has completely subverted my understanding of this city since I was a child, Leyton said speechlessly. This small city was simply full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Apart from Backlund and Trier, such large cities, how could ordinary cities gather so many Sequence 5 and Sequence 6 individuals? There was also a Sanguine who wanted to advance to Sequence 4 before. What are you thinking about? Sia asked curiously when she saw that Leyton hadn't spoken for a while. I'm wondering how we're going to get back. It seems like no carriages are willing to come here, Leyton changed the subject. I've already notified the captain. He will send someone to pick us up, Sia explained. Leyton finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that Sia would make him, an injured person, walk back. This was definitely something Sia could do. Bugs Bunny walked to Leyton's side with the wooden red harmonica and leaned against Leyton. As for the cane he had been holding, it had long been thrown somewhere. What's that harmonica in your hand? Leyton asked in confusion. He didn't remember his rabbit having such a thing. Your spoils of war, the sealed artifact from that werewolf, Sia explained. Spoils of war. Did you take the werewolf's beyonder characteristics? Leyton finally remembered that he still had spoils of war and hurriedly asked Bugs Bunny. Yeah. Gone. What do you mean? You got it. And then it's gone. Leyton was a little confused by the rabbit's answer. I took the werewolf's beyonder characteristics. There are restrictions left by the evil god on it. You can't use it even if you have it, and it will attract hatred, Sia explained the reason. Ah. That's a Sequence 7 characteristic. I don't need it myself, but I can exchange it for cash or mystical items of equal value. Leyton said with disappointment. Pa. Sia slapped Leyton on the forehead. Don't be too greedy. You're not short of this little bit of money. Even the pet you raise can hold 2 sealed artifacts. Other Beyonders will be furious when they see this. Sia said speechlessly. How can this be the same? This is the spoils of war I won at the risk of my life, and even the landlord's family has no surplus grain. I have to take care of the expenses of 2 Beyonders at the same time. How can I have any money? Leyton directly began to complain about being poor. Yo, the young master is also out of money. Do you want to consider the shortcut you recommended to Josie? Sia said jokingly. No, unless the other party is a great beauty like Sister Sia. Leyton shook his head proudly. People can't do it. I'm still waiting to take your shortcut. Sia said with a look of regret. Then she returned to her normal tone and said, the church will record your merits, and later you can also apply for mystical items or materials of similar value. After Leyton and Sia chatted for a while, the carriage sent by the captain finally arrived. Leyton was dragged by Sia and thrown into the carriage, and Bugs Bunny followed behind, hopping into the carriage. His sister Sia. You're too much. I'm still injured. How can you be so brutal? Leyton's already drowsy head was directly thrown into a dizzy state. Is there such an energetic injured person like you? Sia retorted. This guy was clearly half dead when I first came, and he recovered so much energy just waiting for a carriage. Sia even felt that Leyton didn't look like a Beyonder of the reader pathway at all. By the way, Big Sis Sia, do you know the effect of this harmonica? Leyton wisely changed the subject. Yes. Sia lightly explained the specific effects of this sealed artifact. The red beast-taming harmonica corresponds to the beast tamer of Sequence 8 of the apothecary pathway. It can play silent music to attract ordinary animals around it, and it can also issue some simple commands to them. However, it will not gain the ability to communicate with animals. That is to say, you can simply command the surrounding animals, but the communication effect and the feedback obtained vary from person to person. The negative effect of the sealed artifact is that as the usage time increases, the user will uncontrollably be infected with the habits of animals, until finally, psychologically, they completely recognize themselves as an animal rather than a human. Leyton frowned slightly. The effect of the sealed artifact was not strong. Leyton couldn't figure out how the werewolf used it to monitor him with those birds. It couldn't be that the werewolf could speak bird language. The werewolf possesses some dark magic. He can obtain certain information through corpses, and he is originally a werewolf, which can be considered half an animal. The negative effects of the sealed artifact are therefore minimized, Sia explained, seemingly seeing Leyton's doubts. After hearing Sia's explanation, Leyton roughly understood why the werewolf would keep this seemingly useless sealed artifact on his body. For werewolves who did not lack attack methods, this sealed artifact was perfect. As a werewolf, he could make good use of its abilities without being greatly affected by negative effects. No wonder Sister Sia gave this sealed artifact to Bugs Bunny. This is simply a tailor-made sealed artifact for extraordinary animals like it, Leyton exclaimed. Although your rabbit can avoid the negative effects of this sealed artifact, are you sure it can communicate with other different types of animals? Otherwise, this sealed artifact will become a rabbit summoner, Sia retorted. Leyton wasn't sure about this either, so he could only turn to look at Bugs Bunny, who was holding the harmonica and lying next to him. Wah, I'm just a rabbit. I can only understand the words of cats, dogs, and silly birds. I haven't seen other animals, Bugs Bunny said confidently. Whoa. You know quite a few foreign languages. I'll take you to recognize the fish in the sea later, and try to learn a few more dialects, Leyton said with surprise. Bugs Bunny paused for a moment, then lay straight on the seat in the carriage, sleeping peacefully. This rabbit is quite dramatic. No wonder it's the rabbit you raised, Sia couldn't help but retort at this scene. Let me state that the rabbit's behavior has nothing to do with me. Leyton felt that his reputation seemed to be damaged. All right, stop being silly. Just shut up and rest, I need to think about some things quietly. Sia's expression became serious for once. Leyton reached out and made a zipper-pulling gesture on his mouth, not caring whether Sia understood it or not, and closed his eyes to rest, just like Bugs Bunny, relying on the carriage. Sia shook her head helplessly, ignoring these two drama queens in front of her, and pondered everything that had happened today. On the surface, it seemed that people from the Rose School of Thought were chasing and killing defectors, but how could a mere Sequence 7 defector require the dispatch of a Scarlet Scholar, and the purpose of that Scarlet Scholar who suddenly appeared seemed to be different from other members of the Rose School of Thought? Is it a Sanguine who believes in the primordial moon? I wonder if the Sanguine Viscount who wanted to jump pathways to advance to demigod before has anything to do with them. Sia frowned and pondered, looking at the scenery outside the carriage. The series of events that have recently occurred in Mudun always made Sia feel that there was some purpose or conspiracy hidden behind it all. Chapter 63, Unpalatable Potion. Leyton, with his eyes closed, leaned against the carriage without sleeping. Instead, he was recalling the memories of when the divine power had controlled his body earlier. He always felt that his condition at the time was somewhat strange, as if someone was helping him pilot. If it was truly just the divine aspect, the simplest approach would have been to directly reveal the Sequence 2's authority. That werewolf would have immediately lost control and died. But at that time, he only displayed abilities at the Sequence 4 level, as if trying to minimize the impact on himself, preventing him from losing control or having his humanity suppressed by the divine power. This approach doesn't seem like something the divine power would care about when controlling the body. So, who was helping me pilot? The knowledge Moor? Unlikely, it's still sealed, such manipulation is too difficult. The hidden sage. But why? Leyton made constant guesses in his mind. Leyton pondered for a long time but couldn't find a reason for the hidden sage to do this, so he could only temporarily give up. You two, stop pretending to be asleep, we've arrived at the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Sia's voice interrupted Leyton's contemplation. Ah. So fast. Sister Sia, what are we doing at the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom? Aren't we going back to the team? Leyton asked, puzzled. The werewolf's characteristics need to be handed over to the church for processing, and your mental damage also requires potion treatment. Of course, I won't force you if you don't think it's necessary, Sia said, waving her hand as she walked into the church. I need it, of course, I need it. Leyton quickly followed. Speaking of mental damage, Leyton's head throbbed. This was already the most friendly treatment he could get. Leyton couldn't imagine how miserable he would be if the hidden sage hadn't been so kind to him. There were too many people at the church, so Bugs Bunny could only pretend to be an ordinary pet rabbit. Leyton originally wanted it to sit on his shoulder as before, but Sia actually said he wasn't in good condition and simply held Bugs Bunny in her arms. Leyton almost laughed out loud when he saw the human-like horror on the rabbit's face. In Sia's arms, Bugs Bunny was like a dead rabbit, without any movement, even breathing carefully. It seems that the parrot who had its feathers plucked repeatedly also left a psychological shadow on this rabbit, Leyton thought to himself. Leyton followed Sia to the innermost lounge for the church's clergy. Bishop Angerman King was already waiting for Leyton and Sia. Good afternoon, Your Excellency Bishop. Sia greeted the bishop with a salute, her right hand drawing the shape of the all-seeing eye on her chest. Good afternoon. Your Excellency Bishop, Leyton followed Sia, making the same salute. When facing the bishop, Sia was completely different from her usual style, like a playful female classmate pretending to be a well-behaved girl in front of her teacher. Good afternoon, you two. Bishop Angerman returned the same greeting to them. Your Excellency Bishop, when I rushed over, that Rose School of Thought werewolf had already been killed by an unknown Sequence 5 or demigod. Sia went straight to the point after greeting. A fatal blow, the werewolf didn't have any chance to resist, and the opponent completely healed Leyton's fatal injuries in a short period, Sia said, glancing at Leyton, who was standing next to her. Yes, I understand. Bishop Angerman looked at the torn slits on Leyton's clothes and the hole in his chest, seeming to have already discerned the kind of attack Leyton had suffered. Sia then took out the werewolf's beyonder characteristics, and Bishop Angerman closed the box after taking a look. This characteristic has been corrupted by the evil god's power worshipped by the Rose school of thought and cannot be directly used as the main ingredient for potions or made into beyonder weapons. It can only be used after a certain purification process, Bishop Angerman commented. Then he added, just leave it with the church will record the corresponding merits on your behalf. Sia and Leyton certainly had no objection to this. Anyway, they couldn't use it themselves, so it was better to exchange it for something from the church. However, Sia didn't mention the existence of the sealed artifact on the werewolf, seemingly wanting to help Leyton pocket it. Leyton, stay here for a while, I'll prepare a potion to treat your mental damage. Your mental state needs to be adjusted, or tomorrow's advancement will have to be postponed, Bishop Angerman said simply, turning his gaze to Leyton. Advancement. Have you already digested the characteristics of the student of ratiocination and the reader? Sia looked at Leyton with disbelief. Leyton spread his hands helplessly. The under the sword took me running around and knew too many things before, so the student of ratiocination was digested at that time. Later, some accident happened, I saw some things, and then the reader was also digested. Are you trying to stimulate me? Then you have indeed done it. After you become a knowledge keeper, I will help you quickly adapt to the improvements brought about by the potion, Sia said with a subtle tone. Ahaha, I'll have to trouble you with such a small matter, Sister Sia, Leyton immediately chickened out. Bishop Angerman watched this scene with a smile and then left the lounge to prepare a potion to treat Leyton's mental damage. Sister Sia, is Bishop Angerman your former teacher? Leyton asked curiously. You could tell. Sia didn't refute. Leyton nodded and said, you act completely differently in front of Bishop Angerman than you do in front of us. It's too different. It's obvious that you're a student pretending to be well-behaved in front of your teacher. So, you think I'm very naughty? Sia looked at Leyton with a hint of danger in her eyes. How could that be? Don't distort my meaning. I just want to say that you're more natural in front of us. Leyton felt that Sia just wanted to find a reason to take her anger out on him. That's no fun. It seems that it's impossible to find a chance to leave you with a deep impression before leaving Mudun, Sia said with a sigh. Leaving Mudun? Leyton was puzzled for a moment. Yes. You don't think it's normal for the executor team in this small city to have 2 sequence 6s, do you? Sia said. Our team isn't normal. Leyton asked, puzzled. I'm just temporarily staying here. So many things have happened in Mudun this time, I'll probably be transferred to investigate this matter, Sia said with reluctance in her tone. Separation is for a better reunion, Bishop Angerman had already prepared the potion and returned. Since your excellency Bishop, you've said so, it seems that the church has indeed sent me to investigate this matter, Sia said without surprise. Yes, the corresponding notice will be issued tomorrow, Bishop Angerman nodded. Then the bishop handed a bottle of light golden potion to Leyton, drink it, go back and get some sleep, and you'll be fully recovered tomorrow. Okay, Leyton nodded. He reached out and took the potion handed over by Bishop Angerman, opened the bottle, and poured it directly into his mouth. Leyton's expression froze for a moment. How could such a good-looking potion taste so bad? Leyton didn't know whether to be happy or sad that he had finished it in one gulp. If he was happy, he wouldn't have been able to drink it if he hadn't finished it in one gulp. If he was sad, it was really hard to drink. Very clever. You actually knew to drink it all in one breath, not giving your mouth time to regret it, Sia praised, nodding from the side. Leyton's face was pale, and he kept his mouth shut. He was really afraid that he would not be able to help but spit it out if he opened his mouth. Haha, a potion to treat mental damage, this is the most effective one, although the taste is a bit indescribable, Bishop Angerman explained. Your Excellency Bishop Angerman, this is not just indescribable, this is clearly a secondary injury. Leyton complained loudly in his heart. Chapter 64, I can't think of a title. After drinking the potion given by Bishop Angerman, Leyton rested in the lounge for a while. After Sia finished talking with the bishop, he left the church with Sia. Before leaving, Bishop Angerman warmly told Leyton that he could come to the church to find him if he needed potions in the future. Leyton suspected that Bishop Angerman was looking for someone to experiment with the potions he concocted, the kind where you drink it first and then write your impressions. What? Are you frightened by the bishop's enthusiasm? Sia returned to her usual self after leaving the church. Leyton's mouth twitched. Does Bishop Angerman like to research various potions? Oh, our little Leyton is quite clever. The bishop does like to research these things, but because he focuses too much on the effect, the taste is often outrageous. Sia teased Leyton before saying. Is the therapeutic effect of the potion inversely proportional to the taste of the potion itself? Leyton was a little speechless. It turned out that the bishop was so enthusiastic because he really wanted to use himself as a test subject. You didn't tell me such important information in advance. Leyton looked at Sia, wanting to complain but not daring to. Wasn't I worried that you wouldn't believe it? Only by experiencing it firsthand can you understand why the bishop's potions can only be used in times of crisis. Sia said insincerely. Leyton didn't respond, the complex taste in his mouth was still stimulating his taste buds. By the way, it's almost time to get off work, let's part ways here. I'm going home to pack my luggage, your beautiful sister Sia is about to leave this city. Sia waved her hand and said pretentiously sadly. No problem, but I still owe you a meal. Want to go eat in a while? Leyton remembered that he had promised to treat Sia to barbecue when Sia gave him Bugs Bunny. However, Leyton originally planned to invite Sia to his home to try Aunt Sally's cooking, but now that his mother Isabel is back, it's not appropriate to do so. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go, I thought you were going to forget the barbecue you owe your sister. Sia immediately changed her words, as if she had been waiting for Leyton to say this. How is that possible? I can forget my promise to anyone, but I can't forget my promise to you, Sister Sia. Leyton shook his head. Are you being so glib today because you want to trick me into taking a shortcut? Sia said with an incredulous expression. Leyton felt a series of black lines appear on his head and said helplessly, Stop it. Sis. It seems not. Sure enough, I'm not charming enough. Sia said with a lost and sad tone. Sia was always able to grasp her tone and expression well, and the words she said casually could also provoke other people's emotions. TSK, I think if you were to walk the witch path, you would at least be an angel. Leyton silently complained in his heart. I think you seem to be thinking something not so friendly in your heart. Sia asked suspiciously, looking at Leyton. How is that possible? Is that who I am in your heart, Sister Sia? Leyton imitated Sia's affected sad tone and expression. Aren't you? Sia replied mercilessly. Leyton was speechless and decisively decided to change the topic. Before we go to eat barbecue, I have to buy a set of clothes. I can't go home in these tattered clothes that were torn by the werewolf. What do you mean? Does Brother Leyton want to take me home to meet your parents? Isn't it too fast? Sia said pretentiously shyly. Heh. Sia's driving speed will never disappoint. Leyton complained in his heart. On his face, he maintained a helpless expression and said, I'm just worried that the clothing store will be closed too late. So it's not. Sia looked utterly disappointed. Leyton suddenly felt that he had made an extremely wrong decision when he proposed to treat Sia to dinner. He always felt that this meal would be very hard. In the end, accompanied by Sia, Leyton bought a set of clothes at a nearby clothing store and changed out of the coat that was damaged by the werewolf's claws. Yo, I didn't expect our little Leyton to look quite decent after changing into a set of clothes. Sia said with a chuckle. Are you trying to say that I don't usually wear clothes, or that I'm not human? Leyton always felt that Sia was becoming more and more unscrupulous when she was with him. Let's go, I know there's a very good restaurant here, but it's too expensive. I usually can't bear to go, but today I can finally have a good meal. Sia didn't pick up Leyton's words. I'm a little regretful, I feel like my pocket money this year is not guaranteed. Leyton complained. Don't worry, sister will definitely solve your wallet's problems. Sia put emphasis on the words, solve problems. In the end, Sia really lived up to what she said. At the restaurant Sia took them to, the 2 people and 1 rabbit spent a total of 103 gold sassen. Leyton felt that not only his wallet was crying, but also his heart was crying. This meal cost almost half the money for the main ingredient of a sequence 9 potion. More importantly, this was a rare amount of pocket money for Leyton, who had not yet become financially independent. Fortunately, the new year is coming soon, and I can get a considerable New Year's red envelope from my parents. Leyton comforted himself in his heart. It seems that the consumption just now is still within your economic capacity. I should have eaten more if I had known. Sia licked her lips and said with lingering interest. A little more and I would have to sell the rabbit to pay off the debt. Leyton's mouth twitched and said helplessly. Wah, can't sell the rabbit, I'm just an ordinary lop-eared rabbit, I can't sell for much money, hick, Bugs Bunny, who was lying on Leyton's shoulder, defended himself. It was just that the final hiccup seemed unconvincing. Bugs Bunny buried his head in Leyton's collar and pretended to be dead. Haha. This rabbit is really interesting, much more interesting than the parrot in my house. That parrot only knows how to lie, and its feathers are only better looking. Sia suddenly laughed when she thought of something, saying while laughing. So you plucked the parrot's feathers to make a cloak. And you applied hair growth tonic while plucking. You really did a good job. I also want a colorful cloak. Leyton continued Sia's words in his heart, but didn't say it out loud. Sister Sia, see you tomorrow. I'm going home first. Leyton waved goodbye to Sia, then found a carriage and went home. After returning home, Leyton made the excuse that Bugs Bunny was greedy and had already eaten his fill outside. His mother Isabel was a little disappointed because she couldn't have dinner with her son, but after Leyton left Bugs Bunny to accompany her, Isabel threw her son out of her mind. A grown-up son is not as cute as a little rabbit. After Leyton returned to his room, he found a spare small iron box, packed the sealed artifact he had obtained from the lunatic from the Rose School of Thought, and then quickly entered a state of deep sleep through meditation. Although after drinking the potion prepared by Bishop Angerman, Leyton felt that the dizziness in his head had improved a lot, but in order to ensure that tomorrow's advancement would be smooth, Leyton decided to use deep sleep to replenish his spirit. When Leyton woke up from his sleep, it was already early the next morning. Leyton felt that his whole person's spirit had become much more active. It seemed that Bishop Angerman's potion not only treated the damage to his spirit, but also strengthened his mental state. Leyton lifted the quilt that he didn't know when it had been put on him, stood up from the bed, stretched, and then went to the washroom to wash up. Bugs Bunny, who was sleeping on the crib on the side of the floor, was awakened by Leyton's movements and crawled out of his small nest, rubbing his red eyes. After eating breakfast at home, Leyton couldn't wait to take Bugs Bunny to the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Bishop Angerman was already preaching to the believers in the church. After Leyton arrived at the church, he didn't go forward to disturb Bishop Angerman. He found a seat in the back and sat down, listening to Bishop Angerman's sermon. "My Lord is wisdom, is reason, is the redemption when the end comes." Leyton didn't know why he felt like he was back in university listening to a professor's lecture when he listened to Bishop Angerman's sermon. He could only sigh. This is probably the characteristic of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Chapter 65, Advancement to Knowledge Keeper. Bishop Angerman's sermon didn't last too long, only about 10 minutes. After the sermon, Bishop Angerman organized everyone to pray together to the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. The power of knowledge, the power of reason, the God of wisdom. Leyton also prayed to the God of knowledge with the people around him. As the prayer progressed, Leyton felt his spirit seemed to be purified, making his whole mind clearer. Is someone from the church secretly bestowing blessings during the prayer? Or is it feedback from collectively praying to the God of knowledge? Isn't thinking about this at this time considered blasphemy? Leyton tried hard to suppress the random thoughts in his heart. As the prayer ended, the believers in the church left in twos and threes, and some went to the confessional, or left their worships in the offering box in front. Leyton was at the back of the line and also left 2 gold sassons in the offering box in front. "You came early. Did yesterday's potion improve your mental state?" Bishop Angerman asked with a smile when he saw Leyton. "Yes, when I got up this morning, I felt that my whole spirit had become much more active." "Does that potion seem to have the effect of strengthening the spirit?" Leyton asked curiously. Bishop Angerman nodded slightly, motioned for Leyton to follow him, and then turned and walked to the lounge behind the church. "I did add corresponding materials to that potion. I didn't expect you to be able to accurately perceive the changes in your mental state. If you have free time later, write me a feeling after drinking the potion so that I can adjust the potion later," Bishop Angerman said as he led the way. Okay. Leyton was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that there would really be such a thing as a potion after drinking feeling. "Wait for me here for a while, I'll go get the materials to prepare the magic potion for you." Bishop Angerman led Leyton to a lounge and then left to prepare the magic potion. "I hope I don't have to write a post-experience essay after I take the magic potion and advance." Compared with other churches, the style of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom is really novel. Leyton couldn't help but mutter in his heart. After waiting in the lounge for about 5 minutes, Bishop Angerman walked into the lounge with a bottle of silver-white magic potion, revealing a little luster, with many bubbles floating in it. "If you are ready, you can take this bottle of magic potion now. Of course, if you feel that you need to adjust your state, you can wait a little longer, but not too long. The prepared magic potion cannot be left for a long time." Bishop Angerman handed over the magic potion in his hand and said. Leyton reached out and took the silver-white magic potion handed over by Bishop Angerman. The moment he took it, Leyton felt that the bottle of magic potion was a bit heavy, as if it was mixed with mercury, a heavy metal. After carefully looking at the magic potion in his hand, Leyton raised his head and poured the magic potion directly into his mouth. It felt like drinking a squeezable jelly, but the magic potion was instantly absorbed by the body after it slid into the throat. Leyton felt his head become dizzy again, as if countless tiny spots of light were scurrying through his mind. His body also felt as if it had been injected with mercury, so heavy that he couldn't make any movements. This process didn't last too long. After about half a minute, Leyton felt the heaviness on his body disappear, replaced by an unusually active body and spirit. This time, the magic potion brought an all-round improvement. Leyton closed his eyes and carefully felt the changes in his body. The most obvious was the strengthening of his physical fitness, while also carrying knowledge of weapon use, fighting skills, and some ritual magic, as well as extraordinary memory ability. What Leyton cared about most was the beyonder abilities mastered by the Knowledge Keeper. There were 3 in total. Discernment, can see through disguises and illusions to a certain extent, can see inconspicuous traces around, and quickly identify the operating principles of various traps and mechanisms. Scene profiling, quickly analyze and restore events that have occurred in a certain area. Gunfighting, improves one's physical fitness and reaction speed, and gains the skills to use firearms for fighting and shooting accuracy. In addition to these three newly added Beyonder abilities, the previously mastered rapid thinking has also been improved. At the same time, the magic potion has greatly strengthened memory, logical thinking, and comprehension abilities. At this stage, whether you were a top student or a poor student before, you will be promoted to the height of a top student with the help of the magic potion. As long as they are willing, knowledge keepers can master and understand a large amount of knowledge in a short period of time. As he adapted to the changes brought about by the magic potion in his body, Leyton felt that the magic potion in his body had already digested some of it after taking it. Leyton could probably guess that it should be because some of his previous behaviors had just conformed to the Keeper of Knowledge's role-playing rules, so it was considered a certain degree of advanced role-playing. So, the moment he took the Keeper of Knowledge magic potion, he digested some of it, and his spirituality was not unstable because of the recent advancement. It seems your advancement was very successful. Bishop Angerman's voice rang out beside him, interrupting Leyton's thoughts. Yes, I am now a Sequence 7 Knowledge Keeper. Leyton said with a bright smile on his face after regaining his senses. Sequence 7 Knowledge Keeper, also known as Detective, belongs to the profession of knowledge mastery and reasoning ability, with good fighting and equipment use abilities, belonging to fighting masters, reasoning masters, and ritual magic masters. Bishop Angerman explained the ability characteristics of the Knowledge Keeper. Now that the advancement is complete, go back and familiarize yourself with your abilities. Remember to write me a feeling after drinking the potion that I mentioned before. Seeing that Leyton's condition was good, Bishop Angerman didn't say anything more and let Leyton leave the church on his own. After leaving the church, Leyton went straight to the executor team with Bugs Bunny. He still had to ask Sia how to write the feeling after drinking the potion that the bishop asked for. Why does this feel like going back to college, and having to write a movie review after watching a movie? Leyton was very speechless, completely not expecting that the complaints he made in his heart yesterday would come true today. Boss, is Sequence 7 very powerful? Bugs Bunny lay on Leyton's shoulder and couldn't help but ask immediately after leaving the church. It is indeed a bit more powerful than before, but the reader path will not produce the first qualitative change until Sequence 6, taking the first step towards omniscience. Leyton answered the question for the rabbit on his shoulder in a good mood. What about me? Which sequence will I need to produce the first qualitative change? Bugs Bunny asked curiously. It should also be Sequence 6. I remember that biologists in Sequence 6 can crossbreed various creatures to produce strange products. Leyton said after thinking for a while. I only got the magic potion formula for Sequence 7 from Sia. Don't think about Sequence 6 for the time being, and you're just a rabbit, and you don't like to read, how can you crossbreed useful products? Leyton hit Bugs Bunny. I just turned into a magical animal, not a human. Why do I still need to read? Bugs Bunny was quite dissatisfied with Leyton's words. Your next sequence is doctor. An illiterate rabbit can't be a doctor. Leyton pinched Bugs Bunny's increasingly fat rabbit face. You've gained weight again. It seems that I really need to supervise you to lose weight. Leyton said to himself. Ignoring Bugs Bunny's exasperation, Leyton had already arrived at the executor team's office. Pushing the door open, Leyton thought he would be the last one to arrive today. Unexpectedly, there were only Joseph and Sia in the office. Not bad. It seems that the advancement process went smoothly. There's not much spirituality overflowing from your body. Sia, who saw Leyton first, exclaimed. Joseph widened his eyes and looked at Leyton after hearing Sia's words, his eyes full of disbelief. Advancement. Leyton, you have already been promoted to Sequence 7 Knowledge Keeper. Joseph said with a bitter face after being shocked. Joseph was the most unbearable to be stimulated by this news. He had just received the news from the captain that he could be promoted to Sequence 8 today, but before he could be promoted to Sequence 8, Leyton had already been promoted to Sequence 7. He thought he was finally on the same level as his little partners, but one of his little partners actually ran away. Joseph felt very complicated. Chapter 66 ran away from home. Knock, knock. Leyton knocked on the door of Captain Icanton's office. Come in. Captain Icanton's voice came from inside the office. Leyton pushed the door open and entered the captain's office, only to find that the captain's right arm was wrapped in gauze, and his forearm, from wrist to elbow, was also wrapped in a circle of gauze. Captain, are you injured? Leyton asked with some surprise. Although Sia had said yesterday that she had encountered a Sequence 5 Scarlet Scholar, Leyton really hadn't taken it to heart at the time. In Leyton's mind, a qualified scholar must have mastered a large amount of extraordinary knowledge and abilities. Although they were certainly not as strong as Crimson Scholars, they were comprehensive. Even if they couldn't win, they could always protect themselves. But now Leyton felt that he had seriously underestimated the extent to which potions enhanced beyonders as the sequences increased. The further along, the greater the gap between two sequences, and cross-level challenges were more like sending oneself to death. You have already advanced to Knowledge Keeper. Very good. Mr. Kozatha's injuries are a bit serious, and Sia is about to leave again. Our team's combat power has suddenly become fragmented, and your advancement just fills the gap. Captain Ikanton sized up Leyton for a while before speaking in a gentle voice. Are Mr. Kozatha's injuries very serious? Leyton asked with some concern. If the choice he had made yesterday had not been to avoid the werewolf and seek help from the captain and the others, but to stay and face the werewolf together, the outcome would have been different. Don't blame yourself. There was nothing wrong with what you did. Given the situation at the time, if you had stayed to face that werewolf together, the only result would have been death. Captain Ikanton saw what Leyton was thinking and comforted him first. Then he said, Kozatha's physical injuries are fine, mainly he was infected with a relatively serious werewolf toxin and needs a long period of recuperation. Don't worry, you will be able to see Kozatha in 2 weeks. Leyton nodded and asked, his mood not very good, then why didn't Josie and Miss Jessica come either? Josie was also slightly injured yesterday, not too serious. I gave him a day off. As for Jessica, she took a vacation early. The new year is coming soon, and Jessica is preparing to go on vacation to the beach with her husband. Captain Ikanton explained with a chuckle. Ah, so that's how it is. Leyton was a little embarrassed to realize that he had been overthinking things. Did you come to me for anything else besides telling me about your advancement? Captain Ikanton spoke up, interrupting Leyton's embarrassment. Captain, I want to apply for some Beyonder ingredients. I found that the materials I uploaded in the application were not comprehensive enough. This time I'll buy them with money. It seems like I don't have any quota left. Leyton originally wanted to directly apply for some Beyonder ingredients, but suddenly remembered that he had already overdrawn his quota last time, so he changed his mind and said he would buy some. Okay, the church still has quite a few ordinary Beyonder ingredients here. Write me a list of the materials you need later, and bring the money to me tomorrow to pick them up. Captain Ikanton readily agreed to Leyton's request. Okay, Captain. Leyton nodded and left the captain's office. Originally, Leyton thought it would be quite difficult to apply for another batch of Beyonder ingredients from the church, but he didn't expect the captain to agree so readily. Perhaps it's because even after becoming a knowledge keeper, one's own Beyonder abilities are still of the auxiliary type, and most of the church members have a hobby of researching things, so the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom is very lenient with its members in terms of Beyonder ingredients. Leyton speculated in his heart. But no matter what, this was a good thing for Leyton. At least he didn't need to try his luck at wild Beyonder gatherings and could directly collect the Beyonder ingredients he needed. When Leyton wrote the list of materials this time, he also added the supplementary ingredients for the seer pathway that he needed. Or rather, this was Leyton's main purpose in wanting to apply for materials. Once I become a Sequence 7 wizard, I should be able to find out what exactly that huge circle is when I meditate. Leyton thought silently in his heart. After Leyton returned to his position, he saw that Bugs Bunny was actually reading a book on the table, although it was an enlightenment book with illustrations. Why have you started reading enlightenment books? Are there no more picture books for you to read? Leyton asked curiously. I want to study hard and become a cultured rabbit. Bugs Bunny said with great ambition. Leyton looked at this rabbit, which seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, in a bit of a daze. He had only been gone for a while, and this rabbit had suddenly realized something. What did you say to your little bunny? I just told it that after reaching Sequence 7, it could quickly cultivate plants, and it suddenly started reading. Sia said jokingly. Ah, it probably wants to throw down a seed in the morning and harvest a carload of watermelons in the evening. Leyton was a little speechless. If he had known that this rabbit could be so easily motivated, why would he have told it so much? He could have directly told it that as long as it continued to advance, the fruits it ate in the future would have to grow according to its requirements. That's true, a rabbit full of motivation. Joseph, who was listening to their conversation, couldn't help but sigh. Forget about the rabbit, you two big boys, does anyone want to spend this wonderful morning with me, your sister? This is a one-time opportunity. Sia casually flicked the red hair that was draped in front of her, speaking with great charm. Joseph's ears turned a little red, and he turned his gaze away, not daring to look at Sia again. Leyton shrugged helplessly. Even the landlord's family has no surplus food. Yesterday's meal used up my meager savings, and now my wallet is empty. Leyton shook his head, indicating that he had no money. Little Leyton, how come you're already giving up after just one time? I wanted to take a shortcut, sister. Sia said with a look of disappointment. Leyton couldn't help but complain in his heart, I suspect you're driving, and I have evidence. Didn't you go on a mission yesterday? What else did you do? Joseph looked at Leyton with disbelief. Because when Sister Sia gave me the rabbit last time, I promised to treat Sister Sia to a meal, but it was delayed until yesterday, and I was ruthlessly slaughtered by the beautiful and gentle Sister Sia. My wallet visibly withered. Leyton said, imitating Sia's exaggerated tone. Except for the beautiful and gentle part, one sentence is correct. All the other content is little Leyton slander and rumors about my dissatisfaction. Sia said, her words full of drama. Joseph supported his forehead speechlessly, feeling like he was full of black lines. He felt that he had acted a bit stupid just now. He knew what kind of person Sia was, but he still fell for it. Sister Sia, are you leaving this afternoon? Leyton changed the subject. Leaving tomorrow, but before I leave, I have to pack my luggage. Does little Leyton want me to leave so quickly? Sia said in a sad and resentful tone. How could I have such a rebellious idea? I just feel that the team has suddenly become so quiet. Leyton tried to get the topic back on track. Does little Leyton mean that it seems very noisy when I'm here? Sia continued to say, feigning sadness. Leyton didn't want to talk anymore. Sia, this drama queen, had too much drama. Is Miss Sia leaving Madun? Is she also taking advantage of the new year to go on vacation? Joseph couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. No, I'm going to be transferred away from Madun. I may not come back in the future. Sia smiled and shook her head, saying with some emotion. Ah. Why? So suddenly? Joseph asked several questions, full of doubts. The specific content involves confidentiality, so I won't tell you. Let's give everyone a holiday today. What do you want to play or eat? I'll pay for it. Captain Icanton suddenly announced the good news of the holiday. Sure enough, does everyone dislike me so much? Even you, Captain, are taking the lead in celebrating. Sia said in a painful tone. Sia's drama queen attribute has exploded today. Is she thinking that she's about to leave here, so she's directly letting herself go? Leyton couldn't help but complain in his heart. Giving you a holiday for no reason is already a violation of the rules. If everyone doesn't want to, we can also stay in the office and work hard. Captain Icanton stared at Sia and said word by word. Let's leave now. Since the captain is paying, you two big boys, don't be polite. Sia skipped the previous conversation and changed the subject. Sia and the captain's first confrontation, the captain wins. Chapter 67 Role-Playing Rules. Although it was said to be a vacation for the team members, in reality, only Leyton and Joseph were given a vacation. Sia herself was leaving the team today. Bugs Bunny was lying on Leyton's shoulder, eating freshly bought fruit. It suddenly felt that even if it didn't advance, it wouldn't be a problem. Anyway, Leyton could buy whatever it wanted to eat, so why should it bother planting it itself? Leyton didn't know what the rabbit on his shoulder was thinking. Otherwise, from today onwards, all the rabbit's food would have to be grown by itself. The group followed Sia around the city for a morning, and then had lunch together. Okay, I'm leaving. Captain, and the two big boys, don't be too sad. Sia waved her hand without looking back and walked straight ahead. Look how happy we are, do we look sad at all? Leyton shouted at Sia's back. Ouch, as soon as Leyton finished speaking, he was severely kneaded by a pair of invisible giant hands, and he staggered and fell to the ground. What was that? Leyton lay on the ground, looking around in confusion, but saw nothing. Sia left an invisible servant here when she left, who can be given instructions at any time, Captain Icanton said, not concealing the smile on his face. Bugs Bunny, who had been thrown off Leyton's shoulder, picked up the two fallen fruits and silently moved away from Leyton. Captain, why didn't you remind me when you saw it? Leyton was extremely speechless. He had finally wanted to tease Sia, but he was sanctioned instead. I thought you could think of that. Sia left so directly, how could she not leave some little tricks to tease you? Captain Icanton explained with a chuckle. I was careless, I didn't dodge. Also, Captain, why are you learning to be bad like Sia? Leyton complained loudly in his heart. Joseph, who was watching the scene from the side, silently lowered his sense of presence. He had actually been preparing to be arrogant just now. Fortunately, Leyton was one step ahead of me. Joseph thought with some relief. After this little episode, the remaining 3 members of the team returned to the team office. I said I'd give you a day off today, you don't have to come back to the office, Captain Icanton said, looking at Joseph and Leyton who had followed him back to the team office. Captain. Have you forgotten that I'm advancing to Sequence 8 today? Joseph explained. Captain, I also want to write a list of the materials I need, and also take some books back to read, Leyton said. Okay, Captain Icanton nodded, without saying anything more. After Leyton wrote down the beyonder ingredients he needed at his desk, he gave the list to the captain, and then took a few books and went home with Bugs Bunny. After advancing to Knowledge Keeper, Leyton had been thinking about how to act. Although he had digested some of the potion when he first drank it, Leyton himself didn't know which of his previous behaviors conformed to the Knowledge Keeper's acting rules. Judging from the literal meaning, a Knowledge Keeper is a guardian of knowledge. How can one be considered a guardian of knowledge? Leyton muttered to himself. Learn all the knowledge. Bugs Bunny replied from Leyton's shoulder. Learn all the knowledge. How long would that take? And wouldn't that overlap with the reader? Leyton shook his head, denying Bugs Bunny's statement. I'm just a rabbit, how would I understand such profound questions? Bugs Bunny shook his head and stopped talking. Don't understand. Leyton murmured in a low voice, an inspiration flashing through his mind. The best way to protect knowledge is to spread it. Leyton felt that he seemed to have grasped the key to the Knowledge Keeper's acting. Why? Bugs Bunny felt that he didn't understand. Go back and try it and you'll know. I'll tell you some relatively rare knowledge that you don't know yet, and see if it can help me digest part of the potion, Leyton said, feeling more and more that his idea was correct. I don't have to read the books myself. Bugs Bunny's eyes lit up. No. You just need to remember what I tell you, Leyton nodded. Leyton hurriedly took Bugs Bunny back home and began to sort out the knowledge of the extraordinary world that he knew. Bugs Bunny sat on the desk, staring at Leyton without blinking. It really wanted to know what knowledge its boss was going to tell it. For a moment, I don't seem to know what to tell you. I'll tell you about the division of sequence pathways first, and see if it can help me digest the Knowledge Keeper potion, Leyton pondered for a while. The sequence pathways that our world possesses total 22. They were discovered after the first blasphemy slate appeared. By consuming potions, one can complete the advancement of life levels and eventually become a god. Therefore, this path of evolution is called the path of the gods. Leyton directly spoke of the essence of the potion pathway. 22. So many. Bugs Bunny exclaimed. Shouldn't your focus be on the fact that you can eventually become a god? Leyton felt that there was indeed a generation gap between rabbits and humans. But I'm just a rabbit, why should I care about the problem of becoming a god? Bugs Bunny also felt that it was difficult to understand human thoughts. Leyton didn't dwell on the issue of focus with Bugs Bunny. He specifically explained to the rabbit which 22 paths of the gods there were, as well as the exchange situation of adjacent pathways, and even popularized the information of saints and angels to the rabbit. However, even after saying so much, Leyton only felt that the potion in his body had a faint sign of digestion, but it had not yet been digested, as if something was still missing. Can you understand the meaning of this information? Leyton asked, looking at Bugs Bunny with some suspicion. Bugs Bunny shook his head and whispered, It's so complicated, I can't understand it at all. I'm just a rabbit. Leyton was a little helpless, but he also understood the acting method of the Knowledge Keeper. Acquire knowledge, spread knowledge, but there is a requirement for spreading knowledge, that is, the other party must fully understand the knowledge to be considered successful. The acting at this stage must be in full contact with other people. Leyton sighed in his heart. Bugs Bunny looked at Leyton's brows furrowing again and again, and said a little nervously, Boss, haven't you digested the potion? No, unless you truly understand the content I'm telling you, otherwise I won't get feedback, Leyton shook his head. Then how do we digest the potion? Go be a teacher. Bugs Bunny asked curiously. Be a teacher. That's an idea, maybe I can actively intersperse some information in conversations with others, as long as the other party can understand. It should also be considered a kind of acting. Leyton thought of some ideas following Bugs Bunny's words. Then how long do I have to dig the soil before I can complete the acting of the planter? Bugs Bunny was a little curious about his acting progress. At least you have to wait until the seeds you planted have a harvest, right? Leyton guessed. Bugs Bunny's rabbit face showed a humanized shocked expression. The seeds have only sprouted since they were planted, and it will take at least several months to harvest. Can those newly sprouted seeds be forced to mature? Bugs Bunny asked cautiously. You even know about forcing maturity? I'm not sure either. Find a time to ask Uther of the Church of the Earth Mother. Leyton shook his head, always feeling that this rabbit's brain hole was bigger than his own. When are we going to find Uther? Bugs Bunny asked very eagerly. Leyton looked at the anxious rabbit, helplessly reached out and pulled it onto his shoulder, ready to go to the Church of the Earth Mother to find the harvest priest Uther. Chapter 68, Temptation from the Earth Church. So you're here to ask if I can quickly accelerate the growth of newly sprouted seedlings. In a corner of the Harvest Church, Uther looked at the person and the rabbit in front of him with curiosity. Yes, it's winter now, which isn't suitable for planting, and if we want to make plants grow quickly, the only beyonder ability I can think of is from the Church of the Earth Mother. Leyton nodded honestly, but didn't mention that he was doing this to help Bugs Bunny play the role of a planter. This goes against the natural laws of life's gestation. Uther shook his head. Leyton was stunned for a moment, not expecting him to refuse. Leyton had originally thought this matter would be simple. Leyton pondered for a while, then spoke again. It doesn't need to make the plants grow to maturity directly. I just hope to shorten the plant's growth cycle, like fertilizing, to make the plants grow a bit faster. Fertilizing does not shorten the plant's growth cycle. Uther shook his head again, refusing. Leyton sighed helplessly, reaching out to rub Bugs Bunny on his shoulder, indicating that he was also powerless. Just making the plants grow a little faster, the kind that doesn't require beyonder abilities to maintain, is that not possible either? Leyton asked one last time. Since you're not using beyonder abilities, then why don't you just plant them yourselves? Uther was even more confused. You can think of it as providing a suitable environment for plants, just like summer flowers can't grow in winter, but they can grow in a winter greenhouse. Can I create an environment that allows plants to grow more robustly and quickly? Leyton explained. Uther was silent for a long time before speaking with some difficulty. If this kind of environment is not maintained by beyonder abilities, the effect will also be limited. Are you sure you need it? Can the soil be made fertile? Bugs Bunny asked curiously. I can give you some nutrient solution prepared by the church. You only need to pour some nutrient solution into the soil periodically to maintain its fertility. Uther quickly offered a solution. Okay. Thank you, I might need quite a lot. Just sell it to me at the corresponding price. Leyton nodded and said. Okay, I can prepare these nutrient solutions myself, they aren't special items. But what do you need so much nutrient solution for? Uther was a bit curious what Leyton needed so much nutrient solution for. Was he planning to use it on an entire estate? Cultivating different varieties of the same type of crops for experiments. Leyton casually made up an excuse. What experiment? Uther became even more curious. Leyton paused, then began to fabricate wildly. I feel that because of the existence of beyonders, the development of this world largely relies on beyonder power. The vast majority of people in this world are actually ordinary people, and only changes based on the vast majority of ordinary people can truly achieve widespread popularization. Leyton felt himself getting more and more outlandish. But Uther in front of him listened more and more intently, so Leyton could only continue to make things up, so I want to try to see if I can cultivate crops that can increase yield or adapt to various environments without beyonder power. Simply put, it's about stabilizing hybridized products. Stabilizing hybridized products. Is that possible? Uther asked, very confused. As a harvest priest, he himself could cause plants to mutate, but if no beyonder abilities were used to exert influence, the final products would be completely uncontrollable. Why not? The plants on the continent aren't static. I'm just turning this process of natural selection into artificial selection, and speeding it up a bit. Leyton used all his high school biology knowledge. Your idea is very meaningful. If you hadn't already joined the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, I would now want to invite you to join the Church of the Earth Mother. Your philosophy is very consistent with the Mother Goddess's teachings. Archbishop Mia of Harvest Church had approached at some point. Good afternoon. Your Grace. Leyton hurriedly bowed to Archbishop Mia. Your Grace. Uther also reacted, turning to bow to Archbishop Mia behind him. Good afternoon. Mr. Leyton, I believe I haven't misremembered your name. Archbishop Mia's voice was very gentle, a kind of maternal, loving tone. Leyton felt no demigod's majesty from her, but her previous battle with that out-of-control sanguine viscount who had transferred pathways and advanced had left a deep impression in Leyton's mind. No, I didn't expect your Grace to still remember me. Leyton said with a touch of emotion. Although I am not a beyonder of your reader pathway, my memory isn't too bad. However, I must first congratulate you on advancing to sequence 7 so quickly. Archbishop Mia made a joke, then stated the fact that Leyton had already advanced to sequence 7. Leyton didn't think there was any problem with a demigod seeing that he had advanced to sequence 7, he was just a bit emotional about how approachable this demigod was. Can you elaborate on the idea you just spoke about? I'm very interested in it. If possible, the Church of the Earth Mother is willing to provide help within a certain scope for this matter, whether it's the experimental materials you need or assistance. Archbishop Mia did not continue with pleasantries, going straight to the point. Why? This development was completely unexpected for Leyton. He was just speaking casually, and any ideas he had were just fleeting thoughts. After all, he wasn't a beyonder of the Mother or Moon pathways. Don't worry, it's just that this matter involves spreading the Mother Goddess's glory, so the Church of the Earth Mother is willing to provide some assistance. You can think of it as an investment, I think you might understand that expression better. Archbishop Mia explained. Leyton nodded, Archbishop Mia's explanation was very reasonable. It's just that he really was just speaking casually. Now, if he said he was just joking, would this demigod instantly transform into a 3 or 4 meter tall giant bear and slap him? Leyton suppressed his wild thoughts, trying hard to recall the little biology knowledge he had learned, then organized his words. My idea is to cross different types of biological individuals to create excellent offspring that can stably inherit traits, thus increasing the yield and adaptability of crops. After racking his brains, Leyton could only manage this one sentence. Thank Roselle for bringing the concepts of heredity and genes to this world, otherwise I wouldn't know how to explain it. Leyton silently gave a good person card to the old yellow-haired man still in the tomb. What kind of help do you need? The Church of the Earth Mother can provide both nutrient solution and laboratories for cultivating crops. Archbishop Esimiya nodded and said. Finally, he turned his gaze to Bugs Bunny on Leyton's shoulder. Bugs Bunny timidly buried his head in Leyton's collar. As a beyonder of the same pathway, it could feel how terrifying this kind and approachable ant in front of it was. Is it your assistant? Its sequence is a bit low. When it needs to advance later, you can come to the Church of the Earth Mother, and the Church can provide it with potions. For your current experiments, if you need anything, you can always find Uther, and he will provide you with help. Archbishop Esimiya generously covered the potions Bugs Bunny would need for future advancements. Leyton really wanted to say, "Your grace is generous, I agree." But he really was just speaking casually just now, and now he was a bit stuck on how to get out of it. Your grace, this is not something that can yield results in a short period of time. Leyton reminded the archbishop. He hoped the other party could retract her words, because Leyton was worried that in a little while, he wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of the conditions offered by the Church of the Earth Mother. I understand, we will not rush you. This is a promise from the Church of the Earth Mother, no matter where you are, you can receive help from the local church. Archbishop Esimiya said thoughtfully. Finally, the archbishop added, your assistant's current abilities are not enough to help you complete the experiment. The church can provide you with some suitable mystical items or sealed artifacts. Of course, you can also directly find beyonders from the church to provide you with help. Leyton felt he couldn't refuse this temptation, just like a fish, even if it knew the food in front might be bait, it would still bite. Okay, but can I find some assistance myself later? If I encounter beyonders whom I feel are capable of helping me. Leyton could no longer resist the temptation offered by the Church of the Earth Mother. Leyton's current thought was to quickly go to sea and trick Frank into coming over to help him with experiments. As long as he didn't conduct anti-human experiments, Leyton felt Frank's abilities were still very strong. Of course. Archbishop Esimiya nodded with a smile. Then I have no more questions. Oh, by the way, can you provide me with some Church of the Earth Mother experimental data in this area? Also information on various crops, so I don't have to look up the data little by little myself. Leyton inquired. No problem, I will have Uther send the materials you need to your home later. Archbishop Esimiya readily agreed. Okay. Thank you, Your Grace. Leyton politely bowed and thanked her. Even after walking out of the Church of the Earth Mother, Leyton felt dizzy. He had clearly only come to find Uther, wanting some charms or potions to make plants grow quickly, and somehow, he ended up accepting investment from the Church of the Earth Mother and starting a new project. I'll never speak casually again. Leyton warned himself in his heart. Chapter 69, Earth Mother's Blessing. Not long after Leyton returned home with Bugs Bunny, Uther arrived with a carriage full of documents to visit. His mother, Isabel, saw Uther, who was wearing the long robe of a Church of the Earth Mother clergyman, and thought he had come to find Leyton's father. Sir, are you looking for Patch? He won't be back in Mudun for another 2 days, Isabel said. Good afternoon, madam. I am here for Mr. Leyton. I have brought the documents he needs, Uther explained. His mother, Isabel, looked very strange. If she remembered correctly, didn't her son join the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom? Why would someone from the Church of the Earth Mother come to deliver documents to him? Isabel suppressed her confusion and said with a smile, okay, please wait a moment. I'll call Leyton down now. His mother, Isabel, went to Leyton's room on the second floor and saw her son staring at the rabbit sitting on the table. She knocked twice on the open door and then said, Little Leyton, a clergyman from the Church of the Earth Mother is outside. He said he's here to deliver documents to you. Aren't you with the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom? Since when did the relationship between the Church of the Earth Mother and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom become so good? That fast. Okay, I'll be right down, Leyton replied. He immediately got up and walked downstairs, explaining to his mother, no, it's because I reached an agreement with the Church of the Earth Mother, which is why they're bringing me documents. By the time he finished speaking, Leyton had already reached the first floor. Arriving at the main entrance, Leyton saw Uther already waiting there. Uther, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly, Leyton said with a light chuckle. Most of the church's documents don't need much organizing. I just brought all of them over. Where do you need them placed? I'll help you move them, Uther said very politely, with a hint of respect. Just put them in my study. Are there a lot of documents? Leyton asked, looking at the carriage behind Uther. Yes, the carriage behind me is full, and there are some that couldn't fit in this carriage. I'll bring them over later, Uther nodded honestly. A whole carriage couldn't fit them all. Leyton's mouth twitched. At this moment, he already regretted it. The Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom's books were already numerous and difficult to read, and now there were so many more documents. Leyton already regretted not being able to resist the Church of the Earth Mother's temptation earlier. Leyton felt that these documents were even enough for him to digest the reader potion several more times. At this moment, Leyton only wanted to exclaim, learning makes one decadent. Some of these documents are confidential files of the Church of the Earth Mother. I hope you won't disclose them, Uther added. Okay, I'll be careful, Leyton nodded expressionlessly. Leyton called the male servant Robert and Uther to help move these documents to his bedroom on the second floor. Leyton looked at his bedroom, which was now a rabbit's nest and a document storage, and it suddenly seemed a bit crowded. I need to use another room as my study, Leyton thought to himself. After moving the documents, Uther bid farewell and left, saying he would go back and bring the remaining documents. Leyton told him not to rush, as the pile of documents in his bedroom alone would take an eternity to read. The plan to recruit Frank is imminent, and this rabbit can't be let off either. I'll have the hidden sage instill knowledge into it, and then have it help me read that pile of documents, Leyton planned in his mind. Bugs Bunny, who was playing magic tricks with the great magician's top hat on the desk nearby, suddenly felt a chill down its spine, as if it had been targeted by a terrifying hunter. Bugs Bunny cautiously looked around and only saw Leyton frowning at a pile of documents. It rubbed its rabbit head and turned away, thinking it was just its imagination. What did you do? Why do you have the Earth Mother's blessing on you again? A sudden voice came from the room. A crow suddenly appeared beside Bugs Bunny, scaring Bugs Bunny into jumping back, missing its footing, and falling to the ground. Wah, there's a ghost. Bugs Bunny cried out loudly, lying on the ground. Stop yelling, there's no ghost, only a crow more terrifying than a ghost, Leyton reminded Bugs Bunny. Bugs Bunny didn't pay attention to the part about being more terrifying than a ghost. It wobbled up from the ground and jumped back onto the table. It had seen this crow before, besides looking a bit bizarre, there was nothing strange about it. What Earth Mother's blessing? Leyton asked the angel's avatar with some curiosity. On you, the blessing given by the Earth Mother, the crow answered concisely. Ah. I have the Earth Mother's blessing on me. No wonder the Church of the Earth Mother is acting so proactive and generous, Leyton said thoughtfully. Just a reminder, the new year is approaching, and these next few days are the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom's year-end exams. Also, you've advanced too quickly and owe the advancement exams from Sequence 9 to Sequence 7, which also need to be made up. The crow, the angel's avatar, spoke terrifying words in an unadorned language. Leyton was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Are you a devil? Leyton truly regretted joining the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom instead of the Church of the Earth Mother. I'm not a low-level creature like a devil, the crow's voice said with disdain. Leyton choked for a moment, unable to think of a rebuttal. Why does the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom have exams? Leyton could only complain with a tone of grief and indignation. The Earth Mother has already left a blessing on you. No matter what you promised the Church of the Earth Mother, you cannot go back on it, the crow said, answering evasively. After saying this, the crow quickly lost its color and vanished from the spot. Leyton looked at the place where the crow disappeared, wanting to roll his eyes speechlessly. He felt that this crow was just here to prod him, to remind him not to forget that he belonged to the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, not the Church of the Earth Mother. Boss, you still have exams? Bugs Bunny asked curiously after the crow left. It seems so. So, all these documents sent by the Church of the Earth Mother can only be given to you, alone. Oh no, to one rabbit to read, Leyton said, showing a devilish smile to the fat rabbit. Bugs Bunny's crimson eyes widened as it looked at its boss in disbelief. I'm just a rabbit. I don't know that many words, and I can't understand those documents. Bugs Bunny argued for itself. That's not a problem. I'll find the hidden sage to instill the relevant knowledge in you, Leyton explained. Wah, Bugs Bunny cried out loudly. It rolled around on the table, acting cute, and then started playing dead. Leyton poked the drama queen rabbit's belly, you might as well lie still now. That way, when the hidden sage instills knowledge into you, you won't have to fall over again. Wah boss, this is animal abuse. Bugs Bunny accused loudly. You're not an ordinary small animal, but a beyonder animal. Don't forget, the Church of the Earth Mother has promised you your subsequent advancement potions. As long as the experiment is successful, even Sequence 4 demigod-level potions, the Church of the Earth Mother will not be stingy with, Leyton offered a very tempting persuasion. No, that many documents will kill a rabbit. Bugs Bunny didn't fall for it. Don't worry. It's not all being given to just one rabbit. You're just an assistant. I already have someone in mind for the real work, Leyton comforted the rabbit. Who? Bugs Bunny pressed. A very distinctive pirate. After the new year, we'll go out to sea to find him, Leyton said. Really? You're not lying to a rabbit. Bugs Bunny didn't quite believe Leyton's words. You're just a rabbit. Even if I were lying to you, one rabbit couldn't complete such a big project. Leyton patiently explained. Only then did Bugs Bunny believe Leyton's words. But looking at the large pile of documents from the Church of the Earth Mother stacked nearby, Bugs Bunny still felt it was too much for one rabbit. Leyton felt it was more important now to find the hidden sage to instill knowledge into himself and Bugs Bunny. He altered the secret ritual pointing to Fool that he understood, making the secret ritual point to the hidden sage. From the currently known information, the hidden sage bears no ill will towards me. In fact, it is my most useful leg to lean on, Leyton muttered to himself. Then Leyton began to prepare the secret ritual, hoping that the hidden sage would give him more useful knowledge. Sage who discerns the world, eye that peers into truth, embodiment of endless knowledge and numerology. The connection of the secret ritual was bidirectional. The knowledge and information Leyton himself possessed would also be known by the hidden sage. However, Leyton didn't think this was a problem. From the sage characteristic on him, he could guess that he had no secrets to speak of before the hidden sage. Leyton repeatedly thought to himself, later, give my rabbit some basic knowledge, just enough for it to understand the documents. This thought didn't linger in Leyton's mind for long. The hidden sage's knowledge infusion made Leyton's head suddenly swell with pain. It was as if countless tiny insects were drilling into his head. Fortunately, the detective potion greatly enhanced Leyton's memory and comprehension, which made Leyton's acceptance of knowledge infusion much stronger than that of an ordinary mystery prior. Enduring the throbbing pain in his head, Leyton entered a rapid thinking mode, quickly organizing and categorizing the extra information in his mind. The throbbing pain in his head lasted for about 3 to 5 minutes before gradually subsiding. However, Leyton then heard his rabbit's screams. Wah, help! Boss, the rabbit's dying. Bugs Bunny's screams echoed in Leyton's ears. Only after his headache subsided did Leyton have the energy to pay attention to his fat rabbit. Bugs Bunny was rolling back and forth on the table, screaming repeatedly. Chapter 70 Rabbit Language. Leyton's first reaction was, wouldn't this rabbit's loud cry be heard by others in the house? But then Leyton discovered that there was a layer of wall of spirituality around his room, isolating it from the outside world. The hidden sage is quite reliable. Leyton gave the hidden sage a thumbs up in his heart. Before long, Leyton noticed that Bugs Bunny, who was rolling and struggling on the table, was showing signs of losing control. The fur on its body was rapidly growing and spreading, and its body was also expanding irregularly. Fortunately, this phenomenon didn't last long. Bugs Bunny's painful expression slowly subsided, the abnormal bulges on its body disappeared, and the fur that had spread like vines also began to shrink. Bugs Bunny's appearance returned to the previous fat rabbit. Is it because the hidden sage deliberately took care of me, or is it because the reader pathway has a stronger adaptability to the infusion of knowledge? Leyton wondered in his heart. As Bugs Bunny's condition improved, Leyton noticed something more in his vision. A hard-to-describe light gradually receded from the point where the room and the spirit world overlapped. This light had no substance, as if composed of a vast amount of complex information, moving like a torrent in an illusory form. Hidden Sage. The first title that popped into Leyton's mind was this. What followed was another burst of throbbing pain in his head. This pain was much more severe than the pain of the hidden sage's knowledge infusion just now. Leyton felt as if his head was about to be torn apart, and 2 streams of blood-red tears flowed from his eyes. Leyton had only one thought left in his mind, I'm so stupid, to actually look directly at a being close to a god. Even though the hidden sage had no malice towards Leyton, the difference in their levels still allowed Leyton to experience the pain brought about by directly looking at a god, as if his soul was about to be torn apart. Leyton suspected that if it weren't for the angel-level sage characteristic he possessed, he would have already lost control and died. It took a long time for the pain of directly looking at the hidden sage to dissipate, and the information obtained from directly looking at the hidden sage also emerged in Leyton's mind, a sequence 4 potion formula and a special spell. The sequence 4 potion formula was useless to Leyton. He didn't need this potion formula at all. Even if he needed it, he could directly ask the hidden sage for it, so why endure this pain? The only thing that was a little useful was that spell. This spell was somewhat similar to the hidden sage's knowledge infusion, which could directly infuse the images or information in his mind into the other party's mind through eye contact. But this spell required at least a sequence 7 wizard to cast. Leyton felt that he had suffered a great loss in this wave. The things he obtained were not very useful, but the suffering he endured was great. Boss, what's wrong with you? Just now, a lot of knowledge suddenly popped into my mind, and my head hurts so much. It feels like I'm going to die. Bugs Bunny pressed his paws against his head and said with a headache. I saw something I shouldn't have seen and got a little stimulated, Leyton said weakly. After saying that, without caring whether Bugs Bunny understood, he added, just now, the hidden sage was infusing you with knowledge. You have now mastered most of the common languages and can understand most of the books and materials. Gulp, Bugs Bunny swallowed. Infusing knowledge is so terrifying, I never want to infuse knowledge again, Bugs Bunny said with a mournful face. As long as you seriously look at those materials, you won't need to infuse knowledge in the future. Leyton took the opportunity to threaten this rabbit who didn't like to study. He couldn't be the only one forced to study. He had to let his pet rabbit experience his happiness as well. I will definitely study hard, Bugs Bunny said aggrievely but dared not refute. Bugs Bunny felt that his rabbit life had become gloomy from this moment on. Let's start studying hard from tomorrow. Today, I'll give you a day off, Leyton comforted him. Bugs Bunny didn't reply, lying on his back on the table, as peaceful as a dead rabbit. When eating dinner in the evening, Mother Isabel noticed that Bugs Bunny was particularly depressed today. She put Bugs Bunny's favorite fruit into the small plate in front of him, but it didn't make Bugs Bunny happy. Isabel asked Leyton with some confusion, "What did you do to the little rabbit? Why does it look so depressed?" "It was fine in the afternoon, wasn't it?" "It's nothing, it's just accepted the baptism of knowledge and become a cultural rabbit. It hasn't adapted for a while, it'll be fine in a few days," Leyton waved his hand indifferently. "I don't understand what you're talking about at all," Isabel shook her head. She felt that there seemed to be a generation gap between herself and her son. "You don't need to understand. You just need to understand that the little rabbit is fine, and there's no need to worry about the little rabbit," Leyton said, taking a sip of fruit juice. After finishing dinner, Leyton took Bugs Bunny back to his room. Meditation can relieve mental fatigue, Leyton reminded Bugs Bunny. Then he lay down on the bed and entered a meditative state, relieving his mental fatigue. Bugs Bunny also started meditating. The fat rabbit lay in his small nest, closing his eyes and entering a meditative state. A huge rabbit image was outlined in Bugs Bunny's mind. Bugs Bunny chose the rabbit he was most familiar with as his visualization object. The meditation didn't last long before Bugs Bunny and Leyton both fell into a deep sleep. They slept until the next day, when the morning sunlight shone into the room, waking the sleeping person and rabbit from their dreams. You should start familiarizing yourself with those materials sent by the Church of the Earth Mother today. See how much you can read, Leyton said casually. Bugs Bunny, who had just crawled out of his nest, shrank back into his nest and pulled up the blanket to wrap himself in it. Ha ha. Leyton was amused by this rabbit's ostrich behavior. If you don't read it, you can only let the hidden sage directly infuse the information into your rabbit head like yesterday. With so much information, your head will directly turn into braised rabbit head. Leyton threatened the rabbit who buried himself in the blanket. Bugs Bunny reluctantly poked his head out from the blanket. I'll read it. You're going too far, threatening even a rabbit. Ignoring Bugs Bunny's rabbit language, Leyton went to wash up, change clothes, and then go downstairs for breakfast. Bugs Bunny consciously carried a stack of materials sent by the Church of the Earth Mother and followed Leyton downstairs. Little Leyton is getting lazier and lazier. Are you now even having the little rabbit carry your things for you? Mother Isabel muttered a few words to Leyton when she saw this scene. How could I? It's carrying its own things, Leyton defended himself. Isn't it carrying the batch of materials that the Church of the Earth Mother sent you yesterday? Isabel said with an expression that said you still want to quibble. That's right, there are too many materials in that batch, and I decided to let Bugs Bunny help me read them together, Leyton said righteously. Bugs Bunny, who was following behind Leyton, felt that his boss was becoming more and more shameless. Clearly, he was the only rabbit reading these materials. Little Leyton, you're really joking. Can the little rabbit even understand these materials that are all words? Isabel said with a helpless expression, shaking her head. Leyton didn't explain that this was a literate cultural rabbit who could understand these materials. Leyton felt that even if he said these things, his mother wouldn't believe him, and it would also stimulate this miserable rabbit. Chapter 71 Examination of the Church of Knowledge. After having breakfast at home, Leyton arrived at the executor squad. The squad was still quiet today, and including Leyton, there were only 4 people, one of whom was Captain Icanton. Good morning, Leyton. Joseph told me you've already been promoted to detective. Josie immediately came over and asked when she saw Leyton walk into the office. That's right. Does the Church of the Knowledge still require an exam for beyonder advancement? Leyton asked the question that was on his mind. Yesterday, when the Raven, which was an angel's avatar, said he owed 3 advancement exams from Sequence 9 to Sequence 7, Leyton really wanted to ask this question, but unfortunately, the other party didn't give Leyton a chance to ask. Yes, otherwise, why do you think Joseph has been stuck on advancing to Sequence 8 for so long? Josie nodded as if it were obvious. Leyton felt a bit unaccustomed to the atmosphere of the Church of the Knowledge. Exams were too annoying. Are these sequence advancement exams very difficult? Leyton asked with some trepidation. They're all right. It's not like you absolutely have to pass the exam to advance. You can also pre-advance with the Beyonder potion and then make up the exam within a certain period. As long as you pass, it's fine, just like you and Joseph, Josie mused. But you should have directly accrued 3 advancement exams, right? Josie asked curiously. Leyton's face instantly fell. Probably, I guess, that's how it is. Then you're in trouble. With so many exams owed, the church will likely make you make them all up in the next 2 days. After all, if you don't make them up soon, the year will be over, Josie sighed. No sooner had Josie finished her sympathetic words than Captain Icanton came over and called Leyton into his office. Captain. Good morning. Leyton greeted him with a forced smile. His intuition told Leyton that the captain calling him to the office at this time was very likely about the exams. The Beyonder materials you applied for yesterday have arrived. Do you have the money ready? Captain Icanton said. Ah. That fast. Can I go back at noon to get the money? Leyton was stunned, not expecting the captain to call him for Beyonder materials. You can. Captain Icanton nodded indifferently. He then took out a stack of papers with densely written content from his desk drawer and handed them to Leyton. These are this year's year-end exam questions. Take them out and share them with Josie and Joseph. Just fill them out casually. It's fine as long as they're written, Captain Icanton said very casually. Leyton paused for a moment before reaching out to take the stack of papers, which could barely be called an exam paper, that the captain handed him. Just write casually. Can I look up answers in books? Leyton's eyes lit up as he asked. Captain Icanton didn't expect Leyton to ask this question and hesitated for a while before saying, yes, no one will care about that. As long as you can ensure you remember the content, that's fine. The purpose of the exam is also to verify your mastery of knowledge. Leyton breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected the church's year-end exam to be open book, which made things much simpler. As for remembering the content he saw, that was no problem at all for a Beyonder of the Reader pathway. Perhaps that's also why the church agrees to open book exams, Leyton mused to himself. Okay, Captain. When should I hand them in? Leyton asked in a relaxed tone. Anytime today is fine. Although this shouldn't be a problem for you, you still need to write seriously. If you fail, you'll have to retake it until you pass, Captain Icanton warned. Don't worry, Captain. Leyton patted his chest and guaranteed. You also owe 3 advancement exams. I will have you make them up gradually over the coming period. Read more books recently, especially that list Koss gave you. If you don't do well on the exam, your salary will be deducted, and it will also affect your future advancements, Icanton reminded Leyton. Ah. Are the advancement exams very difficult? Can't they be open book like this one? Leyton asked, raising the hand holding the exam paper. No. Your proctor isn't me, it's someone else. You probably won't be able to fool them, Captain Icanton shook his head. Leyton was very curious about who the proctor the captain mentioned was, someone he couldn't fool. It couldn't be Bishop Ongman, king from Mudun's side, could it? All right, go out and prepare for the exam with Josie and the others. I also need to complete my own exam paper, Captain Icanton urged. Ah. Captain, do you still need to take an exam? Leyton asked, full of curiosity. Of course, everyone in the Church of the Knowledge needs to, even archbishops and His Holiness the Pope, all have corresponding exams, Captain Icanton answered very seriously. I'll go do the questions with Josie and the others, Leyton replied dryly. Leyton was now very sure that joining the Church of the Knowledge was a mistake. Compared to the Church of the Knowledge, which was obsessed with exams and reading, the Church of the Earth Mother was simply heaven. Leyton regretted why he hadn't encountered the Church of the Earth Mother sooner. It's painful. I want to cry. I really want to drag all those outer deity remnants that Klein will release in the future into the Church of the Knowledge, and let them all relive their happy high school days. Leyton felt like he was about to turn evil. The idea of dragging others down was too far in the future. Leyton shook his head, shaking off the unreliable thoughts in his mind, and left the captain's office. After dividing the exam questions the captain gave him into 3 parts and handing one to Josie and Joseph, Leyton returned to his seat, frowning as he stared at the book list Mr. Kozeth had given him earlier. Ever since the reader's Beyonder characteristic was digested due to an accident, Leyton hadn't read much. Leyton hadn't even finished the books on one page of the stack Mr. Kozeth had given him. It's a long and arduous journey. With so many books, even if the hidden sage instilled all the knowledge into me, it would still be a considerable undertaking, impossible to do in a short time. Leyton felt that thinking about how to cheat was more useful than thinking about how to pass the exam. Leyton reached out and tugged at Bugs Bunny, who was sprawled out like a salted fish on the desk. You don't have to look at those materials first today. Really? Bugs Bunny immediately perked up, looking at Leyton with shining eyes as he asked. Really? You help me finish the exam today first. Leyton nodded, raising the stack of exam papers in his hand. Upon hearing this, Bugs Bunny sprawled back onto the desk like a salted fish, his gray fur looking even grayer. Hurry up and move, otherwise you'll have to look at that pile of materials in the room all by yourself. Leyton poked Bugs Bunny's soft belly with his finger. But boss, this is your own exam. Isn't it cheating if I help you? Bugs Bunny argued. You already know the word cheating, it seems to be very effective. It's fine, this exam is open book anyway. As a beyonder of the reader pathway, as long as I've done these questions once, I'll naturally master this knowledge. Leyton found a reasonable explanation for his cheating. Bugs Bunny always felt that his boss was trying to fool him, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong with his boss's words. He could only shake his rabbit head and reluctantly looked at the exam questions with Leyton. Boss. Where do I find the answers for you? Bugs Bunny asked confusedly after looking at the exam questions for a while. Leyton tilted his head, shifting his gaze to Josie and Joseph, who were sitting at their desks looking at the exam questions, then turned back and gave Bugs Bunny an encouraging look. Bugs Bunny's wide eyes were full of confusion. He had originally thought his boss wanted him to help him flip through books to find answers, but it turned out his boss wanted him to peek at his colleagues' answers and then tell him. Boss is so shameless. Bugs Bunny silently complained in his mind. Leyton was completely unaware that his fat rabbit was complaining about him in his mind. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care, he would only retort, this is called wisdom, and then secretly add more tasks for the fat rabbit.